Bay Area.
You got to do better than that. Come on, give it another try. Give it another try. Come on, Chasky. Oh, baby. There we go. That's more like it. That's more like it. That's what I said yesterday when Adrian Wojnarowski came down with the report. Oh, baby, Draymond's gone for the next 5 games. That's right. Draymond's gone for the next 5 games as I'm sitting here sweating because the APEC event has shut down everything. I parked at NBC Sports Bay Area. They said you could either walk down 6th Street or 1st Street. What? So I had to walk 30 minutes to get to the studio today. It's all good. It's all good. But Draymond Green's out for the next 5 games. And, oh, baby, we may have issues with the Golden State Warriors because that was my big takeaway from everything that happened. They lost 4 straight. They lost the first 3 games on a 6-game homestand. And now the next 5, you have Oklahoma City for 2. You have the Houston Rockets on Sunday. You have Phoenix Tuesday or Wednesday. Then you have the San Antonio Spurs that Friday. So we got the next 5 games without Draymond Green. Who knows when Stephen Curry's coming back? He may come back Monday against the Rockets, may come back Wednesday against the Suns. We have no idea. But right now, situation is getting critical with the Golden State Warriors. It is. And I'm not saying panic or whatnot. But, boy, we got to get some things going right away. So, but here's a positive. I'll put out a positive right away for you, Shasky.
Okay.
We're going to get an opportunity to see the youngsters. This is their time to show what they have. Pajimski, Kuminga, Moody, TJD. This is their time to show that, hey, I need minutes in this rotation. They can alter Steve Kerr stinking. They can alter everybody stinking if they play well. So, this is a golden opportunity for the youngsters that everybody wants to see. We want to break up the starting lineup. We want to mess up the rotations or break up the rotations or bench this guy, start this guy. Well, guess what? We're going to see a lot of these youngsters over the next 5 games.
That's a great silver lining to everything that's going on. I was going to say that I'm looking at like Andrew Wiggins as an example of somebody who can maybe get himself right. You know, like this is a great opportunity to reacclimate himself into the offensive scheme, the defensive scheme, and just get this term of endearment from the Warrior fans. Like right now, it feels like Warrior fans are legitimately championing Wiggins to get back to where he was. Yeah. They want him so desperately to get back to where he was. It does feel, I know Draymond's the headline. We're going to get into the Draymond thing in a second, but it feels like approval rating for Kuminga is at a very big-time low. Maybe going back to the playoffs last year, people are, well, they're not frustrated, but it feels like we're on the brink of finding out one way or the other whether we're done with Kuminga or not. And I feel like we need to be a little more patient.
Well, yeah.
I know it's been 3 years. I know,
but you know what?
It's clunky.
He had a solid weekend getting to the free throw line, showing some activity.
Kind of where I'm at.
He was lost against the Minnesota T-Wolves on Tuesday night. It's one game, but this is what we do as sports fans these days. One game, and we flip, and we go the other way. 2 games, we flip, we go the other way. We can't just wait for 2 weeks. So now, here's where we're at with Andrew Wiggins, because you started right there. I said 14 games, let's reevaluate them. Well, by the time we get back on Monday, it'll be 14 games. Tonight will be 13 games.
Against a team with some really good wings.
Really good wings, really good athleticism.
You could say great, but I would say really good.
No, let's just say good.
Yeah.
And they're ascending.
Yes,
Oklahoma City is ascending. Chet Holmgren, Josh Giddey, SGA's back, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. We missed him a couple Fridays ago when the Warriors outlasted them 141-139. And that day, without SGA, the Thunder shot 60% and lost. So, but they got great looks. Lou Dort had great looks. Chet Holmgren was doing his thing. Josh Giddey started cooking in the fourth quarter. And Jalen Williams, the one from Santa Clara, he really looked out of shape in that game. He still had like 17 or 18. So this is going to be a monster opportunity for Andrew Wiggins to get back. He's going to have the assignment to snuff out SGA. You want to keep SG at the paint? Well, it starts with Andrew Wiggins on defense at the point of attack. And then when you get to Kuminga, you know what, Kuminga? Josh Giddey. A lot of Warrior fans thought, hey, man, that should have been us who had Josh Giddey, not you. We should have selected Josh Giddey. There's some Warrior fans who think it like that. You could erase that tonight. You can go out there and shut down Josh Giddey at the point of attack. So, again, it's a great opportunity for Andrew Wiggins to get back on track. Klay Thompson, you know what? Somebody got to create for him because right now he can't create for himself. It is what it is. And I love Klay. He's a great shooter, but he needs help at this point of his career. He needs help to get open. It was obvious in the Lakers series. It's been obvious to start the season. Somebody help Klay. He needs help, and I don't care about the damn money right now. He needs somebody to create some shots for him, and maybe it's Podziemski, maybe it's Chris Paul. But again, the silver lining as we get to Draymond Green, 888-957-9570 is 5 games too much for Draymond. Do you think 5 games is too much, or is it warranted? These guys have to step up, and the youngsters have to step up. Along with the veterans, no doubt, but it's a golden opportunity for the youngsters here, Shasky. But let's pivot to Draymond Green.
Okay.
When the news came down, what was your first thought?
This is what the Warriors signed up for. You know, I'm exhausted by Draymond Green and trying to adjudicate my frustration level over the years with him, with Warrior fans. Some people condone all the actions. Some people are a little more reasonable like me, where it's like, hey, let's take each individual.
You're reasonable?
When it comes to Draymond's antics and looking at it beyond, the Warrior fan lenses. Yeah, I try to be. I mean, I know that I see things for the most part through a Warrior fan lens because I'm a Warrior fan. But like, this is what the Warriors signed up for. Now, I understand that there was a financial component of keeping him on the team to maintain that slot because if he leaves in free agency, you kind of just lose that financial slot. And I understand that. There's a loyalty factor. This guy is a champion. He is one of the heartbeats of the team of the last 35 years. Like, no doubt about it. All those things ring true. But at some point, if you're going to continue to enable the behavior, well, then that's what you signed up for. And so me screaming and yelling about, gosh, when is enough enough? I mean, this is what they signed up for, you know? And so now you have to face the repercussions or the consequences, if you will, of having to have a guy who plays on edge at all terms. And, you know, Saturday night, he was on edge. And I could see it from the jump. He wasn't ready to play. I thought that bled over into Sunday. We could argue about that, but they lose Saturday night. He's ejected from that game. Sunday's game, he gets Anthony Edwards all fired up and riled up. I don't blame him for that. It's just what he does. So whatever. But then you get thrown out of the game the other night, and now you're out for another fucking. That you could make the argument that's 7 games that are going to be affected for your team's overall standings as Father Time is coming for you, as upstart teams like Oklahoma City are coming for you. And I just throw my hands up and I'm like, man, I'm exhausted by the Draymond experience because now he's really put the team behind the 8 ball and we're demanding, you know, as a fan base, these young players to ascend and take up all of this time that he would be getting when he let them down.
So my thought when it happened, I thought 3 games. He got 5 and I wasn't outraged about it. And when you think about last season and how it started, and we could point the finger at a lot of different people for the slow start of last season, but the vibes were wrecked the moment his fist landed on Jordan Poole's jaw. That's just, it is what it is. And he said, look, man, I screwed up. It was my bad. And look, we had to wear it. We had to live through it. And we lived through a second round exit to the LA Lakers. And it was a mess. Last year's team was a mess. But he had his fingerprints all over that. So he gets his money. They pick him basically over Jordan Poole. They trade Jordan Poole out. But it's funny because everybody's talking about, man, we need more shot creators. We need more guys to break down the defense. Well, guess what? That's what Jordan Poole was. That's exactly who he was. But he's in D.C. now, so we move on. I'm disappointed in this sense because he was talking about accountability on Sunday. And you're right. He missed Thursday's game against the Denver Nuggets for personal reasons.
That I don't, yeah, whatever.
Saturday night, you get kicked out. You're chirping. And you took the bait. And here's the thing. You're 12 years in, and you're still taking the bait. You're taking the bait.
So then Sunday, he was on a mission to get thrown out of the game.
I don't know if he's on a mission. Close. I don't know if he's on a mission to get thrown out. Well, if they were down 10, and he was on the edge, and he was doing what he's got to do.
That I agree with. Yes, that I agree with.
So you get thrown out of that game. You wilt in the fourth quarter of that one. You get blown out going away by the Cleveland Cavaliers for the second time in 6 days, and they outscore you 108-62 in the paint. and you're the paint protector. You're the guy who's down low on the block, and you're barking left and right, and yet they're scoring left and right in the paint. Now, it's not all Draymond's fault because dribble drive penetration is killing the guards right now. But then Sunday happens, and then Tuesday happens. And Tuesday happens after the post game on Sunday, in which you said we all have to be more accountable, blah, 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 blah. And then you get kicked out a minute 43 into the game. And you could say, look, I'm all good with him protecting his teammate. But you can't go above the neck. You know better than that. They call a flagrant 2 when you go above the neck on a layup. So what do you think's going to happen when you got a guy to chokehold for 9 seconds? It is what it is. And don't give me this Gobert crap. I'm looking at Draymond Green. He's 12 years in the league. We need him. We need him. And now Steph Curry's out. Steph Curry's out. And the next 5 games are against OKC, Houston, Phoenix, and San Antonio. So for the second straight year, early in the season, Draymond Green has let us down again. He's let us down again. And I know Joe Lacob can't be happy. Steve Kerr can't be happy, and his fan base isn't happy. Because right now we're on a 4-game losing streak, and I don't know how they're going to stop the bleeding without Stephen Curry and without Draymond Green. I just don't know.
No, it's so many great points there. But Bonte, they did sign up for this. Joe Lacob knows what he signed up for.
He signed up for it.
I mean, there was a mixtape. I don't even want to call it a mixtape. There was a highlight package of all of the different things that Draymond's done over the years, and they were missing some of the stuff.
Trust me. I've got a slew of texts yesterday about Draymond Green. All day long goes the Draymond Green show, unfortunately.
And individually, each one can be justified however someone wants to justify them or explained, or we could. But when you watch them all consecutively, the guy has a laundry list of shenanigans, and that's the best way to put it. It's a lot of shenanigans.
Right.
And you can file it under hard nose, that's how you play, walk up to the line. Well, when you have that resume, with that resume comes priors. And when something like this happens, we bring up your prior history. When you go in front of the judge, they look at your prior history. Do you have a history of assault? Do you have a history of recklessness? I'm talking about in the court, And those things do matter when people are making judgments.
Well, yeah, Woj said it yesterday, and it was obvious. They will look at his reputation. When you have a reputation and you've been ejected and you've had a slew of technicals, and what happened in Sacramento, whether or not we agree with it, but Game 2 did happen in front of Adam Silver and Joe Dumars. That happened at the Gona One Center. Now, I don't think it was going to incite a riot, but some of those guys were out of their rockers in the bleachers. That was overblown. But when you do that in front of the commissioner of the NBA, and you do that in front of Joe Dumars, who's now running things in a league office, you're going to get popped. And then you look at the history that leads all the way back to 2015, 2014. And it just adds up. So that benefit of the doubt that he used to get, he's not going to get anymore. And he's not even getting it from the referees on the floor when he's barking at them. They're teeing him up and telling him, hey, chill, dude. And here's the cold part about it. All this is happening, and the fear factor that I keep talking about this week, that mystique of the Warriors, the championship mystique that they've had over the last decade, it's now gone, folks. It's completely dissipated. Klay's not the same guy no more. Wiggins is in a funk. The only guy they fear is Stephen Curry. And you know what they're saying? That's all you got, Steph Curry. That's cool. You can get your 30, Steph. Go ahead, get your 30. Hit your 4 to 5 threes. We got everything else locked down. That fear factor, that logo that used to intimidate teams. I used to watch teams come into Oracle Arena, and they'd be fighting for their lives in the first quarter, knowing that we're about to get blown out by 20. And even at Chase Center, when they started 18-2 during the championship season, the winner 4th ring, teams are like, oh, boy, the Warriors are back. The Warriors are back. Even when they won 15 games and Stephen Curry came back that Thursday night against the Toronto Raptors, I remember going to that locker room. I was like, boy, what do you guys think about Steph Curry? Kyle Lowry, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby. All those guys are like, we're in trouble next year because Steph is Steph.
That fear was 4 years ago.
No, but I'm saying that. Let me finish my point. The championship year, that fear factor was there. Last year, after Draymond did what he did in training camp, teams looked at Draymond Green and they looked at the Warriors like, oh, you guys have a great culture? Really? Think about the contrast in Minnesota and the Warriors. We all missed this yesterday. Draymond Green punches Jordan Poole. The Warriors essentially do nothing about it. He didn't get suspended. He missed a few practices, but he got to participate in ring night, and the applause was subdued. Rudy Gobert hit Kyle Anderson in the chest in a playing game. You know what Chris Finch and the Minnesota Timberwolves did? They traveled to L.A. and said, Rudy Gobert, sit your ass at home. You're not playing in this game. And that was a playing game.
I know.
So around the league, everybody looked at the Warriors culture like, really? That's the culture? And now the mystique is gone. The mystique is gone, and now teams are coming at the Warriors. They're coming. They've been waiting for this since 2014-15.
But why are we surprised? Because Kevin Durant literally said the reason that he was frustrated with the Warriors was over how they handled things in-house.
There you go.
I mean, how many years ago was that?
That was 2019.
It's 4 or 5 years ago. So I on the whole mystique thing, like I just think the nature of sports, everyone's always trying to come for the top dogs, and so that's going to happen like organically.
But no, now it's gone though. Like teams are coming in and they're like, we're not afraid of anything.
Well, that's
like teams just play scared. They get all rattled. Like think about the fourth quarters. Think about the fourth quarters here. Minnesota, they did what they wanted. They did what they wanted in back-to-back fourth quarters. The Cleveland Cavaliers, back-to-back fourth quarters against the Warriors. They did what they wanted. Denver, they're the champs. They feel good right now. These teams do not fear the Warriors, and when it comes down to nutcracker time, when teams, I used to watch them just wilt with the mirror image of Stephen Curry right in front of them, that is gone. It is dissipated. That's the reality of this thing. So now we got to count on youngsters to stop the bleeding here. And you know what? It is what it is now.
Yeah, but isn't that unfair? Like this whole, like, we got to count on the youngsters. For, like, the last 2 years, for example, Moody and Kuminga, you're not good enough. That's literally what the fan base and the team has told them. You're not. We're up here, and we have a standard, and we can fail a little.
I don't know if that's
you
accurate.
can't fail at all.
I don't know, because all I keep hearing is the youngsters need time. The youngsters need to start. How many calls did we take yesterday where they said either Podziemski needs to start, Kuminga needs to start, Moody needs to start? We need to see them. A lot of fans are saying we need to see the youngsters. Well, guess what? You're about to see the youngsters right now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but you're also going to need to see a better version of the veterans, right? Like, you know, this is a salary cap sport, so I need Wiggins to, like, step up and show a pulse. You know, and I need Kevon Looney to play better if he's going to play as many minutes as he has. I need Klay Thompson to not, you know, to come back to more to what he was in the first 6-7 games. So I need Chris Paul to not turn the ball over 4 times with 4 minutes to go and hit a mid-range shot. Like, it isn't just on the youngsters. The teams win and lose. I need this team to play better. And that the biggest issue isn't about individuals. Well, it's felt like multiple teams, not one team.
Well, that's what happens when you do the hockey subs. Instead of just, you know, integrating a player here and there, you're doing the hockey subs, and it makes it feel like 2 teams for the second year in a row. You know what I'm saying? Like last year was, hey, let's go ahead and sub Wiseman and sub Kuminga and sub Moody in and let these guys all play together. Instead of just, hey, Moody here, Kuminga here, Wiseman here. You kind of integrate them and let them play. You let them play with the starters a little bit here. That's my biggest
I know, but
beef.
the problem was that the players had and the coach had so much power on that they wouldn't tolerate any level of failure from a young player.
Yeah, but what I'm saying here, Shasky, is that let Kuminga play with some of the starters, not at the start of the game. Let him play midway through the first quarter. Let him get a spurt with Steph Curry. Let Moody get a spurt with Klay or whoever else. Not just, hey, you know what? Let's sub them all in together and let them play all together. That's, I don't know about that. Because all of a sudden like that, with the optics, it's like, okay, it's basically 2 different lineups, and it's 2 different teams, and you're not able to mesh together.
But with that would have to be an acknowledgement from one of the guys that are the veterans to take a lesser role or to take a different role.
You don't necessarily have to do that. It's just different substitution patterns. That's all that is. Everybody can still get their minutes, but it's just different substitution patterns. You know, you take Klay out the first 4 minutes of a first quarter. All right, you play Moody. Boom. End of the first quarter, maybe you sub Klay back in, but you bring in Kuminga as well, and you take out Curry. You know what I'm saying? You can integrate different matchups and different combinations here throughout the game instead of just saying, hey, mass substitutions, here's 4 new guys. I don't know if that's working here. I don't know if that's working, but look, the Warriors are 6-6. They've lost 4 in a row. They've lost 3 games on the 6-game homestand. They're 0-3 on the 6-game homestand. Draymond Green is popped for the next 5 games. Stephen Curry's day-to-day with the right knee sprain. You know what? We got some adversity here through the first 12 games. In these next 5 games, OKC, Houston, Phoenix, San Antonio. How many wins in that 5 games? How many wins in that 5 games stretch? Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. 888-957-9570. We'd love to get everybody's thoughts about Draymond Green being popped for 5 games. You got it. Steve Kerr's going to have to do some mastery here. He's got to have to be a maestro when it comes to coaching and trying to figure out the right combinations and the right matchups. And somebody's got to get hot here over the next 5 to carry this basketball team. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Comcast Business Text Line as well. Good morning to everybody out there. We appreciate the time. Appreciate the participation. 888-957-9570. We'll start here. Was 5 games too much for Draymond Green? Was 5 games too much for Draymond Green? We'll love your thoughts on that. And then, you know what? Everybody's got to step up now, Loveman. Everybody's got to step up here over the next 5. And that's the problem here as they try to stop the bleeding. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Looking for the best turkey prices? At Lucky, Jenny-O whole frozen turkeys, 12.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Yeah, I'm wondering how the Warriors are going to navigate these next 5 games. Draymond's eligible to return against the Sacramento Kings. How ironic is that up at the Golden One Center? By the way, Sacramento with De'Aaron Fox looked amazing last night down in L.A. They blew away the Lakers, and it wasn't even close. Domantas Sabonis actually showed up and snuffed out Anthony Davis. Wow, 125 to 110. De'Aaron Fox looking at LeBron James hitting a 3 right before halftime, 28 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds. Red Velvet with 28 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds. Now all of a sudden the Sacramento Kings have their swagger back. The Warriors right now are going the opposite direction after losing 4 in a row. After a 6-2 start, really got off to a hot start after playing 7 of their first 9 on the road. They come back home. They lose their first 3 games at home. They're 1-4 inside the Chase Center. And we got to figure out how they're going to win some basketball games here over the next 5.
Are they the 2019 Patriots?
Who's that? The Niner?
The Warriors. They've got, a superstar player who, we still believe. Maybe people thought Brady was slipping, but the roster around him just wasn't good enough, like at all. Just not good enough. And they still competed and they got, to the playoffs, but they lost very quickly in the playoffs. It's feeling like this has a similar vibe where the team's just not good enough. I hope they can flip it. I hope they can turn it around. But it does feel like we are clinging to the past when it comes to resumes, and I don't think we're ready for some of the young players to take the step everyone wants. I hope I'm wrong.
I would speak for yourself on that one. I think a lot of fans are ready for the youngsters. A lot of fans are asking for Moses Moody, for more Moses Moody. A lot of fans are asking for more Jonathan Kuminga. They're asking for TJD. They're asking for Pods. They're asking for athleticism. They're asking for a guy who could break somebody off the dribble and get to the rack, which ironically, you had a guy like that, but you shipped him off to D.C. Now, I'm not complaining about Chris Paul because Chris Paul has been a steadying force with his assist-to-turnover ratio. I've got no problem with the way Chris Paul has played. But if we're talking about guys, athleticism, well, you had a guy. And he averaged 20 points per game last year despite getting socked in the jaw and despite being wrecked mentally all year long. Now, it wasn't all, hey, Jordan Poole wasn't the victim all year. He acted immature at times, a lot of times. But, boy, it's 5 games. And now, so we're going to get a lot of youngsters. We're going to get a lot of athleticism. We're going to see what these youngsters are all about. But you know what? The mystique's gone. That's gone. And Clay's not the same guy. Hasn't been the same guy for a long time. Wiggins is in a deep funk. Can he shake out of it? I don't know. Right now. I'm very concerned about Andrew Wiggins. So, whether it's the 2019 Patriots, whether it's one of these older teams in the NBA, the Bird, Parrish, McHale Celtics in the late 80s, or if it's Kobe Bryant on his last leg playing with Steve Nash or Dwight Howard and getting swept in the first round, it's not looking good right now. So, before we start talking championship, let's just talk about getting a win. How can we get a win?
Well, that's the part that's very frustrating with the Draymond Green suspension is that they need him to win right now. Like, he was playing good basketball to start off the year, and the consequence of having him out for 5 games, I have a hard time arguing with it, B. Like, he's got so many incidents in the league. Now, you could point and do comparative shopping. Well, these 2 guys fought, and this guy, headlocked that guy, and he only got 1 game, or he only got 3 games, or he only got... Can we all acknowledge Draymond is a very unique individual when it comes to being suspended, and his track record does factor into it. I personally believe that life is a lot about credits and demerits, and people view you through that prism, and if you've built up enough credit and goodwill, we'll look the other way. We'll lighten punishments. If you've built up a lot of demerits, they're going to throw the book at you. And so 5 games for me felt about right. I'm kind of happy it wasn't more.
Well, yes, you knew it was going to be something.
Right?
It was going to be something. When you look at all the footage, it just got to be, if you're going to break up a fight, hey, who am I? I don't mind. I'm not mad at him if the premise was, hey, I'm protecting Klay Thompson. But you can't put a dude in the chokehold in front of everybody when you're Draymond Green.
And then
that's the stage of your career.
Pulling him back.
And you held him for 9 seconds, 10 seconds. I've talked to people who were right there in the scrum. I got a lot of intel here about the situation. It was not right. Just look at Steve Kerr's mouth when he's dragging Rudy Gobert. Steve Kerr is literally begging him, let him go, let him go, let him go. And now after talking about accountability on Sunday. And the worst part is he was actually playing some good basketball. But that gets all wiped away because of the other stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Berating the referees, picking up technicals. We're in year 12. And Day told us last Sunday morning, I'm going to be Draymond Green. I'm not changing. So I asked fans yesterday, and I will ask fans again today, are we willing to live with this version of Draymond Green for the next 3 years? We need Draymond on the court, not at home watching the game. We don't need that.
But didn't everybody say, because every time this happens, it does feel like across the board we get a lot of fans saying like, that's who he is. He's got to go right up to the line.
Well, it's killing us. It's killing us.
So now's the point. This is the inflection point where.
Last year was it for me. Last year was like, man, I never seen anything happen like that.
I think we would agree. I was exhausted with Draymond a while ago, and I see the value that he brings. People think I'm some Draymond hater. There's times that he drives me completely insane, and there's other times where he's one of my favorite players of all time, and that's the Draymond experience all wrapped into a nutshell. But I've been saying this, like, when does my tolerance level, go below what his production level is and where it's detrimental to the team. And now I feel like certain people are starting to see that, his actions have a detrimental effect on the roster and the team and the winning.
Yeah.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
I mean, they used to be so good. They used to be so good that if he missed 5 games, they're going to win 55 and their eyes closed. It doesn't really make a big difference.
Well, now
and it's all about the 16.
Yeah.
I don't think we're in that same mode
No,
right
we're
now.
not in that same mode. We're not. We thought we were feeling good. It was crazy just a week ago.
I know. I was just telling Lubman this.
All good just a week ago. We were singing a kumbaya over a loss.
I was.
And no, I understand why people were encouraged.
I was.
And I get why, for some reason we got to be so damn positive these days because if you slight anything, it's deemed as slander. But I slipped it in. Hey, although it was a good loss, if there's ever such a thing. Because you know what? I'm from the Eddie DeBartolo school. Show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser. That's kind of where I stand. And so I don't, you know me, I always say Capri Suns, orange slices, I don't roll like that. I'm not a moral victory type of dude. But I let it roll last Thursday. But I slipped it in and said, I'm concerned about bigger, faster, athletic teams. Look at the way the Warriors are playing offense. Look at the way they're defending us. And look at the way they're putting pressure on the rim. That is the concern for me. And those concerns have come to fruition here over the last 3 against Cleveland and, of course, Minnesota. And now we're going to see Oklahoma City. So, Draymond Green, where are you at with that? Where are you at with Draymond Green? Let's go to Matt Napa. Matt, what's happening?
I'm Matt.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Just on how the NBA is deciding these things, I'm just curious if there's a real clear protocol laid out. In other words, they have the technical fouls or the egregious fouls. You get 5 a year, and you miss a playoff game or something, right? There's a protocol that's laid out specifically. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if you get, I believe, 16 technicals.
16 techs, you get a game in a regular season.
Yes.
But the playoffs, it resets. And then you have to get 7 points in the playoffs, and then you get popped for a game.
Right. So if they're deciding that because of his history that he deserves a larger punishment, that's not in the rules anywhere. They've decided that on their own. Is that right?
Well, no, there's a variety of things.
Because that's not our legal system. That's not our legal system. Our legal system, your record only comes into consideration if you speak.
This is not
in a trial.
You're not down at 850 Bryant, and you're not in the federal system. Like this is the NBA. The commissioner has final say, and then you have to obviously go through, and the Players Association has to agree with this. This is what they've set up, right? The Players Association and the owners have set up this system, and everyone's agreed upon it. That's what the CBA is, and the commissioner has final say. And on things like this, where it goes a little outside the lines, it isn't cut and dry.
No, it's not. By the way, some breaking news here in the MLB Major League Baseball owners vote to approve John Fisher's relocation to Las Vegas. The vote was unanimous, so the A's are as good as gone.
I'm sorry, A's fans.
I apologize. If you want to vent today, I'll open up the phone lines if you want to vent about it. 888-957-9570. I feel bad for you, A's fans. What a crook John Fisher is.
Oh, it just makes me sick.
What a crook. What a freaking crook. So, 888-957-9570. We got Niner Talk coming up a little bit later. Nick Bosa, your NFC Player of the Week. It feels like a good day a good game for them to get back on track again and mollywop them Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think this is a really bad spot. And what do you know? Tampa Bay was a team when Brock Purdy had his coming out party.
How ironic.
How ironic.
Kyle Shanahan even spoke to the foreshadowing from that game. Yeah. And then Nick Bosa walked back some of these Baker Mayfield comments. I can't wait to get into that.
No doubt about that. All right. The kickoff show this Sunday. Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. The chicken strips, the sauce, the drinks, the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habba's Law. You've been wronged. Habba's Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habbaslaw.com. And it is a Warriors game day. Sure, they got to get back on track tonight. We'll get to your calls, 888-957-9570. It is a Warriors game day brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
When people have a craving to...
Draymond go bye-bye.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. TJ Reeves, the sideline reporter for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, will join us at 9:20 to break down Bucks as we go behind enemy lines here on the morning roast. We'll do that every single week, trying to figure out who the Tampa Bay Bucks are. We know about Baker Mayfield. We know about Mike Evans. We know about Devin White and Levante David and Carlton Davis and Antoine Winfield. But who are the Bucks? Who are they? They're struggling right now, so we'll get to TJ Reeves at 9:20. We will break down some 49er football at some point today. But right now, we're rolling on the Warriors as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder, the second youngest team in the NBA. Second youngest team in the NBA. Warriors, the third oldest team in the NBA, but they'll be without Steph Curry. He's day-to-day with the right knee sprain. That's good news. The bad news is Draymond Green's going to be out for 5 games. And really, 5 games coming up. He missed Thursday. That's 6. He missed his first 2 games of the season. That's 8. And he's been kicked out of 2 games. So he's missed 8 of the 12 games. Or excuse me, my bad. I shouldn't add that yet. That's bad math because he's going to miss the next 5. But he missed 2 of the 12. And he's been kicked out of 2 other games. 3 to 12, actually. And then kicked out of 2 other games, as my math is a little off. So he missed Denver. He missed the first 2 games. That's 3. He's been kicked out of 2. He barked up Anthony Edwards' tree. I mean, what a start to the season. What a start to the season.
Well, and all he's talked about, heading into this year was chemistry and camaraderie and teamwork and how everyone needs to be on the same page. Again, a lot of the things that he says I find so funny and fascinating, and we use it as content. But in terms of me riding or dying on everything that comes out of his mouth as the Holy Ghost, or excuse me, the Word of God is over. Like he's lost me a long time ago because he says one thing and then immediately pivots and does something else.
So he's going to miss 10 of the 17 games, 10 of the first 17 games, Draymond Green.
Not a great start to the season when everyone told us that the first 20 games were really important. That was their whole offseason mantra. The first 20 games, we cannot get off to the same start that we did last year. It set us back.
And it's probably going to set this team back as they're 6-6. 6-6. Unbelievable. Let's go to the lines. Anthony and Benicia. What is happening, Anthony? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. Top of the morning to both of you. So when it comes to Draymond, I wasn't surprised that it was 5 games. It's understandable considering his past record, right? He had his boys back, but yes, when you really look at the video a couple more times and you just see the level of intensity in the choke as well as grabbing his own hand to kind of like tighten more, yes, the league looked at all of that, and again, it was on national television. When it comes to are we willing to deal with this for the next 3 to 4 years, doesn't even matter as fans whether you are or are not, because the Warriors have told you that they are. And at every turn, they tell you, we got Dre's back. So at this point, we just got to roll with it.
That's where
when we talk about exactly.
That's exactly where I'm at.
When we talk about basketball, I think that this is a great opportunity to see what Steve Kerr can do, because you're going to be forced into integrating the youngsters. I think it was great to see BP, come out and give us that energy we need as far as and that aggressive scoring and playmaking. When it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, as a fan, I want to see more, but I think they're telling us that he's not showing them enough, because every chance he gets, he's not doing the little things. And we all know that if you want to get into the good favor of Steve Kerr, you have to do the little things. But on the flip side of that coin, we need him regardless if he's not doing those things or not, because we have the next 5 games against real young teams, and we need young to match not young. The one other thing I wanted to say, you guys are talking about this about 4 or 5 minutes ago, and you said, how can Steve Kerr do a better job? If you put one youngster in with the starters, it allows that youngster to learn how to play with the starters, because at the end of the day, we need those guys to know how to play with Steph and Clay. Draymond is not really that important to me when it comes to that, because the offense goes how Steph and Clay go. So if those guys only know how to play with each other, they're never going to learn how to play with.
But doesn't that require, Anthony, and we all agree, but doesn't that require one of those guys to suck it up for the team and come out?
I agree. I think it requires Steve Kerr just to do it. Just do it. I don't think Clay or Wiggins, they're all going to get their same allotted minutes. And thanks for the call, Anthony. They're all going to get their minutes. Hey, we're going to go with this substitution pattern. I want to get this guy involved here. I think they'll all be willing to sacrifice some minutes on the front end as long as they continue to get their allotted minutes per game. Whether Clay's playing 28 minutes a game, whether Wiggins is playing 30 minutes a game, whether Curry's – the one guy you don't want to mess with is Steph Curry when it comes to rotations.
Yeah.
Everything else is fair game. So that's on Steve Kerr. That's on Steve Kerr to integrate some of the youngsters, But so I was always like thinking, boy, you're making it seem like it's two teams with the mass substitutions. I thought that was the problem last year. Let some of these guys play. And now if they're not able to play with the starters, then you know what? You're just not going to play. But the mass substitutions is a little strange to me. I don't think that helps this team. But although the mass substitutions this year, the bench has been better than the starters.
Yeah.
By a long shot.
Well, that's why I know what you're saying rotations better. To me, I'm going straight to the starting lineup. I would start there. I would tinker something with the starting lineup. I don't know if it means removing Looney. I don't know if it means removing or swapping out Clay or Wiggins or whatever, but I would be open to any of those things. And then now you can stagger all the minutes and everything else from that kind of drops into place. So that's the way I would do it, as opposed to sticking with the starting lineup and then tinkering who's coming out when or whatever. I would start with the starting lineup because to me, I think they need wholesale changes, right? I think they need it from start of the game to the end of the game. They need to be open to everything.
No, absolutely. Let's go to April in Brentwood. April, good morning.
Hi, April.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Not too bad. I'm kind of sick of this APEC event already, April. It's kind of screwing up my routine, but go ahead.
Okay. There's so many things I want to say, but I guess I don't know if we all understand how important Draymond is to Steph's game, right? Steph is at his best with Draymond by his side. So that's why Draymond is still with the team. That's what I believe. Draymond used to give me anxiety when he's on the court. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is Draymond going to do today?
He doesn't give you anxiety anymore?
Now I accept Draymond because I don't have a choice. Right? Yeah. The team re-signed him. I would have preferred for them not to have re-signed him, and gotten someone else, but that's not the reality. He's there. He's there to stay. I mean, what are they going to do? Trade him? No, right? So I think mental health is a real thing, and that needs to be addressed. Draymond needs anger management. Like, seriously, not even as a joke. He needs anger management. He doesn't know, once he gets angry, it's over.
Thanks for the call, April. Maybe he does. I don't know. That's he's got to decide on that. The Warriors have to decide on that, but that's not my lane to bark up. I mean, maybe they have people in house. I don't know. I don't know if it's a mental health thing, but he's got to look, man. You want to protect Clay, that's fine. But you knew it was going to be bad when you saw the chokehold. You saw the images. If we saw the images, you don't think Secaucus saw the images? You don't think the league offices saw all those images? You don't think the league office had all those different angles? What was going on with Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert? And really, it started with Klay Thompson and Jaden McDaniels. They got fined $25,000, by the way. Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, Klay Thompson. They all got fined $25,000. You could say Rudy Gobert put his forearm around Klay's neck. He didn't have a chokehold. Rudy Gobert wasn't going to choke anybody. Come on, Rudy Gobert's soft. He's not going to choke anybody. Let's be real. Come on, let's be real with ourselves. All right? Once you saw Draymond Green come from the back, over the top, and especially, you don't think the league office is another thing, too. You don't think they looked into history between Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert?
Of course they did.
So what do we, whether it's anger management, I don't know.
Can I ask you about that? Because we hear this a lot from fans. Steph's best version is alongside Draymond. No, Draymond's best version is alongside Steph. Yeah. I think we need to kind of recalibrate.
It's almost disrespectful to Steph and Curry.
I find it extremely disrespectful to Steph Curry. I mean, it's kind of absurd. Steph's great with everyone.
Right.
I mean, Steph was great with KD. He was great with Klay Thompson. He's been great in small spurts with CP3. He was great alongside Jordan Poole. He was great in the All-Star game by himself. Steph Curry is an all-time legend. Like, come on. I not that they aren't good together. Of course, they're prolific together.
They're all-time great.
But we act like Steph couldn't operate without Draymond Green. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, they're all-time great. They're all-time great.
If Steph went to Detroit, wouldn't you think of Detroit differently? Okay, now if Draymond goes to Detroit, wouldn't you think differently of Draymond?
Yeah, probably.
Come on. One is the sun, and the other is rotating around the sun. And that's not a disrespect. That's called being realistic.
I want to give credit to April, though. April and Brittwell, because she said, look, I was willing to move on from Draymond Green. But it is what it is now. We have to live with it.
And that's
kind of where we're at.
Yeah.
We have to live with it. We have to live with the consequences for all the good that he does, because he does a lot of good for this basketball team. We have to live for the bad. And does the bad outweigh the good these days?
Do you think
on this team?
Yeah, do you think
the bad outweigh the good? I'm close to saying it does, because
the bad outweighs the good.
Yes, because you need Draymond Green.
I know.
And he hasn't been there for a guy who was just talking about accountability on Sunday. That happens a minute 43 into the game. All right? You got kicked out of the Cleveland game, and they baited you. And then you sent the Instagram post. And it's like, gosh, just maybe less is more sometimes. Now, Draymond said he's going to be Draymond Green. Now, I don't want to change him because he plays at that edge. That's what makes him who he is. But now, is it a detriment to this team? Because Klay's out of his prime. He's not in his prime anymore, folks. It's done. All right? The injuries have sapped every bit of athleticism. It sapped his great defense. It is what it is. Injuries and Father Time are undefeated. And I feel bad for Klay Thompson because he's fighting through it. He's fighting to try to find it.
No, it's not for a lack of effort.
Right. So that's why it's hard for me to get out, because Klay's playing his ass off. Wiggins, I saw him trying to fight through it on Tuesday night. But damn. We get Draymond Green getting kicked out of 2 of the last 3 games, and then you're poking the bear. And Anthony Edwards, he said it all summer. I'm coming at Draymond Green. I'm coming at him. And you know what? Donovan Mitchell came at him. These teams they no longer fear the Warriors, man. We're in a bad spot right now as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG&G, FM, and HC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. Before we get back out to the line, Shasky, there is a silver lining here over the next 5 games. There is a silver lining. We finally get an opportunity to see consistent minutes from the youngsters.
Yeah.
We're going to see what they're about the next 5 games. The next 5 games are huge for Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Braden Podziemski. They have an opportunity to crack the code and get into this rotation and get consistent minutes. These next 5 big, and they get to see Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You get to see Kevin Durant. You get to see Wemby. These next 5 for the youngsters.
Who specifically on this team are you looking to take a step forward in these 5 games?
Well, I think it's big because Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis, they're rookies.
Yeah.
I expect up and downs from them.
I just want them to build off what they did, which means have another positive performance. You're not getting 20 plus from Podziemski every night.
Moody, Kuminga. These next 5 are imperative for them to play well.
Here's where it gets tough. Okay, they play well. Hypothetically, in this scenario, they play well. And then Draymond comes back. And then what? They go to a lesser role?
No, Steve Kerr's got to stick with these guys. Okay. He's got to stick with these guys.
I'm with you.
He's got to stick with them.
And but this goes back to the sacrifice thing. Someone's got to take a little less.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And they will. And somebody has to. That's the coaches to get paid to do it. So these next 5, Big John, you want to get in here?
Well, I just wanted to pose you guys a question. If Chris Paul can come off the bench and be as good as he has been over this stretch of games, can Klay Thompson come off the bench?
Absolutely. So can Andrew Wiggins. So can Draymond Green. So can Von Looney.
Yeah, yes.
And again, I'm going to say it again. But we make so big of a deal about who starts and who doesn't. To me, it's about who finishes. It is about who finishes to me. So I do think it's a big deal. I do think we make too much out of it. But I think it may be better for Klay to come off the bench in this sense. You get to play with Chris Paul. You get to play with Dario Saric. You get to play with guys who can space the floor. I don't know if that too big lineup is good for Clay at this stage of his career. Because you got Looney and Draymond Green,
sure
and you got Wiggins. So the spacing is compromised.
Yeah.
So for Clay, I don't care about who starts. Folks got to get out of their feelings, hear about who starts and who comes off the bench. It's about winning basketball games at the end of the day, and it's about who finishes the game, the best 5 at the end of the game. But for Clay, coming off the bench and playing next to Chris Paul and Dario Saric to begin with may be better for Klay Thompson. It really may be better for him to have more spacing. So that's where I'm at with it. So everything, the only guy who should be guaranteed a starting spot is Stephen Curry at this point of the season. So I'm good with it.
But all the things that you said, totally agree with. But it's imperative for whoever is replacing whoever to play well. Like that is the key component in all of this. If you do make lineup changes and you do all these things and a guy goes in there, he has to play well.
Right.
Because if he doesn't, well, we're reverting back to what we were prior. Like, because you're forced to, right? So if it's Moody, if it's Kuminga, if it's TJD, whoever it is, that player has to play well. You're not going to play well all the time, but consistently give positive contributions. And if not, then they're going to revert back to people that are more proven. And I don't blame the coach for that.
Right. And if you want to be loyal to guys who've won championships, I get it. But look what I got the San Francisco Giants. Look where I got the Giants. Let's go to Cliff and Vallejo. Cliff, what's happening? Cliffy.
Hello?
What's up, Cliff?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, before I get to my Draymond take, as someone who was born and raised in Oakland, this A's news is sad, man.
Yeah, it is.
The fact that they just keep dumping on Oakland, man, it's just sad. Really
Very
is.
sad.
But as far as Draymond, I'm a huge Draymond fan, but I think you can, I'm kind of in the middle. I think you could be a Draymond fan and still want him to be held accountable. I think a lot of times Draymond puts himself before the team, and like you said, it's a detriment to the team. So all of the Draymond apologists are like, oh man, the 5 games is too much. They shouldn't take his history in consideration. Like, what job out there you can cross the line repeatedly and not face a stiffer penalty? Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's be real on that.
The only job it would be if you're a ridiculous earner for a company, right? Like you're so prolific at what you do, it offsets your negatives, if that makes sense.
Go ahead, Cliff. Finish up.
Yeah, it does. It does. But then everyone who's like, oh, Draymond had Clay's back and he was defending Clay, I'm not really sold on that. I think it was more a personal vendetta against Rudy. Because, like, if he had Clay's back, why he didn't go after McDaniels, the dude that was dragging Clay across the court?
That's
like,
a great
you know what
point. I mean? That's a great point.
I hadn't even thought of that.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Well, I guess because Gobert had, I don't know. I'm sound like I'm justifying it. Keep going.
No, he's done. That was a great call, Cliff. Good call. Let's get one more. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna read you a text. My mother-in-law is kind of the quintessential Warrior fan. She watches you every single night. She watches.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm like she loves it. Like Mully.
I'll apologize for her eyes now. I'm sorry for your eyes that you have to look at me for an hour.
Oh no, she loves you. She loves your outfits. She says Anna does a great job.
I picked the last outfit. That was me.
Well, I apologize.
That was me last game. That was me, baby.
Game.
Oh,
she's a huge Kalena fan because Kalena married a Filipino girl. So anyway, my mother-in-law. This is a text.
I love the Filipinos too.
A text from my mother-in-law. Okay, Draymond has punk behavior. He's a liability. We're having the same conversation yearly. And it's early every single season. He's not getting better, and he's escalating things quicker. And that's a sign of pathological behavior. He carved out his destiny. The number 3 decision maker for NBA is history. He doesn't care because he feels entitled. Maybe he knows his prowess is waning, and he would rather sit out under the protection of Lakeup and Warrior leadership. I'm so over Draymond. This is one of his biggest fans over the years. She loved Draymond, all the fire and brimstone and all the good things that he brings. And you hear that text? That sounds like someone who's exhausted after watching Draymond the last few years.
But you know what's crazy, though? You know what's crazy about that? Because I hear it, and your mother-in-law is not alone in that. But this past summit in San Leandro, the Warrior Summit that we had.
Yeah.
We had 2 summits. We had 2 Warrior Summits. The one at Buonvino and one at Creek. Buonvino won the Creek, end of the year. Their approval rating at Buonvino on Walnut Creek. And shout out to everybody at Buonvino. We love you. Thank you for hosting us. The approval rating of Draymond Green was down. They wanted him out of there.
They did.
Now, fast forward to the summit of San Leandro.
What do you think that was? 3 months? 4 months?
No, that was right after the season.
No, I'm saying, but like the difference between the Buonvino and...
yeah. It was like 4 months.
4 months. So 4 months later.
Yeah. So we're at San Leandro, Warrior Summit. I said, where are we at with Draymond Green? He damn near got a standing ovation.
They did.
And I bring that up because...
Your jaw was dropped.
Because Draymond Green comes back and he plays like the Draymond Green that we all know and love. We're going to forget about that's just Draymond Green. We need Draymond Green. We'll be back on board. Those fans, your mother-in-law and everybody will be back on board with Draymond Green.
Probably.
You know, that's how it works.
Isn't that how? Yeah, well, I mean, that's fans.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
And then we get duped into it, and then something else happens. It's like, that's it. We've grown to live with Draymond Green.
Is it different, though, after the Jordan Poole repercussions and how the whole season landed? Like, I not for everyone, but for a large segment.
It's not different because we somehow made Jordan Poole the scapegoat.
Well,
Jordan Poole became the scapegoat.
It takes two to tango.
He is. I still hear people talking about Jordan Poole.
That's not fair to Jordan Poole.
Oh, I 100% agree.
And I'm not saying that he's some choir boy.
No, I 100% agree. But the issues the Warriors are having offensively, breaking guys down the dribble, creating open shots. Well, guess what? One thing about Jordan Poole, he may not make the right pass. He may take some bad shots, but the young man knows how to create for himself. And that's exactly what the Warriors are missing right now.
They do miss that.
So let's go.
It's undeniable. It's interesting that you brought that up, though. How the fan tide can change on a player.
It changes
so
all the time.
And I think you're probably right. But Bonzi, if they lose all 5 of these games, hypothetically,
oh my gosh,
and he comes back, I don't know, man.
Think about that.
I don't know.
If they lose all 5 games, that's a 9-game losing streak. That's the longest losing streak under Steve Kerr. It's got to be, right?
Are you kidding?
I don't even. I want to just erase the 2019.
Yeah,
I'm going to erase that season.
I'm with you. But I mean, Kai Bowman was like the second best player.
And you had Jordan Poole as a rookie, and you had Eric Pascal. That was a mess. Whitley and I would go to those games, and Raymond Ritter would look around like, at least I know the real ones are here. Media members to stop going.
Bro, that was the first year of Chase, and you could get tickets handed to you from someone for free.
This how good it was. Bob Myers had some courtside seats to Steiny. Steiny was like, hey, Bob, you want these? I was like, damn, courtside seats? Yeah, I'll take them.
What a flex.
Damn.
Steiny. Yeah, how about Steiny and the Goo actually going to a game together?
Yeah, sitting in the nosebleeds.
And then Guru complaining about sitting in the nosebleeds.
No, he didn't. Did he complain on the show?
I heard 5 different times, my nose is bleeding, my nose is bleeding.
He said that on the show?
Just be happy to be in there.
He said that on the show?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. You can't complain about free tickets.
I love Goo, but every now and then he gets a little. Be careful.
No, be careful.
Be careful. Does he not remember his roots?
Wow.
Don't we all start up at the top? I'm talking about the top bowl. I'm talking about the top bowl, not at the top as in at the top of the graph.
You're talking about sitting with Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow, he was complaining? Got bougie?
I think he was telling jokes, but I'm just getting on Goo's case. He knows I love him.
He has got bougie. I tell you what.
He kept saying courtside.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not sitting with the Banners no more either.
Well, I'll be real. I got great seats, and I'm not complaining because I'm going to sound like the angle was so bad because you're so close. I didn't love it.
Wow.
Imagine and that sounds so ridiculous.
That. Yeah, that does sound ridiculous. Your phone call's coming up. Austin in Redwood City.
I had no angle.
Jimmy in Dublin. Austin in Redwood City. Short. Jimmy in Dublin. Well, that's a problem. Height challenge. Austin in Redwood City. Jimmy in Dublin.
I mean, when Tristan Thompson's sitting in front of you, I mean, the guy's like 7 feet.
Oh, man. What's coming up in the game sponsored by AC Transit. More of your phone calls as we roll on to Draymond Green. What does it mean for the Golden State Warriors moving forward? Jimmy, Austin, hang on tight. We'll get you here right after the break.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years? Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Download the Odyssey app. It's free. And free is me. And listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too. Like when Brandon Pajimski joined Willard the Dibs yesterday. Oh, how about that? Little pods.
Quick question for you, Bonte. I know we've been talking APAC this week, and we're going to get right back into the Draymond Green conversation. Have you ordered your Thanksgiving meal yet?
No, I have not. And I will not.
So, what? Huh?
Yeah, I know. It's surprising, right? Because I will be at the Disneyland Resort that night.
Wait,
watching the Niners.
What do you mean by order it?
We did it in 2019.
You order a meal?
Thanksgiving. Well, no, time out. You've got to order your turkey ahead of time if you're going to get, like, you know, a good turkey that's fresh and not frozen, so you don't have to
Do you really?
thaw it out.
I never ordered a turkey ahead of time.
Shout out Guerra's. Go to Guerra's on 50th and Terraville.
Right.
The best spot to go get your Thanksgiving turkey and your fixings. If you want to get a ham, I'm sure they've got
I've never
ham
got a turkey
there.
from there. I'm sure it's good, but
You've never had a Diesel or a Willie Bird turkey?
not from there.
Well, Willie Bird's up in Petaluma.
Right. Well, I've had plenty of good turkeys. I've never ordered ahead to go get a turkey.
Oh, you have to.
No, you don't.
Yes.
You do? I guess you just got to know the right people.
Because
Do you guys prefer oven or Traeger or deep fry?
So I've done the deep fry, and the problem with the deep fry is that people fill up the oil all the way to the top, and then they stick the frozen turkey in there, and then all the oil comes flying over. You can go on YouTube right now, and you can see deep fry mistakes where people burn down their entire deck. I mean, it is, be very, very careful. I think it's very good. It's very delicious. It feels unhealthy while you're eating it.
Well, you know what? Can I say this about
It's delicious,
Thanksgiving?
though.
It's coming up. The turkey itself is the most overrated part of Thanksgiving. The macaroni, the dressing or stuffing, whatever you call it, you know, the greens.
Yeah, all the extras are the fun stuff.
That's the best stuff. The turkey's like, I barely even eat the turkey these days.
Oh, no, the
I
leg
have like
thigh.
5 slices and boom, I'm done.
Day after.
Give me some ham. But the turkey is the most, and now it's getting more with the deep frying and everybody's showing off their turkey and stuff like that. Dude, who's got the mac and cheese? Who's got the potato salad?
Well, do you like breadcrumbs on your mac and cheese at the top? Like, is it baked or?
Yeah, I could use with a little crust.
I like everyone's new
crispy
twist on mac and cheese.
Yeah, I you know, that's good. But like, give me the other stuff.
Oh no, see, I think day after
The mashed potatoes.
Friday during Black Friday football, and then usually it's Ohio State, Michigan, or something like that. But you'll get, you know, that day is a loaf of bread, mayonnaise, and the leg and thigh meat leftovers with all the extra, and you just feel like you put on 8 extra pounds.
Yeah, the turkey.
A little bit of cranberry.
Urban turkey, by the way. I've never had deep fried turkey. To be honest with you, it's always
You've
oven
never
turkey.
had it?
Oven
I'll make
turkey.
it for you.
No, oven turkey with the stuffing in it.
Oh, I love oven turkey.
Yeah. That's old school.
The problem with the stuffing inside the turkey is that you need to have a little crunch every now and then. It gets a little too moist if you go inside the turkey.
Yeah.
So you have to have 2 different stuffings. One that's been baked separate and one that goes inside. Look, bro, the kitchen is where my skills really get to pop.
It's where he elevates his tailgate.
Absolutely.
That's a good call right there. That's good. That's a 3.
No, but I'm
that's
in
a
on
411.
tamales. I'm in on cracked crab. I'm in on anything that any family does. So have you ordered your turkey? If not, I want to give a quick, big shout out. Go see Rob Guerra and the boys over at Guerra Meats, 50th and Terraville. That's where I grew up working at. You need to go there. Order your turkey now. It's not too late. They got the best in town.
I never ordered the turkey ahead of time. We just got the turkey and we went to work. But to me, it's all about the sides. If the sides are not right, screw
think
the
most would
turkey.
agree.
If you can't make mashed potatoes, if you can't get a good potato salad, if your mac and cheese is all watery or whatnot, I'm not coming over there for Thanksgiving.
And can I give you one more shout out?
I'm not going to be there.
Underrated side dish, and this would normally be a main dish. I'm into the scallops, the big time now. Big sea scallops, big time into that.
Sometimes, you know, the late, great Lorraine William Tyndall, my grandma passed away back in 2000. I know she's proud of me right now, and I could hear her right now. Bonte, you can't win them all. You lose some, you win some. And I've been able to get that perspective as I get older because I used to take loss really, really hard. I used to break remote controls. I did not handle losing well.
So it was like the dad at the end of Friday.
Yeah, basically.
But you live to fight another day.
To fight another day, you know. As I throw a temper tantrum over losing a Connect 4 game. I'm kind of I'm seeing some of the chat.
What's that?
Normalize seafood during the holidays.
I love seafood.
My mom, Becky Tinder, who I know is watching on YouTube right now.
Hi, Mom.
I need gumbo. Well,
what makes a good gumbo pot now? We're really off track.
Good crab, good hot links. It's the sauce and the seasoning. How you make that seasoning.
Do you like it spicy?
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Give me the
too.
spice. Give me the spice.
I had some Thai food last night that was so spicy. It was so good.
There you go. So
we've been door dashing way too much lately. Yeah. I'm not going to lie.
A heads up, though, for Thanksgiving, to let you guys in on a little secret that my family has. For mashed potatoes, the best mashed potato, evaporated milk.
Stop that.
Evaporated milk.
Stop that. My wife has an entire process. I bought this Cuisinart way back when, this giant big thing that mixes it. My wife makes the best mashed potatoes on the planet, and my wife's a great cook.
Yeah.
That's one thing I got to give my wife. She is a great cook, so her mashed potatoes are undefeated, never lost.
Right. But
not
give
doing
me
that
some
evaporating.
But yeah,
crap.
no,
Get out of here.
Thanksgiving is going to be a little different for us. We're taking baby Chaz down to Disneyland for her birthday, so we'll be at the Disney
Friday
Resort.
is the best.
And you know what? We'll see. We'll see if they have any good Thanksgiving food on
Niners play on
mouse-shaped
Thanksgiving.
turkey.
Huh?
Mickey Mouse-shaped turkey?
Yeah, there we go.
No,
Mickey
you know
Mouse
what?
ears. No, but you know what?
They do have those giant turkey legs.
Yeah, but you know what? It backfires, though, because one time with the Millbrae Pancake House.
Yeah.
Shout out to
to
Millbrae Pancake
McGuire's.
House. Yeah, of course, you know them.
And the McCreevy girls.
I one time bought the kids pancakes for my daughter, and had the
you ate
smiley face, and she know I didn't eat them.
I
She
would've.
didn't eat them because she didn't want to ruin the smiley face.
No.
I'm like, you got to eat your pancakes. No, Papa's the smiley face. You can't eat it. I'm like, oh, this backfired on me. I swear to God.
It's not food at that point. It's art. You just gotta
Yeah, she was like,
appreciate
she
it.
didn't want to mess it up.
All right. So I want to get back into Draymond. I'm sorry.
you do?
we
You
deviated.
still want to go?
apologize.
You still want to go to
But
Turkey?
People
Speaking
want
of turkeys,
People want my
Right.
wife's mashed potato recipe. We're gonna have to get Michelle on the line to give out how she makes her mashed potatoes.
No, don't give out her. Don't give. Well, be careful with that.
We can make a contest out of it.
Go.
Know the show. Listen from 7:30 to 7:45. Call number 5 at 7:50. We'll get
Trust
Michelle's.
me, recipes and all that stuff can get critiqued and it could get messy.
Well, you know what?
It could
Teach
get
their
messy.
own.
I would just keep that. I would just keep it a secret. I'm just trying to protect Michelle. That's all.
All right.
I'm just trying to protect Michelle.
Like
All right,
Draymond was protecting Clay?
yeah, basically. Let's go to Austin to Redwood City. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, not much. I just want to say these fans, Warrior fans, are delusional. Hey, how many chips we got in the past 12 years, and how many finals we been in the past 12 years with Draymond acting the way he acted? When he come back, they just poking at the Warriors. That's all they doing. But what I'm saying is, I'm with Draymond on this. Why did Rudy Gobert go after Clay, not go after his own teammate to hold him back? I would have did the same thing if I was Dre. I would have jumped on Rudy Gobert because Rudy jumped on Clay.
So you're telling me, Austin, I love you, but you're telling me you would have choked out Rudy Gobert too?
I would have choked him out too.
All right. Well, that's and then you would have been popped for 5 games. So.
Yeah, and then we would have probably went to the finals after that too.
Well, guess what? I don't know if we go into the finals this year right now. We're 6-6, buddy.
Hey, but look at the standards, though. Look at the standards. The Lakers are struggling. Clippers are struggling.
They are.
Phoenix is struggling. And we got three teams in the standards that's doing good, and it's surprising. The Rockets and who else? Nobody.
Minnesota, the Denver Nuggets.
I'm talking about the low teams. That
the low
wasn't even
teams.
in the last years.
Yeah, well, Dallas is on fire this year. They weren't good last year, and they're on fire this year. So, like, I still fear the Kings. You know?
Oh, you fear the Kings?
Well, appropriately, yeah. Not like they're the world beaters. The Nuggets are the top dog. But, like, there's a list of teams that I still fear.
the KC a couple weeks ago. Now you fear the Kings again?
Well, right now,
appropriate fear?
When this audio finds its way out to Sacramento.
Oh, my God. Yeah, please. No, don't do that because, well, Manuel Rodriguez.
KC a whole show with that clip.
Man.
All I'm saying is that there are young teams coming for, like, all the stuff right now. And the Warriors aren't one of those young, hungry teams. That's all. I'm just trying to be fair. You always say, I want to see it from their perspective.
No, don't twist it on me. You started popping off on KC saying we don't fear.
Well, that's
the Clippers.
different. That's me talking smack to KC.
Oh, well,
Pivot, don't panic.
Oh, man, I don't know how Steiny does it with Guru for 4 hours because this is what he goes through every day. Steiny, God bless her soul. No, I'm kidding, Shasky. No, appropriate. No, listen.
That's all I'm saying. I'm giving them respect.
No, the Kings.
They took us to 7.
And watching De'Aaron Fox yesterday go at LeBron and go at the Lakers. Sacramento's got talent. There's no doubt about it. And they're hungry, but I wouldn't say the Warriors are not hungry. They're just not playing well. Not playing well at all. Jimmy in Dublin. Jimmy, what's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
All right, yeah, man. So I just wanted to start off by saying, first and foremost, man, with Draymond, man. I mean, the dude has basically ran KD out of town. You know, what I mean, you can arguably say that he cost the Warriors that championship when he did that to LeBron. You know, what I mean, and he was suspended for that game. And it's like, when is the end game? When are people going to stop making excuses for this dude? This dude is a grown millionaire. You know what I mean? The dude has plenty of common sense, and he knows right from wrong. And it's like, I don't know if the Warriors are scared of him. I don't know if the players on the team are scared to speak up and say something. But I bet you he wouldn't have ran up on Charles Barkley back in the day, or I bet you he wouldn't have ran up on Shaq. The dude picks and chooses who he wants to do this and do that to. Just how he punched Jordan Poole, ran him out of town. And then now it's like you guys said earlier, Poole was a scapegoat. But then who knows what kind of player Poole would have been if that would have never happened? Can you imagine getting pushed in the face by one of your coworkers and then trying to continue to come to work? You guys have a good rest of your day.
Hey, you're not lying, Jimmy. I know how I reacted to some things at work when something happened. It takes me a long time to get over things. So to ask somebody who, listen, man, Rudy Tomjanovich still hears about himself getting smacked by Kermit Washington back in the 70s. And he won 2 NBA championships, and he still has to live with that as a player. Jordan Poole's going to have to live with that punch all for the rest of his life. People can't even look at him the same. Now he's becoming a meme, and people are laughing at him, blah, 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 blah. Jordan Poole's gone, though, and we just scapegoated Jordan Poole for everything that went wrong when the cause of the problem was Draymond Green. And I love Draymond Green. Now, Draymond Green had a very good season on the court last year, and it got overshadowed by what happened at training camp. Draymond Green still played at an all-defensive team level. Those are the facts. But it's the other stuff that overshadows everything. And so, look, was he protecting Klay Thompson? I said it yesterday all show long. I'm okay with him protecting Klay Thompson. But when you show the optics of the headlock in the league office, it doesn't matter what we think, Shasky. It doesn't matter what the fans think. It's what Adam Silver and Joe Dumars thinks. And when they see that, a chokehold that escalated the situation. That's what happened. It didn't de-escalate anything. It escalated the situation, whether we like it or not. And you see Steve Kerr mouthing off, let him go, let him go, let him go. What do you think the league office is going to do? What do you think is going to happen? He's going to get suspended. So I'm not hating on Draymond Green because on the court, he's been fine. On the court, he's been balling. He's been one of your top 3 players on the basketball team. But the problem is he's not on the court. And now we lost 4 in a row, and we have to play the next 5 without him, and we don't have Stephen Curry. And we need him. Like, Draymond is needed on this team if we want to get to where we need to go to.
You asked me, hey, have they ever lost, outside of the 2019 season, have they ever lost 5 in a row or whatever?
9 in a row.
9 in a row. I mean, just last year, they lost 5 in a row to start the season, essentially.
Well, because they lost the 5 road games.
So,
So 9 in a row. This is what we're looking at.
What I'm going at
They
with
lost
this
4 in a row.
They started this year off so well, and you look up and they're 6-6. They're going to miss Draymond for the next 5.
Yep.
Okay? 6-6, next 5. Whatever you think they're through 17 games. What do you think they were last year?
Through 17 last year, what were they off the top of my head? What were they? 7-10?
8-9.
8-9.
For as bad as everything was last year at the beginning of the year, they might have a worse start to this year if they lose all 5 of these games.
That's crazy. And it got off to a great start.
I mean, if I were to bet right now, I don't know if they can go 8-9 through the first 17 this year. No, it could flip and things could change, but I'm not feeling good. I mean, you have no Curry right now for at least 1 game, maybe 2, maybe 3. You have no Draymond for the next 5. It's just.
And look, man. And look,
I don't want to play.
But
the sky's falling. But it's just not good.
The sky's not falling because it's too early in the season.
No, I know, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to be realistic.
But here's the deal, though. Here's the deal with everything. Draymond Green is so polarizing. He's so polarizing. Look, Draymond and Jimmy Garoppolo, I told you this yesterday, they've been great for business here in 95.7 The Game. Oh, my God. The content they've provided. Draymond Green is more polarizing than Steph Curry on these airwaves. Which is insane, right? It's asinine.
If you say Draymond Green, 888-957-957.
It lights up.
If you say Steph Curry, a couple texts.
We underrate his greatness, right? But this is how polarizing it is. You have an opinion on Draymond Green. I got a guy calling me an Uncle Tom because I'm saying that the suspension is warranted. Oh, Bonte, you're an Uncle Tom. That's how polarizing this guy is. Draymond Green, there's no black and white area with this guy. It's either your team, Dre, or you're not. I'm just disappointed we don't have him for the next 5 because we need him.
Where I'm at. And
I need him.
I'm kind of disappointed in the team letting this whole thing get this far down the line.
So
we've kept enabling the guy at every turn. Well, this is what he is. He's got to have that fire and that passion. There's a distinction between playing passionate and being out of control. Yeah. And I feel like he's crossed the line into out of control on so many occasions. When are you going to open your eyes?
Yeah. People are wild, man, when it comes to this stuff, man. The emotions get running, and I get it because he's a 4-time champ. But you can't say that, oh, boy, you can exonerate him. The dude had Rudy Gobert to choke over 9 seconds, man.
And we act like Steph Curry isn't passionate.
Right.
Like there isn't other ways to display passion. We act like Kobe wasn't passionate or Michael Jordan or all these other guys. You can be passionate and be the heartbeat of a team without stepping over the line and then costing your team so many ejections and then the suspensions that are the consequence of those actions.
Well, you know, it's wild now because we're going to miss him and there's a silver lining here through the next 5 games. We will see what this is a great opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody.
Yeah. And Wiggins to get right.
Right. But I'm looking at these 2 youngsters.
Okay.
Who are you going you're going to get plenty of minutes here over the next 5. And you got some big boys coming to town. And you got to go on the road and play a big boy in Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Great opportunity for the youngsters to show what they got. Brendan in Newark. Brendan, what's happening?
What's up, guys? I would say right now that Draymond is the sweet potato casserole of your dish. You got to have it on the table, but it's polarizing. Some people like it, some people don't.
Sweet potato casserole?
The sweet potatoes with little marshmallows all on the top. A lot of people like it for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
But it's one of those things where you get frustrated with it after a while. It's too much. And I seem to recall another Bay Area team that started out hot and had a losing streak and then turned it around. It's way too early in the season. I'm not upset with it because I would get my step stool and pull Rudy Gobert back myself. He was hurting my teammate. But you got to put him to the sideline.
Brendan, come on. Brendan, was he hurting Klay Thompson? Come on, man. Let's
He's not hurting Klay Thompson, but he's not hurting Klay Thompson, but you got to be careful letting them walk all over you, and that's who Draymond is. He doesn't put up with any of that stuff. If someone's hurting one of his guys, he's going to jump in and be that mediator.
I have no problem with that. But when you have the history between him and Rudy Gobert, if we want to push him off Klay Thompson, fine. But because Fontana, San Francisco, Fontana. Maybe we watch different videos. I don't know.
Everyone sees things like
exactly.
If I showed 100 people that video, I'm sure
50 different answers.
Yes,
100 different answers.
I would say 95.
All right.
Like and even amongst Warrior fans, if I show that to NBA fans, you know what most people were saying? Look at these 2 guys that I can't stand, Gobert and Draymond.
Right.
Most people hate both of those guys.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Fontana in the city. Fontana, what's happening?
Hey, fellas, what's going on, man?
Oh,
First of
Big
all,
Dwayne, what's happening?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's happening? Hey. Hey, first of all, man, I'm coming from a hooper's perspective.
Yeah,
right?
give it to me.
I'm team Draymond here. A couple reasons. Rule number 1: if it's a scuffle like that, if Rudy wanted to grab somebody, he has to grab his own team.
I agree.
Okay? Because what does he do? What does he do there? He's now leaving an opening for McDaniels to sneak one in the clay.
That's
true. Just how it is in the war zone, okay? And you don't have time to react and make decisions like that. But the thing is, keep your hands off my teammate, okay? Because those dudes is brothers. You know what I'm saying? They've been going to war for like 10, 12 years. Okay, and we know Rudy is sneaky anyway. Try to hit his teammate, okay?
Right.
So, Draymond, the dude's head was to him, and he had to neutralize however he had to. Stuff happens, man. And we all talk about how Dre lost his trust last year in the locker room. I guarantee his boys got his back on this one, and he didn't gain some of that trust back. I guarantee it.
No doubt. I agree with that. And they said so after the game as well, Dwayne. They said so after the game that we appreciate Draymond having our back. So, that's That's what it is. But when you have priors, and the optics of it, and Minnesota sent a lot of film in, and they talked on their behalf, and the league looked at some other things, and they also looked at the weekend Draymond Green had. There's a totality to everything. Things add up. You know what I'm saying?
Life is about credits and demerits.
Right. A lot of my friends say, man, Bonte, you don't get mad much. You're going to get mad much. But what happens with me is it builds up.
Oh.
It builds up slowly but surely.
And then
I just explode. And I explode like Draymond Green sometimes. I do.
I feel like the Young Jeezy song.
Right.
And then what?
And then what? There
and
you
then
go.
what?
And then I explode. And then I get angry. And then I reset. And I build it back up. And then little things start adding. Little things start going. So
that's the Bill Burr. Bill Burr says that men, he has this whole stand about how men, they just keep stamping down and tamping down all of the anger.
Right.
And then one day you're pulling out of a parking spot and you're taking out on a complete stranger.
Yep.
He's like, no, I'm sorry. That was actually 6 months of buildup from my wife and kids, and I took it out on you, but I have to. Otherwise, I'm going to jail if I take it out on my family.
Nick in San Jose. He was ready to take it out on his kid yesterday. Nick in San Jose was pissed off.
He was tongue-in-cheek.
By the way, 510 Comcast Business text line. Hey, guys, I'm doing the same thing this year on Thanksgiving. I'm going to Seattle to watch the game, Niners and Seahawks. That is very cool. You have any suggestions on places to go eat out? So I didn't go out when I went up to Seattle last year. I was in and out, straight to the stadium, back. But I would go to Pike's Place Market. Go check that out.
Catch a salmon.
Catch a salmon, eat some seafood. I would go up there.
I like that.
So go to Pike's Place if you can, if you have time to go up there. Hopefully you have fun and the Niners get a win on Thanksgiving. But they got business to handle on Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's roll. Let's go to Lucky in the city. Then we'll get the Duke. Lucky, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, Bonte? What's happening, Chesky? How you guys doing this morning?
Lucky?
Doing great.
Well, I want to just quickly speak on the Draymond issue, and I have something else to speak on. I'm side with him on the fact that he stood up for Clay, because I would have done the same thing if I was out there. But we're like asking him to have restraint once he reacted and seen his brother in trouble. That's like asking a bull to slow down when he's already in mid-stride. That's impossible, right?
It's true.
But, it's like anything. Like if you have a record, like when I had a record, everything compiles. When the judge sees it, he's like, okay, your record is this, this, and that. You got too many violations, so you're going to have to sit down for a little bit. So Draymond understands that. Now what he has to do is, okay, and put that energy towards getting us back in the win count. Can you do that?
That I agree with.
Right? So I have this next point. You know what I'm thankful for, Shasky and Bonte?
What's that?
I'm thankful for us being from San Francisco, being from the old San Francisco, the heartbeat of San Francisco that bred everybody that where they're at right now today. If it wasn't for us coming up in the city, I'm thankful for that.
I love that. Thanks for calling in, man. Thank you.
Old school San Francisco. I remember working at Bubble Lounge, and I used to check IDs. And I'd be like, oh, man, where are you from? And I'd be like, oh, man, I'm from San Francisco. Yeah, right. Nobody's from San Francisco. Let me see your ID. It'd be like these tech bros,
and
right?
Let
me see your ID. I'm like, hey, here you go, man.
Vermont?
I'm on to right? These guys from Vermont, Omaha, Nebraska, Big Bear. I don't know. All over the world. It's just like, you're closer to me out San Francisco. Okay, great. But it is something about old schools. I miss old school San Francisco.
I do too.
I miss it.
The nostalgic videos. There's a couple of IG accounts, History of San Francisco, and maybe I'm forgetting them. But they're so good. The old school photos are so cool.
They are so iconic. So iconic. The SF Gate just wrote an article, or the Chronicle wrote an article about Washington High School and the football field.
No
and
way.
the great views up there. And I'm like, man, you guys are like 45, 50 years late.
Yeah, you think?
I mean, I played my first game at Washington High School in 1994. Pop Warner, San Francisco Seahawks.
Nice.
We used to play there every Sunday.
Shout out Kimball.
Kimball Park, practice there. Kimball Park's even different.
Oh, the turf changed everything.
But anyway, Duke of San Francisco.
Was it the KFC right near Kimball that everyone used to go to?
KFC right there.
That, and then up the block more, it would go to Tony's Cable Car.
You got Tony's Cable Car on Gary Street.
And then what was the other?
Popeye's Chicken. You had Pizza Hut over there.
Yes.
What
the
else
Philly
did you have?
cheesesteak spot up the street.
You had Miyako's too. Miyako's.
Yes.
The ice cream spot. You had small Miyako's, and then you had the big Miyako's.
Wasn't there like a shawarma place?
I think so. I don't remember that. I just remember Miyako's.
Okay.
KFC.
KSC used to be cracking.
You had the check cashing spot
Yes.
next to the Fillmore Center, the concert hall. And then you had the donut spot across the street, turned into a Chinese
wasn't
food
All-Stars
spot.
Donuts.
Yeah, but it was kind of.
It was like an All-Stars, with the Coca-Cola
it was like the one on
sign.
6th Street.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
now
us.
it's the sushi spot. So, yeah, they changed. Miyako's is great. Miyako's is awesome. Let's go to Duke in the city. What up, Duke?
What's up, y'all? Come on, man. Morning roast, butter toast. It's time to rise. BP shooting threes from the 4-1-5. Tenderloin, that's the gutter for the butter with the garlic inside. Now we all geared up and we ready to ride. GP2 still the ball like a GTA. Spin them tires, swing it back. That's the Oakland way. Since we talking about deep, we talking Draymond Green. Here, grab you by the throat here. Try to bring. Hey, Day. Be good, Day. Look, y'all, 5-game suspension. A little bit too heavy, but you got to realize, like the other guy just got to saying, and everybody else just got to saying, the track record is way too bad. When you're a 5-time felon, they gonna throw the book at you. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So I'm kind of with you. I'm with you on this, Monte. You can't do that. And another thing, y'all, you got to realize, man, that this is entertainment too. So you got kids watching. My daughter was like, "Hey, Draymond, what's wrong with Draymond?" So you got to realize, man, that this affects a lot of people. It don't just affect the Warrior team. This affects everybody. Shaq, you coach Little League. You know what I mean? We all been around sports like that, man. So it's a certain way that you got to conduct yourself. 5 games, too much. Yeah, but like I said, the track record. But what we gonna see now is everybody else gonna pick it up. I like the way CP been playing. I like the way Sarge been playing. You know what I mean? JK got to pick it up. Give Moody more time, you know what I mean? So, with that, I'm going to go on and get off, y'all. But I love y'all, man. Shasky, Bonte, y'all have a blessed holiday, Thanksgiving, everybody. 95.
You too.
I love y'all.
Hell yeah, Duke.
You too, Duke. And look, I get it, man. I get it with Draymond Green. And we'll talk about who needs to step up. Obviously, it's the youngsters, but Andrew Wiggins has to play better. Klay Thompson has to be better. He just got fined $25,000. These guys just have to play. We got to find a way to get a win. And you can't, we're 0-3 on a 6-game homestand. That's un-Warrior-like.
I know.
We're 1-4 at Chase Center. It feels like reestablish home court advantage.
And I felt like they had all this goodwill built up on the road early on. Everything was feeling good and vibes were high and everything just seems like the carpet was pulled out from underneath us. Look, he made a point here that I do want to emphasize for a second. It's not the end-all be-all. I don't pretend that every single professional athlete should be the morality police for your children. That's not what I'm saying. But I understand Duke's point because I told my basketball team, hey, you're going to watch the Warriors versus the Timberwolves tonight. Pick out a couple of good things that you see, a couple of bad things, and let's talk about it at practice. Now, I'm not asking them to be role models for every step of their life for these kids, but there is an element, a small element. Yeah, you are kind of impactful on a lot of these kids that look up to these guys. That's why Steph Curry is like the greatest franchise player ever. The guy is the ultimate role model. The ultimate. And there was a point in my life when I was in my 20s where I thought that was the dumbest thing that I used to hear from radio hosts. And as I got older and my life has changed and my perspectives have evolved, I've kind of come around on this. And it's not the end all be all. Draymond Green is not supposed to be raising your children. That's not what I'm saying. That's what parents are for. That's what guardians are for. That's what positive female and male influencers are for. That's what coaches are for. But on some level, it is a bad look, man. Come on, Dre. As you get older and more mature, and as you bring your son to the game, and he's playing tic-tac-toe with all the players, which is really cool, and NBC shows that, and I love that about Dre, bringing his kid around. It's like, come on, you got to be better, man. You got to mature a little, and no one is saying lose all the fire. Right. We're saying just be a little more discerning, be a little smarter, and understand who you are and your track record and all the things that you've done. It does factor into the decisions when things like this happen.
By the way, some breaking news here. Protesters have shut down the westbound direction of the Bay Bridge. So if you're trying to get across the Bay Bridge, you're trying to navigate, man, just be safe. Just be aware that protesters are out there. It's a lot going on in the city. So hopefully you can get here. And by the way, with the APIC event happening in the city, you want to get here early. You never know if there's going to be protesters. You never know what's going on. Roads are shut down. You can't drive down 3rd Street. Can't get through Kearney. It's a mess downtown right now. Leave wherever you got to do early to get to the stadium because the Warriors are going to need you tonight at 7 p.m. against Oklahoma City. So on behalf of the Warriors, on behalf of 95.7 The Game, leave early, leave yourself some extra time, maybe a couple hours. And if you get there super early, well, you got GOTS. You got dumpling time. Go see Cindy at dumpling time.
Good.
Go to Gotch right there, Roadhouse. There's a lot to do.
Do a lap inside the arena. That's what I was doing. Because there are certain spots. I know you go more than I do, much more. There are certain elements in the arena I had never seen, and so like getting there early and walking around. I don't know. I get a cool trip out of that.
No, or go say hi to Bonte at the Gatehouse.
Or don't
do that.
Well, you can actually. The fans can. You can't.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I don't want to go say.
No, love me.
Hey, Bonte, I'm texting you out front. I've got 17 people here that want to meet you and Mully and Festus. Can you stop what you're doing mid-segment and come and meet me?
Man.
I would never do that. I'm no Shasky.
No, please, love me. Don't come by. It's bad enough to see you for 4 hours. Don't want to see you for another.
No one is happier than Bonte Hill when I show up to the Gatehouse.
Nobody's happy. No,
that's a true fact. No, we're blustering right now. True behind the scenes. Whenever I go to the Gatehouse after games, he looks over and you just see the biggest smile on his face.
I just like, how the hell did you get past security? He just, I work for NBC. He wears that blazer with that button up. Look at this guy.
Just act like you belong.
This guy. Just act like you belong. No, I love the fans when they come by the Gatehouse. I say hi to the kids. I say hi to everybody, man. It's a party out there. They get me going. They get me fired up to do the show. I love Dub Nation.
Who do you think starts in place of Draymond tonight?
So OKC's going to trot out SGA, Giddy. They're going to trot out Chet. They're going to trot out maybe both Jalen Williamses. Jalen Williams, yeah. Maybe. I got to check what they did last game. I was watching their last game.
You think maybe? I mean, he's the guy that comes off the bench. He killed them last game.
Well, they're 7-4 right now, and they're rolling. They've won 4 of their last 5.
Aren't they the kind of microcosm of what's coming for the Warriors in general?
Absolutely.
We talk a lot about Father Time. It's also
how can I forget Lou Dort?
Oh yeah, Lou
Dort, the torture chamber.
Come on,
He lit up the Warriors. Lit up the Warriors last time out. So they've won 4 of their last 5. They're feeling really good about themselves after smacking San Antonio the other night.
What's the over-under? Because the last game was 280 combined?
Yeah, 280 combined. It's probably, you don't have Steph. And Wiggins is struggling.
Wiggins did play really strong in that second half.
He had a big second half in that game. The over-under is 226.
226?
Yeah, OKC is 2.5-point favorites.
I might take the over. It's a good thing I don't bet, though.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to bet. I don't know if you want to bet on this game. I don't like to bet on games without Steph. I need stars in there. I just leave it alone.
I need stars in there.
Do not touch. This is a do not touch. But they've won 4 of their last 5. They're rolling right now. They're 7-4. They're feeling good. They just shut down Wemby and the San Antonio Spurs. So it's not going to be easy with the back-to-back. And Willie says, the back-to-backs like this favor the visiting team because they get to get comfortable. They're in the city. They're chilling.
I don't love these back-to-back matchups. Creates a lot of chippiness.
Well, I kind of do like it. That's why. But I wasn't expecting 3 guys to get kicked out in the first minute 43 of the basketball game. So really, Draymond Green, as somebody just astutely pointed out on the text line, it's really the 5-0 here. I see it right here. Really, it's been 6 games for Draymond Green.
Well, and he got ejected in Saturday night. So, it's a 7-game impact. And if you want to say the sandwich game in between, fine. But it's a 7-game impact. Yep. It's not just the game that he got booted from. It's the other 5 suspended ones and then the one on Saturday.
Big John, when you get a chance, could you pull up Ramona Shelburne on Gobert saying Draymond got ejected because of Curry? I want to hear Shelburne. Do you have it right now? Go ahead. Fire that off.
Draymond is not the kind of guy who wants out. What I do buy is that the history of beef between these 2 guys is long. And it goes all the way back to Defensive Player of the Year awards. Draymond has never had the highest respect for Rudy, like the voting members of the media for this award, right? He sort of let that be known. He said things, right? And there's also the playoff history. I think when they would play the Jazz, like the Warriors small ball lineups would just scheme him off the floor. Like you couldn't even play him. And I think that that competitiveness between those 2 guys, that's a long, deep one. And I think Rudy felt disrespected by Draymond for a number of years. Draymond doesn't, has a lack of respect for Rudy, I think. I mean, you're just hearing them talk and play and all the things they said. And then obviously Rudy with the answer yesterday. That's a heck of a thing to say about a competitor, though, to say he didn't want to be out there because Steph's not there. I thought that was crossing the line. I think there's no way a competitor like Draymond would ever do that.
I mean, his first 7 ejections of his career were games that Curry participated in since 2019. 11 in a row of his ejections have coincided in games where Steph wasn't active in.
Right. Right.
Now, it doesn't include the Memphis game that Steph played in the playoffs.
Sam Lubman yesterday for King of the Hill text me. You know, for your top 7, maybe you do the top 7 Draymond Green ejections. Brother, no. I live in the Bay Area.
Why, there's just too many to choose from? You can't possibly rank them?
This job ain't good enough to pay the bills.
So the highlight package...
I'm kidding.
The highlight package of Draymond Green shenanigans on the floor, it was all over the internet yesterday.
Yeah.
It was missing a lot of them. And by the way, the Michael Beasley tussle was not a DDT.
No.
It was like a belly-to-belly suplex. Like, now that I looked at it, I think we categorized it wrong. And then... Also, he had one on Kevin Porter Jr. that he just tackled him from behind.
Well,
it looked like Fred Warner blowing up a play. There were so many Draymond highlights.
What about the Celtic one at the top of the key? He ducks into somebody's legs, got up, screened the guy, and then got up and ducked into another. It was like art.
He chop blocked him.
He
depleted the guy. How about the one where he
Harris Barton would be proud.
Yeah, he would. The one where he leaves his feet on Austin Rivers and then like knees him in the midsection, and then Austin Rivers breaks his finger.
Dude, I forgot about that one.
That one was insane.
They had the pokes in the eyes with Jokic and Harden. We can laugh now, but it's killing us right now. We need Draymond.
How about the one where he got the guy from Memphis in the playoffs where he held him as they were falling?
Brandon Clark. He got popped for that one.
Well, the more and more I saw that one, I go, dude, he was so lucky Brandon Clark didn't get hurt. I mean, he was serious. And then the Sabonis stomp. I mean, well,
that's not a stop. He just stepped on it. Let's not say it was a stop.
Okay, the Sabonis step where he used him like the first step of a ladder.
Sabonis out here crying victim, and he's out there doing that. Don't get me started with Sabonis. Although Sabonis was not bogus last night against Anthony Davis. I'll tell you that much. That's one of the better games I've seen him play. I was like, damn, Sabonis is getting tough.
Bonte, that highlight package from Draymond of the litany of things that he's done in his career, it really is. When you see it all in one 2-minute package and it doesn't even encapsulate everything, it's like, there's a lot of stuff on here.
Yeah, and that stuff is catching up to him.
I mean, the Steven Adams one, I still can't get over how he did that.
Yeah, he didn't get suspended, but he got caught up for the finals.
It's just like Kung Fu kicked him.
Yeah. It sucks, man. It really sucks because the Warriors just erased a 6-2 start. And now, Fitz, I remember Fitz said it on the broadcast going into the Denver game. This is survival mode, and it has been survival mode, and they got through it. Well, the next 5, that's real-life survival mode for the Warriors. Boy, we got to survive here the next 5. Just stay. Can you go 2-3? Can you go 3-2? Let's stabilize this bad boy until you get Draymond Green back and Stephen Curry. All right, Warriors taking on OKC. We'll take some more calls on Draymond Green and Golden State Warriors, but I would like to pivot to the 49ers as they play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We got a lot of fun stuff here. Let's get to the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Injury report. Warriors provided an update on Steph Curry. His sprained right knee yesterday, announcing that an MRI did not reveal any structural damage, which is good news. He's going to be reevaluated later this week, and he will not suit up tonight when the Warriors host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Our friend Anthony Slater joined the roast yesterday, said that Curry might only miss tonight's game and Saturday's game against the Thunder before making his return next Monday. Against who? Dylan Brooks of the Houston Rockets.
Oh, my gosh.
It just gets better and better. But the big takeaway is that Steph should be back sooner rather than later.
Thank goodness.
That is great news, not good news. Great news for the Golden State Warriors and Dub Nation. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Let's get into some 49er talk. Brock Purdy, how about him? He bounced back in a major way against Jacksonville. We'll break down some 49er football coming up on the Morning Roast here on the home of the Golden State Warriors, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. Now through November 28th, earn 2 times rewards points when you purchase participating items with Safeway.
Excelsior, Joe Butcher, boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Welcome to the roast here on a Thursday morning. A little chilly. Be careful out there with the traffic. The APEC event is shutting down downtown San Francisco, so be careful. Protesters going up on blocking the westbound entrance, I believe, at the Bay Bridge. So good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shifts. Hopefully you had a great shift. Hopefully you had a great morning. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work, getting ready for school, all the students out there. Hopefully you have a good day in class. To all the teachers out there, I respect the teachers. They do a damn good job, and they're all underpaid for what they have to do on a daily basis to tutor our kids, to tutor our students. So shout out to them. Shout out to all the cops who are getting paid overtime this week. The highway patrol who wouldn't even let us walk across the street yesterday, despite being no traffic. So shout out to them. Don't ticket me. You guys are good. You find me on the highway speeding, please just let me speed. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, powered by NorCal, First NorCal Credit Union, and, of course, the Comcast Business Text Line. We'll get back to your phone calls here. Well, let's start off here, Shasky. So we talked ad nauseum about Draymond Green, and he's going to be gone for the next 5 games, but I'm looking for silver linings. The silver lining is the youngsters are going to play. The youngsters are going to play, and that's a good thing. But Steph Curry before the season, and Big John, if you could pull this up, Steph Curry said this about this season, about what everyone needed to do. Let me know when you get it, Big John. It's AO65 when you get a chance.
Yeah, because I had a question to you and the audience. You have to choose one. Is Draymond currently and moving forward an asset or a liability?
Sorry, Big John. Is he an asset or what?
Draymond Green. Not what he used to be. I'm talking about what he is for this team and what they want to do this year. Is he an asset or a liability? You have to choose one. What do you think people are going to side with? Because I think for many, many, many years, it was he's an asset and the things that could make him a liability are outproduced by all the good stuff he brings to the floor and all of the tangible and intangible qualities that help this team win in the margins and on the floor. And then when you're missing games, and again, we've kind of broken it down, he's affected 7 games now.
He's still one of the smarter defensive players in this league. But this past weekend, he was a liability.
And then what about his non-availability?
When he plays, he's an asset, a big-time asset. He's a baller. He's in your finishing 5 lineup. He's pushing the rock. He's actually being more aggressive offensively. Now, you could say 10 points is just 10 points, but for Draymond, that's everything. When he scores in double digits, the Warriors are winning 70% of the time over the course of his career. But right now, when you're doing what you're doing, that is a liability to this team. And right now, it's a liability because you're going to miss the next 5 games.
And they can ill afford it.
They need him. They need him in the worst way. So, at the moment, he's a liability. When he's on the court, he's an asset. But he hasn't stayed on the court. And that's the biggest problem here. It's the biggest problem is he can't stay on the court. So, David Frisson wants to chime in. How it impacts Steph Curry?
Let's go.
It's a great question. Because I don't know. What do you think? Liability?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, I've long thought that he's been a liability to a degree, but a lot of the good has been outweighed by it. And this is what drives me mad about the guy. Everyone thinks that I hate him. No, I love Draymond and all the great qualities. I don't love the other things that go over the top that people file under winner guy stuff, and I file differently under uncontrolled rage. Mm-hmm. Like, to me, there's a separation. To most people, there's not. It's the complete package, and that's all that you get. It's like, no, I can accept some of the stuff, but you go over the line consistently, and I expect you to evolve and mature over time. We're asking Klay Thompson currently to evolve his basketball game, are we not?
Yeah, we are, but it's not.
No, but I'm just saying we are. We're asking him. We're asking Steph Curry as he ages to evolve his game. But yet, we have zero tolerance. We have zero energy put into Draymond evolving his emotions slightly.
Well,
so that he doesn't become a liability. Like, what?
Well, here's where Draymond was a really good asset when it came to guarding the bigs: Anthony Davis, Nikola Jokic, the Giannis's, the Embiids. You know, he could go out there on the perimeter and guard the Kawhis at times. He galled your Paul George's. Last year in the playoffs in Game 4, in the pivotal game, in that fourth quarter, he took the assignment of trying to guard De'Aaron Fox. And that's no easy task. And at times he got cooked, and at times it's like, damn, look at Day defend. Look at Day disrupt everything. Is he still that same defender? Because if he's not that same defender now, remember, he made All-NBA defensive team last year. And I thought Draymond Green played some excellent basketball. But if he's not that guy, then, of course, he's a liability all across the board. But when he's on the floor, and when the Warriors were humming earlier this season, starting off 6-2, and I know he missed 3 of the games, he was an asset.
I think also, if we're going to say, a liability, asset, offensively, for long stretches, when he doesn't want to shoot at all, he's a major liability. And it's not just because of him. It's because of the lineups that he occupies with other people who can't shoot. And that makes things congested for Steph Curry.
Yep. And Klay Thompson.
Yes.
Steph Curry at least can create something for himself.
Yes.
Klay's the one who suffers the most when the court is congested, I should say. When the court is congested, it kills Klay and it kills Wiggins. When you got spacing, you know what? Klay's a lot better. So that's why I wouldn't have a problem with Klay going to the bench, only because he would get a lot of spacing with that unit with Sarge and CP3. But when you play the two big lineup with Looney and Draymond, where's the spacing coming from? And that kills Klay more so than Stephen Curry. Now, Dave in Fresno has been waiting on hold for a while. How does this impact Steph Curry, this Draymond Green suspension, Dave?
Yeah, honestly, I just feel like in light of all this, is not being talked about enough. Is we about to waste these last few prime years of Steph Curry. He's still playing at elite level, and my respect for him has gone way up because he's not like these other All-Stars when stuff gets a little dicey or tricky, who requests a trade or demands somebody to be brought in. He just plays the game. He lets the team, the organization, take care of the roster. But, we talk about a role player being suspended. I know Draymond, he has the cachet and the clout and all that, but, he's not an all-star at this point. And Steph, in this day and age, Steph is the only, superstar. Think about
totally
it.
Agree.
A contender that doesn't have a co-star all-star. Like Jokic got his player, LeBron got AD, Giannis got Dame. Everybody got they Robin. Right now, I know they want to do the bad boys for life and ride it out to the end, but currently as constructed, what are we talking about?
That's
he's suspended 5 games. We're not a championship team anyway, with Dre or without Dre. And to me, honestly, I've been feeling like this for a couple of years now. I honestly don't think Dre feels basketball like that anymore. I just feel like he's more into being on TNT, the podcast. I just don't see the passion for the game to be so quick to want to just get thrown out just because. Bro, you 33 years old. Stop making an excuse for this guy. And he's living off the success, in my opinion, of the Warriors and Steph Curry, because he always writes checks. Look at the series against the Grizz when he was talking all that mess on his podcast that Steph had to go cash. You ain't about to drop 40. Steph's got to do that. So I think, we've been putting up with this childish behavior for far too long, and I'm sick of it, to tell you the truth, because it's not getting us nowhere. All it is stuff to talk about.
Well, let's be fair. Let's be fair, Dave. We haven't seen a podcast drop in a long time. We haven't seen him on TNT in a long time. So that part, I have a hard time, because especially after watching him warm up the other night, Draymond was getting after it. It's a little reckless to say that he doesn't care anymore about the game of basketball. That's silly stuff right there. That's where I draw the line. The guy cares. The guy wants to win. The guy, I saw him immediately. I got to get this ring. Is what he told. We got to get this one for the thumb. So don't give me that. Maybe Draymond cares too much. If he didn't care, he wouldn't have came at Rudy Gobert. He would just let Rudy Gobert do what he does. That's reckless. Now, is he making smart decisions in the heat of the battle? No, he's not. But don't miss me with he doesn't care about the game anymore. I'm not buying that.
No, I would say that he's wrong on that part, but he hasn't added an element of offense to his game that is necessary to stay in the league at this age and be productive, commiserate to his pay scale. Like when you look at someone like PJ Tucker, right, or Bruce Bowen, as they aged, they created that corner 3 shot. Yep. They added that element to their game.
Well, you see him hit the corner 3 this year. He got a catch and shoot in Oklahoma City. I was like, damn, let's do it more. It's just like Looney the other night. He shot a baseline jumper and hit it. Point. And I was just like, how about you guys just shoot that more? Totally. Do they have the autonomy to shoot it more? Do they have the green light to shoot it more? Because all of a sudden, if they're making that shot, it opens everything up. Just by Draymond making those early threes earlier in the season, it opened up the offense.
I know.
Because they had to honor Draymond Green.
How many does he average per game this year? Because we're all talking like, oh, my God, he's so much better. He is better offensively. He's taking 2 shots a game from three-point land.
Right.
So if he can, get to 3, right? And where it's a decent percentage.
I don't mind 6. Well, 5 to 6 because he's getting those
baby steps.
But they're wide open.
But this is where I say to people like when you listen to Don Nelson and guys that really understand spacing in the offensive floor. A shot created is a shot that must be taken. Otherwise, your team will settle for a worse shot later in the shot clock under duress. And so when he passes up that mid-range shot, when he passes up that top of the 3 key, it only makes it more difficult. And then the ball goes to someone like Klay Thompson, who's forced to take a, fadeaway catch and shoot 3 with 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Yep. How many times do you watch a Warrior possession and go, guys, someone's got to take a shot here?
Yeah, no doubt. And then Klay takes it, and then we get mad at Klay Thompson and say, oh, he's chucking, he's forcing it.
Which the cause and effect is
he shouldn't have the ball in his hands at that point. That's not the player he is. All right, Steph Curry, on what everyone needs to do this season. Go ahead, roll it, John.
It's exciting for everybody to get a fresh start knowing where we're trying to go. We're trying to win a championship. So we need every single person that's going to rock our uniform this year to be their best self, Andrew included.
All right, that was before the season. Here's Steve Kerr, who joined the Morning Roast back on September 29th. Steve Kerr joined the Morning Roast on September 29th, and he was discussing, because remember Draymond Green said before, this is the most important season of my career. Most important season of my career. So why is it the most important season of your career?
Well, I like hearing that because, Draymond has accomplished so much and, he's heading for the Hall of Fame. He just signed a 4-year extension, so he's got a lot ahead of him. And I'm thrilled that he's excited and motivated for the season. Every season is the most important one of your career. That's how I look at it. So when you're motivated like Draymond is, you can't wait to get to camp and get to work.
So I thought he got off to a stellar start this year, Draymond Green. But it's now getting rocky because of 3 of the last 4 games of what's transpired here for the Golden State Warriors. Really 2 of the last 3, I should say. And now he's going to miss the next 5. So how do the Warriors navigate the next 5? That's what I want to know. How do the Warriors navigate the next 5 without Draymond Green? And we don't know if Steph Curry's going to come back this weekend. We don't know if he's going to be back on Monday, if he comes back Wednesday against Phoenix. We just have no idea. He's day-to-day right now. You're
identifying the 2 young players, Moody and Kuminga, to step forward. I'm going to go with the 2 older guys that need to really, get this team going in the right direction because people will gravitate toward their leadership. Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson. I'm looking at those 2 alongside Chris Paul to take a prominent role over the next 2 as Steph Curry's out, because I'm assuming 2 that he's out, to just get going. Like, get themselves rocking and rolling here. And I think if those guys start to drop some shots in, I think a lot of other stuff is going to solidify itself.
Well, I think these next 5 games, Mike Dunleavy's going to get a read. By the way, Dunleavy's going to join us on NBC Sports later on today. Warriors pregame.
Tell him I said hi.
6:30. Yeah, I will. I don't even know does he even know who you are?
Nah. I was working out alongside of him at an undisclosed location and gave him the unofficial head nod, and I looked and went, he has no idea who I am.
Yeah, did he give you a head nod back?
He probably was like, oh, weirdo.
Yeah. Just the fact that you were working out next to him to try to get over there. It's like
well, he was doing those things.
People gravitate to you. You're in the weight room. And you see a guy, you're like, oh, please don't come over here. Please don't come over here. Please don't come over here. They just find their way in that area.
I'm in my own zone.
And you're like, okay, I know what they're doing here. It's like, I'm not going to lie. I was single, and there's a treadmill open, and there's 2 baddies at a treadmill. There's one open between.
Was this that one time you worked out?
Yeah, exactly. And I got on that treadmill.
The pre-soda days.
And guess what? I was running on that treadmill in between the baddies. That's how I was operating. So I know what you were thinking. Oh, that's
pull the valve
incline at 10.
Hello,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, who was running faster? You or them?
Well,
my favorite is, I don't know if you've ever seen this. Them. It's all over the internet, but there's a guy who was on the treadmill and he had his golf bag and he was practicing walking with his golf bag at a slow pace. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
No doubt. I mean,
I usually have my headphones in when I'm working out because I don't want people to talk to me.
They do anyway. That's what happens at the gym.
That's what I do. Like, yo, what's up? Like
Right.
off the glass because you see them off the mirror. Like,
Seriously,
what's up? I'm
you
in the
guys
zone.
know what I'm talking about. You guys go to the gym, you see some open things, and you're like, oh, I'm going to go work out over here just to show it off and just be around it. Hopefully, I get some eye contact.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know? Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You do it to Mike Dunleavy at the undisclosed location.
I'm in my own world.
That's
just
the
talking
GM.
to my watch.
You know
The
what?
Shasky side eye.
Exactly. Exactly what it is. Oh, what's up, Mike? Shasky never touched that weight in his life. He's going to work. So I was like,
Hey, bro, I've been hitting the weights the last year and a half.
Oh, man.
I've got some definition on these little twigs.
Let's
shout out my man Gabe Gioso, who was teaching me certain routines to build up the chest.
There you go. There you go. Kid strong on the basketball court.
Baseball,
A little more
softball.
power. A little more power in the diamond.
Oh, dude, your boy is just the knee has just been shredded. Ugh, it's not good.
So now we got the knee.
Oh, dude, the knee is chronic.
So no knockout tournament?
Oh no, I'll be ready for the knockout. When is
it? Yeah, when is the knockout tournament?
November 28th, I believe, is the target date.
Is that a Monday?
Tuesday.
A Tuesday. Warriors have a game that day? They do.
I think, yeah, but they're on the road, which obviously doesn't impact our schedule, but it does yours.
Maybe I may have to bow. That's nap time. Does knockout work?
Well, you got to host the knockout pregame show, right?
No, do I? I may just call in sick that day. It's just then you may see me on TV. Had a magical recovery.
So timeout. So this guy chastised me for 2 weeks about not being able to, as I joked around about not being ready.
I've got a job to do. Huh? I've got to do work. I got to take a nap. I got to do my pregame prep. I got to watch whoever the Warriors are playing. I like to watch them over when I'm prepping and put it up there. I got a legit excuse.
Well, what you do is you play the knockout tournament, just get out right away.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Then you can go about the rest of your days. That way you can have, best of both worlds. Have your cake and eat it too. Soda approved cake.
Technically, I don't have to do the soda no more, even though I'm still doing it. I could have like Philly cheesesteaks and, ribs and big steaks, big breakfasts. I can do all that now.
Meal fit for a king.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Loveman, you're on fire.
I'm glad you said it.
It's the Sharks jersey.
I need to see Wiggins and I need to see Klay Thompson just knock down some shots. I know we keep looking at the young guys. The young guys are not going to save this season. They can be a supplemental help to the season. They need some of the veteran guys to play better and alongside the young players playing up to what maybe their potential could be for this year, not big picture. They need the guys making the big bread to step up. They need Kevon Looney to play better. Like, quietly, Kevon Looney has been very disappointing, and I love Kevon Looney. We all love Kevon Looney. His hands have been poor. His finishing around the rim has been very bad this year. Defensively, he's had a tough time. He's been in foul trouble. Securing rebounds has been an issue. We still love him, but, we need a better version of Kevon Looney. I don't think he's played his best basketball, and that's not some slander. It's just we need him to be better.
He's rebounded well, but he can definitely finish better around the rim. Let's go to Mike and Moran. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
My thing is, yeah, you're right. We need the big guys. We need Klay. We need Wiggins, of course, for sure. But why is it Kerr is giving a lot more run to Podziemski, even though obviously he gave us a lot of juice that night, and only giving 14 minutes to Moody? My point is, yes, I agree. Wiggs, Klay, we need them. Championship, that's where it is. But at the same time, Oz, year one, and again, love what he brought. But Kuminga, 3 years in, how many minutes did he get? Not sure, but less than 20. Moody, how many minutes did he get?
Yeah.
14. And he's shooting 35% from the three, 57% effective field goal. He's 6'6", with a 7'1" wingspan. Let's go. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, I wonder how the youngsters feel about that. Moody and Kuminga, who've been waiting their shot, waiting their chance, waiting their shot. And you see Podziemski get 39 minutes. Now, Podziemski played well, and he deserved every second. But I know Moody was playing well, and he only got to 14 minutes.
Corey Joseph took way too many minutes.
So I'm with, I agree with some of what the caller said. Moody needs to play a little more. He needs to play. I know he couldn't have felt good about that, but he needs to play. And you know what? These next 5, they're going to play. So all our questions about these youngsters, we're going to see over the next 5 what they got. And there's going to be some mistakes, but how do they overcome those mistakes?
Well, they had a tremendous energy in the last game. Can they bring that same energy tonight? Right. If they do, they'll be in this game. Like, if they compete at the level that they competed in last game, they're going to be in these games.
And OKC doesn't play defense.
No.
They still struggle on defense, so they'll be there. Lou Dort's their best defender. SGA's capable of defending. Now, they do have Chet, who's at the rim blocking shots, so you got to go at him. Maybe you could try to get him into foul trouble. But these youngsters they're gonna get an opportunity. But to your point about Wiggins and Clay, it all starts with them. It all starts with them setting the tone tonight. We talk about tone setters on the 49ers. Well, Clay and Wiggins have to set the tone tonight.
Last year, I think a lot fell on the young players. The young players let down Steph Curry. Right now, I mean, through the first, Wiggs and Dre, and to a smaller degree, Kevon Looney and Klay Thompson, those guys are letting down Steph Curry as much as any of the youngsters did last year. Mm-hmm. We need better versions of the older guys.
Yep. Let's get Victor on here before the break. Victor. All right, no Victor. All right, we're gonna punt on Victor. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Consumer Cellular, Freedom Calls. Let's pivot to the 49ers. Let's talk some football here. Will Reeves going to join us, the Tampa Bay sideline reporter, Tampa Bay Buccaneers sideline reporter, TJ Reeves.
He's really good.
TJ Reeves.
Really good.
He is good. I like
Used to be with the Ravens.
Reeves. Yeah, he's solid. He's good. He's good stuff. So we'll break down the Buccaneers, but also, how ironic is it that Brock Purdy, his coming out party was against the same team? Of course, they had Tom Brady, but was that the day we all said, boy, move over Jimmy, move over Trey? We've got a new quarterback. Let's get into that. We'll do that here on the Roast on 95.7 again.
Unlimited talk and text on every...
throw. Pressure coming. Steps away. Looking to run. And he walks it in for the touchdown.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
The date was December 11th, 2022. And a kid named Brock Purdy was starting for the first time in his NFL career, the last pick of the NFL draft, and we had no idea what to expect. The week before, he lit up Miami, right? Replacing Jimmy Garoppolo. They win 33-17. But we didn't know. All right, let's see him start. And the first play of that game, Brock Purdy took a shot. Bow! Now the referees called unnecessary roughness on a play, and they got 15 yards in the first down. Then they go right down the field. And next thing you know, by halftime, the crowd was chanting, Purdy, 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 as he lights up the Buccaneers. 16-21, 185, 2 touchdowns. McCaffrey goes 14 carries, 119 yards, but it was a throw to McCaffrey on the sideline, which was challenged. And that moment right there had my jaw dropped, had Levi's in a frenzy. And again, it was Purdy, 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 as the Niners improved to 9-4. And the rest is history. They didn't lose a regular season game, and they didn't lose until they got to Philadelphia for the NFC title game. And I think that moment right there was like, again, I always tell the story. My mom calls me, boy, it's good to have a quarterback again. What? My mom's a casual. See the lady at Big Mouth Burgers. She's sipping her lemonade. She's, yeah, that quarterback's pretty good. Quarterback's pretty good. I'm like, what? And then, of course, Anna's like, I need a Purdy jersey. We got the next Tom Brady. Oh, God, here we go again. But you know what? That was the moment he sold a lot of people that he was the guy here in San Francisco. And think about how far we've come with Brock Purdy. He still only lost 3 regular season games. Really could have been 1. Could have been 2. Could have been none. But that was the moment, Shasky, where we said, man, we may have something here.
The back shoulder throw to McCaffrey as he adjusted and spun the other way near the pylon. It was like a 30-yard bomb. I mean, that was a moment in time. And the way that they dismantled that Bucs team, and even though that ended up not being a great Bucs team, their defense was solid. Gosh, feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
It does. It does feel like a long time ago.
I've been thinking long and hard about Brock Purdy, and barring a complete collapse, which I don't see happening from him, it just feels like, given his salary and his age and everything that's going on, and until they have to make a decision financially, barring something crazy happening, I mean, he's their dude. He's their guy right now. Like, that's what it is. When he's making what he's making, it affords them to be able to, supplement that offense with superstars across the board. And then you're able to, on the defensive side of the ball, pay a premium for premium players. Yep. And it puts them in a position to win every single week. And you're going up against a Tampa Bay team with Baker Mayfield, who's actually played pretty good for them this year. Tampa,
yeah,
he's played pretty good. But losing Tom Brady has clearly affected them.
Yeah, they're 4-5 on the season. They did win last week against Tennessee to snap a 4-game losing streak, but they lost to Detroit at home. They lost to Atlanta at home. They lost up in Buffalo on Thursday Night Football. They lost in Houston on that crazy C.J. Stroud comeback, 39-37. And they didn't even have a kicker in that game, the Houston Texans. So they just snapped their skid, 4-game losing streak. They still have a very good defense. Their offensive line, I don't think is good at all. And I think with the Niners feasting on the Jaguars' subpar offensive line by all the metrics, their offensive line is below average. Tampa Bay kind of falls in the same category. They've had some injuries as well. This should be a big-time game for their defense. But back to Brock Purdy for a second. You talk about that throw to McCaffrey. Here it is.
Blitz coming. Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it! Touchdown, San Francisco!
Listen to that crowd. Listen to that roar. Was that Kevin Burkhardt on the call? Fox Sports? He won over Levi Stadium that day. I can't recall. There's been some Bosa chants, but the Purdy chants were deafening that day. And it spelled the end of Trey Lance. It did. Spelled the end of Trey Lance. Definitely spelled the end of Jimmy Garoppolo. And so now we're here with Brock Purdy. And, some people say the jury's still out. And to your point about, hey, until they have to make a financial decision, Brock Purdy's a guy. He would have to stumble mightily over the next 8 games.
I just don't see that happening. But yes, that that's what would have to be in the cards.
And then you still have the playoffs, too.
I mean, Bonte, he just put together a 17-game season. The playoffs are different. And with the playoffs comes different expectations and different, ups and downs. We know. But he's making $900,000, right? And I'm looking at what he did for making $900,000. This might be one of the greatest seasons in Bay Area sports history in terms of bang for buck. Like Lincecum on a rookie deal, winning a Cy Young, pretty good. Posey winning an MVP and comeback player of the year and a World Series in his third full season on a rookie deal, essentially. That's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good. Like, Brock Purdy's not far behind those guys.
No, he's not.
I mean, who else would you even put in the category of it? Like, we're talking about hitting the scene, first season, immediate impact.
Yeah.
Bryant Young? Bosa?
Ricky Waters.
Okay. Great call.
William Floyd. Kaepernick was a good one.
Kaepernick. Yeah, even though that was his first full season. Second season in the NFL. That's a great one, in fact. Patrick Willis.
So, Patrick Willis is up there. No doubt about that. Joe Staley had an impact.
But
Joe Staley was good.
Wouldn't we agree quarterback kind of changes the equation?
Quarterback's a glamour position.
Yeah.
They get the old adage. They get all the credit when you win. They get all the disrespect when you lose. It's always been like that. It's always looked like that. But Purdy, I'll tell you what, man. He looked good last week. Now, he needed all the weapons, right? And that's no knock on Brock Purdy. I want to emphasize this again. When you have Debo, Ayuk, and McCaffrey and Kittle in this lineup, Brock Purdy makes it work. You score 30 a game. You do. When all of them were playing, you scored over 30 points a game. Now, if you take one of them out, you're down to 17, right? Now, obviously, Ayuk didn't play on the Thursday night game, but the New York Giants, we all agree, they stink. They're one of the worst teams in football.
They might get the number one pick.
They might.
I mean,
they're that bad.
Legitimately might get the number one pick.
I laid to 17 with the Cowboys. It didn't even flinch. Didn't even sweat. Like, in gambling, you never lay that many points. I laid to 17, was like, just wake me up when the game is over. Let me cash a ticket. That's the cow. Like, Brock Purdy, though, going back to him, and look, we're all going to judge him on what he does in the postseason. But you got to get to the postseason. And these next games coming up, starting with Tampa Bay, everybody's saying this is a trap game. Personally, I think it's going to be a blowout. I think the Niners are going to roll this week. And then you have the short week against Seattle. And then the tough stretch that we've highlighted all season long, it begins. By the way, this NFL season is flying. Felt like a month ago, we're like, boy, wait till we get to December and start talking Seattle. Damn, we're already at Thanksgiving.
We got Tampa, Seattle, Philly, Seattle.
Yep.
This is the meat of the schedule.
Then you get a real trap game down in Arizona, divisional game, which is always different.
Kyler.
And then you get the Baltimore Ravens on Christmas.
We might even get Carson Wentz in the Rams game.
Oh, my gosh.
Now that Stetson Bennett is like on a milk carton.
So where were we at with Brock Purdy this morning? It is pretty crazy that he lit up Tampa Bay, and he really hasn't looked back. He got through the torn UCL all offseason, got to training camp, took all the reps, started week 1 in Pittsburgh, which I didn't think was possible. It was like there was no chance.
No way.
And here we are, getting ready for another second half surge. That's what we needed to see last week in Jacksonville.
The way people are skeptical on Aaron Rodgers' return from Achilles, which I know there's more data on that injury and what. Like, that's how I was on Brock Purdy being ready week 1. And not only has he been ready week 1, he's been amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is going to go down, if he can finish this year out in terms of this season, the 2023 season, it's going to go down as one of the best quarterback seasons in the last 20 years for the Niners.
Oh, there's hands down. I mean, and you list some of the quarterbacks. I mean, it's not a high bar to clear. I don't want to take that away from Brock Purdy. But it is. That is say something that it's Brock Purdy who's had one of the better years in the last 20, 25 years as a Niner quarterback.
And I think the Niners deserve credit, B. I think it's easy for all of us to sit here and of course you go with Purdy and you say toodaloo to Trey Lance and to Jimmy Garoppolo. They won a lot of games with Jimmy. And I know stuff happened, right? Jimmy could have been playing, I don't know, shouldn't have been playing in the NFC Championship game or suited up or whatever. Stuff happened, but they won a lot of games with Jimmy Garoppolo. And you see this in a lot of situations. It's difficult to move off people. It's difficult to go, hey, this guy, this third stringer, lit everybody up for 7-8 games or whatever it was, won some playoff games, has a devastating injury. It's very easy to be like, I don't know. They were sticking to their guns, and they said, he's our guy all along. All along. They deserve a ton of credit for pivoting from their master plan.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. No doubt.
I don't know if I would have had the guts to do what they did.
Yeah.
Even with the data of watching Brock Purdy play that many real games, I would have been, more worried about bringing in, maybe you bring in a legitimate competition. Maybe you,
there was no competition. There was no competition.
I know.
It was Purdy's job from the get-go. So, yeah.
They had a lot of guts. They had a lot of guts to do that.
It's guts, but you also got to realize that the NFL is a year-to-year league now.
Yeah.
It is a year-to-year league now with all the salary cap and the transition and injuries. And it's what have you done for me lately, unless you got one of those dudes like Mahomes. So they do get credit. They get credit for that. Brock Purdy deserves a lot of credit for coming back here. But I thought Peter King the other day, if you could put up Peter King on Willard or Dibbs the other day, throw a little monkey wrench at you guys, a curveball. Peter King said something about leadership. And he compared a certain player's leadership to Derek Jeter's of the New York Yankees. Now, I'll let you guess. Who is that player, Shasky?
On the Niners?
On the Niners. He compared a certain player's leadership on the 49ers to Derek Jeter's leadership.
Wow. Somebody who either played baseball or has New York ties? Trent Williams?
And I'll give you two more guesses.
Okay. Is it an offensive player?
I'm not going to give any hints.
George Kittle.
And
Deebo Samuel?
Derek Jeter said, I never thought, for me anyway, it was about what I said. I thought it was significant that when the guys start to drive in and we got to be in whatever time it is, 7:30 or 8 o'clock on a work day, I thought it was important that when they walked into the stadium in Tampa in spring training, that they saw me out there 45 minutes before we had to report, 45 minutes out before everybody got there, taking ground balls. It's not anything I had to say. It was just what I did. And I think in a lot of ways, it's what Deebo does. It's him being a physical presence who will not be denied. And I look at him and I look at a lot of guys, and they lead in different ways. Trent Williams, I'm sure, says more than Deebo Samuel does. And that's good for Trent Williams. He's doing what comes naturally to him. And I think Deebo Samuel is doing what comes naturally to him, too.
So he compared Deebo Samuel's leadership to basically Derek Jeter, say he's the tone setter. Deebo Samuel's the guy that people flock after. Now, that surprises me. He's a captain on the football team for the first time in his career. But we always talk about him setting the tone. And I talked to a lot of Niner fans yesterday just on the phone. And they also said the same thing you said, Shasky. They said, Bonte, I underrated Deebo's impact on his football team. 2021 was special. It was an all-time year, one of the best offensive seasons for an individual in NFL history.
I'll put him up that season with all the legends of the Niner lore. All of them.
Not just the Niners. NFL history.
I know. I was just going Niners, but you're right.
NFL history. That's
unreal.
Greater than the Niners. NFL history. We're talking about all 30 teams, 32 teams. Deebo, I think we all fell into the trap. We underrated his impact, and just seeing him on the field, and not only seeing him on the field, seeing him at Big Trent with the boombox, incorporating Chase Young, the new guy. Hey, Chase, this is how we do it in San Francisco. We got the boombox. We're playing Little Baby. We're playing the baby. Whoever the hell they're playing. I don't even know what's on the boombox anymore. They're playing something.
Which of the babies are we talking about?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Some baby.
Gaga Google.
But that baby's got him going.
That's where you're supposed to give me the guru drop.
That baby's got him going. So Deebo, we got to appreciate him and this whole thing too. And I want to just add on to this. To what Peter King said. So many people, I see so many think pieces about, oh boy, you're not going to be able to play Brandon Ayuk and you can't keep Deebo. We've been looking for a duo in San Francisco since John Taylor and Jerry Rice for years. All of a sudden, we want to break up Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel.
No.
They work great together.
Yes.
They work great. Deebo's the playmaker. Brandon Ayuk is a smooth route runner who has hands, and you saw him set the tone in the first quarter. Brandon Ayuk, number 11. Wow, look at him over in the middle, make plays happen. Why do we want to break this up?
I don't.
We've got a great thing going on with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. And it's something we talked about. One of the first conversations we had at training camp, Chasky, I said, when I look at this duo, I think we got the best duo we've had in San Francisco since Rice and John Taylor.
Let me go to further accentuate it. Allowing Brandon Ayuk to walk would be on par with the Yankees letting Robinson Cano go, where they never really got back to what they wanted to.
Or to keep it with the 49ers.
No.
It'd be like letting go of Ricky Waters.
I agree
and letting him walk.
Yes.
Because the Niners were never the same after they let Ricky Waters go.
And, I know we were arguing about, I believe there's like 7 wide receivers who are, all-time legends, right? And then there's like a little, not a drop-off, but like the next tier, and Ayuk's in that next tier. We can argue, I want this guy on the team for a decade. I want this guy as a Niner for a long, 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 long time. He's extremely efficient. He gets open. He fits complementarily what they want to do. He's physical in the run game. He doesn't complain. He does all the little things. Great example. Do I think Tyreek Hill is better than Brandon Ayuk? Yeah, I do. But I don't know if Tyreek Hill would be accentuated and fit everything the Niners want to do the same way Brandon Ayuk does.
Yeah, does he want to run block?
That's what I'm saying. No, is he a great player and would he have great numbers? Of course. Of course. But would he be cool with being the third option?
Right.
Would he be cool catching 4 passes for 88 yards as opposed to 11 for 199 every single week?
Now, Tyreek Hill, to that point, Tyreek Hill may make Shanahan think differently and say, you know what? I have to get Tyreek Hill 15 targets. You may call games differently with a guy like Tyreek Hill.
I agree with that. But you get where I'm going.
Yeah, I hear you.
You get where I'm going on this. So I don't know, man. I think you got to keep both of these guys together. Like they're a great combination. They play well off of each other, and I think that what they do for this offense is perfect.
You know what? And that's where the contracts come into play. And you talk about money and this and that. I don't want Deebo going anywhere. I think it all proved that Deebo Samuel missing those 3 games. I think we all had to recalibrate how we felt about Deebo Samuel as a fan base. Sure, he doesn't have the eye-popping numbers. He may not be a pure wide receiver, but you know what he is? He's a playmaker, and I need playmakers on my football team. He's one of the best playmakers. When he gets the ball in his hands, nobody wants to tackle him. He doesn't go down with arm tackles. And his route running, I think, is underrated at times. It was very interesting to hear that from Peter King.
No, that's just really interesting. I just get triggered when I hear Derek Jeter. I mean,
I love Derek Jeter.
Third best shortstop of his own era. It's just a lot that goes into it.
Well, I'd rather have Derek Jeter. He's a winner. Number 2, Derek Jeter. Guy worked his ass off. I'm a big Jeter fan. Antonio in Oakland.
Jeter's great.
Antonio in Oakland. What's happening?
Okay. Go to Antonio.
What up, Antonio?
What's up, guys? Yeah, man. Deebo Samuel. Super important, man. We got to keep Deebo and Ayuk together. It's almost like the Splash Brothers. You got to keep them together for a lot of years. And, these guys are the Yak Boys. They do so much, man. Run blocking, is breaking tackles. And Deebo, he sets the tone even before games, getting into fights with, the Brown players, man. He's our Draymond Green, really, though. Brings the physicality. So this Niner team, we need to resign Chase Young right now to an extension.
Right now?
Sign him up.
Yes.
Can I wait to see him against?
Nope.
Philadelphia?
I want to get him as cheap as I can.
Well, he's just not going to come cheap. And Chase Young is no dummy. He's not going to just sign right away.
I'm with him on that.
He's trying to stack some stats.
I would try to get a shrewd deal now. Before.
What's a shrewd deal?
I don't know. They've got a ton of money. I'm not here to tell you what. But I'm leaning more like if you can get him now for a bargain. Did you see how happy Bosa was?
Yeah, but it's not about making guys happy, man. It's about production.
Were they not productive?
But you know what? Let's be real. Jacksonville's offensive line, not that good. Not that good.
And they did exactly what
they're supposed to do.
Which is what they haven't done against other weaker offensive lines.
I would rather wait until Philadelphia, Seattle, the playoffs, Baltimore. Let me see what Chase Young does.
Yeah, well,
but if you're Chase Young and you're his agent, there's no way you sign a contract right now.
Well, they also, if he leaves in free agency, you will get a comp 3rd-round pick back, as a result of it. So it's not the end of the world. I'm just saying, if he likes it here and everybody's on board and he fits what they're going to do, to me, this is just my estimation, and I don't want to get too far down the road, but Bonte, it's very clear to me. This feels like Eric Armstead's last year, and I'm going cheap at D-tackle, and I can afford to pay another DN. I finally found a bookend to Nick Bosa that he loves, fits our style of physicality. And yeah, it might cost you a little more. And maybe we haven't seen the body of work that's needed. But you paid D Ford. He missed an entire year before coming here. And he had major neck, back, and knee injuries before he even played with the Niners. And you gave him a ton of money. So I'm of the nature, like, I'm betting on Chase Young, and it is a risk. There is no question about it. But if I can get him now, yeah, I would do it.
You think they're even talking about him now?
Probably not. I mean, because I don't think it's smart business for him.
Yeah, it's not smart business for Chase, but what is the price point? What are we talking about here? Guaranteed money. Chase Young wants to break the bank.
I don't know about that. He's not on that top crop of guys. You know,
So-
like right now, they have allocated so much money to the interior of their defensive line. I would start to evolve the roster
Let me ask you this.
to pay money on the edge rushers.
If it came down to it.
Yeah.
You can only choose one. Who are you paying? Chase Young or Brandon Ayuk?
No, that's not how it's going to work because they have other guys that are going to be coming off the books.
They are, but the Niners may say, we want to be frugal in this situation.
Well, in this certain circumstance, you can always franchise tag Chase Young, which would be pricey because top 5 D-end numbers are expensive.
That's a lot of money.
You know, and BA you can also franchise. Like you have the option to do either one of those guys.
That's a lot of money.
Which is $27, $28 million for wide receiver.
That's a lot of money.
But Bonte, like,
that's a lot of money.
This
And
is the final year of Eric Armstead.
I could already hear fans saying, boy, Brandon Ayuk only caught 3 passes. You paid him $27 million. Because that's what we do all the time in sports.
It's not an either-or equation. It's the NFL, and they can maneuver money. And the way that they reshuffled their finances, like, to me, it's very clear. You're paying for the edge guys. You've done a poor job of overpaying for Kinlaw and Armstead on the middle, and now Hargrave 3 years in a row, basically. And you're going to be able to offset that. Kevin Givens is going to give you comparable production at a fraction of what Eric Armstead
I
costs.
disagree with that wholeheartedly. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I can't go that far. I can't go that far. You put Givens in a position to get the snaps that Armstead does, and his availability. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I feel like that's a little disrespectful to Eric Armstead.
I don't think it is. I just think it's too much money.
Very
You
well
paid
in the
him,
system.
again, we're getting in the weeds, but you paid him $18 million, which is edge rusher money, and now he plays D tackle. It's bad money. That happens.
Yeah. Let's go to Niner Nick. Niner Nick, what's happening?
Conte, Joe, good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up, Niner Nick?
How you guys doing today? Everything in studio, guys living the best life. 95-7 the game. Hey, I just wanted to chime in on this debate real quick because I'm pretty passionate. I'm pretty passionate about the Debo Brandon Ayuk situation, and I'm happy that Debo is getting acknowledged as being that top dog present on the Niner offense because we fell asleep on him a little bit last year when he was battling injury. So it's great to have him back. But I do think that Brandon Ayuk, his contract situation might be trending toward DeForest Buckner territory real quick, where it just comes down to you truly can't pay everybody, even though John Lynch continues to prove otherwise. And Brandon Ayuk is 49th in the NFL right now in targets. He's only at 55 targets. Guys like Tank Dell, Cole Kmet are getting targeted and throwing the ball more than Brandon Ayuk. And if you factor that in, thinking, are we really going to pay this guy $20 million when we can flip him for a first-round pick this offseason in a deep wide receiver class? I would try to trade up, get a guy like Malik Neighbors out of LSU, and then sign Chase Young long-term. There's just so many things you got to lay out in this equation, and everybody loves Brandon Ayuk. I'd love to pair Debo and Ayuk together long-term, but it's his usage and
isn't that Niner Nick, not to cut you off, Niner Nick, but isn't that a product of the offense and the way they play? That's not Brandon Ayuk's fault. That's just the way they play offense.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But that's why I'm saying, like, you could also factor in that Brandon Ayuk gets open as much as he does. I don't want to take anything away from his route running ability, but Kyle Shanahan can scheme folks open. There's a reason why guys like Nick Mullins have graphics with guys like Patrick Mahomes when it comes to the yards per attempt. Like, the offense gets going. I just think receiver is the easiest position to replace. And if it came down to keeping Chase Young long-term, getting a first-round pick for Brandon Ayuk this offseason, like the Chiefs would be lining up first-round picks.
Oh, my God.
Of
Brandon Ayuk with
day
Patrick
one
Mahomes.
and day three picks.
But here's where
the league would be angry.
I see his point.
I understand his point.
But here's where I disagree with him. They've had a really hard time drafting wide receivers at this spot, not other places. Now, Minnesota, it seems like they can draft anyone at wide receiver, and that guy can step in and do really well. The Niners have invested in Dante Pettis. They have invested in Jalen Hurd. They have invested in Danny Gray. We've got Ronnie Bell. I mean, there is a laundry list of guys that they have allocated money to and draft capital to who haven't even come close to one season in their career of what Brandon Ayuk has done. I think it's easy to say, hey, it's easy to replace those guys. No, it's not. But it's been very difficult here to replace those guys. Would you agree?
And it's tough in this offense.
Yeah.
You bring in a rookie like Neighbor from LSU where they're throwing the ball all over the yard. Hey, young man, Neighbor, you know how to run block? You ready to go crack block somebody? You got to put a hat on the outside linebacker. You willing to do that? Not a lot of receivers are willing to do that.
I'm with you on this. So, it sounds easy to do, but it's hard to replace a guy like that.
Why not just keep your own?
Trying to find a second tight end for 5 years.
Not only that.
They can't even find a good second tight end.
Yeah, and not only that. Brock Purdy, the rapport he asked with Brandon Ayuk.
That's a good point.
That's a great rapport with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
That's his safety valve.
Yeah.
That's his target. That's his go-to guy. So now you want to take away Brock Purdy's go-to guy and bring in a rookie who's going to struggle at times learning the route concepts within this offense because you know how hard Shanahan is on this guy. Keep both guys. Keep everybody.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Keep everybody.
The other thing that I did want to get into is this stretch that they've got right now. Tampa isn't a primetime game, but it's one of those games you can't sleep on Tampa heading into the 3-week stretch that you're heading into. So that's why this game is very important. You gotta handle your business because you revert back to, you lost the game. Right now you've gained a game getting back that Jacksonville game, and you're right where you need to be. Philly plays the Chiefs this weekend. All right? If the Chiefs can beat Philly, you're right there. You're right there with Philadelphia again. You're right there with the Detroit Lions again. So I'm saying to myself, beat Tampa Bay, and then you got the 3-week stretch. Seattle, Philly, Seattle. Is this the time? And I know nobody wants to give it to anybody other than a quarterback. Is this the time Christian McCaffrey starts to really throw his name into the hat for MVP race?
We'll see. Real quick, because I do want to answer that. But I'm just thinking about what Niner Nick said about drafting the first-round wide receiver. First of all,
it's just hard.
Not only is it hard, this team needs offensive linemen.
Bad.
I don't know if I could spend a first-round pick on a wide receiver. I've got McCaffrey. I've got Kittle. I've got Debo. Now, we'll see about Kittle next season. That's something we haven't talked about. And I think they'll keep Kittle on the roster.
He restructured. So
he restructured. He's going to be
still,
fine.
Yeah,
you know what? And
affordable.
And I'm not trying to get rid of playmakers. I'd riot with George Kittle.
I'm with you.
No matter what. But this team needs offensive linemen. They may need another corner,
May.
So, you know what I'm saying?
May.
So, I'm not.
They tried to get every corner that was available.
So now I'm not trying to spend first-round capital on a wide receiver. I need offensive linemen. I need corners.
Yeah,
I may need another linebacker. I may need another D tackle, believe it or not, which will drive Niner fans crazy for drafting another D tackle. But seriously, I may need it. I may need it. So I'm with the team. Keep Brandon Ayuk.
I'm with you on that.
I got to keep Ayuk here. About McCaffrey.
Because I think this 4-week stretch here coming up is when we really start to separate. Now, again, there's quarterbacks are always going to be top of the top.
Now,
I think McCaffrey has an outside chance to throw his name in the hat.
I agree with that, but I want to come back at something. I'm going to come back at you about something. We all are worried about his workload.
For sure.
You want to win MVP, there's no load managing Chris McCaffrey, just so you know that.
The distinction on the load management was when you're up 30, you don't need to give the guy 6 in a row.
I 100% agree with that at the end of the game. I did not like that.
That's all.
I didn't like that at all at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But he's still going to get his 20 to 25 touches. So just know that if we want Chris McCaffrey to win MVP, that means less Jordan Mason, less TDP, less Elijah Mitchell. And we have to live with that.
Well, no, I mean,
which I'm okay with. I want McCaffrey on the field every single play.
Well,
these guys train to play every single play. There is.
These
guys play. They train to play every single play. They're gladiators. They're warriors. You ask any high-level football player, they do not want to be taken out of the football game. Now, there's going to be times you have to come out the game to fix your helmet, to get a quick blow if you run the ball 4 straight times or if you're involved in every pass route. But just know, we want Christian McCaffrey to win MVP. There's no tapering down here.
It's not that
there's actually escalating his usage.
Wouldn't you agree? If I polled 100 Niner fans, Super Bowl or McCaffrey MVP, everyone's like, yes, Super Bowl, right? So, yes, there's a line of demarcation where too much McCaffrey diminishes your chance, in the regular season, diminishes your chance of winning a Super Bowl if he's banged up. We all understand that equation. what I'm saying is that if he has that impactful type of presence that he's had this year, where he's leading the NFL in touchdowns rushing, he's extremely efficient in the pass game, leading the NFL in rushing, I think he's going to throw his name into the mix here, especially against Seattle, the divisional opponent that you're going to be going up against for the NFC West crown, and then Philadelphia. Anything you do against Philly is elevated because Philly is one of the primetime 4 or 5 teams in the league. Everyone watches their games.
But wouldn't you say he's already in that conversation?
I feel like the buzz kind of went away when they lost some games.
He's got 747 rushing yards. Yeah, 95 rushing yards last week. He averaged damn near 6 yards a carry against Jacksonville.
He was back.
So, I mean, who's in the MVP conversation right now?
Right now, it feels like it's Lamar. Okay. I think Myles Garrett should be in consideration.
Okay.
Considering their quarterback situation.
TJ Watt, 10.5 sacks.
I think he should be in the conversation. I would also say to you that, I mean, Mahomes is going to be there. He is.
Mahomes,
he's always going to be lurking.
He's got to have a big.
But he's always going to be lurking.
I mean,
how about A.J. Brown? What A.J. Brown has done has been spectacular.
I feel like Christian McCaffrey's already in the conversation.
Okay, so he's already there for you.
And like Bosa last year, when Bosa got to play when he got to play against Tampa, and he played against Miami, and he played against the Raiders, and you had that big stretch for Nick Bosa where he was just hitting the quarterback, it felt like every single play. That's when it felt like, okay, he's got DPOY locked up. Now, I agree. This stretch here can catapult McCaffrey into the favorite for the MVP. But I do believe right now he's in the conversation. Okay. When you tie Lenny Moore for most touchdowns in 17 straight games, and you tie an NFL record, yeah, he's in that conversation already for Offensive Player of the Year, Running Back of the Year, MVP. Now, he could become a favorite by having a big 4-week stretch here.
Do you buy into the C.J. Stroud should be considered for MVP hype?
Absolutely. I thought the Texans would win 3 games this year.
I think we all did. I think
they've got a chance to win the AFC South.
Well, maybe the biggest win of the year last week against Cincinnati. No one saw that coming.
Nobody. But they have a chance to win their division.
I thought Burrow had a moment in time, and we'll see how the season ends for him. I'm looking at Kansas City, and for as ugly as it's looked offensively, look who he's throwing to.
Yeah.
And I know Kelsey's all-timer, but the other guys aren't very good. Yeah. And if they look up and they win 13 games, boy, it feels like he'll be in the mix. If you look up, Baltimore wins one of the toughest divisions that I can remember in a long time. I feel like Lamar should be right there.
Yeah, he should be.
And then I look at Myles Garrett and what he's done with their lack of quarterback. He feels like it feels like I'm watching Aaron Donald from a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Now, something Peter King said on Willard or Dibs that was very interesting about Steve Wilks. Everybody's making a big deal about him leaving the press box and going down to the sideline. Let's get Peter King's thoughts on Wilks going down to the sideline.
I simply do not think it was a very big deal where Steve Wilks was, even though they played a lot better on defense. I think one of the reasons they played a lot better on defense is because Chase Young was there contributing 4 pressures and a half sack. Javon Hargrave was playing as well as he has overall as a Niner. And Nick Bosa was benefiting from both of those things, as was Eric Armstead. But I kind of look at that and I think, I just don't think it's that big a deal. If Kyle Shanahan really wants the guy to be on the sidelines, then be on the sidelines and everybody cope with it. It's fine. But I don't think the score would have been any different from 34-3 if Steve Wilks was upstairs for that game.
There's Peter King's opinion.
What do you think?
I've said it from day one. I don't think it was a big deal at all. I think players just played better. Chase Young gave this defense a jolt. He did. And they feasted on Jacksonville. They feasted on that porous offensive line, and they did what they had to do. I just thought the players played better. Now, was it cool to see the communication between Steve Wilks and the DBs? Absolutely. But Steve Wilks said it at the podium, hey, y'all are overblowing this. Baldy said it. It doesn't matter where you call plays. Dan Quinn's calling plays in the booth with the Dallas Cowboys, and that defense is flying around hitting people. We had no problem with Vic Fangio being in the booth, and Vic Fangio's not energetic at all. He's no rah-rah guy at all. Guys are still knocking dudes' heads off. So I don't think it's a huge deal either. I don't. Did it have an impact? Maybe. But the impact that we all think it did, like, oh, my God, that was it. Looks on the sideline. Boy, we're back. No, because honestly, I don't think the defense was playing that bad during the 3-game losing streak, Shasky. I really don't.
I mean, they had halves where they were awful, but they rebounded and adjusted, and they did get timely stops. But, Monte, they're dreadful against Cincinnati in that first half.
They were.
They didn't get a stop.
They did.
And they allowed quarterbacks to complete everything.
They forced a fumble before halftime.
Irv Smith fumbled.
Right, they forced a fumble. Hey, defense gets credit for that.
Yeah.
You know, even, you know, because a lot of people were bringing up the Rams game, like, oh, they struggled in the first half. They go 17 points. The great teams adjust.
Well, Arizona also was running the ball down their throat.
But they adjusted.
Yes, they did.
But Arizona was also running fake points in the first half. They were going for it at their own 19-yard line. They were playing desperate. All right?
I do think
and they scored 16 points.
I do think there's a little something, though, to Wilkes being on the sideline. Not a huge thing. I don't think it's the end-all, be-all. But it clearly the player is, I don't think he comes from the booth to the floor, to the field, whatever, without, like, Fred Warner or Bosa, like, prominent players on this team saying something. I don't think this is, like, fan and media created. Like, do you think Kyle Shanahan gives two rips what the fans or media think?
No, I know he doesn't.
So to me, like, clearly the players wanted it, and if the players wanted it, then I kind of side with them.
He said it a couple weeks ago. I don't make decisions off what you guys think. I don't care about y'all. It said it. It's told us. He's called us hard-headed. He's did everything.
You know, B, to wrap in a little bow here, last time a 49er finished in the runner-up for MVP, because we know they haven't had an MVP for years. Can you think out loud?
Runner-up for MVP? Steve Young?
Steve Young, 1997, 3 votes. You know who got 2 also that year?
Who?
Dana Stubblefield.
Wow. Does MVP matter to you? Do you care about?
I think when you look up when it's all said and done, it is really cool. Like I'm looking at right now the '97 winners: Brett Favre and Barry Sanders.
Right.
Like that's badass.
Right.
I don't know. I think it's really cool to look back when you look at Steph Curry's career.
Right.
Those MVPs don't matter.
No, it didn't matter. They matter. I was just asking a question.
I think it matters. I think because to me, it's acknowledgement.
Well,
you weren't just good. You were gold standard of the league good.
What if you don't win a Super Bowl and you get an MVP?
Well, then, I mean, Steph had that happen when he won the unanimous one. And it doesn't take anything away from his unanimous MVP. For me, it sucks the team didn't win it all, but for me, it doesn't take anything away from
Brock Purdy have a chance at MVP?
I mean, is he even the MVP of his own team?
15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, nearly 2,400 passing yards.
Yeah. I mean,
he's on pace to throw over 4,000.
If you asked me, I would lean McCaffrey over Purdy, though. Well, actually, I wouldn't lean. I would go McCaffrey over Purdy.
Yeah, I think McCaffrey's the most important player on offense next to Deebo Samuel. And actually, it's like a 3-way tie, I think.
For number 2?
For number 1.
Oh.
Deebo, Trent, and Christian McCaffrey.
I'm going to go
Those are the guys.
In order. McCaffrey, Trent, lean over Deebo. I think McCaffrey's very important.
Right. That's a big. I can't wait to talk to TJ Reeves about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because I feel like the Niners can get on this. The Chase Young thing is going to be very interesting though, because now you got me thinking. Because all we wanted was another DN opposite of Nick Bosa, which is why Drake Jackson was so damn disappointing.
Yes,
because it was such a good opportunity.
And why D Ford was also disappointing because when he was playing,
he was lights out.
Good.
He was really good,
and they had a historic pressure rate.
Yep.
When he was playing well, very different player from Chase Young.
Right, no doubt.
But to me, this seems so. It sounds like, from the Washington perspective, Martin Mayhew, who used to be with the 49ers, was in Washington. He sniffed around the entire country because you kept asking, like, why did no one else give a? No one was going to give a first or a second. The owner made it clear, I am not paying Chase Young.
Right.
He wanted to start fresh. Right. I'm not paying this guy. And there was a lot of stuff that happened internally. He sniffed around and said, you know what? I'm not giving him to the Eagles because apparently the Eagles called.
Of course.
I'm not giving him to the Cowboys because the Cowboys called.
The Dolphins called too.
Martin Mayhew picked up the phone and was like, I'm going to call John Lynch, one of my buddies. And Lynch even said it. They picked up the phone and called us. And I was like, for a third? Of course we'll do that.
But also, John Lynch admitted that they sniffed around for Montez Sweat.
Yes.
They sniffed around for Patrick Surtain. They sniffed around for your boy from Chicago. Was it
Jalen Johnson?
Jalen Johnson.
Who we interviewed way back in the day.
Yep. So, nice little flex there.
Me and Covey, going to the Bears.
Just light work. So John Lynch was actually, they want to sweat. They want to sweat. They want a Montez Sweat with Chase Young right there for a third-round pick. And I keep going back to what Grant Paulson said.
What's that?
He's like, look, he's got to show up against the big boys.
Yes.
That's why I have a reservation about paying him right now. Grant Paulson, who covers Commanders out there on 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C., said, look, man, when he's going against backup offensive linemen, Chase Young dominates. And the fact that he hadn't had a multi-sack game in his career until a couple weeks ago with the Commanders was alarming to me. But he said it gets to Philadelphia, and I look at Philadelphia, which is why I say, let me see him against Philly. He's played 9 quarters of football against Philadelphia. He's got 4 tackles and 1 sack. But now he does have a Nick Bosa opposite of him, even though Montez Sweat ain't a bad player.
No.
Jonathan Allen ain't a bad player. No. Deron Payne ain't a bad player.
Sometimes guys just need a change of scenery. Like he even talked about, he walked into the building, he was like, everything's different here.
Yeah, it is different.
He's like, I'm around winners. I'm around great players that hold you accountable.
No doubt.
I'm around one of my buddies who I love hanging out with. It's and just, again, on my naked observation from afar, Bosa looks rejuvenated.
Yeah. Go figure.
I mean, have you ever seen Bosa be this outspoken?
Well, I mean, no, I haven't. But also, $120 million guarantee could get you rejuvenated.
I kind of agree with you there.
I mean, you broke the bank and held out of training camp. You couldn't be rejuvenated by just playing football. It took Chase Young to get you rejuvenated. All right, fine.
We're
here we
the
go.
Best friends that anyone could have.
Oh man! So Bosa needed Chase. So you know what? I'm here for it. But let's see.
We got
before we pay him.
We got bookend pass rushers.
But let me see him against the big boys. So I want to hold reservations.
That's a fair holdout.
You know,
that's a fair holdout.
And if he balls out these next 8 games in the playoffs, then we're gonna have another conversation. By the way, what's coming up in a game presented by the Inn at the Tides? TJ Reeves, sideline reporter for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's going to join us to break down the Bucs as we go behind enemy lines. Fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. I got to get up there. It's been a while. Come enjoy it all Bodega. At the Inn at the Tides with the Fall Midweek Special. Now through November 26th, rooms start at just $279. $279, not bad. Book your escape now, innattetides.com.
And the go-to guy here is third catch.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Kevin Burkhardt on a call for Fox Sports. That was last season. Last season, December 11th against Tampa Bay. Brock Purdy's first start. Niners light him up 35-7, and he was spreading that ball around 16-21, 185, 2 touchdowns. They scored 28 points in the first half. They were up 35-0. They were rolling in that game. Rolling. And that was the start of Brock Purdy and Brock Purdy mania. And now he's a starter, and he's playing well this year. He's bounced back very well after that 3-game losing streak, Shasky, against Jacksonville.
He's been spectacular, just overall in the calendar year, if you will, since playing Tampa Bay. And I'm excited for this weekend because they got a big win against the Jaguars. It feels like they kind of got everything right back on track, and they got to keep this thing rolling. The last thing they can do is lose to the Bucs before this 3-game stretch coming up ahead of them. They have to handle business.
I will say this on the side note, because I'm looking at the Comcast Business text line and YouTube. It is amazing how many people would rather keep Chase Young over Brendan Ayuk after just one game.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an either or. I don't
think so either. But it's just wild. If you had to make that decision, folks will go with Chase over Brendan Ayuk. It's very interesting. All right, let's bring in TJ Reeves. Does an amazing job with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as a sideline reporter. TJ Reeves will be out here in the Bay Area Sunday when the Bucs take on the Niners. They had just lost 4 in a row. They got a big win last week against Tennessee at home, 20-6. TJ, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. How you doing?
Bonte and Joe, good to be with you. Thank you for having me. Can I enter in on the discussion there that you were just having while I was on hold and give you a great reference point? Would you like that on a Thursday morning before we talk about the Niners?
I would love that.
All right. Jimmy Johnson, Dallas Cowboys, first year that he's there, 1989, drafted some guy named Troy Aikman, number 1 overall, and Aikman not playing well. They hadn't won a game. They put Steve Walsh in. Does anybody remember that?
Oh, yeah, from the University of Miami.
Oh, yeah. It's all over the Dallas media. They ran a front page poll in the Dallas paper. Should Steve Walsh be the quarterback instead of Troy Aikman? Overwhelmingly, the Cowboy fans said yes, based on one win by Walsh. How did that turn out, kids? When Aikman got the job back, they won Super Bowls. He's in the Hall of Fame. I'm just trying to help on a Thursday morning. How'd that go?
I love that. Steve Walsh from the University of Miami. Troy Aikman, of course, going from Oklahoma to UCLA. That's some good knowledge right there. I like that. So, yeah, Chase Young comes in, first game of the season with the 49ers, and he made an impact, no doubt about that. But let's start here with the quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield, I think he's had a solid year. Obviously, there's going to be a big difference from going from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield. But how would you assess Baker Mayfield in his first season with the Tampa Bay Bucs?
He's been good, and at times he's been great. Now, he's had a couple of bad games. Like most quarterbacks, you're not going to play 16 of them or now 17 of them, or you're going to say every one of those is a great game or even a good game. But I think by and large, he's done the right things. He's worked hard. He gets them in the right play over and over again because he's a veteran. He can make plays with his feet and improvise. He's been pretty good down the field throwing the ball. And this team, yes, they went through some offensive struggles for various reasons, but they snapped out of it again last week. And look, 2 weeks ago, they put 37 on the board at Houston. And I realize the 49er defense is a monster compared to the Texans.
Right.
But, I mean, they have scored points. They put touchdowns on the board last week as well with Baker at the helm. So the quick answer is he's been very solid. He has not been the reason why they've struggled on offense. And he's banged up a little bit, but he's a gamer. And I'm very interested to see how he will do matching up against the 49ers. Can they rattle him or not? Will the loud crowd rattle him or not? Just as a reference point, the Bucs won the first game of the year at Minnesota, amazingly loud. I think my ears stopped ringing about 15 minutes ago from the Minnesota Week 1 game. They handled it. He handled it. They put 27 points up on the board. They went to the Superdome, guys, and played the Saints. He handled it. They put 26 points up on the board, got him in the right play, handled the loud crowd. So those are two examples where they've been good on the road. Let's see if it translates to Sunday.
TJ, you're on fire. I love this. I told the guys you were a very good guest, and I knew this was good. Hey, so Bosa and Baker.
I came to deliver today in
you
San Francisco. I came strong today.
So far, so good. Let's judge you at the end of the interview, though. We're not going to crowd you too soon, TJ.
More Brady than Mac Jones. I'm not going to lie. No, but on the real here, Baker and Bosa, there was a rivalry going way back, and obviously Ohio State, Oklahoma, and planting the flag. Monday night game many years ago, 2019, Bosa sacks him a couple times and does the fake planting of the flag. Well, he's downplaying now this Baker Mayfield thing. Has Baker responded about Nick Bosa at all? I'm curious, because now you got Chase Young as well, and Chase was a part of those teams with Ohio State. Or is Baker not addressing that at all?
Not much chatter about the Oklahoma-Ohio State stuff as of yet for this week. That is an interesting tidbit. And I think, Baker is trying to move on from different phases, because obviously everybody wanted to keep asking him about Cleveland and about why did things not work in Carolina last year after they traded for him. And his thing is, it doesn't matter anymore what happened at Oklahoma or what happened in Cleveland or what happened in Carolina. The only thing that matters is how's it go in Tampa Bay. But he is very motivated by different things. So you bring up a good point. Maybe this is something where he has mentally been just keeping time and remembering and going, okay, when I get an opportunity, maybe we'll give it back some, if that's the case. He's a fiery guy. I mean, he is not the biggest guy, but he will go up the defensive linemen that he thinks have roughed him up and say things and some pushing and shoving, and you kind of like that swagger that's out of your quarterback here. He will give it back. So I like that about Baker Mayfield. But good stuff there, that going back even to the college days here, there's a little history with Bosa and Baker.
No doubt about that. TJ Reeves here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game does a great job covering the Buccaneers, sideline reporter for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, last year, December 11th, Brock Purdy makes his first start against these Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A lot of the same personnel on that defense here.
Do we have to talk about that, or have we moved on?
Whoa. Yeah.
Brady
we don't have to talk
horrible.
about it. Yeah, well, that defense made him look bad.
He was
but also, there was a phantom. I will give Bucks credit.
Yes.
There was a phantom defensive holding call in that game where the Bucks got a pick, and it could have flipped that football game, and the Niners got the ball back and scored. But what was your impressions of Brock that day making his first start? And did you think after walking out of that stadium last year that, boy, Brock, the Niners have a good one here?
Well, I can tell you, okay, so let's go to the different levels. The first one is he was very impressive for a rookie. And remember, the first play of that game, he got lit up by Keanu Neal, the safety for the Bucs. But Neal got a 15-yard penalty for helmet to the chin, or things might have been a little different early on in the game. But Purdy responded after that and was tremendous and composed after that. And you mentioned a couple plays here or there. That penalty is a great reference because it nullified an interception, but the Bucs had a bomb to Mike Evans where Donovan Smith, the left tackle, I'm trying to remember if he held Bosa.
That's
right. Bosa, and it was the right call. It was the right call because Buccaneer fans are going crazy on how do you take the touchdown back? Because Donovan Smith's got two handfuls of the guy, and it's the right call. So that got wiped off the board. So you think about what might have been, could they have hung in the game? But it was not good. I mean, San Francisco did what they have done to a lot of people last year and this year, and that's brutalized the Buccaneers, beat them up. And I have a feeling after what happened in Jacksonville last week, a lot of people all over the NFL think the same thing's going to happen on Sunday. And I'll tell you this, if the Buccaneers don't match intensity level, and if they make mistakes with penalties that have been a problem really the last 4 or 5 games, if they turn the ball over, this will be a rout. But the good news is you've got a lot of veteran players that were there on that team last year. Mike Evans, Levante David, Shaq Barrett, Chris Godwin, Tristan Wirfs, the left tackle now. They were all part of that experience last year. There's a lot of pride in there. Let's see if it's a little different in the sequel this go-around.
I was reading some stuff about that Tampa Bay defense, and you referenced some of their standout players. I mean, just a few years ago, they were an elite defense, and now you're playing a bunch of rookies. I mean, is this a team in transition? Is this a team trying to still, hang on to something to just salvage a playoff spot? What's the perspective heading into this game? Because from the outside looking in, I thought you guys were going to trade Mike Evans. I thought the season might be over. I don't know what to make of Tampa. So internally, how do they view themselves?
It's a good point that they are salary cap strapped. So there are a lot of young players playing. I mean, you're going to see a defensive back, Christian Izien, playing a lot in the game. That's a rookie free agent that they have. You have another undrafted free agent in D. Delaney that's been playing a lot of safety as of late. A couple of other free agent players or rookies that are on the defensive line. Marquise Watts is one of those who played some last week. Then you got the household names like Shaq Barrett, like Vita Vea, who's a Northern California guy, by the way, that played at Washington.
Yep.
He's in the middle. He's a rock in the middle. Everybody knows about Levante David and Devin White. Devin White has underachieved this year in the final year of a contract at middle linebacker. Levante David has been tremendous, although Devin White was better last week against the Titans. Antoine Winfield Jr. may be the best safety in football right now in terms of playmaking, turnovers, sacks that he's caused, pass breakups. The guy is a fantastic player. So there's some pride on that defense, but there's no doubt there are some young guys. And again, these guys know what Brock Purdy did to them last year, what McCaffrey, because remember, McCaffrey had just been traded, I think like the week before, et cetera, and he lit them up as well. So they're going to be ready. They know. They've heard about it all week about what San Francisco did to this defense last year.
Man, so what can we expect from Mike Evans? Where is he at in his career here? I know he wants some new money. I love Mike. I always wanted Niners to trade for Mike. I always wanted to trade for this guy. He's a stud, big, fast, goes over the middle, tough guy. What's the deal with Mike Evans? What are we seeing from him this season, TJ?
He has made some explosive plays. I had a couple of drops last week, including one in the end zone that made the highlight reels everywhere. We didn't haul it in. Now, what happened after that is he made a huge catch on a third down for about a 40-yard catch and run after that drop, and then he scored a touchdown barreling through a couple of Titans on a pass over the middle. Mike is obviously elite, and there's a lot of talk down here about whether or not he's going to get a new deal, whether he's going to be allowed to walk away. I know the Bucs want him to be a Buccaneer for life. They just haven't had the salary cap money to give him a new deal, and I think it will ultimately work out. But he is a weapon. I mean, he is a guy that can go up vertically with the long arms and the catch radius and make plays, and Baker Mayfield has been finding him throughout the season, and I have a feeling that tandem will be a factor Sunday. If Mayfield gets some time to throw or can stay alive with his feet while under duress, he's going to be looking for Mike Evans in this game.
You know, the 49ers' Achilles heel this year has been at times offensive line play, at times turnovers from their quarterback in fourth quarters, and then the secondary. What's the Achilles heel of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Lack of a run game is big, immediate, and it has not gotten much better. We don't expect against that 49ers front that it'll be much better. So they've been one-dimensional for a lot of this year. That's one of the big problems. Another one is the zone defense that they played. I mean, that's what C.J. Stroud obviously destroyed 2 weeks ago. So basically what happened here, guys, this is not a secret. The players are talking about this. The players went to the coaching staff and said, we have got to play more man. We have got to be more aggressive. And you saw some of that against Tennessee. Now, obviously, Purdy is more accomplished than Will Levis at being able to handle this. But look for the Bucs to bring the blitz. Look for the Bucs to play some more man-to-man. Key injury, Carlton Davis, one of the best cover corners that the Buccaneers have. He could not play last week with an injured toe. He's one of the guys that got roughed up in Houston playing zone defense. He's back practicing. We'll see if he can go this week to join Jamel Dean as the cover corners, and will the Bucs play more aggressive man-to-man because the zone defense has been bad when they've been in it a long amount of time.
So we know Todd Bowles released Brian Leftwich as offensive coordinator last season here, but I'm looking at the Bucs from afar, and it feels like, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, TJ, it feels like Todd Bowles is coaching for his future in Tampa Bay. What's the chatter down there in Florida about Todd Bowles?
Well, I think that's fair. I think with the 3-1 start they got off to, they shut a lot of people up that thought this was going to be a 3-14 season. Mm-hmm. The problem is you lose 4 games after that. What's everybody back saying on the radio, on the internet, and everywhere else? This thing's going to go right down the toilet. Okay, so now you win last week to get to 4-5. This just into the newsroom on the show here this morning. The NFC South is bad. So if you can get to like an 8th win, you can probably win this division. So you're still and be in the playoffs. Yep. So you're still very much alive, even with only 4 wins. So the talk down here is, where can you get 4 or 5 more wins to get to an 8th win or maybe a 9th win? And look, the offense has been much better the last couple of weeks. The first-year offensive coordinator is Dave Canales, a former Seattle quarterback coach with Geno Smith last year. And we've seen a little bit of play calling. There's no doubt. They understand. There's pressure to win. There's pressure to win everywhere, and Todd Bowles understands that. But if this team can continue to play well against some lesser competition down the stretch of the season, get to an 8th win, maybe a 9th win, they're probably a playoff team. They're probably the South champions, guys.
Yeah, 2 games against the Panthers. I'm looking at the schedule now. You got the Colts after this week.
He's so
Panthers,
happy.
Falcons,
Can't wait to play the
Packers. You got the Jags at home. You got the Saints at home. So it is very, very doable, and we'll see, man. TJ, really good stuff,
Great
man.
stuff,
Safe
TJ.
travels to the Bay Area, man. Enjoy your stay out here in the Bay Area. We appreciate the time today.
great to be with you guys. Let's see what happens with the Bucs and the 49ers. You have me back whenever you need me.
Absolutely. TJ Reeves, really good stuff. Silent reporter for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, giving us a great breakdown as we go behind enemy lines here. And it started with Baker and Bosa. Their offense, they can make plays happen. Mike Evans is a baller. Your defense does have some aggressiveness, but it feels like if you're coming into this game and you have no running game and you go one-dimensional against this 49er football team, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day for Tampa. If it's setting up like that, it's going like a 10.5. I'm thinking about laying a 10.5 with the Niners.
There are two divisions in the NFL that I find, just as a Niner fan, as someone born and raised in San Francisco, to be extremely boring and I just find them very disinteresting. Two divisions in the NFL: the AFC South and the NFC South.
See, I'm gonna push back on that.
I find them boring.
I like Houston.
Over my life, I found them very. The Titans, the Jags, the Colts. That doesn't do any of the Texans. It does nothing for me. And then I look at the Panthers, Bucks, Falcons, Saints.
That division, for sure. For sure. The NFC South has been very meh.
So what
but the
division?
AFC South, I do like the AFC South.
Okay.
Because then you think about the AFC South now.
What's the other division then that's jumping that division?
What, the AFC South?
In terms of being not that interesting.
Oh, no, I just think the NFC East has been overrated for a long time. It's been the Eagles and Cowboys. That's it. The
New York Giants did win 2 Super Bowls in recent
that
memories.
was 13 years ago.
I find them to be fun.
That was 13 years ago. They haven't done nothing in literally 10 years. The New York Giants have been dog poo.
Last year.
Dog poo. Who, the New York Giants? Yeah, they were boring.
Yeah, well.
They were boring. They snuck in. They snuck in. You enjoy Daniel Jones, really?
Barkley, because he was on my fantasy team.
Oh, okay. All right. They made how many playoff appearances for the New York Giants in the last 10 years?
10 years? Well, they did win a Super Bowl in 2011.
Yeah,
I would say 2.
12 years ago.
I'm going to say 2.
So it's really, so I could look that up in a second.
It's off the top of my head.
But AFC South, I'm looking at the AFC South right now. Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, and who's Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson. Division's stacking up to be okay.
I know, but I'm talking about my interest level.
Yeah, that's your interest
The Titans
level. I like that
me.
division.
Bore me. Love
Derrick Henry's bores you?
Tannehill.
A.J. Brown bored you?
For a decade.
A.J. Brown and Derrick Henry bored you?
No, this is what the Titans are. They're the Oakland A's of the NFL. Here, Philadelphia, take our best players.
Well, that was dumb. That was a dumb trade.
What? Which one?
The A.J. Brown.
The safety or the wide receiver that they gave away?
The wide receiver was a lot dumber. I get why they traded the safety. A.J. Brown was dumb. 2 appearances for the New York Giants, 2016, 2022. That's what I'm saying. They've been awful. How many coaches? 3 coaches? Ben McAdoo, Joe Judge, and now Brian Daboll.
Joe Judge.
The New York Giants are absolutely unwatchable right now. Unwatchable.
DeVito?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, that was easy
and
money.
The Commanders
I
are a joke.
can't believe I didn't put more money on the Cowboys
The Commanders are a joke, but
they've been a joke for a long time.
Yeah, but it's so bad you have to watch. It's like a car crash.
No, I'm not watching Washington Commander football.
Well, I am. Terry McLaurin, can you get some red zone targets?
I haven't. I can tell you the only time I've watched a full Commanders game is either if they're on prime time, and even then I snooze, or against the 49ers.
Well, yeah.
The Commanders are unwatchable. Unwatchable.
They're another team. Thank you for Chase Young.
Yeah, and you know what? The Oakland A's. I know people are sensitive to that.
Today's probably not the day.
Today, my empathy goes out to A's fans. A's fans, for the most part, are true to be well. The internet A's fans, different story, but the real life A's fans have true to be well. I respect them. I respect what they did in Oakland to keep that team afloat, to bring energy to the stadium. I started enjoying going to A's games more than Giants games because I believe the in-game entertainment at Giants games is outdated. A's fans, they know what they're doing. Oakland, California, tailgating. I feel sick to my stomach for what A's fans have had to endure over the last 5 years. And to watch that season last year, the A's, there's no way they could play in Oakland next year, right?
No, they have 1 year left on their lease.
There's no way they could play in the city or this region. They have to leave. They have to go somewhere. They have to go somewhere. There's no way. No way they could come back.
See the Minnesota owner? They could play in Minnesota.
Yeah, they should.
Oh,
anywhere but the Bay Area.
When I think Vegas, I think Minnesota.
Right.
Like what?
Right. They should go.
That was like when the Raiders said that they'll go to San Antonio for a year. Remember that? We'll go to San Antonio for a year.
And I would have called their bluff. Go ahead, play at the Alamo Dome if you want to. You know? So anyway, when it comes to divisions, I agree with you. The NFC South,
it's just boring. It's just boring.
Well, they don't have boring. When Brady was there, it was okay. The Saints with Sean Payton, they were something. They were something. They got on my nerves, but I watched them. The Saints were compelling television, and they were in a lot of big games. Tampa Bay, Brady. Okay, cool.
The Saints always just blow a playoff game. Just always.
But at least they were there. I mean, we keep talking about blowing playoff games. We haven't had a Super Bowl since 94, 95.
Yeah, but at least the Niners win big-time playoff games. They may lose in the very end. Sean Payton would lose in that first game. A lot.
They made some NFC Championship games.
The Minnesota Miracle come to mind?
That was a miracle.
How about the Alex Smith greatest moment of his NFL career?
That was in the second round. Divisional round. We're not the fan base to be talking about blowing playoff
Sean
games.
Payton has the same amount of playoff wins since his Super Bowl as Mike McCarthy.
Okay, great. He's got a Super Bowl. We haven't had a Super Bowl since 94, 95.
Well, and there was 2000.
So I don't know why we're talking about blowing playoff games when I've watched this blow up NFC Championship game not once, but twice. I watched this blow a Super Bowl. So I'm not with.
Why do you feel the need to defend the honor of the NFC South?
No, I'm just saying we're not the fan base to be talking about blowing playoff games.
We've won 6 playoff games in the last 3 appearances.
Let's hang the banner.
No, but I'm just saying we've been wildly successful. Our fan base travels like crazy.
Okay.
Like the Niners,
that's cool.
Although they haven't won the big one, they're one of the most successful teams in the NFL.
And we haven't won the big one since 94, 95.
A lot of teams
I want winners.
All right. The Saints, the fact that the Saints were in the hunt. The New Orleans Saints I grew up watching were awful with Bobby Gabe.
Dome Patrol wasn't bad.
They were good, but they couldn't win playoff games.
No.
They would get bounced in the first game. And then the Saints were just hot garbage for many, many years.
Aaron Brooks was fun. Payton, Deuce McAllister was fun.
Okay, they won one playoff game. They won one playoff game.
I'm just saying.
Who was the coach? Jim Haslam?
Yeah.
They won one playoff game. And then you know what I think about when I think of Jim Haslam? I think about the play they scored that touchdown with all the laterals in Jacksonville, and then Carney comes in and misses the extra point and they lose the game. That's what I think about. And then Sean Payton and Drew Brees came, and they win a Super Bowl, and they were in a lot of big games. The Buccaneers won a lot of big games and a lot of Super Bowls. All I'm saying is we're not one to talk about losing big playoff games because we've lost a lot of big playoff games. You want to go back to Harbaugh?
I think if you asked,
we've been successful.
If you asked a Falcon fan, would you trade places the last 15 years with the Niners? They would sign up for that. I don't
know. Matt Ryan and company were in the playoffs a lot.
All right.
Were they not?
I mean, their biggest moment was losing to the 49ers in the NFC Championship.
Which a lot of people believe.
And losing in the Super Bowl to Tom Brady.
And guess what? A lot of people blame our current head coach for losing that Super Bowl.
Well, we act like there's some nobility to getting to the playoffs every year and not winning the big one. Or we act like there isn't noble. Like getting far in the playoffs is an accomplishment.
You literally just ripped the Saints for doing the same thing.
No, but they lost in the first round always.
No, they didn't always. Okay. No, they didn't. The Miracle in Minnesota was in the second round.
How many NFC Championship games?
All right. They lost the NFC Championship game against the Rams.
In 11 years.
They lost to the Rams. The Rams in the NFC Championship game. They lost to the Bears in the NFC Championship game. Did they not? And they lost a lot of second round playoff games.
Talking like the OOs, dog. It is 2023.
I'm talking about the last decade.
Yeah, I know. The Bears won the Super Bowl or went to the Super Bowl in the OOs.
I'm just bringing up the history of Sean Payton and the New Orleans Saints. That's it.
That's division bores me to death.
You just brought up the Harbaugh years.
And they were great.
Okay. And what happened? We didn't win anything. Except a couple playoff games. And what did we do after the season?
You don't think the Panthers,
short.
like for example, the Panthers wouldn't trade places?
Okay, the Panthers may have.
No, they
maybe, but they love the Cam Newton years. I'm not going to speak for Panther fans. They love the Cam Newton years. They love the Luke Kuechly years. They take pride in the Luke Kuechly years. They do. Do they not?
Keep pounding.
There it is. I'm just saying, if we're going to use
we act like the Niners are some also ran. They've been wildly elite.
Look at the Saints since 2009. Won Super Bowl, lost wild card, lost divisional, lost conference game, lost wild card, lost divisional. We're laughing at that?
We've been to 6 NFC Championship games during that time.
Oh, great. Awesome. So we just made it one more round, and we played one extra game to lose in a title game.
I think that's.
I'm not hanging a banner for that. I don't take pride in that.
All right.
I don't take pride in losing in the playoffs. You lose in the playoffs, you lose. Come on, man. We got to get the Saints credit. They've been one of the 10 best organizations in the last 15 years. Have they not been?
They had their coach suspended for Bountygate, and they've had a wildly off-the-field ownership debacle between the two siblings after the parents died. So I don't know. They've been okay.
And they had a 12-year stretch where they made the playoffs 8 years.
Well, they had one of the best quarterbacks ever.
Okay.
They should have won more than one.
Oh, bad. We can't even win one. We can't even win one.
So
let me not.
We'll get there.
We can't even win one. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We can mock the Saints and we can mock some of these teams that go to the playoffs, but we've accomplished the same thing that they did, losing in the playoffs. I don't care. First, second, third round, you make the playoffs. We lost. I'm not hanging a banner for making 6 NFC title games. We're now the Buffalo Bills of the 90s. That's what we are now. Is Buffalo Bills fans taking pride for being the Bills of the 90s? Are they taking pride?
No, but they look back longingly at that era.
They look back and say, damn, we lost it 30 for 30. What was it, the four falls
Those
of Buffalo?
were the glory years.
The 4 falls of Buffalo?
Those were the glory years.
They are heartbroken. Thurman Thomas came to Thurman Thomas and Bruce Smith was watching that Scott Norwood kick, and they said, every time we watch it, we think, oh, it's going in, it's going in, it's going in. Oh.
But I think that, right now, Josh Allen would substitute what Jim Kelly did for what he did, what he's done over the last couple of years.
I guess.
I
guess.
I mean, I still look at Buffalo, though they didn't win the big one, they were wildly successful. They're one of the preeminent teams of the 90s. Yeah, it sucks they didn't win. They were awesome.
So all I'm saying is we're the Buffalo Bills in the 90s now.
I'd rather be that than be the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay. And the New Orleans Saints?
Yes.
Even though they got one Super Bowl?
In 2009, yes.
Okay. That's fine. We won the Super Bowl when there was no internet. AOL Messenger wasn't even a thing.
I mean, we beat that team.
The creation of the DVD, was not even around.
we literally ended their reign. When Alex Smith.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. Alex Smith beat them. They didn't win anything.
What are you talking about? That was in 2011.
Yeah.
They went to the playoffs 5 more times that decade.
Didn't win anything.
All right.
And
we haven't won anything either.
One moment.
And we haven't won the damn thing since 94. The last time we won a Super Bowl, HD wasn't even a thing. We watched the Super Bowl that year, and it's all grainy. Al Michaels was in his prime the last time we won a Super Bowl. Clark the Shark. What's up, Clark the Shark? Long time no talk. I miss you, Clark the Shark.
Hey, I miss you guys too. Bonte Belafonte and Cup of Joe's. God bless you guys. Hey, does somebody have a Filipino wife? Because I have a Filipino wife.
That's my wife.
Yeah, all right, Joe. We've got something in common there. Hey, Filipinos are great. It's a great culture.
You're scaring me, Clark.
No, keep going, baby. Keep going, baby.
Scaring me.
I called you out, Clark. I miss you, man. You're one of my. I want you in studio one day. You, Tony, in Oakland. Can't open a cow. I want a who's who. Forget Tyler Miller. I love you, Tyler. Go ahead.
Hey, I'd love to come in. Hey, listen. Just one thing, Bonte, I wanted to remind you of is that the 2 top teams other than the Niners for Super Bowls are the Cowboys and the Steelers, and they haven't won in a long time, too. Yeah.
The Steelers won in what?
Now.
Steelers last Super Bowl, 08, 07. They won 2 Super Bowls.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, you got a point there.
That's it. We haven't won since the mid-90s.
Who cares? I'm just there.
Yeah, I know.
I want to win one. Of course we want to win one.
Yeah, I like just
the Niners are one of the most successful brands in sports currently. The NFL salivates to get them on
I don't disagree with any of that, but I'm not here to
I said the original premise was that the AFC and NFC South bore the ever-living crud out of me.
Well, we evolved the conversation. This is where we're at right now. That's what happens. The conversation evolves into something else. And we got here. And we started scoffing at the accomplishments of the New Orleans Saints. And all I said was, we're not one fan base to start scoffing at playoff losses. We'll not sat there in Philadelphia and watched Josh Johnson get hurt. And I sat there in L.A. and watched us lose to the L.A. Rams. took something that was ours. And we had to sit through the Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl. And we had to sit through the Super Bowl against Kansas City and blow a 20-10 lead. I'm not happy about that. I'm tired of being second place. I'm tired of coming close and not winning. I hate losing. All right? I don't like losing. I don't brag about, hey, man, we were successful losers. Whoop-de-doo, it was a good year. Great. And then we reset and we say, this is the year. And we come up short again. We're not the Saints. Of course we're not the Saints. Of course our fan base travels. Of course we're one of the blue bloods of the NFL. That's why it sucks to lose. And they got a Super Bowl. The last time we won a Super Bowl, the Saints got one. The Bucs have one. Who else has one? The Ravens got a couple. The Steelers have a couple. The Giants have a couple. The Eagles even have a Super Bowl. They even have a Super Bowl, right? Who else has a Super Bowl since the last time we won one? The last time we won one. Green Bay. There you go, Green Bay. Denver. The Rams have multiple.
Denver has multiple.
The LA Rams have multiple. The Broncos have three. Thank you. The Broncos have three. Kansas City has two. Who else?
Patriots.
The Patriots have a lot. Oh, my gosh.
The Steelers. The New York Giants.
Last time we won a Super Bowl, I don't even think PlayStation was created. Now we're on PlayStation 5.
94? It was Sega Genesis. Super NES might have just been getting around.
I think PlayStation was 97, 96.
I think Game Day was 96 or 97 because William Floyd was on the cover.
PS1 was released in July of 2000.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
That can't be right.
Wow. The internet never lies, right? And you know what? The internet wasn't around the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl. We didn't even have cell phones. No, we didn't. Text messages. We're on landlines and payphones.
So and
we're using the yellow pages.
So the first PlayStation console, though, there's a lot of different release dates on this Wikipedia page. The first PlayStation console, though, was debuted in Japan on December 3rd in 1994.
There we go. Yeah. That's more like it. I was going to say. Because they had NFL Game Day, and William Floyd was on the cover, and that was the first game I got. And I want to say it was 96 or 97. Me and my brother, it was our birthday, combined Christmas gift, one controller, one game. Boy, did we fight over that.
What was the game?
Gosh. The Seahawks even have a Super Bowl. The freaking Seahawks. And they became a thing in 2002 because nobody cared about Dave Craig and Steve Largent. It was a cute story. Oh, yeah, look at Steve Largent. Look at Dave Craig.
They had Brian Bosworth.
Who got trucked by Bo Jackson.
Great moment.
Dave Craig's greatest moment was when he eluded a sack from Derek Thomas in the game at Arrowhead Stadium when they had turf. And I think Derek Thomas had like 9 sacks that day. And then one sack he missed, Dave Craig threw it in the end zone and they scored and won. So, you know what we're getting back to with this season now? As you talk about Philadelphia and Kansas City, and they're going to play on Monday Night Football, and the Niners have a chance to be one game behind them.
And I'm rooting for Kansas City.
Well, we all are. And I actually like rooting for Kansas. I don't mind Kansas City. I don't hate them for being better.
There's a Detroit Lions matchup against the Chicago Bears that I'm looking at.
Yep.
And Bears, I need you to pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, that probably won't happen. But we're getting back into talks of home field advantage if Kansas City is to win. And if you get home field advantage and you get the number 1 seed, next September, I don't want to hear about Brad. Hey, man, we went to 7 industry championship games. We have to win. It has to start. Joe Lake was just in the studio 2 weeks ago, Shasky. He would be very disappointed.
Of course we have to win. Of course. Those franchise bore me.
Think about it. Think about this,
I'm not
Shasky.
alone.
Think about what these losses.
Goodell admits it.
Think about what these losses
That's why they're on Amazon Prime.
Think about what these losses have done to your psyche. You're talking about being a successful franchise for getting the 6 industry championship games.
Well, of course you want to win the big one. That goes without saying. That's a prerequisite to fandom. I want to win a championship.
Eddie DeBartolo Sr., not Junior.
I need oxygen to breathe.
Eddie DeBartolo Sr. is rolling over in his grave, and Eddie DeBartolo Jr. is in Tampa Bay right now listening to the show saying, oh, my God, we got good losers now, which means we have losers. Because if it showed me a good loser, you're showing me a loser.
Show me Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
You know what? I'm kind of with Morelli here on YouTube. This would be my final thought. Roasters need to have a separate summit. And let's all pray for one Super Bowl for the 49ers on the internet era. The next day on the Morning Roast will be lit. I'm okay with a separate Morning Roast Summit. I'm okay with that. Be a who's who. Maybe some fights. We may see something that went down at Chase Center Tuesday night. Somebody may get choked out. But that's why I love the roasters, and that's why I love this show. It's my final thought. Just one. I just want one. One Super Bowl in the internet era. Just one. I swear to God, if I get one Super Bowl, I'll be happy with that for the rest of my life. I just want one more. I just want one more.
It's called cap.
I would die a happy man.
They need to win back-to-back.
Give me one Super Bowl. Because the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl, your boy hadn't gone through puberty yet.
Everybody says they want one champion. Just one. Just give me just the one championship. Then you taste it, and you're like, no, I need multiple. I need as many as I can get. And then you start thinking about how greedy can you get, right? I mean, like, Bonte, we literally have frameworked 8 years of Warrior content around how many can you squeeze during the Steph Curry era. And you're saying just one. Just give me my one championship, and I won't care. I don't agree with that. We all want as many as we possibly can get. But the Warriors need to win tonight. Bad. They need to win tonight bad. Bad. And I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins in particular. Please get the Holy Spirit and start getting some balls to go in the basket. Klay Thompson, step it up. Kevon Looney, play better. And youngins, someone emerge. I don't care who. One of you under 24-year-olds has to step up.
Big John, Loveman.
It's a really sad day for Barrier Sports. A's fans, I am really sorry. This absolutely sucks. John Fisher, you're an absolute scumbag. Rob Manfred, you are the worst thing to ever happen to baseball. Like, I'm so sick and tired of people trying to defend this stuff. Just keep it clean. Don't defend John Fisher. Don't defend Rob Manfred. If you're going to do that, go lick boots elsewhere. I'm sick and tired of people defending billionaires. It's absolutely disgusting. God, I'm so mad about the A's getting out of here. It's just, I really hate just everything that, especially Rob Manfred, allowing all this to happen. The soullessness that he has made baseball become, it enrages me what he's done to this game. And I'm so tired of him running the sport into the ground.
I have to give him the rule change.
No, he gives no credit anywhere.
The rule change.
My final thought, he is awful. He's the worst. He's the worst thing to ever happen to baseball ever.
All right, my final thought, lick boots. That's a good one. I've never really heard that one before. The 49ers, last time they won a Super Bowl, The Lion King was #1 at the box office.
Hakuna Matata.
Great movie.
Hakuna Matata.
But everyone out there, happy National Fast Food Day. Happy National Fast Food Day. Hey, do you guys know why Wendy's has square patties?
No.
Because at Wendy's, they don't cut corners.
Hey, dog. That was like a Curry 3.
That was pretty good.
Kind of like that.
That was
I thought you were going to give me some profound.
I didn't know where that was going. I had no idea where it was going.
I think
the walk-off there from John.
I might go to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, no, I think it's a Taco Bell day for me.
Wendy's got me wanting Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A's overrated.
No, I need
What's
Taco
overrated?
Bell.
Chick-fil-A.
You better leave it.
Yeah, you better pipe down, dog.
Susanna had this whole office decked out.
It's good. It's just kind of overrated.
Stop that.
Guru had.
How dare you?
Susanna at Chick-fil-A had Guru putting burgers in his pocket. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation TG network, only from Xfinity. The feature starts out with Stardy and Goo. Stardy, God bless her soul.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile Black.
second. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
5 games. 5-game suspension for Draymond Green.
Fever.
A little high, I thought. I think that's, I think it was a few too many games. I was thinking 3, but that's what happens when you put yourself in that position time and time again. Now the conversation, I guess, becomes, is that too many, too little, not enough? I'll use the kid's phrase, Goo. It is what it is, and he won't be playing for the next 5 games.
And we won't see him tonight. As a show, we'll be in the house. And I'll tell you this, what if it's not about if it was right, if it was too high, too low? What are they going to do in the 5 games without him? Because this season, got off to a great start, but I'll say this. I watch a lot of Law and Order because, I ain't been in trouble with the law. But when you go in front of the judge, they know your history.
Yes.
And if you got transgressions, it's going to hurt you if the judge sees you again. So, I was up in here yesterday saying 10. I thought it might be 3 or 4, Stoney. And the suspensions for Dre. But it wasn't just about what he did to Gobert. Nobody can defend that he's in the system. And that's what got him 5. And now no Curry tonight, OKC. My fear, and I'm going to have me a cocktail tonight, who steps up?
Well.
Good God, who steps up? I got like 8 names.
Well, to me, Kuminga's number 1, obviously.
16 minutes last night. 2 nights ago, he had an opportunity to step up.
Well, he'll probably get the first opportunity tonight, I would think.
First crack at it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru. Warriors, Oklahoma City tonight, and they're going to play tonight without Steph Curry and Draymond Green. They're 6-6, and they're looking at the next 5 games without Draymond Green. Can we say the season isn't off to a great start now?
I don't think anybody would argue that.
I don't know. Can I do need to bring the one thing up. The one thing up that has to be brought up. This is the one thing where Draymond, to me, does hurt the team. So, whether you like it or not, whether people want to hear it or not, Draymond Green now has a history of getting ejected in games that Steph Curry does not play in. 7 of Draymond Green's last 11 ejections, 7 of 11, okay, have been when Stephen Curry is out. Okay? So that means 7 out of 11 he didn't want to play without Steph.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's deeper. It's deeper than this. This is where it hurts the team as far as I'm concerned. So you look at a game like tonight, there'll be no Draymond Green. Okay, I'm more than willing to talk about who needs to step up. Kuminga? Yes, absolutely. Maybe the
Wiggins.
Maybe the rookie Jackson Davis. Maybe it's him. I'm more than willing to talk about who can step up. But here's the problem. The problem is whether they step up or not, it's not going to be as important because Steph Curry's not playing. So, yeah, Kuminga may have a new opportunity and Jackson Davis may have more opportunity, but they got to do it without Steph Curry. So every time Draymond Green gets suspended, or 7 of 11 times when Draymond Green gets suspended, it's not only that he doesn't play, it's that then the young players who are substituting for Draymond Green's suspension, they don't even get the benefit of playing with Steph Curry because he only gets ejected and suspended when Steph doesn't play. So Kuminga won't have the benefit of playing with Curry tonight.
And it sounds like what you're saying to me is the degree of difficulty goes through the roof.
Yes, it absolutely goes through the roof. So,
and that's leadership. 7 of 11. And Gobert knew that. That's why he said what he said yesterday before this was handed down.
Right.
But
I mean, moving forward, does somebody sit Dre down? I know Bob's not here, Bob Myers, and say, man, leadership is when you know we're without the chef. We need you. These young guys need you more. But you're getting ran, so it's double compound fracture.
That's the way I look at it. Steiny Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Draymond Green gets 5 games. And
he'll be back in sack. They play sack in sack. He'll be back.
The other thing, I think this is what the decision told me too, is like the league is, they are not.
Well, it wasn't 10.
They are done with him. They are done with him. If you don't think this, and we're taking history into consideration, that may as well be the Draymond Green line. It really may as well, because the league now can just cite past behavior as an impetus to whatever the penalty is.
Well, Joe Dumars said that last year in the playoffs when he stepped on Sabonis.
Exactly. And what he's saying is maybe Green wouldn't have gotten a game, but he's got to get a game because he's got a history. And maybe Joe Dumars is looking at that saying, you know what, that's about a 2 or 3 game suspension, but you know what? He's got a history. Let's make it 5. And then if something happens down the road, they're going to say, you know what? He's got a history. Should be about 5. Let's make it 7. That's where that's where it's headed, right? There's no doubt.
And we don't know if Steph's going to be back. Not only forget this game tonight, I know that's on the docket, but will he be, available Saturday against the same OKC team? Man, Stoney, I don't like this start, but I'll say this. They've been showing it on loop, every outlet, TV, what have you. Klay Thompson throwing that towel signaled to me, and I know you might scoff, tonight, Stoney, is his night. Tonight, Betty White, tonight's his night. I don't know if the ball's going in, but we're going to get 25 field goal attempts from Klay Thompson tonight. He was upset and flabbergasted that he got ran. Okay, we'll just leave that there. So tonight, I didn't even mention him, but it starts with him, Stoney. OKC, watch out.
Okay.
I'm hoping. Well, if you're... Come on now, bud. You can't say, bud. Come on, we're going to go out there and get our heads beat.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but you got 5 games coming up now without Draymond Green.
And then how many without Steph, if you had to guess?
It's a good question.
Day-to-day, MRI was clean.
I'm guessing about injuries. I got no clue. I don't know. I'll guess about a suspension because I can see, but I have no clue about Steph Curry.
You and I were just doing shows. It's in my memory bank. They were 5-1. We were talking about strength in numbers, and now
when you say
we, the vibe of this show, and where we're listed, the Bay Area. I mean, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We're going to be talking Warriors up until at least 11. Then we're going to bring in Ross Tucker.
Football.
NFL's Odyssey Insider. Get back to some Niners. They have the Tampa Bay Bucks in town, 105 on Sunday at Levi Stadium. And we'll definitely get into the San Francisco 49ers against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But first hour is going to be Warriors. Draymond Green. He's suspended 5 games. The Warriors are 6-6. They'll play the next 5 without Draymond Green. They'll play at least tonight without Steph Curry. Just
tell us.
I'm closing my eyes and
you're fed up.
Yeah, I'm fed up, but I'm kind of amused in a different kind of way. I just close my eyes and think about all the things Draymond said about 3 weeks ago about the chemistry last year.
Accountability.
And everything's different. Da-da-da-da-da. And la, 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 la.
Look at my guy.
Yada, yada, yada. And blah, blah, blah. And this is my come on, man.
But it was a fight. It was a dust-up.
So, in other words, basically this is a 5-game suspension. He's been suspended twice. He missed it. Okay. So, Steiny, how's the 2023-2024 season started? Well, first 16 games, Draymond's missed half.
But you do wonder behind closed doors if the cause was worth it, in the sense that Steve Kerr said he had, Well, you think nobody's mad at him on the team. And I think let's do our show for an example. Okay. If I did something and I was out and you guys knew it was for a good cause, I think you would, because all I'm worried about is what you guys think of me leaving you hanging. Okay. And if I'm defending you, Steiny, and then something happens to me, I think you would be like, Goo, I know your heart was in the right place. Like, this ain't weed, this ain't guns. I'm just saying they're going to miss him, but I do wonder, because everything coming out of Warriorville is they had his back like he tried to get plays. Right. And that's just who I am, Steiny, at heart.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. So Warriors have 14 guys on the roster. Let's just talk the roster. You think all 14 guys are just totally copacetic with Draymond?
No, I don't.
Okay, what about the 15 coaches?
No, I don't.
What about the 400 or 500 employees?
No, I did. One of them sent the tape in when he hit pool. Go ahead.
Like, this is the problem. Like, you can say, well, I don't think it's really fracturing the team. I think the team's got his back, and Draymond's got the team back, and I think this and that. And here's the way I look at it. There is no way, no chance in hell that the Golden State organization from Joe Lacob to the bottom of the level, the lowest salesperson, there is no way that the Warriors organization is completely supportive of Draymond Green. There's no way. There's no way there are people in that organization, whether they're the coach, the owner, or somebody who's got to sell tickets. There's no chance that whole organization is unified behind Draymond Green. In fact, I'll bet you some people are saying, he's making things tougher in a lot of ways for a lot of us.
We'll start the next 5 games.
It might. Who cares what the salespeople think? Fine. Who cares what the salespeople think? But the point is the guy is fracturing your organization. That's what I believe. I really believe that. If you're a ticket rep, ticket rep, and you're checking in with your people, for all they've heard for the last couple, what's going on with Draymond? What's going on? There are a lot of people out there that aren't happy with the Warriors for allowing this to happen.
And then what about, here I go, Dre, I'm trying to ride for you, but listen, what did we say last year? These words came out of his mouth. If I didn't do what I did to JP, we'd still be playing. So in a sense, I'm trying to find a silver lining, but I'm like, damn, you fractured last year with your actions. And that was against your own.
All right. Boy.
But the 4-4 hundo, the guy that is most important, there was enough goodwill for him to stay and remain a Warrior for now.
Yep. And they're 6-6. And that's the other thing. Like, the Warriors have supported Draymond Green, the front office.
Wow, I love that word.
There's a chance. And we can say, well, if the organization did it, then it must not be. The organization could be dead wrong. The organization could be dead wrong in their support. I mean, it all kind of remains to be seen. But there's a possibility that, hey, you know what? They support him. They But guess what? It hurts the team. It hurts. It would have been better to go in another direction. Maybe. You tell me. 888-957-9570. Let's go to CJ. CJ's going to start us off with some optimism.
CJ.
And you know what? And that is I'll be happy to talk about Trace Jackson-Davis and Pajemski and Kuminga and what they have to do. Because I'll tell you what, this is the kind of thing where, hopefully Steph can play on Saturday.
Okay.
Or the next game. So you get 2 or 3 games with Steph without Draymond, and then maybe you can see a little more about the young players that you want to get time for. But you know what? I'll tell you what I'm looking for. Hey, Steiny, what are you looking for in the next 5 games? I'm looking for somebody to step up in Draymond Green's absence and play well enough for us to start thinking, how badly do we need Draymond Green?
Well,
that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Can someone step up in Draymond Green's absence and show that they can be such an important player that they make you think about having to do hard things because they're playing so
I just
well.
feel like you said Jonathan Kuminga's name.
Or
who
Davis, or
had
the rookie,
whole, yeah, no,
or the
I
rookie.
get you. But the rookie is still brand new. Jonathan Kuminga, we talked about it. This is supposed to be the leap year. And you had a whole game to ball out last game without Draymond. And again, you had the Joe Montana, 16 minutes. So I don't know what happened, but he's the guy. He's the guy I thought that they might be like, you know what? There is life without Draymond. See you later, Dre. We love what you did. We're going in this direction. Kuminga, it's on you. And we're still at the bus stop. Like when you say Jackson Davis, Donnie, there's no failure there. You're so young. Yeah, you're going to try to take advantage of the opportunity. But Kuminga and other guys got to do something. This song is getting old.
CJ's in San Francisco. He's going to tell us why he's not worried. What's up, CJ?
Hey, what's up, Stoney? What's up, Goo, man?
Hey,
give it to us.
First and foremost, I'm going to just touch up real quick on the whole Draymond choking out Rudy Gobert. So, honestly, we all know that they had some animosity leading up to this game. And I don't think that Draymond, thought about, Steph's not, I don't think Draymond thinks Steph's not playing, so I'm going to purposefully get thrown out today or find a way to get tossed out. He's gotten tossed out when Steph was playing in the playoffs against the Cavs and had to watch the game from the Oakland A suite. So that's besides the point. But I think that was completely reactionary. Like, he sees one of his brothers from the trenches, from the 4 championship runs, get choked out. Draymond goes immediately and just grabs the guy who he sees grabbing his boy. So I'm not mad at that. And
sure.
To address the whole, the Warriors, they're mad at Draymond, blah, blah. If Stephen Curry says he wants Draymond Green here, then Draymond deserves to be here. If the greatest point guard, the greatest shooter in the world says he wants Draymond here, it's for a reason. The Warriors don't have a dog. Draymond grew up differently than Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson. Their parents were NBA stars, NBA players. Draymond Green was not from that nature. He's not from that cut of cloth. So Bob Myers, the GM, I'm sure they realize that Draymond brings more value than just the numbers that he puts up. He brings IQ, and he has your back. And everybody on that court knows that Draymond has their back, and that's very, very, very important.
6-6, CJ. They're 6-6.
I understand that, but here's why I'm not worried. Because what I see on the Warriors ground is not what I saw last year. Last year, if we were seeing this, the turnovers, I tell you I was worried, Steiny. But this year, I'm not. The only thing I see is Wiggins has some emotional thing going on. Klay Thompson is making some tough decisions. He's dribbling too much, like you guys were saying yesterday. He's better when he dribbles less. It's these small, tiny things that if the Warriors can fix, they'll be fine. I am not worried one bit. And I'm glad that Draymond got tossed out this early in the season, 5 games. Maybe he realizes, okay, the league is on my butt now.
Siege.
More games.
Siege, you're killing. CJ, you just said maybe he'll realize.
He's positive this morning.
I know.
Wow.
Go ahead, I'll give you the last word.
All right. At the end of the day, the biggest problems is Klay Thompson making tough shots, taking these questionable shots, and Andrew Wiggins. That's my biggest concerns. And thank you guys for taking my call, guys.
Yeah. All right, CJ, thanks for listening, buddy.
Stoney, I agree with him on the Wiggins is my biggest concern. And I'm on record as saying of all the transgressions, Dre was right for what he did. Like this one, I felt. This one, I understand. This was a dust up. Us at the bar, and it pops off. We'll deal with blah, blah, blah. But I got your back.
And he's out for 5 games.
No doubt about that.
Nobody else. Yeah. And that's the other thing. That's Dre. Oh, hey, he got his back. No, he's a great teammate. Right. So does that mean that the other 11 guys aren't great teammates? Why was Draymond the only one suspended? There was an incident that occurred on a court. Nobody got suspended for
he's the
any
junkyard
games.
Dog, He runs hot.
He's gone for 5 games. And if people out there think that Draymond had no other choice than to do what he did, miss me with that, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Come on, man. And here's the other thing. Here's the way I look at things, Gil. And it's fair.
Give it to him.
So the people who say, look, if Draymond would not be here if Steph didn't want him here. That's too. You know what? If you want to,
I totally believe that.
Fine. Okay. If you want to say that, you want to be that extreme that way. I'll tell you what. I don't believe for 1 minute that Steph Curry ever told the Warriors, "Don't you ever trade Draymond Green, or there will be hell to pay." I don't believe that. I believe Steph Curry is like, well, I mean, the guy's a champion, this, that, and the other thing. Obviously, he's a hell of a player. There's no way Steph is like, you cannot trade him. And they acquiesce to that. I don't believe that. It's not 100% or 0% one way.
You feel how you feel, but when they had that golfing event that he wasn't a part of, he did that to me. Draymond being there was Steph doing that.
He probably didn't invite himself, just like he went down to Lakers without getting invited.
I still don't get why dinner with the boss is a big deal.
Well,
I mean, gosh, it ain't you. I'm hearing that. He broke bread with the boss and got a contract.
Exactly.
Boss, can I wash your car, cut the grass?
All right,
and I get a contract? It's bigger than that.
I'm going to say it.
Come on, Stoney. Steph is in control of Draymond. He's not a headache to Steph. That's what I'm saying. I really believe it.
I don't think Steph's ride or die with Draymond anymore. How can you be? He's not good enough anymore to pull this crap. Here's the other thing. You know what this is?
He said ride or die.
You know what this a little?
Yeah.
You know what this I'm not talking to the new breed of Warrior fans that is unrealistic and spoiled and entitled. I want to go back to my guys from about 2005.
Great timeout.
Anybody who can go back 16, 18 years. You know what this is? You know what this smells like? Just a hair. Just a hair. Just a hair. Remember when Steven Jackson got a contract extension and then asked for a trade on the first day of training camp?
When Monte said
remember when he
too
did that?
small. Yes.
He got Bobby Rowell to get him a contract extension, and then he worked his ass off and got out of here.
But he wasn't a champ then, Steiny, 4 times over.
Yes, he was a champion. He won a championship with the San Antonio Spurs.
He didn't have the gravitas that Dre has.
Of course the analogy doesn't work perfectly. But my point is I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just saying, this does remind me a little bit about when Steven Jackson schnookered the Warriors. All right, I'm done.
All right.
For the first segment. 888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green gets 5 days. Could have been 3, could have been 7.
Could have been 10.
Could have been 10, could have been 1, could have been 2. Bottom line is, and I'm going to say this, the Warriors are 6-6, and they're playing the next 5 games without Draymond Green.
With guys struggling. That's the worst part, Steiny.
How's your year started? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by BMW. Don't forget, Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker's going to join us at 11, but until 11, it's all Warriors. Unfortunately, it'll probably be mostly about Draymond Green, a guy who ain't playing.
Brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Now through November 30th during the BMW Road Home Sales event. Receive
Steiny.
Thanks, Kevon. How you doing, buddy, by the way?
Loon Dog.
Kevon Looney right now, my sources say, is helping usher people off the Bay Bridge.
Speaking of which, that messed me up.
Okay, so I got a question. I always tell you about a gentleman from my hometown named Ron Limpus.
Yeah. What's the worst last name ever?
He was a grown man when I was a child, and we got kicked off tennis courts when I was a kid, and he was an adult. He saw us get kicked off, and he said, young men, you always have the right to question. Now, there was a rule that the kids had to defer to the adults at 2, but he said, you always have the right to question. I have a question, and I don't care if I'm an idiot for asking it. I don't understand how you can have a massive police presence.
Oh, it's massive.
In San Francisco over the past week, which we've had.
Yeah.
Massive police presence.
They're everywhere.
Cops on every corner.
On the bridge, too.
But they allow the protesters on the bridge. Like, how did they get on the bridge?
I don't have
We
those
had
answers.
50,000 cops hanging around. Like,
Man.
Hey, listen, I'm not being a smartass, although I know you think I am. I am. It's obviously harder to keep people off the Bay Bridge than we thought.
Yeah.
All right.
I had to turn around.
You go Bay Bridge? I mean, you go Golden Gate?
Boy, what a scenery.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
And I had to use a restroom. Oh, boy.
5 games for Draymond. You want to talk about it, or are you good?
Tell people what I asked you during the break about Dre. You think he's remorseful?
No.
Seriously, just like
seriously,
I'm not going to pause. I'm being real.
Seriously,
I told you this was the one
not.
I'm okay with.
Then why would he be remorseful? If you're okay with it,
Because it's game night.
Okay,
and now he's like, damn, we're 1-4 at home. We done lost 4 in a row. He won't go to a mic and say it, but
no.
I'm just wondering, like, damn.
No, he's not, Goo. Why would he be? Like, this is, and I'm not being a jerk. This is who he is. Like, this is what's brought him fame and fortune and popularity and publicity in life.
Because he is his own brand now.
He's a successful.
He's his own brand right now, man.
Yeah. So,
and he earned that part of it. But I'm just saying all the news has been about Day.
I mean, I get it.
Josh Ram said on YouTube, Stoney, First NorCal Credit Union, this is who he is. And he told us that with the IG post.
Thank you, 650. Thank you so much. See, that's all I'm asking. And it's the 5-minute fool versus the lifetime fool. Now, somebody might be out there saying, Steiny, that's the dumbest question I've ever heard. You're an idiot. Fair enough. You'll think I'm an idiot, and I'm an idiot for 5 minutes. But I got an answer.
For the bridge?
Duh, Steiny. They drive onto the bridge in cars and vans and then let people out.
I need to do better.
Like, thank you. I swear to God, I was just like, it can't be this. What am I missing?
It's called organized.
What did I do wrong? Anyway, thank you, everybody. I knew there had to be an explanation.
What did I do wrong?
And I didn't think of that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I love our listeners. I really do. Joe in Concord wants to talk about Draymond Green. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Good. I got a quick question for Guru. Because your logic sometimes amazes me. So you're okay with what Draymond did this last time?
I am.
If you're okay
I am.
with
Yeah,
that,
you asked me a question. If he came to an aid of a teammate, I am.
Okay, so now it's game 1 of the playoffs. He does the same thing, and the same thing happens. It's going to be more than 5 games. You're still okay with it?
No, I would be like, at some point this has to stop. Hopefully this is the last one.
Well, you know when I said that?
Tell me.
I said that back when Cleveland beat us in the final.
All right. I hear you, man. At your point, I hear you. I just
appreciate it, Joe.
Yeah, Joe and Steiny, I just feel like there's let's act like this is a good gourmet meal. I feel like you two and others are acting like he came to the arena knowing this was going to pop off.
He might have.
There's no.
He might have.
This was between Clay and McDaniel.
Why'd he get involved?
Because he's the leader.
Why was he the only guy
I'm not
suspended?
saying he's perfect.
Why is he the only guy suspended?
Because he's the one that's about that life.
Okay, so he's the one who's different than the 24 other guys who are on that court. He's different. He chooses to be different, and he's paying the price. It's simple as that.
Okay.
Right, wrong, indifferent. He was the only guy suspended for the incident, and he was suspended 5 games.
Again.
Okay. But you know what? Good.
Right.
He's a great teammate.
But let's not stop
Let
there.
me know. Let me know.
In the league.
Let me know what kind of teammate he is for the next 5 games.
You tell me where I'm wrong. Maurice Lucas, Xavier McDaniel, Charles Oakley. There's a term that comes with tough guys. Yeah. It's called enforcer.
Why don't we stack up their suspensions?
Draymond is the enforcer. Saw Clay when he thought was being choked.
Then don't complain about him. Don't worry about him then. You've accepted it.
Oh, the Warriors have.
I know. And what I'm telling you is this guy ain't worth it anymore. And I don't know how he's going to be worth it a year from now. And I don't know how he'll be worth it 2 years from now. He's missed 8.
I'm disappointed in him, but I get why he did it.
Why?
Because he left his team hanging for 5 games when everybody on the damn team outside of Steph is struggling.
So my question is this, and I'm serious, if Draymond is such a great teammate, does that mean the other 10 guys who didn't get suspended or who were on the court, forget the guys on the bench, who were on the court and didn't do anything, are they terrible teammates?
No, not at all.
Well, what are we doing here?
But we're all got personalities. We're all different.
Okay.
And
what he did, he's paying the price for.
I'll tell you what.
And it ain't worth it anymore. Period.
I'm going DMV.
I'm saying it.
The Warriors have given him a license.
Of course they have. Of course they have.
All right.
Let me tell you, here's the other thing. Draymond's got 4 rings, and we can't win a 5th ring without him. You ain't winning a 5th ring like this. No chance. You are not winning a 5th ring like this.
Let me get this off, Steiny.
Period.
I couldn't believe it's possible a player, and I'm going here, can hit a teammate and avoid suspension. So when you say I've accepted it, hell yeah, I've accepted it, because that was the one last year that still sits and rubs me the wrong way. But if you can hit your peer and you get no suspension, he'll never stop.
Well, then why do you think he's going to learn from this, which you just said? Hopefully he'll realize, and that's why I laughed. Like, what are you holding on to?
Well, if I said that, you should laugh.
I did.
That's why I went DMV. Okay. He's got a license to do what he wants.
That's right.
Who gave him the license?
We know the answer to that. It ain't worth it. I get it. We were winning titles. It was a question. Fair question. Is he worth? He's not. You got to be kidding me.
But they think he is still.
Do they?
4 for a hundo.
Do they? Do they?
Has anybody on the Warriors come out and said, man, we wish you would have handled it different? No.
You can't.
Words are powerful. My point is everybody's giving them flowers for...
Who's everybody? Nobody on the team said anything.
Coach Kerr said, Draymond...
What's he going to say?
No,
Draymond did it again and he effed up our season?
No, he said Gobert was choking Clay.
That's a coach sticking up for a player.
But he wasn't.
That's what he's doing, sticking up for a player.
And he's doing it for Dre.
Exactly.
The whole team.
You don't know that.
Well, you don't know that they're tired of it.
That's right. And I'm not saying they are. You're saying the whole team's behind Dre. I'm not saying... No, they're not. I'm saying they might not be. I'm not assuming the whole team's riding with Dre, but I'm also not saying they're not.
Yeah, nobody would go public.
I'm using my common sense and saying there's no chance that everybody's behind Dre in that organization. There's no chance. Now, that I will say, how can he be? He's fractured the fan base.
Right.
The fan base.
Got to sell me.
Half of the fan base is done with the guy. I actually came in today and was like, well, yeah.
Well, that's how you feel.
This guy's not helping your team anymore. Maybe he will in a week. Maybe he will in 10 days. But he hasn't helped your team in the last week, and he ain't helping in the next week. And all of a sudden, more and more and more, Draymond Green's not helping your team. And I'll say it again. You ain't winning a title like this. Get out of here. It's going to be fine when he comes back. What are we doing?
Well, you're going to find out. It better be fine.
Tim's in Sebastopol. Hey, Tim, how you doing, buddy? Title.
Hey, Steiny. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey. So, a couple things. called in a couple days ago on Dre's behalf. Listen, man, Steiny, is Steve Kerr arguably one of the best coaches in NBA history?
I guess, yeah.
You guess, okay. Bob Myers one of the best? Let me finish. Is Bob Myers one of the best GMs in NBA history?
I know what you're getting at. I'll say yes to both, and they've decided to keep Draymond Green on the team. Doesn't mean they're right.
No. Those guys both have stated repeatedly Draymond Green is invaluable to the Warriors' success going forward.
Yeah. Well, he ain't.
Well,
they're wrong.
Are you out?
I'm saying they're wrong now.
What?
I'm saying they're wrong. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
And you know what, Tim? Do we know for sure that Bob Myers didn't leave because they decided to bring Draymond back? Do we know that for a fact?
I know what Bob Myers said the week before he left about Draymond. That's all I'm going by.
Okay.
And
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
One more thing. The protest, man. The protest. 100 to 200 kids are dying every day from Israel.
All right, guys, get him off. Get him on. Come on, but I just made it. Okay. Let's get
it's heartbreaking.
Hines in San Francisco. What's up, Hines?
How you doing?
Doing well, man. What's going on?
Hey. So just a real quick side note. This whole thing, Israel, Hamas, and all that, they're both wrong. Now, this whole issue, how this relates to Draymond is when you have somebody and people always trying to undermine these little petty things to, hey, we got enough fake news. Most of that protest crap and stuff, things going on are just for social media likes. So everybody's trying to feed in who gets more likes out of. And it's cool. They're going to be inflammatory and do something.
I got to hear Warriors or Draymond Green in the next 2 seconds.
No, Draymond, it is. So this is the issue on Draymond. Draymond, you need all the characters to sit at the table to be just like they have been, a high level of competitiveness and number of championships. CJ was pretty spot on most of the things that I wanted to say, so I'm not going to go too much into that. Tim kind of brings up that same scenario. Yes, you're never going to have 100% support of anything, but Draymond, I know, and again, for myself and teams and things that are going on, and if you don't have somebody who has got your back, we didn't like how it ended up, and I'm sure Draymond was not thinking that, oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble, so I can't do this. He just went to defend his teammate. So why did the NBA, again, they're only picking on Draymond, oh, he's got a history. Well, the only reason he got involved, he was the third, fourth person involved on it to break it up when nobody else did anything.
All right, I got it. You know what? I'm starting to glaze over. I just
he pro Dre. He didn't like it, but he understood it. He's saying, of
course,
that's what I took from it.
He doesn't like it. He understood it, and we're 6-6 and playing the next 5 without him
and Curry.
Draymond go bye-bye.
Not yet.
For 5 games.
And here's the thing. And you know what? And I'll defer. I'll defer. Right. How about this? Yep. I'll do. The first caller said, and okay, I'll play this argument. Hey, Steve Kerr, one of the greatest coaches? Yes. Myers, one of the greatest executives? Yes. Have they stuck by him? Yes. So do you know more than them, Steinmetz? Of course I don't. Right. What I'm telling you right now, though, he ain't worth it. He ain't good enough anymore. He's not a good. You know what? We're at the point now. Congratulations, you won 4 rings. Guess what? I won an Emmy 20 years ago. All right? The bottom line is this. Draymond Green's at the point now where he has to prove he's worth this. He needs to reprove he's good enough to be this guy.
But it sounds
I don't think he is anymore.
It sounds like he has to do that to you.
I think
but he don't have to do that to his employer.
Yes, he does, Dave. Because if he don't play better, they ain't winning anything. If he keeps missing games and playing like this, they ain't winning anything.
I'm not mad at that.
Okay.
But it's about the opportunity. They were at the crossroads, and if they felt like you and had that energy,
maybe they made a mistake.
Bye-bye, night-night.
Maybe they made a mistake.
There's no doubt about that, but the point is...
Not according to Warrior fans.
They were incentivized, and they weighed the good and the bad, and they were like, we want more of this.
Right. So, and how do you like it now?
Kumo D.
Stop telling me the organization has done this. I know it. That's why he's here. I get it. The organization, and let's not say the organization. Let's say who it is. Joe Lacob, because he signed the check.
I got you.
Here's one thing we know. Joe Lacob wanted Draymond for 4 years and $100 million. Everybody else, we don't know. Maybe they did.
But it really don't matter.
Probably a lot of them
guy's
did.
decision that makes the decision, that's all that counts to me.
Jeremy's in North Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, what's going on, man?
What's up, Steiny and Goo?
Hey.
I don't even know what to say no more. This is just it's another example of the organization enabling Draymond to do whatever the hell he wants and get away with it. And frankly, I'm sick of it. And now they're married to this guy for the next 4 years or 3 plus the player option. I get it. But when is enough, dog? And all you apologists calling into this station saying I'm riding with Draymond till the end. No, it's enough. It's over. I'm telling you, Joe needs to get in the lab and really think about the future of this organization and blow it up before it's too late, okay? Because it's not going to get any better. Draymond's going to stay the same, okay? So please do something and think about the future of your organization because, like Steiny said, it's just going to be more of the same, and I'm tired of it, okay? All right?
He said the lab. He is making I'll say this, and people may not care, but I do feel like he is making the Warriors unlikable. You got the baby face.
He's making them worse. Right now, he's making them worse.
Well, he's actually having a good season for his standards.
They're 6 and 6.
I understand, but I'm talking about
and
for
they're
him.
playing the next 5 without him.
But best believe if he was shooting 9% from 3, we'd be throwing that at it.
Wouldn't be different.
No,
I don't care if he makes a 3 in the first quarter. He's the same player.
So
he's not any better than last year.
So he can do nothing to change your viewpoint of him.
As a player?
No, just in general.
No, it's as a player.
Yeah.
Be more valuable. Be so valuable that when you do this stuff, we do have the conversation. Well, we really need him. We don't need this. This is not good enough anymore. He's not a good enough player anymore to be this detrimental. That's what I feel. Is he still a NBA? Yeah, of course. He's got 4 more years. Yeah. Is he going to the Hall of Fame? Yes, he's going to the Hall of Fame. Is he won 4 titles? Yes, he's won 4 titles. Could you have won him without him? No, you probably couldn't have won all 4 without him. But you know what? He's a role player who's messing up your team right now. Maybe not messing it up, but it's
again.
Like you got to keep telling the kid in the back row, can you please stop disrespecting everybody, including the teacher?
But this ain't, and I mean this, Donnie. This ain't guns. This ain't drugs.
Right. That's why you're not winning. But this is why you don't win time. This is why seasons go downhill.
Well,
and it's
last season on line 1.
Thank you.
I don't change. I feel the same about
how's
that.
How's this season going?
It was a fight, Matt.
That's right. But before the fight, stuff happened. Don't dismiss the ejection at Cleveland. Like,
my point is, he's yours. He's coming back, and he'll probably get ejected again.
No, you said he's going to realize.
No,
I said he's remorseful.
Yeah,
I'm messing.
No,
let's go.
I loved you, boy.
All right, we're going to go to this is fine. We're going to go 49ers at 11. Right. At 11 for a little while. We'll get back to the Warriors. It's fine.
They got a big, I want to say big, easy game. We'll get into it.
Yeah, let's go to 3 Chains in Phoenix.
3.
All right.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job. No, great job. I forgot.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, this is and I should get a little name, image, and likeness because you're using my voice. But listen, let me explain first about Rudy Gobert.
Is this Warrior?
Ain't no. That used to be my name. I changed my branding.
Wow.
I'm doing some stand-up.
He's the guy that says Steinmetz, you're doing a great job. Yeah, this is him. Go ahead, baby.
No, this is the guy who's killed us
this is the Warrior.
All right.
Killeen, Texas. Go ahead, baby.
All right.
Used to be Killeen, Texas, but now I'm retired. But first of all, for Rudy Gobert, ain't no shame, and I mean completely disabled retired. But ain't no shame in tapping. I tapped 4 times by 7:10 this morning. The oldest guy there in the Brazilian jiu-jitsu class. So I agree with him on the choke that Draymond had wouldn't be effective. But Draymond did this for himself. Him and Gobert don't like each other. It's obvious. But he went out of his way. And I like to call a non-basketball defense mode. Gobert wasn't trying to check out choke out Thompson. His arm was barely on him. Draymond looked to settle a personal grudge at the request of his team. Now, everybody's complaining that Gobert didn't do anything. No, because what I thought was a meaningless championship on the in-season tournament is turned into something big. And what Draymond has done is cost his team the opportunity to win that. Now, I stood by Draymond. I stood by him every time except for when he got one punched by Tristan Thompson at LeBron's party. So he's not really all about that life. He shouldn't have got thrown out about Cleveland, but what he did was very selfish. Now, taking it back to Jordan Poole, look, I've been around minor league hockey organizations, and the worst thing that you can do, and granted it's not millions upon millions, is talk about another guy's money. Wish I had $1 for every time somebody came in the office and asked what so-and-so was making. So I understand the punch to Poole. But it is time. It's time. It's time to cut the chain. It's time to...
They had the opportunity, Warrior, and they didn't. They had the chance this summer, and they said 4 more years for 100.
So he stay making the mistake?
No.
Okay.
So that's telling you something, right?
Poole.
Thanks, Warrior.
Just because you make a mistake doesn't mean you're stuck.
That's right. Thanks, Dave. 3 Chains, thanks for checking back in, buddy.
3 Chains, yeah.
Well, that's 3 Chains in Phoenix.
Yeah, he changed his name. He was also Renegade. That's the guy on your Steinmetz. You're doing a great job.
I mean, it's very possible that 2 months ago they signed Draymond to an extension, and 2 months into it, they're like, we made a mistake.
But it's still the contract.
That's what I mean. That is the mistake. We don't know that Mike Dunleavy's not saying maybe we shouldn't have done that. Or, well, this is what we had our plan B, and the plan B was if Draymond gets out of control, we'll trade him. December 15th. You hear Bonte?
No, what happened?
Bonte's saying just keep hammering December. No, he said December 15th. It's the first day you can trade Draymond.
Oh, wow.
No, that's tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, I know, but
halfway.
You did say something that stuck with me.
What's that?
The Bob Myers. But I saw the press conference. That was, he was working hard. The boss called him. Had nothing to do with Dre. They had a good relationship. It was a stressful one for Bob, but they respected each other.
Okay.
And he would have did that had Bob even been in the facility.
Well, it sounds like you know their relationship inside and out.
I don't, but it sounds like you know where the Warriors are at. And I'm with you on there's some people probably tired of his act.
I'm
totally with you.
I'm saying, I have no idea. But what I'm sure of is he does not have the support of the entire organization.
But that don't pay your bills. See, that's how
it does pay the bills.
No, it doesn't.
For Joe Lacob, it does.
No, the guy that signs the check is Joe Lacob. Right. I want him to like me. Everybody else can double bird. Well. You know what I mean? And that's where we're at with this.
More and more season ticket holders get sick of this. Now, Joe's going to have to listen.
I'm not mad at that. And the people you say got to sell the team. I'm just like, I'm not saying anything you're saying is wrong, but you guys just keep ignoring the billboard that is.
Right, they made a mistake. I'll say it. Right. I'll say it. They made a mistake. Actually, no, it's not a mistake. Hold on. It's not a mistake because I understand they had to go one way or the other.
Right.
And I said at the time, I hate both. Because if you leave him for nothing, you're worse. But if you sign him to 4 years, you ain't better. You're no better. You got no better when you signed Draymond to a 4-year contract. You got no better. You had to do it, but you got no better. All right, we're gonna switch up a little bit on the other side, talk about Ross Tucker and the San Francisco 49ers. And we haven't I wasn't here last time we had Ross. Looking forward to talking to Ross about the San Francisco 49ers. By the way, last year at this time, Brock Purdy was getting the start against, not quite at this time, but his first start was against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you.
It's Brock Purdy's show, making his NFL starting debut, and he's back to pass, avoiding a sack over the middle. It's Kittle. He's got a first down. He's into Tampa Bay territory, and you could see early on George Kittle has been the go-to guy here, his third catch.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. And I know on the latest version of the Ross Tucker podcast, if you have any reason to hear one guy from Princeton talk to another guy from Harvard, feel free to check out Ross Tucker's podcast with Kyle Juszczyk. What's up, Ross? Welcome.
What's up, guys? It's always good to hear your voice and talk with you guys, and it was pretty wild. I didn't realize this was Juszczyk's 11th year already. That is crazy, man.
Yeah, it is.
I did a bunch of his games when he was in college at Harvard playing tight end, and when you watch him play, he doesn't look old. He's not playing old, and I thought it was funny. One of the coolest things he said was he's been to 7 Pro Bowls, and he found out that John Lynch has 9. I said, how long are you going to play? He's like, till I get at least 10 Pro Bowls, one more than John Lynch. And then he said that might not even be enough. He might want to keep playing after that. So he's not slowing down anytime soon.
Ross, I got to ask you about the addition of Chase Young. Last time you and I talked, Steiny wasn't here. The Niners were kind of their version of down bad, losers of 3 in a row. What did you make of last week and the addition of Chase Young? And has it changed your viewpoint on where this Niner team can get in regard to maybe beating Philly?
Yeah, no, I mean, I already thought that the Niners were up there with Philly and to a little bit lesser extent the Detroit Lions as the best teams in the NFC. And I think the Cowboys are probably up there with the Lions as well. Still, in my mind, a step behind Philadelphia and San Francisco. I was a little bit puzzled by the 3-game losing streak for the Niners, but now that they got their guys back in Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and obviously the way Chase Young played, they look like they're as good as anybody, right? And they played like that at Jacksonville, and they are. And, you know, they'll face each other in the regular season in a couple weeks here, and then there's a pretty good chance they'll face each other again in the postseason. But I thought that was a big-time addition by the Niners, no question. I mean, you know, you get to these games, and unless all the Niners quarterbacks get hurt again, I would expect it to be a close, competitive game. And so it comes down to the end, and maybe Chase Young gets that key pressure or that key sack in a key moment as the Eagles double-team Bosa, or maybe Lane Johnson's able to block Bosa. The thing is Mailata, the left tackle for the Eagles, he has struggled a little bit with Chase Young. Whereas we know how good Lane Johnson is, so I wonder if that was part of the equation for the Niners to get Chase Young, was knowing that Mailata has struggled a little bit with him.
Where do you find numbers like that where you can dissect individual blocking matchups?
That is a great question, and they should have that because they have it in baseball, right? You know,
well, like how do you know Chase Young does well against him? From film, probably.
Because
right?
I watch every snap of every Eagles game.
Yeah, yeah, interesting.
Because of all the Philadelphia media stuff I do.
Sure.
You know, I do the pregame show on the radio, and then I go on WIP 3 times. I do a couple Eagles shows during the week. They're the one team that I have to really make sure I watch every snap of. And, you know, it's interesting because Mailata is so big that typically you would think it would be like speed, but Young kind of got him with power a couple times. They faced off against each other twice this year, and Chase Young fared pretty well both times. So if you're the Niners, you got to be thinking, heck, let's get a guy that we know can be productive against the Eagles left tackle, since clearly the Eagles are the Niners' biggest threat in the NFC.
Interesting.
That is,
I didn't think about that.
That's a good question. Hey, Ross, let me tell you real quick, if you don't know the dynamic of the show. I'm the fan. My guy's more like the reporter, and I'll use lines like Steiny. 49er fans are tired of being close. 2019, the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship games. But to hear Kyle come on your podcast and you being a former player, because I've echoed these words, Super Bowl or bust. I know Kyle's not getting fired. He doesn't deserve to. He just got the extension. But from a fan base, when you look at this Niner team on both sides of the ball, they're loaded. As a former player, what did that mean coming from Juszczyk? Because as a fan, I appreciated hearing him say that.
Yeah, well, and I hope people check that out and the whole interview out, because it was really interesting talking about the Harvard-Yale game. And he talked about that being a top 5 game in his life, and that game is on Saturday. But he said a lot about Brock Purdy, and he confirmed that Brock Purdy does, in fact, have to shave every once in a while. I was very curious about that. He said he does have a little bit of stubble. I haven't seen it. But he said, listen, I hate to say Super Bowl or bust, because then it becomes a headline and whatever. He said, but the reality is, with what we've done as a team and where we're at, that they probably are going to be disappointed if they don't win the Super Bowl, or at least get there, and I don't blame them. I mean, that's the way the world is, and honestly, probably the way it should be. I mean, they're going to be disappointed in Kansas City if they don't go to the Super Bowl and win it. They're going to be disappointed in Philadelphia, I can assure you, if they don't go to the Super Bowl and win it. When you're one of the best teams, that's what you're going for. It's like Ohio State fans are upset if they don't beat Michigan or go to the college football playoff. It's a down season if they win every other game.
Right. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross, let me ask you a question, because you played on the offensive line. Trent Williams is obviously a great offensive lineman. Even if you don't know offensive line play, like I don't, is there any way you could give me an example of what a defense might do knowing a Trent Williams won't be in the lineup and his backup will be in the lineup?
Yeah, good question. And so a lot of it is just who you put over him, right? Like, if you're going against the Niners without Trent Williams, you want to try to take advantage of that, and you might even put your best pass rusher over the left tackle in that game because you want to test the backup. Look, I went 3 years in a row, guys, where I didn't start the opener. But then there were injuries, and I got inserted midway through the year, or maybe a guy played bad or whatever. And I can tell you, I still remember my first start for the Buffalo Bills. 2003, we're playing at the Giants, and the first third down and long of the game, they slid Michael Strahan inside over me. And I was like, I can't swear on the radio, but I was like, oh no. Because you know that you're considered the weak link. Until you prove otherwise, you're the weak link, and they're going to test you. When Trent Williams is in there, they might never even put their best guy over him, because they might think, we don't want our best guy to be neutralized by Trent. Let's put him over one of the guards. Let's put him over the right tackle, because we don't want Trent to just erase our best guy. It makes a big difference.
Ross, last time we wrapped, you gave us some great insight about Brock Purdy in his college years. It's about to be his anniversary, a year when he took over. And I got to tell you, man, this is an apology to Deebo Samuel, because I told Steiny and the fans, you know what, McCaffrey's here, Ayuk's taking a step, Kittle, maybe he's expendable. But during that 3-game losing streak, he was pretty much out of all three. How important is Deebo to a guy like Brock Purdy, to where the defense has to always try to account for him?
Yeah, it's interesting, because I thought that was a little bit overstated, Guru, but then it ended up being a really big deal, it felt like. I thought they had enough other guys with Kittle and Ayuk and McCaffrey that they could kind of get by better with Deebo. Yeah. And I'm not ready yet to say that everything that happened during the losing streak was because Deebo was out. But I think the thing that's interesting about Deebo is he is a guy that they specifically design offense for, and also a guy, to your Trent Williams question, that the defense specifically is like always worried about and wondering about him, right? So if you get rid of him, there's not really like a where's Waldo situation. You know where Kittle's going to be, kind of. He's the tight end. You know McCaffrey as the running back. When Debo's out there, literally every play, you kind of have to talk. Debo's in the slot. Debo's in the backfield. He's out there. And I think it's a little bit of it's like the mental part of always having to worry about where he's at.
Wow.
Hey, Ross, before we let you go, I know you're familiar with all sports. And, in fact, I try to remind people that not only did you play professional football, but you also played basketball at Wyomissing High School. So, as somebody who knows it, let me just ask you this. You like Draymond Green?
How do I say this?
The silence is deafening. But go ahead.
Well, here, I got kind of mixed emotions. I don't like the way he carries himself sometimes and some of the things he says, but you're also talking to a former football player, an NFL offensive lineman that really, really enjoys physicality and violence. So I don't know a nice way to put this, but so often in basketball, when there's like a disagreement or an argument, it's like they just get in each other's face and they're like, it's almost like, some of the prep school guys at Princeton, right? Where they'd be like, I'll beat you up. No, I'll beat you up. No, I'll punch you. No, I mean, I would get bored. I'd be like, can someone just throw a punch already? I mean, can somebody throw a punch? I mean, I need to go get another beer. I've been waiting for 8 minutes for you guys. Like, just punch each other, please. Entertain me. So I appreciate the fact that Draymond actually carries out the physicality at times. And I don't know how that'll be perceived by people, and I don't really care. Sure. But you asked me a question, that's the answer. I don't follow it closely enough to have a strong opinion on him one way or the other. I feel like some of the things he verbally says annoy me. But then the fact that he is willing to take it to the next level, I have an appreciation for.
Yeah, I mean, man, he can take it to that next level.
Yeah, Draymond carries it out, he said. I like that.
Hey, Ross, thanks as always. Appreciate it. And hopefully we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Sounds great, guys. Yeah, Wednesday. I don't know when that game is, but we better talk that week.
Absolutely.
Oh, no
absolutely.
doubt. Yeah.
And he's talking about the Eagles,
yes,
everybody.
Fly,
thanks,
Eagles,
Ross.
fly.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips.
Yeah,
Ross Tucker.
The use check comment, like, Stoney, when I said it, a Super Bowl or bust, I guess you took it, and maybe I did mean it at that time, as, heads are going to roll if you don't get. But they all, that's their goal. And there's nothing wrong with saying it and getting close. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean, Gil. I know what you mean. I mean, look, they've knocked on the door before, and is this going to be the year they break through?
This will be a big one. Yeah, this will be a big. Dude, we got that showdown coming soon, too.
One game at a time, Gil.
We got one good game tonight. Baltimore, Cincy. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's Thursday.
Dude, this is a big game. Cincy loses
Baltimore
and Cincy, AFC North.
Two teams are going to the postseason.
If Cincinnati loses, they're 5-5. They might.
Fine. Guru, we're 17 games.
You sometime. Hey, did you see the meme of the Draymond headlock?
Which one?
The baby boy.
The baby?
Oh, stop. Evan, why do I try?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I didn't. You were referring to the use check on the Ross Tucker podcast. Let's take a listen to what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of hate just putting headlines out there of Super Bowl or bust, but when you boil it down, I mean, yes, kind of that is kind of where we're at. Like, that is our expectation. We know that you don't just snap your fingers and you're back in the NFC Championship. This is a long season, and there's growth and there's development, and you have to go through all of that, and you have to win these games early on so that you can get that seeding to put you in the best position to go to the Super Bowl. And
that's Kyle Juszczyk from the Ross Tucker.
He wants it.
Podcast.
There's nothing wrong with saying it.
Everybody wants it, Gil.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of somebody that did. Wiggins won it?
No, he got one. Whether he likes it or not. Probably pissed.
Hey, he got one. God, I wish I'd have had that back. He does have one. Bling, bling.
Yeah, he does. No. He does. 49ers, they play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
10-point favorites. Last time that happened, they lost. Cleveland.
That's a lot of points.
Yeah.
That's a lot of points. That is a lot of points.
Steiny is Betty White, not Betty Wright. I think I might have said Betty Wright.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, my boy Tone.
Well, that backfired on you, Steiny.
What happened?
I don't know. What do you think he's talking about?
Oh,
what? No, you know.
You want me to say it?
Of course.
You think he's talking about Draymond?
Yeah.
How Ross Tucker loves him?
Because Lamb put in the First North Cal Credit Union.
Well, that backfired on you, Steiny. Tell me what that means.
You thought the other white guy was going to agree with you on Draymond.
You can't talk about that.
And then I put LOL, hoping you didn't see it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I thought that was pretty humorous. Yes, Spadoni's black.
That's not bad. I don't mind that kind of humor.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good.
The one thing that did bother me is, and not that, whatever, it actually kind of doesn't, but somebody saying it sounds personal between you and Dre. It's like, I don't even know the guy.
Right.
And it's like, I think it's unfair to say this is personal when we know damn well half the fan base feels that way. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm in a percentage of
they're divided
3% that is down on Draymond.
Dub Nation is divided.
There are a lot of people down on Draymond. Right. It's not personal at all. I'm able to acknowledge that this guy is going to the Hall of Fame. I'm willing to acknowledge that this guy was one of the most interesting players I've ever seen in my life. This guy, I'm not afraid to say, is one of the best defenders I've ever seen in my entire life. They don't win 4 titles without him. But he's not the same player he was 5-6 years ago when he acted like this, and we measured whether it was detrimental or too detrimental or not, or they were able to overcome it. They're not able to overcome this anymore, I don't believe.
Okay. And
I don't believe they're good enough. I don't believe he's good enough anymore.
Okay. I'm not with you.
Yep.
And you don't even need to rebuttal, but everything you said, I tend to agree with, and especially about the all-time defender. When you and I were doing pre and post a few years ago, the great Jim Barnett said he may arguably be one of the best defenders, and I'll never forget that because he didn't get the super-duper size. He ain't Shaq. He gets the most out of what he's working with. But, Steiny, I tell you, Goodfellas, Scarface, The Sopranos, I love loyalty. And what I have seen is that the Warriors at every turn have had this man's
Let me ask you a question.
back.
Let me ask you a question.
So to me, I
I don't want to repeat that.
But Dre, I love you for that because they love you even with what we deem imperfections.
Let me ask you a question. If I told you that I can look into a crystal ball and I can tell you that the Warriors will not win another title with Draymond Green, I don't think you'd trade him anyway. Like I'm not saying if you trade him, you're guaranteed of us. Guaranteed. I'm saying, you would not.
If you gave me a name and said you would win it with this player, bye-bye, Draymond, go bye-bye.
But why won't you sign Clay to an extension right now?
Because Dre ain't where Clay.
So you're not loyal. Like, what are you saying, Goo?
No, I'm loyal until it runs out. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, it's going to run out.
You can say I'm loyal to a fault.
27.
I'm scared for Clay because Clay he's worked his ass off. This is different than Draymond in the birth certificate, just like Steph. They're still great, Steiny, but nobody is what they were 2-3 years ago, but you're still good. We just saw them deal with all that stuff last year, get to the conference
dealing with
semis.
it this year. Yeah, they're dealing with it this year, too, because the stuff
we don't know.
Draymond. What do you mean, Like, that's what's infuriating to me. It's Draymond. Is
Steiny,
it?
They're playing the other team. They're not playing Draymond.
I'm talking about 12 years.
Oh, well, you got a lot of run out of it, a lot of parades out of those 12.
And the ship has sailed.
Now, what if I told you might be putting it all at his doorstep on why the ship has sailed?
Maybe.
What if somebody from afar was like, ooh, hey, Steiny, I almost agree with you, but I think you're putting it all at his doorstep.
It's not all, but who's the biggest common denominator? And who's been biggest comment.
Last year on line one, that hurt me, man. That hurt me.
Well, apparently it didn't.
It cut me.
That's the thing.
It cut me. They didn't suspend him. I'm going here. Yes.
Please.
They did. How can I hit you and not get suspended?
Okay, so you would have re-signed him too. But you could have. Yeah, you still would have re-signed him.
Because our infrastructure is tough enough to where.
Oh, really?
Evan's not. He's gonna forget it. You're gonna forget it. And we're gonna be back buds.
Why am I disagreeing with everything you're saying? It's not copacetic. Like, have you been around the last year?
Yeah,
2 years?
I have. All right. Who does he play for?
Who?
Draymond.
I don't care.
See, and that's where we're at.
I'm just saying.
He's a warrior.
Okay. Well, you ain't winning.
And they had a decision to change the channel.
Right.
They didn't.
The other thing that I'm going to try to make a point of 1,000,000 times is there may be a scenario in which they knew they had to re-sign Draymond because there were two options. Right. Come on, Goo. You can't let him walk for nothing. Maybe they said, we'll sign him and we'll trade him.
But the something is what got you aggravated just to get the headache out of the room. Forget about titles. Maybe it was addition by subtraction if it was that bad.
Or maybe
it's telling me it wasn't that bad.
No, it's telling me you know what? If you would have told Draymond to walk, we're not re-signing him. Right. We're not going to make him an asset. Now you know what you're doing? You're letting one guy screw up your future. Because a guy's so bad, you got to send him away. Well, you're going to be worse. You can't do that. You can't, because if you do that, then you're saying, well, geez, now one guy has ruined our future because he left here because he's such a pain. We couldn't re-sign him. Of course we got to re-sign him, but maybe we don't know. Maybe he is on a short leash.
Well,
I don't know.
We could be right. But I had a friend that was divorced 3 times. He said, don't be afraid of what's next to where you stay in a relationship. And that's what you sound like. Oh, if Draymond left, what does that signal? We're not like, that's what it ain't as toxic as I feel like you think it is.
6-6.
Well, you couldn't have did that when they were 5-1.
Well,
I would have won that.
But you know what? You were 5-1 and Draymond started. He started his stuff, and now you're 6-6. And I'm not talking about sticking up for a teammate. I'm talking about personal reasons versus Denver, ejected versus Cleveland. Yeah. You lose. Winding up Anthony Edwards on a Sunday, you lose, and then getting ejected again. Yeah. Four straight games.
And now 5. It was going to be 9.
And here's the thing, 5-1-0. Fair enough. One bad week, and all of a sudden, everybody's out on Draymond. Try 3 now. Or try 2.5 weeks.
And everybody's not out on him because his team is not out on him.
He ain't playing for the next 10 days.
And they got young OKC tonight.
I'm just...
Yeah. You feel how you feel.
Ain't winning anything with this. This is not championship. This is not championship. Draymond Green no longer... come on, guys. You can't win a championship like this, having to deal with this. And they're going to have to. You know they're going to have to. So I don't know. Listen, I don't know what the solution is. I don't. But the way I feel right now is this team is not going to win a title. And I'm starting to think that it might not even be worth amusing ourselves that it could. I might be wrong, but
76 more games.
All right.
No, it's not. Evan.
70.
Carry the 1.
Oh, boy. People want to know who got divorced 3 times. Quit being nosy.
What do you mean?
Remember I said I had a friend that got divorced 3 times?
Relaford?
No.
49 Frankie?
No, none of them. It's an older guy.
888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know.
Dude, I ain't seen you like this.
Hey. Like what?
You need a basketball hug.
It's came off the roof.
We'll get on but you could be wrong.
Of course I could be wrong. But I'll bet I'm not. Right. You want to bet against me?
We'll never know.
You want to bet against me? I'll bet you. I'll take that bet right now.
I got 2 bets.
What I've seen the last week, this team ain't going it. This team's not winning a title. Tell me why you think they are. 888-957-9570. I'll let you talk to Goo. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
My passion about ancestry comes from the fact that I was an only child.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. 11:34 on a Thursday. Guru going to the game tonight.
Guru and Evan. Evan in for Steiny. We'll be front and center, baby.
Oklahoma City in town.
Favored by 3.5.
No Draymond. No Steph Curry. We'll see what happens.
But we got Chet.
He's
good. See, this is the problem with not having Curry. Is now they may have the two best players on the court.
SGA.
Yeah. Well, and
they scored 139 without him on the Warriors.
Lou Dort?
Sleeping on Pochemski.
This would have been your anniversary to go. Remember you wore your yellow hoodie to you had front row seats, Myers. Remember you were in your yellow hoodie?
Yeah.
Kept it a secret.
All right. I feel like I'm gonna reset here on 95.7 The Game. And I'm just gonna use my own personal experience, but it's more about the Warriors. So 2 years ago the Warriors won it.
Oh yeah.
I didn't think they were gonna win it. Yay! I don't think anybody thought they were gonna win it, but they won it. Boom. Never take it away from him. Number 4 in your face.
Still kind of fresh.
Number 4 in your face. Okay. So they win their 4th title. But because I and other people look at things without, the champions, I look like every other champion. I look, boy, they must have had some good fortune. Like every champion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I look at some of their good fortune, and they had some. And I feel like they had some really good fortune, that things really fell into place. And again, I'm not getting into the argument whether they deserve it or not. Of course they deserve it. But I did not put that Warrior Championship team head and shoulders above everybody else. I didn't. They won it, and they proved to be better at that period of time than Boston and everybody they played. Okay, so now we come into last year, and I'm like, they're not going to win it again. They're not going to win it again. And sure enough, this last season falls apart.
Oh, falls apart.
Okay, so here comes this season. We're at this side. I think the Warriors can win it. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to say no. They can't have no chance. But I'm saying I think the window's slightly open, but a lot of things have to go right. Yeah. And they got to stay out. Like everybody, qualified in a million ways. And I'm just telling you, they're 6-6, 12 games of the season. I've seen how the first month's gone, and it's like, they ain't winning a title. I just don't think they are. I don't know how they can. I don't know how they can win a title.
Okay.
How are the most important players going to play enough for them to be good enough to have a seed high enough to run the table? One of the reasons they couldn't run the table last year is because they started at 6.
And all I can say to that, my friend, is that is the beauty and essence of what we call sports. Everything you just laid out will reveal itself. And I got to tell you, just hearing you talk and put your words together the way that you did, I thought of Netflix. Because last year at this time, Draymond Green, and I'm not railing on him, he had an episode. Here we are a year later. It's a different episode, but it's still an episode, and they're going to be without him more games than they were when he punched a teammate. So it is what it is, but Steiny, all I'm going to say is this, and you've said it. Steph Curry, he's playing at an incredible rate right now. I won't compare him to himself, but I know if other things and other guys on the team do what they normally do, they're going to be a tough ass out.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm 1 for 8. Wiggins we don't know what's up. Kuminga, Clay.
Hope is not a strategy anymore.
Drain.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say the Warriors go 46-36.
Yeah.
They win in the first round and they lose in the second round again. Are we coming back the next offseason and say, well, they won 2 years ago or 3 years ago. They can still does Draymond Green really have to play 4 more years to prove that he might not win a title because people are afraid to say, look in the mirror and say, this team's not good enough? Well, they did it 2 years ago, so let's keep everybody around.
I got to be careful here. I think it's bigger than Dre. There might be a reason Klay Thompson wasn't offered a contract. What's his future here? Do they decide to go replenish or get something that might be more dynamic? I don't know. But that is going to be – Draymond signed up. And we know anything can happen the 15th, what have you, Steiny. But Klay Thompson and his tenure as a Golden State Warrior is front and center of, are the big three going to break up? Who's going to be the first one to go? Right now, the leader in the clubhouse is Klay Thompson. Why do I say that? Because of his contract situation. So when you say, oh, well, just run it back, that ain't running it back, because Klay would be a big part of changing the core of what you are, who you are.
Let's go to Danny in Vancouver.
Wow.
What's up, Danny? How you doing, man? Danny. How you doing, buddy? Oh, Danny's not there. Danny's usually one of our guys.
You been to Vancouver?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you went to a Grizzlies game.
Went to a lot of Grizzlies games back in the day.
Well, you and your family, you and the girls.
That was Victoria.
You went to a soccer game, too, out there.
Yeah. Been there a lot.
Victoria's pretty close.
Well, you got to take a plane or boat, but
yeah, you get there by sea.
You ever been to Victoria?
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
Yeah, there's a little minor league team there.
It's an incredible
Are you kidding me? What's
city.
the nickname? You know,
the Harbor Cats.
I like it.
What do you do? I play baseball. Where? Victoria.
I'll tell you what. Hey,
I love it.
Talked about maybe that's where I'm going to shut it down.
Oh, look at
Seriously. Victoria's incredible.
We got 20 more years in this.
I could see you on the sound,
No chance.
Steiny.
You and me?
No chance.
Dude.
No.
You would miss me.
Work until I'm here.
We would miss each other. Where's old Cranky at?
We'll have to
put him on an island.
Yeah. Evan will be calling play-by-play somewhere, taking care of us.
Maybe Victoria.
Right? Nah.
I'll literally,
Maybe the Canucks.
I'll literally retire to an island. Let's go to Noel in Fremont. What's up, Noel? How you doing? Noel.
Taking my call.
Hey, buddy. Yeah.
Hey.
I was just trying to pitch in a little bit, my 2 cents on the whole Draymond situation, right? We all agree, he's the kind of person, you don't want your kids basically learning from his behavior on court. There's obviously a lot to learn from his game, right? And then I was, we discuss this all the time. There's 2 terms I use to describe Draymond as a personality. Number 1 is he is a splash facilitator, okay? And that's his offensive awareness outside of his defensive skill, right? His passing, that's all IQ, and that doesn't age. It can only get better, okay? And he can learn from his experience. But the other part is obviously, his grit, his defensive ability, that can definitely age. So there's still pluses of keeping him around. But yes, his cockiness, his behavior on the court, we all agree. And that leads me to my second term that I use for him is cost of doing business, right? And then as with every business, you need assets, okay? And then you got to spend some to minimize what you keep, what you need to keep, right? And this is the cost of doing business. You lose them sometimes in critical playoff games, which leads to a big loss, right? And then you leave him or you lose him for big strands of games, right?
Yeah.
So how do we do damage control, right? How do we minimize the risk? Yeah. So that's the thing. And then I think everybody knows that at the back of their head, everybody's just basically understands this fact and then just trying to put a real value around, yeah, he just went through a renewal. Is it really worth it? And who can do it? But the chemistry he's built with the Splash Brothers, not just them, and every other shooter that the Dubs have brought in, right? It's invaluable. It's amazing the way he's able to find open shooters and everything, right? So yeah, I mean that's just my 2 takes, right? Those 2 concepts I've always described. Yeah, right.
And you know what? I'm going to follow up with you, and I think a lot of people look at it like that. And I guess what I'm saying today, and that's Tortorelli. I guess that's what I'm saying. You ever see that one? I guess that's what I'm telling you, Brooksy. Yeah, well, then get out of here.
Tortorella.
What did I say? Tortorelli? Tortorella. I meant John Tortorella. I guess what I'm saying is he ain't worth it anymore. I mean, I just don't think Draymond Green is worth it anymore. Was this the final straw? I mean, I guess so. I was kind of done with him, but I still realize he's got some value, but I just think he's kind of jumped the shark now. He's like, I don't think he's worth all this trouble anymore.
And again,
not with this team and not with him. I just don't. So sue me.
No. I don't have the money to, but.
And I also think that to continue to look at this organization as a title contender, at what point do you continue to look at a team as a title contender and it begins to stifle what you want to do moving forward?
Well, I'll tell you what. You kind of hit me in the cardiac muscle with the final straw. And I hate to break it to you, Steiny, there is no final straw. And again, this is not an indictment on Draymond Green, but after what he did last year to this team and his teammate, to still come back and go unpunished, there is no final straw.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think Draymond Green will retire a Warrior?
I do.
I don't.
Yeah, I do. And that's why I was shocked. Wasn't advocating for them to move on, but I really thought if all of us or half of the fractured fan base was tired of his act off the court and him screaming to tell the coach to throw the flag or challenge, all that stuff I thought meant something. They just let him, they love him, and they let him be. And I'm going to read this real quick from Edward Kim on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. I'm not saying you're not doing this. Let the season play out. Enjoy the core while we still got them. Okay. And that's pretty much what Lacob, I think, is doing up until the end of this season, because Clay, to me, represents and changes everything if he's here or if he's not. So they're going to be different, Steiny. I just, do you really believe they can't win it 12 games in?
Yes, I really believe they can't
because of what happened just this last week?
Because it's the same as last year, Goo.
Oh.
I think it's the same as last year.
Now that's
And I think we're all under the illusion that they got, quote unquote, rid of the problem. Well, I don't necessarily think they got rid of the problem. I don't know what the problem is. I'm sure it's like most problems where it's nuanced and it encompasses a lot of different factors. But I don't know what's going on with Wiggins.
That's interesting.
I might even say I'm not really even sure what's going on with Looney.
So Poole being out.
But I'm just saying, we got issues.
No, but I got to say something. Like Jordan Poole's gone. So to me, and I believe a lot of Warrior fans, I've moved on thinking they fixed and rectified that.
Because you believe Draymond.
No, it's not about believing
And you believe them saying everything was
great. I believe Joe Lacob, who brought Draymond back.
Okay, good.
But to hear you still say,
believe it all.
You ain't let go of last year, that's like, wow.
Because it's still last year. It's still last year.
That's heavy.
It's not that heavy. It's just
a bridge. Shout out to protesters, but it's a bridge.
It's basketball.
I'm thinking it's over.
It is
over.
You're
saying no.
No, it is over.
Well,
it is over.
Don't know that.
It cannot continue like this. How about that? It cannot continue like this. It can't. What? Okay, so he comes back in 10 days. Do you believe he'll be involved in some other incident this season?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay. Do you believe there's a good chance the suspension will be longer than 5 games? Then how can it continue? How can it continue?
See, I think we see an ejection or 2, but nothing more than 5 again. And I'm not saying, that's good. But they pay him to be this.
But this is where I want to hit you over the head like a baby seal with a Louisville Slugger.
I want to hit you back.
It's like, why would you believe that now, after 12 years of Draymond Green, you know what's like?
Because they had a lot of winning.
I think he's going to be. I don't think he's going to get suspended anymore. Okay, I don't know what to say to that. I don't, Goo. He might not. You might be right. How about if you might be right? He may never get suspended.
I got some real
again.
quick before you get to calls.
Yeah, nope.
So, do I think the 7 of 11 suspensions that Steph's not there, is that an indictment? Yes, it is. Did he quit on them and he told us? See, it's different when he's telling on himself.
Here comes the but. It's all okay. Go ahead.
At that juncture, it was bad. We didn't know if the Warriors were going to get back. But they went Tupac and put that in their rear view. They put that in the rear view and won a chip 2 years later in 2022.
What?
The The season that was when Steph broke his hand and Dre basically said, they tried to preserve Dre.
They're not good enough to do that anymore.
But we railed on Dre thinking at that juncture it was rotten. They'll never. And what did they do? They came back.
Did they have chemistry problems at 39 and 33?
No.
I don't remember that.
No,
I just remember Steph getting hurt and Draymond quitting.
Yeah, no doubt.
So that's not really chemistry.
Yeah, if you followed up that season, you're right. You lost at home. Steph didn't score an OT to Memphis.
Okay, that was the 39 and 33. Okay.
But my point is, at that point, if it was so rotten, and I'm not saying you're using that word, but if you're right and the energy and everything behind closed doors was that toxic, they would have never gotten up off the mat to come back in 2022, one of the most surprised chips in the world. So to me, I'm like, okay, where are they at now? They had all that drama, the Jerry Springer stuff last year, and they got to the conference semis. Wiggins is still MIA. So I'm just looking at the chessboard like, how can one really say they can't do it after they came back from Draymond basically quitting, and they did that. So that's I'm a lover, not a fighter, Donnie.
You're also
I'm hoping.
That's right. That's what you're doing. You're hoping,
Yeah.
and the thing of it is,
I'm hoping
you do this thing where you list all these transgressions and then say, "But I think they're over." See, the way I look at it, Goo, is Steph got hurt, Draymond quit. He acknowledged
No doubt he did.
But it's okay because it's Draymond, and everybody's scared of him. That's not really chemistry, but whatever. They come back the next year, they go 39 and 33. Okay, well, Steph's healthy, and Draymond's, I can't even remember what he did. Whatever. They didn't win it, and then they came back the next year, and they won it.
Right.
But it doesn't change the fact that he quit. And I'm just saying, then last year, he played. Okay, let me ask you a question. I'll take a bet right now. How about this? Anybody want to bet? Anybody want to bet? Anybody want to bet me on this? We do this in other cities all the time, but we never do it in the Bay. Last year, Draymond Green played 73 games. It's a contract year.
No, wow.
Raise your hand if you ever think Draymond Green's going to play 73 games again. I don't. And,
I wouldn't take that bet.
And I know the Warriors probably knew that too. Right. And they did it anyway. And so the bottom line is, where I'm at, nothing crazy. It's just like, I'm seeing it again with Draymond. I watched the first 12 games. They're not good enough anymore to do this. That's the way I feel. They're just not. He's not good enough to do this. They don't have good enough players around him anymore to allow this to happen, where he just misses games and things got to change. And now Kuminga start 3 games, and maybe Sarge gets to start in 2, and then Draymond comes back and they both go to the bench. And everyone says, well, just like, everybody just acts like, oh, they'll just go back to the bench and Draymond will come back and everything will be fine. No. Expect an adjustment for, like, Kuminga's going to play for the next 5 games and we're going to see stuff. And then here comes Draymond back and I don't know. All right.
Well, we know how you feel.
Yeah.
But you said something that's bothering me. It's not that I just, you got me thinking, and I'm wondering, I never bite my tongue. But I'll tell you this, the Bob Myers thing, our guy, that came out of left field. But now I'm wondering if you are right and stuff was popping off left and right behind closed doors last year after what they had to deal with. I do wonder how much of that is he didn't want to deal with this component of the job. Coming out the stands, trying to tame Drake.
Do you believe the Warriors had a...
Oh, there's no doubt there was internal stuff going on.
Did you think it was over?
No, I think they can compartmentalize and go out and try to put their best foot forward, and that's what we're watching. And a week ago, Steiny, I'm not saying you're negative now. It was 5-1. It was strength in numbers. Yeah. We were loving it. We weren't singing this tune.
Well, I'm singing it now. Because what's happening is, to me, it's just like, Because you know what? Here's the other thing, Goo. I watched them. I played Denver. They played Denver. So they're 5-1, and I'm like, Then they play Denver, and everyone's like,
moral victory.
No, this team's good. Yeah. This team's good. They took the, and I came into that next day, and I'm like, I didn't see anything out there that led me to believe
you said as
this
much.
thing's a championship team. It was just they lost in Denver. Okay, fine. Like, I'm not saying it was a bad loss. It wasn't a bad loss at all. But what I've seen, Denver, Cleveland, Minnesota,
I'm right
you know
behind
what?
you.
I have seen enough. I just have.
Even
I
with them
don't
playing, right.
I just don't think these guys are sharp anymore.
Let's hope you're wrong, man. Evan and I will be front row tonight.
I could be wrong. Been wrong many, many, many times.
And that's another thing. Like, what can they afford? I know it's 5 games, and we don't know. Hopefully Curry's back Saturday. But you can't be 1-4. Like, somebody needs to step up. And it's Andrew Wiggins. I said Kuminga, yeah, we want to see more from you. But this is Andrew Wiggins' time. And you could call me a fool.
I have one question.
Because at some point, something's got to give.
I have one question.
The cow's got milk or it doesn't.
I almost feel like wiping the phones clean and asking this question. But I don't think I'm gonna. I'll just.
We never do shows like that.
I'll just ask it. I'll just ask it. For everybody out there that defends Draymond Green, and will always defend Draymond Green because that's what you said, and he's tough, you need him. For all you people, how do you reconcile that toughness, that heart and soul? How do you reconcile that with a guy who quit when Steph Curry got hurt and acknowledged it, and is a player who is now has a pattern of getting ejected when Steph Curry doesn't play? Somebody tell me what that is. That is for the toughest player in the NBA. If someone can explain that to me and make me say, you know what? I didn't think about that. Why can't he? Don't tell me there's nothing about him not playing when Steph doesn't play.
I'm not.
The numbers are the numbers. The statements are the statements. And the evidence is in.
But they've afforded him the will to do that. They've accepted it.
And he's not good enough anymore.
All right, but
and they're not good enough
this
anymore.
Is instead of asking.
But my point is, why do fans love a guy who's acknowledged that he's quit on the team?
Because it's part of the Draymond Green experience.
Fair enough.
And most nights he's
how's that
going
for
his
you?
Liver, his kidney, and his heart and soul on the court.
6-6. Warriors 6-6.
See, that's not fair.
What's not fair? They're 6-6, and their next 5 are without Draymond Green.
Right, but when you say the 6-6,
so if they start 7-10,
oh no, it's terrible.
But nothing to do with Draymond, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like Draymond might be in the middle of a bad start. 888-957-9570 is the number. Go Warriors.
From Friendsgiving to family traditions, prep for your Thanksgiving feast at Whole Foods Market with savings on
Let me go, Dre. I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru.
Yes, yes.
You know who we are. I thought that was so funny when Durant said that.
KD's got a few of them. You know who I am.
Talk a minute. I got to fix the camera.
Yep.
A lot of YouTube people want to look at me.
Oh, a lot of people want to know why you can't make it tonight. Not to tell us.
There's no story.
It's a wrap.
I think it's going to pour tonight. City's a zoo.
The game's
right now.
inside, Loveman.
Yeah, but
did you say it's going to pour? And you're from Reading, PA?
Yeah, 3-pointers.
Wow, that's a 4.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Say which team.
Take Clay over the threes tonight.
How can you think the Warriors are going to win tonight when they're missing their 2 best 3-point shooters? You like that?
Didn't say which team.
You like that? Draymond.
Yeah.
40.
No, he is shooting. And you haven't given him love.
Who?
He's worked on his shot. The results are, the
results are nothing. There are no results. He's played 8 games. He's made some shots over 8 games.
He's been hitting that side threes.
Wake me when he does it for half a season. God, this is unreal.
I just hate we got to watch without him.
I can't wait till Wiggins with 30 tonight. He's back. Come on, guys.
Well, let's hope it's 30.
We're championship here. We want another one. We may have to make some moves. Hard decisions. Okay. Let's go out and mess around a little bit with...
If I ask you what seed the Warriors are right now currently, I know it's early.
We need the Van Gundy.
Right.
7.
Yeah.
7.
You must have knew. Evan whispered to you.
I don't. Okay. Yeah. Let's go out to... Who? Okay. Oh, Andy in Vancouver.
Danny in
Vancouver.
Danny.
What's up, Danny? How are you?
Danny.
Hey, Danny.
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
All right.
Oh, well.
Always enjoy hearing you guys and talking to you guys. Listen, regarding Draymond, I'm really closely aligned to Steiny on this. You know, people baffle me. I know you guys are both parents, but I have a almost 14-year-old daughter, and there's a bunch of parents at our school that no matter what their kids do, they're perfect. It doesn't matter how much evidence is presented to them, their kid can do no wrong. It's absolute blind faith, blind, adoration. And I think it's the same as the Draymond thing. I'm a huge Warriors fan. I followed him for years. I go down to the games. I've gone to the finals. To me, I agree with Steiny. He broke faith for the last time. How he doesn't understand that he gets it's not a matter of whether it's fair or not fair. He is a marked man, and I know he's a very smart guy, but if he knows he's a marked man, he knows everything he does is under scrutiny. And how he ran in and put the chokehold, at first I didn't think it was that bad. Then I saw the replays again, and I thought, you know what, it's totally a reputational ejection. Anyone else might not even have gotten a tech, or maybe a tech and, maybe an ejection for the game.
Good stuff. Go ahead, Dan.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The last thing I want to say is I agree with you too, Steiny, that I think it was, in retrospect now, it was a big mistake to have re-signed him. I thought maybe, he didn't even last 10 games before he imploded. I mean, that's what's so shocking. We're not even 10 games in, and he's already put the whole season in peril. And I guess my question for you gentlemen is could they have waited till at least later in the year, at least to see if he could have made it through the first quarter of the season before, trying to blow up the whole thing? Thank you.
Yeah, they could have just let him play out this year, and he could have been an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. I'm just going to have to do this a lot today. I'm going to say, hey, Steiny's saying, get Draymond out of here. Steinman's saying, trade Draymond. Steinman's saying, no, I'm just saying, he's not good enough anymore, and they're not good enough around him anymore for this kind of stuff to happen, and and still think this is a title team. That's where I'm at.
Wow.
What you want to do with that information, that's fine, and you can say, well, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
That's also fine.
Because you still could be proven wrong.
Good luck. Who's taking that bet? Nobody's going to bet against me right now.
Oh.
Nobody's going to bet me right now that the Warriors will win the title this year.
Well, right now is not it's the most inopportune time to make that bet.
Naturally, that's why I'm saying it. But if you truly believe in the Warriors, this is just a blip.
Oh, and I'm
saying it's not a blip. I'm saying this is just a continuation of last year, and they're not going to be able to overcome it.
Well, I'll tell you
whatever that means.
I love that. That hit me, that parent analogy, because I know parents like that. But the Warriors know Draymond does this, so it's not like they're, oh, my son didn't do that. They know this is part of the get down.
Good point. Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. But they ain't winning it. Let's go to Filmo Mike. Mike.
Let's see what the streets are saying, Mike. Talk to us now.
I got a feeling I know.
All right, here we go.
No, I'm just saying this. First of all, Steiny, you got to calm down because just like you told Guru, this don't matter. It's 8, 9, 10 games into the season.
12.
Calm all that talking about we ain't finna win and this ain't finna happen. Just like you just said to Guru, it don't matter. We only 12 games in. Well, guess what? It don't matter because we only 12 games in. Just like you said. And then you walking around here. And then first of all, let me get to this. That Cleveland injection was the most craziest, the most dumbest, you don't retract.
Yes, you do.
Something about somebody getting bumped into the stands. He'll get bumped into the stands all day in a basketball game. There's no reason for him to get ejected in that game.
See, this is the problem.
Let's just say that. Now,
this is the problem.
No, hear him out.
More justification for pushing a guy in the back.
No justification. He shouldn't have got kicked out the game.
Why not?
And refs should not be referees in the game. You call in the game. You don't call what happened 2 years ago.
Filmo.
You don't do that. Let the league do that. Let the league retroact and say, okay,
Filmo.
that was wrong. Refs didn't go back. That's all.
Filmo, it's part of the NBA that when they review a play, which they did when Mitchell confronted Draymond, that at that point they have the right to look at what may have precipitated it. That's the rule. They can do that. They did that, and they deemed that Draymond pushing Donovan Mitchell on the play before deserved a technical foul.
Well, that's a horrible call.
Okay.
And referees in the game, within the game, you don't look at the reputation of a player. You call it how it is, what happened. You feel me now? Draymond, if you gonna ride, you gonna ride. This your guy. He came to the defense of his player. He didn't, you feel me? Whatever it was, he had things going on with Rudy Gobert. He deserved what he got. I'm not saying what he did was right or wrong, but I'm saying it is so, Steiny. You talking about we not finna win the ship. This is a whole new season. And you talking all this, you feeling yourself, you all in your bag. Well, guess what, Steiny? You are not doing a great job. You out here saying anything. The season early, if we was the same team as last year when Draymond and them got kicked out, we would have imploded. It's a whole new season.
No, it isn't. That's what I'm saying, Filmo. And thanks, buddy. I love you. Oh, go ahead. I think it's the same season.
That's what I'm saying. It is a whole new season. You got a whole new cast of players, man.
You got the same problems. Come on, Mike. Hey, Mike, I love you, buddy. I love you. No, but like after you keep, hey, Goo, and Filmo, I get it. He's doing this after 12 games. I'm going to use the Guru. It's bigger than that. It's looking at all the last season
but to
and
you,
saying
and
it's right.
To you. So Mike was
I'm not saying Mike's wrong.
No,
Mike just disagrees with me.
No doubt about it.
Right.
But for you to put the but you're again,
I'm doing it.
Preference it with, you know what? This
Disagree
is what
with
I think.
me.
Right. Because
Disagree
you're not
with me.
right. No, we
I'm
don't
not saying,
know.
Did I say I'm right?
No, but
I said I believe they're not good enough anymore.
Right. And I'm with him about the Steiny. What he did to Gobert, I won't call it heinous, but you can't do that. But the Cleveland one shocked the hell out of me. But we act like if you didn't watch, real quick, if you didn't watch the game and you picked up the phone, Draymond ejected, you're going to be like, boy, did he get his money worth? Was it worthy? But to go to the replay, and I get it. I get it's the bylaw of the rule, and then say, Johnny pushed him in the back. you're gone.
It's a rule. It's just the way the league's set up.
But when you have a rep like Dre's, it sounds worse than it was. So people are acting like, oh, he got ran. He lost his mind. Did he really? But he's Dre. He created the rap sheet. And I know a lot of people don't like that term.
Exactly.
But that's all. You're like, if we're going to put it all out and empty it, Mike is right. That was one of those like, are you kidding me? He's gone?
You're right.
For the push. But
and
he's
you know what?
the one that's gone in front of the judge multiple times, and they got him.
This is a joke. It's a
But let's
flat-out
not act
joke.
like he did.
It's a joke.
Malice in the Palace Saturday night to Mitchell.
We're still doing everything Draymond wants, which is we are trying to pick apart the suspension and the number of games and whether what he did to Mitchell is or isn't worth this or that. We're still on that. We're not on, how come this always happens?
Or
Why
what
not?
Mike said that I told you, what was he doing in this act? He was defending and fighting for his guy.
650, show me the TV radio host or coach that thought Draymond should have been bounced for the Cavs game. Okay, how about this? Nobody. There was nobody.
Okay.
It was only the NBA.
Gotcha.
They were the only ones that wanted. Okay, I'll give you that. So what?
Right.
You're the team with Draymond Green. Yeah. You're the team that's going to pay the price. Okay, you know what? Hey, guess what? Knock, knock. The league's going to try to drill Draymond from now on. They are going to try to get him.
No, we ain't saying that.
Well, I'll say it. I think they are. I think the league is sick of him. I don't think
if they were sick of him, he would have got more than 5.
He got 5 games for that. What I'm saying is, I thought that was a lot, a real lot. I thought he was going to get 3. He got 5. Well, that tells me they're sick of him. They're sick of him. And the point is whether the league's right or wrong about being sick of him, that's a problem for the Warriors.
And it starts tonight.
Let's go to Guido. Guido's in the city. Hey, Guido, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny, I'm doing good. Steiny, I got to agree with you. Draymond, all the madness that he brings, his game is stale. We're raving about three-pointers that he's hitting. Whoever wins the 95-7 knockout, it can do the same thing.
I got to be the leader of the clubhouse,
Guido.
I think.
Appreciate it, buddy.
It's confirmed I'll be in this 90.
Yeah, I'm sure. You wouldn't miss it for the world.
Look at you. I can't believe you feel how you feel.
Why?
And you know, on this part, I thought 5 was nothing. I thought if I'm Dre, I'm like, thank God. If it was really that. Because if you wanted to send a message, Stein, he could have went. You had dude in a chokehold. But as far as him winning it, it's a long man. We got time, but they got other issues not named Draymond Green.
Why don't we agree with this? I'll stop saying they can't win a title if we all stop talking about it's too early to say they can't win a title. It's like, okay, let's just not talk about title anymore because that in and of itself right now feels kind of funny.
It's like talking Super Bowl in week 2 or 3.
See if this team right now can get to the playoffs.
And stay healthy.
You think I'm kidding?
Right.
I'm not. Get to the playoffs.
Playoffs?
Steiny, yesterday, I don't want 4 hours of Draymond hate. 2 days later. Well, we got the suspension, and it was more than I thought. You know, I'm telling you, if he gets 2 or 3, I'm like, 5?
But that ain't sick of him, though.
5 is well, Goo, you were in the vast minority.
John Morant got 10 for having a gun the first
25.
time.
He got
25.
He
got 10 the first time when they put a little slap on his wrist. He got 10.
Goo, you were very few people thought he was going to get 10. Is all I'm saying.
Okay, right. No, right.
The only person I know that said 10 was you and Jay Williams. So I don't know if it was a lot or little.
But the sick of them part is that's what 5 ain't sick of them. Like when you say, and they might be.
Okay, then they're not. No, they're not sick of him. The league's not sick of Draymond Green at all. In fact, they didn't even this statement taking into account prior acts. That has nothing to do with Draymond.
That's his name.
Let's just, come on.
That's the Draymond rule.
We got to be straight up here.
They need a big game tonight.
Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo?
Hey, guy. What's up, my guys? Hey, before I give a take, and I promise you, I will transition from this boring talk about this narcissistic person. I can't stand everything outside the court with Draymond Green. I love him on the court. Everything outside of the court, not for me. Excuse me. I'm tired of narcissism in our society today. But here's my point, guys. I appreciate your show, not only because of the contrast you guys have, but because of how you guys keep us engaged on the show. I'm only grateful for that. You guys do a better job than any of the shows on the station. Excuse me. Okay, Steiner, you're gonna like this one. Buddha for you. Chaos is inherited in all compounded things. Strive on with diligence. That's what I think this Warriors team needs. Right. My concern for this Warriors team is, and I look at this whole incident from the angle that I haven't seen anybody mention yet. Klay Thompson is a 4-time championship a champion. He needs to have a thicker skin than he's showing lately. He misses an air ball with 20 seconds into the game. He goes, grabs a guy by the collar, a guy that did nothing to him, maybe laughed at his air ball. People are getting under the skin of Klay Thompson too easy, and I can't stand that. I thought Klay was, transcended above this. I'm just here to play some defense and shoot the ball. I'm a little concerned about that. I think it's been too easy to get under his head, and with this contract situation, I'm keeping a close eye on that. And come on, guys, why isn't Moody playing more? What does Moody have to do to get more minutes? Come on, Corey Joseph? No, please. Have a good day, guys. Thank you again for taking my call.
Thanks, Murillo.
Man, Murillo, wow. I mean, that air ball did happen, and it happened early, and then that preceded it. So I don't – how can any human being not have the contract on his mind? And if you're not doing, if you're not having the best year, I'm not saying Klay wanted that to jump off, but I told you this a couple of days ago, you and Evan. I said, guys, they're pissed off. Klay's probably pissed off. He's got off to a slow start for his standards. Okay, the boys will be boys, men will be men. Okay, but he doesn't have the Draymond record, but I'm with Murillo on – at what point is Klay going to just not lose it, Stoney? Hopefully he starts taking it out on the other team. But if he doesn't get that production, good Lord, what time is it, fool? I'm ready to fight. No,
you should play for the Warriors.
I'm going to give you a one.
Tom in Walnut Creek. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, how are you guys?
Tommy.
Doing well, man.
I just want to say, if anybody comes after my guy Klay Thompson, puts his hand on his head, I'm clearing the bench. All right, I don't think Draymond did anything wrong in this incident, protecting his boys.
I ain't mad at that.
And one thing before I go is championship and do it again.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Look at my boy from the UFC.
What if? You know what I would do? What if Steve Kerr does this? Or what if I give you guys this? I'm kind of with you. I don't think he did a lot wrong.
Okay.
Protected his teammate.
All right.
But what about this? Hey, Dre, I know you're ride or die. We all know you're ride or die. We all know you're tough. We all know you're the hard. Like, butter him up. Just butter him up and say, as much as this is going to hurt, like, you can't help a teammate anymore. You can't even try. I'm sorry,
okay.
Draymond. Your greatest strength has become a weakness. So we're begging you, as much as you want to help a teammate, what if we say you can't? You just can't.
And maybe that just popped off after 12. Maybe they just had that.
Just saying. But maybe people are out there listening to me, laughing at me, saying, okay, that'll happen, Steiny. Like, you know what I mean? Like, talk to me in the heat of the moment. And I understand that.
Now, I know you, Evan, and I, Spadoni, everybody here at the station, we're from all different backgrounds. But do you understand a bro code? It still stands. It's a pitcher throwing at a guy that got into it or did something, a dirty slide to a second baseman. That's why of all the transgressions, this is the one I'm giving Dre the pass for. I'll deal with the 5-game absence, but Steiny, if we were at a bar or a cafe and somebody jumped on you and I didn't do anything, you can sit here and tell me, we wouldn't be the same. So Klay Thompson and the Warriors are probably looking at this one incident through that lens. How many times has he got run and it was because they got in a fight? Okay. Not many. They were all just Dre being Dre. Right. This one was different.
Okay.
And I understand.
Okay. You're saying, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, they might go 0-5 and nobody's going to.
You think?
But that conversation you just said, hey, Dre, it's different. We're leaner than we've been in the past. Guy and William, we can ill afford for you to be out. Man, see, you just gave it, though.
I know, because I had to acknowledge that when I said it, other people were going to laugh.
Oh, no, I'm just telling you, Matt, he rode for his guy. And Fillmore Mike, I'm with you, and I didn't say it enough. That Saturday one was a piece of what.
I disagree 100%. Because the rule is the rule.
Right, but when you get ran on a scale of technicals in a regular season game, that little push was romper room.
He cheap shot
but because it was Draymond, he got what he got.
Right, and it was a cheap shot. He pushed him from the back.
So bad that it went unnoticed in real time.
Yes, that's right. Because we didn't see it in real time. We only saw it with a replay. Again, here we go again.
Well, also, whether you think the technical foul was bad or not, he had one. He got ran because he had a technical foul before he got the tee. He got a double tee, a cheap one, a dumb one early in the game.
Those are facts.
And put himself in a position to be ran. But I'm curious, guys, as much as Draymond this might be the least or lesser version of himself as a player, but could you make the argument that the Warriors need him now more than they ever have?
No.
Now, why? Real quick.
They need him less now than they've ever needed him. And you're going to hate why I'm saying this because I don't think they're a championship team. And the minute they don't become a championship team, how's he helping you?
Well, let's take
and I know I was wrong 2 years ago.
Win games. They need him, Steiny.
They need him to what? Win 44? 45? They need him to what? Miss 25? I don't know what I no longer I just don't think they can win a championship.
But what you're really saying is you don't think he's worth it.
I don't. That's hello. I said that all show. I said, Guru, he's not good enough anymore.
Steiny, but it is only to you and some of the fan base. Okay. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but the it is not anything to the team.
But that's where you don't let me get away with it. You don't know. It has not. The team is not.
Right. We both don't. I got you.
Exactly.
Yeah, we both. We got super chats, Steiny, $10. Romeo Murdoch. I've never seen any sport rewind 2 or 3 plays before
one
to
play.
Eject. When players push and shove harder than that, the rest face it and barely called the foul. And again, this is not free Draymond. I'm still mad at him on pool, but Steiny, that one was where I was like,
you know what? When does it get to the point? How about this, Warrior fans? When does it get to the point where we all acknowledge the league is trying to stick it to Draymond, and let's all acknowledge that the league has an in for him? Fine. You know what? I'll go along with you. Well, how can you keep him then? If you know the league is going to whack him and whack him and whack him again. I don't care how he got to be this kind of liability. He's a liability. And if you know what? As you love to say, I'll meet you halfway. Yeah, the league's picking on him. Okay? What, do you think they're just going to stop? You think the league's going to stop picking on him like Draymond's going to stop this behavior? No.
I'm not going as far as picking on him because I didn't like the whole Anthony Edwards, how it looked and sounded from my living room. What you going to do about it? Okay, you ain't gangbanging. Okay, it's one thing being tough. It's one thing being an enforcer, but nobody was messing with Ant. I'm just telling you, Steiny, Ant-Man was sitting there like, really? And that's when bullies turn you off, when you got this energy that is not meant. People want to see a fight when the energy is the same. And Dre picked all this has happened in sequence, man. And it's just, here we go tonight against OKC, favored at home. They can't go 1-4.
No, they might go 0-5. They might go 2-3. But
I need a V8.
You need more than that.
No, you too.
No, you're more of a fan than. Oh, we got to go.
All right.
I'm just trying to be. Okay. That segment was brought to you. Oh, I need to tell you guys about the Odyssey app with APEC in town. Perfect time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding interviews like Warriors guard Brandon Pajemski. He was on with Willard and Dibbs, or ESPN's Ramona Shelbourne. She also joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Get it all on the Odyssey app. Also, that segment was brought to you by the Golden State Warriors.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Gillette Intimate Trimmer gives you a gentle, easy way to trim your pubic region. Or you could try waxing. Nope. From America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand, the best a man can get, down there. Buy Gillette Intimate at a retailer near you.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Don't hurt me, Draymond.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
Guess what, Steiny? You are not doing a great job.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Philmo Mike can put me in my place.
Man. Well, I do it 5 days a week.
That's
but
true.
He came with that. Yeah.
That's true.
He was in him.
You know,
hey, tell the people you just said hello to, Mr. Johnson.
Yo, Norm.
Yeah.
Well,
He said, what up,
what
Evan?
did he want? Why did he call you?
He's talking to his son. Damn.
But why? What did you guys talk about?
Just checking on me.
I'm being so nosy.
Right,
Hey,
boy.
what? I forget. Like, what did Norm do?
Engineer in the Navy.
How much did he make?
This guy.
He really believes.
Hey, Norm. What up, Norm? Norm,
Yeah.
call in and tell us your final salary.
Wow,
Look, I mean, I was just talking to the boss for a minute. I'm like,
what'd he say? Or what'd you say? How'd it stop? How'd it jump off
I
the
just
cover?
said, man, I feel, doing this for 2.5 hours. Feel like I'm just this. Yeah, I get it. People, all you do is rip. It's just like, you know what? I'll admit it. Like today, something happened, and I'm like, you know what? Enough is enough.
That's how you feel.
And
That's what we do, man.
Listen, and I thought he was going to get 2 or 3 games, and I was thinking, all right, 2 or 3 games, only 2 or 3 games, but 5 games is a lot to me. Whatever.
That shocked me. But go ahead.
To me, it was a lot, and it signals that the league. Like he's not good. And then of course I'm not driving in, but I'm listening to the radio, and everyone's like, Dre, we need him. And I'm just like, you know what? They don't need him. They don't need this anymore.
Right.
I don't like. All I'm telling you is I woke up today, listen, and I'm like, this is ridiculous.
And you feel how you feel. You don't got to apologize. And I'm going Willard on you. And I'm not saying you're apologizing.
He's not
what I'm
good enough
telling
to
you,
do
Steiny,
this
is
anymore.
read the chessboard. You're fighting a fight you can't win.
No, I think
and you're not trying to run them out of town.
No.
They re-up for this.
Yeah.
So if my sister tells me her boyfriend's putting hands on her and or he's cheating, and she don't leave him, after 100 times, it's on her.
But I guess what I'm saying...
It's not on him.
But I guess what I'm saying, Goo, is I'm at the point that they can't overcome it.
Yeah.
I don't think they can overcome it. How do you overcome this crap when you're not the most talented team in the league?
They need to overcome Wiggins. They need to overcome Kuminga. They need to overcome
not Draymond. Not Draymond.
I honestly believe he's at the bottom because they won with them
2 years ago.
The other 3. Like, when you look at this era with Dre, it's worked.
Right.
It's worked, is all I'm telling you.
Not anymore. And I'm just here to say it ain't working anymore.
Well, you got 1 year under your belt to say it didn't work, and that was last year because he had a lot to do with why it didn't work, and they didn't get to.
Well, he also got benched in the finals.
Well, you told me he volunteered. Oh, no.
This was when he didn't volunteer. He just wasn't good enough.
No, that happened. And that quietly, they won.
Listen, I just woke up today, and I realized 44 second round last year. The guy talking all preseason about chemistry and accountability, and I get it. He was protecting a teammate, but here we go again, 5 games with Draymond Green, and I finally gotten to the point where it's like, you know what? He ain't worth it anymore. He's not good enough. They're not good enough. They cannot thrive enough to win an NBA title with this kind of stuff going on. That's the way I feel. Maybe I'm wrong.
And I don't think this stuff that's going on is him. Like, I think they still can win it.
But you think nothing?
No, something's going, but they're okay. It ain't as toxic as you think it is.
And you might be right.
They got basketball problems.
Well, that's also why you can't.
That scares me more than any of this.
Well, that's part of it too.
Because if you're right, and this is Wiggins, Wiggins ain't old. And if you're right, there's something going on with his mentals, and he'll never revert back to 2022. It's a wrap.
How about this? What if this is true? This isn't from me. It's from the Comcast business text line. What if Wiggins' problem is Draymond?
That's amazing.
Oh, then we got to get rid of Wiggins.
But when they had the dinner, you don't think Lakeup was privy of that? Please. That's what I'm saying. Steiny, they had dinner.
They made a mistake. I can't believe, we're no longer arguing that the Warriors decided they were going to pay Draymond 4 years for $100 million for whatever reason. Like, they did that. Okay, so was that a mistake?
And this
I think it was.
I'm going to give it back to you. There's a term in the streets called sometimey. you're reacting to something brand new. Steiny, you sound
This isn't brand new.
But it feels like your energy has shifted because of the suspension.
It's shifted because of everything I've seen this year already. I'm not isolating one incident. I'm taking the last year. He messed up last year.
Wow.
He comes in talking his game, and this year he's not helping us. He's not helping us, Warriors.
So this ain't just about the suspension. You're going back like the NBA on him with just last year. And I was like, damn, Steiny.
Yeah, no.
This is you ain't. This is last year's too.
Last year, it's Durant.
Right.
It's the
I hit
NBA.
reset.
It's
I hit
costing
reset
the
on
NBA.
it.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like the NBA. I'm not doing that anymore.
I hope
let's
you're
go
wrong
to
on Wiggins' problem is Dre. There's just no way.
Let's go to, is this Jesus from Bay Point or Jesus? And don't F with the Jesus.
We sat with him a couple games ago.
Great line from the Big Lebowski. Hey, Jesus, how are you, my man?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Well.
Yo, so my thing, I'm with you on this. I'm over Draymond. It's like a toxic relationship with a woman, right? Like when it's good, it's like it was great. But when the arguments start, they're like explosive. Somebody's calling the cops on y'all. And now the relationship's not great anymore. Now it's just mediocre when it's good, but the arguments are still explosive, right? You just have to get out of the relationship at some point. And I think we should have got out of this relationship already.
Man. And that's why, I love this stuff. That's why when I thought they had an opportunity to do so, to get out of the toxic relationship that we thought, they told us something. Hey, Goo, you don't know us. You don't know our culture. So I took them at their word. But I got to say something to you. For the people that hate or think any one person's trying to run Dre out of town, it ain't that. But when I look to my right on ESPN, on the TV and at the bottom, has Draymond Green closed the door on the Warrior dynasty, I want to grab the phone and break the TV.
Why?
Like, that ain't you and me,
yes,
or
it
Joe
is.
and Bonte or Willard and Diaz.
Yes, it is.
That is deep. That's national. So,
right.
Like, I don't like that for my team that somebody could even come up with that.
Oh, really? You don't like it? Well, it's funny because you've tolerated it for 12 years, and now you don't like it? And you know what? Let me guess. You don't like it more now. And you know why you don't like it more now? Because he ain't as good as he was, Draymond Green. Here's one thing I was thinking. You know what I would love? And maybe, I don't know if it's Panja or an analytics guy.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to know. There's one thing I was thinking. This is the last thing on my list. Let me see if I have it. I'd like to know, you think there's any correlation between a guy, flagrants, suspensions, fighting, fouls, all that stuff? Is there a correlation between that and age? Because I believe players get more frustrated when they get older and their skills start diminishing.
Wow.
And they start to know they're not the players they were. And that's
a reality
to a frustration.
But Dre's been this way all day long, even when the birth certificate was on his side.
Well, actually, I could say is this his longest suspension? Is this Draymond Green's longest?
Are you going to put Clay in there too? Is that why? I'm just saying the caller called about an hour ago saying his fuse was short with McDaniel, and that's why.
Maybe.
But I could get that. He's frustrated with his play.
And he's frustrated being 33.
Man.
Let's go. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. He's got a grown-up thought.
All right.
Well, I don't want to lose listeners.
First of all, I want to say, man, I love y'all, man. I don't,
we love you too, man.
I call NBA radio a lot, but I like the local flavor, man. Them dudes don't understand our local. They don't understand us out here. But anyway, so listen, man, I've come to a conclusion. I had what they would call an epiphany. You know what? Maybe this dynasty, we know that it's coming to an end. We know that it is. But you know what? So what? Let's ride this thing till all the wheels fall off.
I love it.
And let's just enjoy. We got 4 games out of this, man. What do we want? If we just ended up with 4, we won.
And Joe Lacob may have paid Draymond Green thinking just like you are, Big Smoothie. He may have brought Draymond back just thinking like Big Smoothie.
But you know what? Let's stop it with this. We're not psychiatrists, y'all. We don't know what's in these athletes' heads. And guess what? We don't actually know these people. We act like we know them. We don't know who these people really are away from what we see.
Smoothie.
Maybe Draymond. Yeah.
Smoothie. Yeah, you're right about that.
Great
I'm
point.
just gonna say this. You just said they got 4 times. Let's just enjoy it. All right. Have fun enjoying the next 5.
Yeah, we might not get to 5, Steiny.
No, I mean
not get to 5, but you know what?
No, I mean the next 5 games.
I'm a Chris
next 5
Cohan.
games.
I'm a Cohan guy.
Me too.
I'm a Meliot guy.
Oh my God.
I'm a Todd Fuller.
I mean, we go back.
I'm a Chris Washburn guy who almost ran me over in his Mercedes. Long story.
Oh,
but I'm those guys. We had nothing. Sleepy Floyd. We had nothing, man. Otis. What was his name? Otis. The forward.
Otis Smith.
He was in the dunk contest. Yeah, put some respect on his name.
Right. So listen, we got to put this in perspective. We suffered for a long time, man. We got 4
That's real.
I never would have thought I would have saw that. So it's okay, man. We might not win this year, and I'm starting to come to the conclusion, man, we just don't look good. Wiggins, man, listen, I'm going to say this. If Wiggins is playing out of spite, that's disrespectful, dude. We put up with you. We put up with you last year. Folks was even scared to even try to surmise why he was gone. No, but it was like a don't touch that thought.
Yeah, Hoffa.
Man, I thought he would come out. I thought he owed us a little bit. Maybe that's selfish on my part.
No.
I thought Wiggins owed us a little bit.
That's
so if he's gonna sabotage his career, that's a soft way to go out. Anyway, y'all have a blessed day.
Yeah, well, he's not sabotaging his career because he's guaranteed money.
I almost need tissue that was so real. But I got to say this about what Big Smoothie's saying, because Big Smoothie's saying, you guys have blessed us. Let's just, if it happens naturally, we're okay. But why I'm hurt, if this thing doesn't get right, is Michael Jackson, who was the lead singer of the Beatles?
John Lennon. Their voice is still, it's picture, it's still. Okay. Who are you talking about?
The Warriors. Steph's still performing at high octane.
Not good enough.
No, we don't know that yet. He is still a top 5 current player.
He's good enough.
That makes big smoothie thought process.
I want to take this back.
I got to spit it out.
I want to take it back.
Because if Steph was slipping and he were looking like Dre and Clay, I'd be like, you know what, Big Smoothie, you're right.
They ain't good enough around Steph.
Mike Jackson and Lennon.
They ain't good enough around Steph.
They still singing.
They ain't good enough around Steph.
That voice is still
Steph
high.
might be good enough, but they ain't.
Right.
Right.
So if you make some tough decisions, how much help does he need? Can you go get it? Because you don't need Mike or Prince.
I don't know.
You need a drummer.
Who wants Draymond Green?
You need somebody on bass. Guitar. That's what I'm saying. This ain't Michael with 45 on the Bulls with the gut. This dude's still playing at a high level. Now, what's around him is the rat on the table.
I thought there were, like you just you said, Curry's great, but there are rats on the table.
Right.
Okay, so, but they're going to get better? like what?
If Wiggins. If
Wiggins.
You know, there's if everywhere.
Okay.
There's ifs everywhere.
What if I told you, here's the way I think.
All right.
Or here's one of my thoughts. And again, these are just okay, so season goes awry last year. Draymond punches Poole. Wiggins takes a leave. All kinds of Myers leaves. Okay, here next year comes. Poole's gone. Draymond's talking. Woo, woo, woo. We got chemistry back. And Wiggins is the player who comes back completely laconic. Wiggins. So the way you look at it is, I wonder if something's wrong with Wiggins. And the way I look at it is, this 12 game is proof that there's something still going on with Wiggins because I can't believe he's sleepwalking as much as he has also.
Hey, so Never Go Full Jeff on the YouTube chat says, I'd argue Wiggins, and this is not rehashing last year, but it's facts. I'd argue Wiggins missing 2 months hurt the team more than anything Dre did last year. Anything Dre did last year. My point to that is, if you are right, then then what they're facing or dealing with behind closed doors, that gravity is.
That's what I think.
That would be my nightmare. And for Big Smoothie to say, and I'm gonna be Evan and I be in the arena tonight. I'm trying to think of somebody. Let's say Slater or Spears. We see them. Guru, I turn you and Steiny on, and you agree with Big Smoothie saying you thought Wiggins might have owed the fan base just a little more about his sabbatical. That was kind of like, I hate that I feel like, and I remember Bob was up there when he came back. Steiny, I feel like there was,
you
just
want
talk
both.
to us.
Y'all Warrior fans want it both ways. Not all of you.
No, I got kumph. I got tact. Like, I know not to hey, where were you at? But there was something to the way
I just need you,
that.
like, you're not done with Draymond. Like, I'm sorry.
Oh, he's on the team.
Right.
So
okay.
So we're all in.
Fine. Like, what? Okay. So what I'm telling you continue. Like, enough is enough.
Yeah.
I don't think he's good enough to do this anymore. You do. Okay. So when he does it again, I don't want to hear the complaining about, what about everybody around Steph? What about the chef? You know what?
Oh, you're saying that's number one.
How much does he care about the chef? Yeah. When he doesn't play when he's not there.
Well, we know how much he cares about Clay.
Joke, man.
He's back.
What are we doing?
Trying to win games. You boy.
Rich and Hayward wants to defend Draymond.
Richie.
Have at it.
Just call me direct. I'll get it set up for you, and we'll get it done.
Richie closing
What
deals.
was that? What'd he say?
Just call me
Take
direct.
care of business, man.
Well, yeah.
Just call me who?
Just call me direct. We'll get it done. Transaction.
What is it?
I think he was talking to someone else.
Richie closing deals. Coffees for closers. Yeah, he's yours, Steiny. He's ours.
No, he's not.
He's on the Warriors. Yeah.
Like, I don't care. I'm not a Warrior fan.
Blah, blah, blah.
I just love basketball. And
I do too. We all do.
I always try to look at the team objectively. That doesn't mean I'm right all the time.
No, we know that.
This ain't it. This ain't it.
Yeah, look at you.
This ain't even
there.
close to it.
Man.
Please. Everything's solved. Mark from San Francisco wants to emphasize that Draymond is very important to the team. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny Guru. You guys got the best show on this radio channel.
Oh, wow,
Thanks,
man.
Mark. Appreciate
say
it.
that first. But Steiny, I'm just coming at you to say, you say Draymond's not worth it because you aren't a fan of the Warriors, and I get that, and that's fine. Everybody has their own team, but he's definitely necessary. He brings the heart. I lost it with Draymond when he quit that year. He was my favorite player, but he's a necessary evil. Steph knows it. I bet if you put...
Oh, shoot. I wanted to hear... Hey, did we lose him? Hey, what was his name? You remember? Call right back. I will put you right on. Well, that was a mistake we made here, but I definitely want to hear it. It sounds like what he's saying is, because I'm not a fan, it's easy for me to say enough with Draymond. I get it.
That's deep.
Right. I guess my question is
because you don't have no attachment. Like, you know what I mean?
So I'm wondering if I told you right now that Draymond's hurting the team and you might start to believe me, do we just let this go for 3 years and he continues to kind of hurt the team? That's the part I don't understand. I guess you're right. Why am I saying today enough is enough? Well, today it's kind of hit me in the face that I don't think that this is worth it anymore. I was starting to doubt it as his contract approached last year. I've seen the way the league started. I don't like it. I don't think they're going anywhere the way things are right now. That's fine. And that's all I'm saying. I guess my question would be is what if you just agreed with me for a second that, hey, Steiny, you know what? I'm with you. I don't think they're a title team anymore. My question to you would be, okay, even with Draymond, like I think there are people out there that love Draymond, and yet they kind of say to me, yeah, Steiny's probably right. They're not going to win another title. So if you believe they're not going to win a title, do you still want Draymond here for 3 years? That's my question to Warriors fans. If you ever come to the realization that you don't think you can win it, then Do you still want Draymond to retire a Warrior?
That's phenomenal. And you cannot I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to throw it right back at you. But what you cannot say to me and the listeners is, I don't care. What do you think Joe Lacob, how would he answer what you just posed? Because
he'd trade him. He'd move him in a heartbeat, I believe. Oh, I absolutely believe that.
I was on the other side of the street. Like,
I mean, see, this is where I think Joe Lacob's looking at this team, and he's probably like, oh boy, what? Like, we better. But it's like the minute. Who's to say Joe Lacob won't wake up tomorrow or a month or 6 months from now and say, we ain't going anywhere? He's realistic. Maybe there'll be a time when he says we're not going anywhere. Let's go to.
But that oh God.
Let's go to Garrett in Oakland. Hey, Garrett.
How you guys doing? Love the show, fellas.
Thank you.
Show.
Thanks, man.
How about this? We need to make tough decisions, okay? Miles Turner for Looney, GP2, and Kuminga. Who says no?
Wow. That's giving up a lot.
But not Draymond.
Yeah, well.
I think the Warriors say no.
I didn't think about that. That's a lot.
Kind of bummed that guy got cut off.
Yeah, he'll call back. He'll get it right. So, I'm a knock on wood, but it's going to the fan thing, Steiny, and this is real. Let's say my son got in trouble. He was in jail. I didn't know what for, but I'm going to the jail. Well, you know what? I'm going to leave the jail knowing I still love him. So you deal with people because of how you started and the love. So when you say, Goo, I'm not a fan, it's easier for you, I feel, to cut bait with Dre than others that know. I'm conflicted. Like, I hate that he messes up, but I know I love him to the point to where I know there's good too.
I'm with you.
And I think the Warriors are living that reality.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you the whole time. And what I'm saying today is it ain't worth it anymore. Maybe what I'm telling you is, you know what?
But what's not worth it because he ain't missing 5 games every other week or month.
Isn't he? We don't know.
He only missed 9 last year.
Yeah. You want to bet me on how many games he plays?
I ain't touching that. Yeah.
Oh, we got to take a break.
No.
Okay, hey, with the APEC conference in town this week, great time, super time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus also outstanding interviews of anybody who's been on the show. Brandon Pajemski, he was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. You can listen to Pajemski. You can listen to Ramona Shelburne. Get those interviews. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app, and it's all brought to you by the Golden State Warriors.
It's that time again, Dub Nation.
What's your favorite animal?
Deer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't miss the kickoff show. This Sunday, Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the 49ers Tampa Bay Bucks game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. We're talking about none other than Draymond Green.
Day.
We're talking about a guy who won't play for 10 days.
He'll have a statue.
No, he won't. He absolutely won't.
Of the chokehold? Give me a 1.
I'll give you a 4.
Yeah. Hey, real quick. People want to know why you can't go.
To
the game with me tonight. Because
what if I told you I am in a little austerity mode, money-wise?
So now this is about the other night.
Well, listen.
Some things happen, honey.
Listen.
Did you reevaluate?
The game's at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right. I sure as hell ain't leaving the city and coming back.
Oh, no, I'm not.
All right. So what am I going to do for 5 hours?
Fraternize.
Before the game.
Yep. Talk to the boss. I got that on my docket for 30.
This is one of
those.
This is one of those where, you know what Draymond Green's going to do.
You can get to the arena at 5. You know that, right?
You know what I'm going to do between 2 and 7. Right. You know. I mean, we know. There's not. What am I going to take?
No,
take
this
a walk?
is different though. No, we could get into the arena. I like just sitting in an empty chair, looking at the floor, seeing how I'm gonna shoot and knock out. Like that's my plan.
Have fun with that.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Guru stealing material from the chat. I guess about the statue. That's my original.
It's not.
Yeah. Xavier W said, "What's good, my G?" To me, hope you're having a solid day. I am. No nosebleeds tonight.
Let's go to Doc in Oakland.
Doc.
Hey, Doc. How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Goo. How y'all doing today?
Hey.
I just wanted to give you a little holler because I think there's kind of like a cultural line breaking down with people's takes about Draymond Green. And, you know, Steiny, I'll give you a point, about what you said a little bit earlier about Wiggs. And I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, and then Goo, I'm gonna shoot it to you.
No doubt.
If y'all give me the grace. Steiny, if you were hanging out with Goo, and Goo got in a fight,
yep,
and some dude came up from behind him and started choking him,
right,
what would you do?
I'd try to help.
Would you?
Yeah, I would.
Try.
I believe him.
Would the help be physical?
If somebody came up and jumped Goo from behind, yes, I would help him or try to help him.
Okay.
I don't know how. I have no idea, but I would try. I'd like to think. I don't think I'd run away.
Like physically, you would intervene.
I would try, yes, I think.
Okay. All right. Bless you. I love you more for that. Thank you. So, Goo, I feel like...
Ask Goo if he believes me.
Oh, I do. Go ahead. I'm listening. You're on me now. Go ahead, baby.
Yeah, no, Goo said he believed you. He said he believed you. So I believe him that he believes you, right? So,
okay.
A lot of us that grew up in a certain way, we kind of have an ethos. You got to ride with the people that got you to where you are.
Right? No doubt.
Straight up. Like, the people that helped me along the way in my life, I'm never going to leave them by the wayside or diminish them because I'm not me. I'm not where I am today without those people.
Facts.
Day is that person for this dynasty. And you cannot yesterday say, I don't know if people still are scared of the Warriors. I don't know if they got that fear anymore. And then turn around and criticize Draymond Green for what happened last night. Because Draymond Green was just being Draymond Green. You can't tell a junkyard dog not to be a junkyard dog.
Okay, well, then you're going to have to live with this. And I think it's getting worse, Doc, because the league is going to continue to up the penalty.
I don't disagree with that. I also think both of you probably would agree that the league comes down harder on Day than anybody.
Doc, that's what I said last segment. I'm like, what if I told you I believe that the league is cracking down harder on Draymond than any other player. I'll give you that. But what does that mean for our ball club moving forward?
Well, I guess I'll leave you with this parting thought. In order to get a fifth chip, do the Warriors need to be feared or not?
All right, we'll talk about it. Hey, Doc, thanks for listening.
Stuff, man.
And thanks for the give and take. I appreciate that, man.
But I was just going to chime in. Great stuff, Stoney, and I believe you had my back. But listen, what I'm worried about with Draymond is not the NBA. Teams now know they can get under Dre's skin.
That's all part of the equation.
And the jig is up to where they know Dre's not going to get the benefit of the doubt. So now, like, Dre is the goon. Dre is the thug in a good way. And if he wanted to say culture and talk about upbringings and Steph and, from the hood, what Dre is from the Saginaw, Stoney. It's who he is. He reminds you and he lets you know. That's why it's been a beautiful mesh, a blend. It works. But now, when I heard, this just me, when I heard you talking to Ant-Man, this is what I knew. You were no longer going to go lock him up defensively. That's what had me. You were the old guy at the gym. So why are you picking on him? And what happened right after that? Ant-Man went nuclear and went off. So maybe the 16 Draymond could have made it difficult on Ant-Man. So my thing to Draymond is, if I could talk to him, you got to be smart and strategic about when you pick your battles. And that was one you and the team lost. And now when you come back from this 5-game hiatus, our team's going to bait them, Steiny. You could send a scrub in there to get it. I don't know, because I used to think Draymond played on edge. I know he did. But now I'm just like, I'm not, to the Doc's point, I'm not telling Dre to be Mother Teresa. He feeds off of this, Matt. He just does.
He can't control himself.
Do they want him to control himself? I would tend to. I'm talking about the Warriors. I would tend to say no.
I think they do. I think that Steve Kerr would love if that didn't happen the other night.
So here I go, because it's nothing more sacred to me than a teammate. Cub Scouts, whatever, church, whatever. You hit a teammate and there's no punishment. That doesn't scream to me. We got a problem with it.
Well, you know what?
It's a license,
and this is what I need
you want to do.
People to understand.
And there's going to be Steinies in the world and Goos that aren't going to agree with it, but we don't care. That's all.
Just because the organization did that and said, Draymond, come back, it doesn't mean everybody's good with it. And maybe what we're seeing is that not everybody's good with it anymore. Rich and Hayward. What's up, Rich? What's going on?
Hey.
Richie.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, it's like, even if Michael Jordan was on our team, he'd be going to pick up Draymond, because you got to have him to win. Right. I mean, it's
6 and 6
dance mentality around here. None of them get younger, you know what I mean? I'll say Pozinski, he came up, and that's what everybody else has to do. Just get up there. I called the other day and said I wasn't worried about offense. It's just I'm worried about defense, because, you keep bringing up guaranteed money. That's called, I'm not calling people lazy. I'm just saying, if you know what your check is going to be for the next 3 or 4 years, then you get kind of complacent. It's like every Tuesday I'm getting paid this. And to have what Draymond does, he may be canceled by the league eventually, but the guy goes out there and plays. He puts it, and I didn't see anybody else really. It's like it's like that film Underrated, where it's like you look at Steph, you look at Thompson, and people are just like, it's a bullseye on them, and Dre keeps them off their back, and that's why we have 4 rings, and we're going to get our 5th, if not this year, next year. I think that's just what I believe.
Wow. Appreciate the call, Rich. And here's one thing where I'm going to call for nuance.
Yeah.
And yet I'm not telling you that it's necessarily wrong. Lacob signed the check. He's good with Draymond.
Oh, I saw that.
I don't look at things that simply. I just don't. Did he sign the check? Yes, he signed the check. You don't think there's a chance that he signed it with reservations? You think he just said, Draymond, I am all in. Here's $100. And is it possible Lacob was like, oh, boy, this is a tough decision. Hey, Steve. Hey, Bob. Hey, Dunleavy. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, gosh, this is a tough decision. You know what? Let's go ahead and do it. I think we got to do it because we can't let him leave for nothing.
But is there an out?
Yes, it's called getting him out of here.
Nope. Wow.
It's called trading him.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I don't know about. How do we, I'll give you, yes, he signed him. And yes, that means something. But I'll also give you that a guy can change his mind. And who knows? Maybe does anybody believe it's within the realm of possibility out there that when Lacob signed the contract with Draymond, he said, Dre, come on now. Come on. We need you to be the best version of yourself.
All right.
Has he been?
And this is the beautiful part of what we do. Everything you're saying, I'm learning. I don't agree with, but it's your opinion, just like all the people calling and texting. That's the beauty of conversation. About that, I got to bring this up, man. I really do. Steiny, I'm shocked at how many people scoffed or what word am I looking for, Evan? They didn't make a mockery of the news that came out that Draymond went to Lacob's house almost like he was begging for a contract. Took offense to okay, what's wrong with that? What is wrong with somebody going to talk to his boss and them hashing out a contract later? What? I'm asking you to help me.
There's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. It's not even a big deal.
Well, no,
it means nothing.
Yeah, but I bring it up, and the reason I thought of that is because you said, what if he was reluctant, Joe Lacob?
He probably was. He probably had, you don't think he had some reservations? This is the part that I think we're unrealistic at times. Of course, Lacob signed him to the contract, but that doesn't mean he's approved of everything he's done, and he's going to continue to approve of everything he's done. Might he? He might. But he also might have said, Dre, I'm going to sign you because we kind of have to, because we can't let you go for nothing.
But there's still something that could be done if what you're saying alluding to, this thing could still there could be an out.
Of course. I mean, this goes back to the old Chris Mullen when he signed Mike Dunleavy and Troy Murphy. And somebody goes, what happens if they're not that good? And Mullen goes, I'll trade them. It's really that simple.
Wow.
And he did.
Wow.
For Steven Jackson. And they
I hadn't heard that one.
So
no, I'm just, wow.
8889. Well, we got plenty. Let's go to Jocko. Jocko's in the city. Wants to talk about the core three. Do they have one anymore?
Hey guys,
Drake list.
That's a cheap one-liner.
Good question. Yeah. A guy a few callers back before the break mentioned how we've won 4 titles and it's all gravy, and he doesn't mind if we just let the core 3 ride out together. But so far, the problem I'm seeing with that is that emotionally, Draymond and Clay are having a problem with being declining players, and Clay got kicked out last year and flashed the 4 rings thing, and did the thing with the jersey with McDaniels, and Dre's Dre. So it's a little hard to let them go out gracefully when they're not willing to do it themselves. Another thing is, caller a couple calls back was talking about nobody fears, they fear Draymond. Right. But the Warriors were feared because of their swarming defense and their explosive offense in their heyday, not because they had a bully on the team. And, NBA players aren't going to fear a bully. Right. They're not chumps themselves. But lastly, I had a contest idea that I hope you guys let me get off here is yesterday Guru was, seeing who was going to go to the game with them, Evan or Steiny. And I was thinking to myself, if you guys did a contest, and no shade, Steiny, if someone got to sit with Guru at a Warriors game as a contest, I think your phones would, you might break the phones at your station.
Where will we get the ticket?
Oh, you can get tickets. Hey, Jocko, thank you for the call. So I guess what Jocko's saying is if you had a contest to go to a game with Guru, you could auction it off for a lot of money. But if I had an extra ticket and you had to go with me, I'd almost have to pay you.
I mean, I was worried Guru had a line today, to be honest.
Oh, boy. Evan and I tonight.
So in other words, if you want to go to a game with Goo, it's going to cost you $500. If you want to go to a game with Steiny, you'll make $500.
We didn't take it that way. Just $1.
Hey, you know what? And I don't Jocko with a fascinating point, and I don't know exactly specifically, but
he said their defense and their play was why they were feared.
Well, what I heard was maybe the vets aren't aging gracefully. Maybe the vets, Clay and Draymond, are struggling with slippage.
Well, Clay's
what?
He had 2 catastrophic injuries. Nobody's shocked on that. So we don't know.
It's not about shocked. He's not the same player.
No doubt.
It's not his fault.
Right. And
that's
not a mystery to anybody is my point.
Well, yes, it is. Because people are unwilling to acknowledge it. Klay Thompson got worse because he had unbelievably bad luck.
No doubt.
He got screwed.
Yep.
But nobody feels sorry for him. And because he's not the same player, it's unfortunate. But it also means the Warriors aren't as good.
And they're impacted by it.
Of course he's got a rationalization. Nobody's saying, but I'm like, it doesn't matter that he got hurt right now. It's now 3 years later, and he's a different player.
Right.
Let's go to.
He's a starter, and you're, you know what I mean, man.
Well, what if that's the other thing? What if the organization has come to, maybe he'd be better coming off the bench, but he doesn't want to come off the bench.
There's no man.
Okay,
and that's why when he said,
how's that going to go?
This is life. I couldn't, it's been real here. I mean, he was saying some stuff, alluding to some stuff without saying it like he ain't a dummy. And I'm not saying that means he's not going to be a Warrior, but me against the world, Tupac, come on, man. You ain't saying that with a contract for 10 more years. You're writing that when there's doubt or you feel like you're being doubted.
Kathy. Kathy's in Oakland.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Kathy.
Can you tell me that Draymond could not have reacted with plenty of emotion and force, but not put his arm around the guy's neck? Could he not have grabbed him by the shoulders or the waist? Could he not have screamed every 4-letter word at him in the book? I mean, to wrap him around the neck like that shows me that he just can't learn from his mistakes. He's fundamentally got a violent streak or something that he is unable to manage, and he's not changing. It's very upsetting to me. I love the guy, but it's very upsetting.
Wow.
Thanks, Kathy.
A bit emotional. Man, that's how she feels, Ty. She says she still loves him.
I think she's unemotional. I think all the people that are they're the emotional ones. I really do. To me, Kathy's being measured saying, this is not right.
Well,
he's not going to change. To me, that's measured.
Right.
Not measured is, he's going to be fine. This is what they need. They can ride or die. To me, that's emotion.
Well, it's interesting because the ride or die is the message that the team is sending. And we all love the Warriors just like Kathy does.
They're blowing it. How about that? They're blowing it.
All right, I give you that. But that's what this is. For what are the marriage verses, the vows, for better or for worse? And right now they're married.
Let's go to Mona in Pacifica. Hey, Mona.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Oh, dynamite.
Good. Well, I love Kathy's point. I'm going to piggyback on what she said about Draymond. The thing that concerns me about him is he's getting older, and he needs to look big picture. Because if I was an owner on another team and the Warriors at some point were trying to, pawn me off, as an owner, I wouldn't take Draymond. I wouldn't even look Draymond's way. I wouldn't sniff his way because I wouldn't want to deal with his antics. it's like it's one thing if you have these like occasionally, once every 7 years. Draymond has this every freaking year is something with him. And then we sit here and what do? We hit our hands on our head, and we're like, here we go again. So for me, I just think he needs to be more controlled and think about, dude, you need to look at, your future. And if people want to put up with all of your nonsense, and to Goo's point, yeah, it's a marriage, but what happens in marriages when people don't act right and they start getting stupid and the wife is not happy? Those marriages end, and not always amicably. You boys have a great day.
Thanks, Mona.
Well, I sided my friend with the 3 divorces. I know.
God, I didn't know 49er Frankie was...
That's not him. This guy's older. He's married now, though.
Who is? The new guy?
The guy
is his 4th one?
Yeah, like, going on 12 years. He texts me.
TikTok.
Yeah, hey, boy, you guys are tough. No, you feel how you feel. Huh? And again, it's the Golden State Warriors, not the Golden State Draymond Greens. We're all rooting for the team. But right now, Steiny, you said it, ride or die, that's what the team's doing. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, he's on the team and we're rooting for him.
And
you think they're not going to win?
I'm not rooting for him.
Well, you're not the next 5 games.
That's a good point. I mean, that's a good point. For every point, what if I'm not even kidding.
Well, but okay, so if the Warriors, for example, lose these next 5 games, doesn't that prove that they do need Draymond Green?
That's exactly what I wanted to get to.
But if they go 4-1, then that could prove your point.
No, there's what's the word there? That's a
would that even be enough though, there. Evan? Wouldn't that be unfair if they went 4-1 or 5-0 without him? Well, wouldn't that be like if we're gonna go? I'm just saying to that card, wouldn't it be like y'all doing that to me after 5 games? That would be a blemish on Dre.
If they go 5-0, it is. Yeah,
I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying that there's people out there that say, well, Steinmetz, if you think the Warriors are done winning titles, then what you're really with Draymond is you're saying Draymond's not that important. So if he's not that important, who cares if he misses games? Right. Okay. Yeah. And I'm saying there is a huge middle ground there. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying his abilities have diminished. I'm saying his volatility. To me, his skills and his ability are diminishing, but the bad parts of his, the suspensions and they're increasing. And in my world, they've just crossed. That's, you know what I mean? Those two things met in my world. What does that mean? Nothing. Just a schlep on the radio. But I've now come to my feeling now is you can't, everybody who says you can't win without Dre, I'm now at the point where you can't win with this. I'm almost coming to the point where it's I don't know. Maybe you get the right person in. I'm not going to rule out that you couldn't win it without Draymond Green. But I'll tell you what I am ruling out, that they can win it like this. I could have that opinion.
But we don't know what like this is. We're new that you had last year. He was he ruined the season to me.
What's happening this year?
See, and that we think.
Well, okay, they're going to be 18 games into the year, and Draymond will have missed, or 16 games into the year, and Draymond will already have missed half the games. Nothing to see. I'm going to put this one on you. Is that a problem, Goo, or nothing to see here?
I'm going to say nothing to see here.
All righty, and we move on.
Unless this was redundant. If you were going to miss 5 games.
So this is your last straw.
Oh, boy.
I know. All right, we got more show coming up on the other side. Hey, great time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru. And we've had some great interviews on there the last couple days. Brandon Pajemski had a career night the other night. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne. You can go to the Odyssey app and download those. Great interviews. And you can get it all. And where can you get it? On the Odyssey app.
Let me go, Dre. Get in zone. AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working?
if this thing doesn't get right, is Michael Jackson, who was the lead singer of the Beatles.
John Lennon.
John Lennon.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How much would you think somebody would pay to go to a game with you?
Now, this is where I get uncomfortable. Come on.
Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it then. I'm going to assume somebody's rich. I'm going to say somebody who makes at least. But see, here's the problem. I was going to say $1 million a year.
All right.
But maybe there's very few people who make $1 million who are interested.
Let's say. Can I use
money's
somebody?
not an issue? How much do you think someone will legitimately pay to go to
somebody that we just met?
$5,000.
Oh, stop. Billy from Atco.
What about
I
him?
think we got something. I like him. He just forget the rat. You think he would pay to go watch a game with me? No.
Well, he's kind of your buddy now. So I'm saying like a listener, somebody who didn't know you, somebody out there we don't know their name.
But they would want to know me.
Well, they know you through the radio.
Oh yeah.
But it's some guy named Drew.
Probably $40.
He lives down in Salinas.
40.
But 40. He just loves you.
40.
And he's rich. He's got that garlic money. And I'll bet you he'd easily peel off a check for $5,000 to sit with a game at a game with you.
They're funny.
Great question for the first North Credit Union chat.
Now, this is where
Do you hit the bar before or after?
What's that?
Do you hit the bar before or after? Or both?
Oh, before. After.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Walk it. Talk it. 415, Steiny. The silver lining is we get to see what we have in the young guys. And I kind of addressed that earlier, 415.
It's real.
So here's what also crossed my mind. And that's what, hey, can I be honest with you? That's actually what pushed me a little over the edge today in terms of some anger. That one facet of this, and it was that.
Because you had it.
I'm losing my voice a little bit. The facet of it was, okay, Draymond's gone. Let's not make a big deal out of it. It happens. Now we'll get to see, I'm not that guy, but okay, that's fair. Pajemski will get to see more of the young guys, see what they can do.
That's what this is.
But then I took it a step further, and this is what gets under my skin. He's been ejected 7 of 11 games when Steph Curry doesn't play. So whether he wants to admit it or not, whether he thinks it's a coincidence or not, and he quit in 15 or the 15-win year, he doesn't want to play when Steph doesn't play. So when he gets ejected at a time like this,
it's a win.
It's great to see Jonathan Kuminga, but guess what?
It's not reality.
Because you only get ejected when Steph ain't there. They might not even get to play with Steph.
No, that's man.
Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, Jonathan Kuminga, go kill it. Oh, no Steph tonight or Draymond. Well, yeah, I get on the one hand. Well, go ahead and take 40 shots. That's not.
Yeah. It's not reality.
So that actually got me. That's what got me a little bit incensed this morning. That maybe they start Trace Jackson Davis. Okay, but there's no Curry. So how much can you really measure? Like they may do well tonight, but it's just hollow numbers in a 15-point loss. I don't know.
Well,
that's what bothers me.
I'm gonna be honest. You think one of these young guys or anybody whoever's going to replace Draymond could ball out these next 5 games so hard that the boss looked at Draymond differently?
I mean, that would be a Warrior. I'd say that's my dream, but it's a Warrior fan's dream. Yes. I mean, that would be a silver lining. If in the next 5 games you discover that somebody on this team, and I don't know who it could be, can play.
But shouldn't 5 games be laughable at I've seen enough? Like Brock Purdy, like 5 NBA games. Couldn't you go on a Linsanity run to where you're like, you judged me off 20 quarters? Wouldn't it have to be a stretch? Like when Wiggins was gone for 2 months and Kuminga got the ball out.
How'd that go? What'd they learn?
Well, Kuminga had some good moments. What'd they learn when he came back? I don't know, man. You asked me about the last straw, Stoney. There is no drink. That's where I was at, and that's why I was at a loss. There is no – this dude beats to his own drum. The Warriors know it, and right now they're married. Let's go. You got OKC tonight. Oh my God.
But you're like, let's go.
But what else can I do? Or what else can a Warrior fan your friend that likes to, when he goes out, he gets into it. He got into a skirmish.
Right. And after a while, like you're just like I can't play into the analogy, but you know what? You're not as good anymore. You ain't a championship team like you were before. You don't produce like you did. Somebody said to me, Steiny, prove to me that Dre's on the decline. Don't insult me. Stop insulting me. He's not nearly the impactful defensive player he was.
Well,
I would never. But see,
the shooting is, we love it.
The shooting is crap, Goo.
Well,
12 freaking games, big deal. Come on.
No, I'm not telling you.
How has it manifested itself in one win?
Uh-oh.
And who cares when he's, you know what, when he won't take one in the fourth quarter? He's made 12 of 27 threes.
Right, but that was material.
Was it?
Yeah,
okay.
the defensive part is his staple. And just like you started the stuff with Ant, you couldn't back it up. So why would anybody, knowing that I may have to back it up, talk mess to a dude you don't get to go lock up? That's what I don't get. So you writing checks, I'm writing checks that you got to cash? I wouldn't want to put you in that situation. And Ant went off in the video. People could say I'm wrong or nobody cares. The video went viral of Dre bullying Ant verbally, and then Ant coming down the court 4 or 5 times against any Warrior. Bucket. Old Draymond would have had you on lock.
Okay. So he's not the same defensive player he was.
But his attitude has not adjusted.
He's still an above-average defender. That's not what I'm saying. But when you go from the best defender in the NBA to the 75th best defender in the NBA, that means your team's not going to be as good. And that's where we're starting to get. That's where I think we're at with Draymond. I just do. I don't think he's worth it. I just don't think he's worth the hassle anymore. That's all.
But you're so far, and this is all I'm reminding you
If I thought they could win a title, I might still bite the bullet.
And I'm going to get you upset. But you're so far away, to me, with where you're at, that Lacob gave him the 4-4 hundo. But I know that don't mean he might retire here. And I'm not advocating. I'm not even trying to trade him. I'm just saying if you and some people are right or on to something and some stuff and residue is still there, then we are just getting started. We are like
started on what?
Anything's possible. I thought Kuminga was going to be ready to start and be the new Draymond Green for the Warriors 2 years ago. That was just me. That's what we were told and waiting on. Oh, the high fly. Okay, and I'm not coming down Kuminga's road, but you guys made it easier for Lacob to bring Dre back because nobody took advantage of anything.
650. Come on, guys. Don't get bogged down in the details. Fine. I said 1, now he's the 75th. Fine, he's the 40th. Right. He went from number 1 to number 40. How about that? Or even 30. I don't care. You get the point. Come on now. That's a troll of me. Congrats, 650. Good job. I appreciate that. Warriors, Oklahoma City today.
When was the last time the Warriors have been underdogs at home, Evan? I know that's a quick one.
I'm sure that you're
probably last year when Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome were starting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or the Curry year. I'm sorry. Evan scratched that.
As a matter of fact.
21. Yeah, I got it.
Whenever Denver comes to town.
God, he had the game of his life, man. Banking threes in, doing Steiny. I wouldn't watch that fourth quarter again.
Of course you did.
The Blazing Bronco.
No, there you go. Oh, now we get Fitz tonight. Santa Clara check. Oh, boy. The Williams brothers.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait.
650, a P1. Steiny, he wants to know what Harry's thoughts are on Draymond.
Now, you didn't.
I know.
Not mine.
I know.
So the hell with Harry.
I know.
I'll bring Harry back, Snotty. Let us know, man.
Crossover, other side. Sponsored by AC Transit.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under your belt? AC.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
Guess what, Steiny? You are not doing a great job.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What happened to you? That collective roar you heard about an hour ago is the Bay Area cheering on Filmo Mike after he put me in my place.
Can I tell you?
got checked.
This was so fun. I got in the car and turned the ignition on, and the radio is just on. And it just pops on, and those were the first words I heard. And I'm like, what's happening?
That ain't good.
Steiny, let me tell you, you are not doing a good job. And I was like, wait, where are we? What's happening right now?
But if you two could do us a favor, because I'm throwing it to you and Dibs, we come in here, we don't have scripts, but we knew what we were trying to talk about, and then it went down the rabbit hole. How would you describe the show today that you heard, the part that you did? Because I'm not throwing eggs.
Tell us how good we were.
I understand how this was the one where I understand he was riding for his guy. Now, the stuff after that, you got to deal with it, but
I love
they love him, so I got to love him if they love him, Dibs.
I love it when shows start one spot and end up organically somewhere completely different. And I actually don't think you guys did end up somewhere completely different. That's you guys have a conversation, and that's where it went. And that makes it real, and that's what makes it interesting, I thought. You know what I mean? Like, you guys always, like, especially you, I mean, it gets very, very energetic sometimes. And
sometimes.
I get that. Well, I mean, about this guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me do this.
What do you think we're going to talk about today?
No, I listened yesterday. It was
Pat
great.
Burrell, new hitting coach. Your thoughts?
John Fisher,
Are you
4 hours.
serious?
No, I'm not serious.
Oh, my God.
Why would you think I was being serious?
Because it was just fringy enough to be possible.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Not really.
No, that's the only mention that Pat the Bat will get between 2 and 6. I promise you.
Oh my
We'll
God.
call him the machine from here on out.
That was a great little
All right.
snooker right there.
That was great.
Snooker joke.
So here's is it dramatic one way or the other? No, but it's like I just feel like, you know what? I don't think he's worth it anymore. We've talked.
That's funny.
We've talked
hilarious.
about the good outweighing the bad and this, that, and the other thing, and it's just like and here's the thing: he got 5 games, and that is a part of this for me because I thought that was high. I thought it was high. I thought he was getting 2 or 3.
It was on the high end of what most people thought.
Guru thought 10.
Guru thought 10. He was the only one who overshot.
The league is going to just keep up. And so now it's like the league's trying to screw him. Well, what are we going to do? We have this guy on the team that's going to be penalized more and more and more and more and more.
And he's not going to change.
Yeah. Right.
That's the other part of it.
And so
are they trying to screw him? It's in ink. They're writing it down. They're like, we are going to keep making this worse because of your history.
Exactly.
They wrote that.
That scares me.
I think that's totally fair.
And so
on the part of the league.
Now I'm looking ahead and saying the guy's skills are diminishing. To what degree? Who cares? And this is clearly not going to only continue. It may escalate. You know what? Maybe it's time. He's not worth it anymore, I don't think. Because I don't think they're a championship team.
What are you advocating?
Well, I'm not advocating. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
If he's not worth it, he has 310 more regular season games under contract.
I have made.
How many will he play in?
First of all, I'm not paying 40. In my mind, I don't believe they're a championship team anymore with him. Like, this is not going to get it done. And this is not going to stop. And this is going to prevent the Warriors from winning enough games that they're going to be able to come from the 7th spot. So I'm going to switch it on everybody. So I'm at the point now where it's like, if you believe, if Joe Lacob or anybody in there believes, like me, they probably don't, that they're not a championship team, why would you keep Draymond Green?
Well, what could you get for him?
I haven't,
No, I'm just wondering.
And I'm not saying that I
think it's fair, though, to take that next step. Because, and I'll take your premise as possible, if not probable fact, that with him, you are not a championship team anymore. So you're going to trade Draymond Green. And that's the only way that you're going to get out from underneath the Draymond problem. Right. So what can you get for Draymond Green? He's only making $22 million this year, 22-ish. So what can you get for Draymond Green and a guy who's got 3 and 78 left and a guy who is diminishing and a guy who is one chokehold away from 8 games or 14 or 22 or whatever? What is his market value?
I think it's a great question. And I do think that, okay, so Lacob and those guys are in there. Is it possible they got the contract, they're going to give this thing another shot, but there may have been some reservations here and there inside the organization about whether they should do it. Well, and all I'm saying, Mark, is I think it's fair to at some point. Lacob, 6 weeks ago, we have a chance to win this thing. There may be a point during the course of this year where you realize we're not winning.
Maybe.
Okay, and I guess that's all I'm saying. If they get to that point, then what do we do?
Well, what are their options? That's where I think Dibbs is coming from when you say, what are you advocating is even if we go backwards, because this is one question I'd love to ask today. Would you take the contract back if you could?
Tap, no backs.
I would.
You would?
I would.
Do you think they would?
Probably not.
Would he? And by he, I don't mean Joe. I mean the real power broker down there at Chase Center.
Curry?
The chef.
Yeah.
Would the chef go to Joe and say, you know what, Joe? 4 and 100. That's going to be a no from me, Joe.
Because Myers said on ESPN how it went down. Well, that he would call Steph, what you wanted. Steph had the gravitas to do just what he was saying.
Do you think Steph agrees with you that he's not worth it anymore?
I don't know.
Well, 6 weeks ago, a couple months when that contract was signed,
and Mark,
he didn't agree.
Mark, like, this is where you and I do have stuff in common.
Finally.
Where
2 years in.
Wow. I'm not saying.
There was that one day.
Like,
he and I were both gone. You had no choice.
There can be somewhere in the middle of Steph Curry saying to Joe Lacob, don't you ever trade Draymond Green without my permission or I'll make life hell for you. And I don't think we can win without him, Joe. I mean, I just don't. And, maybe I might feel differently in the future, but I think we got to roll with him. There's a difference there. You know what I mean? And maybe we're at the point. Maybe here's what is it possible that last offseason they said to Curry, here we go. Look, we can't keep him. And maybe he said, look, I think we need Draymond, but do what you got to do. Because I get we had a problem.
But what about this? Forget like the sort of angle we're taking with regard to championships. Is Steph better when Draymond's playing with him?
So far, that's a yes.
Kind of
I take
right?
the insult to that.
Remember 2 years ago, the championship year when he had the back injury, and I felt like, if I remember, when he came back, there was 2 weeks where we went, whoa, Steph looks way better all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because
Steph
Draymond
and
was
make
back.
each other better.
Okay, well, to me, that feels kind of like a really big hammer. If we all agree that Steph Curry's a better basketball player when Draymond is on the floor, I think the rest of our conversations are just noise. Like that to me, that's the end all be all. And if we agree on that, then I'm not saying the other points don't have water, but they lose. They're all losing points if Steph Curry is a better player with Draymond Green.
Correct. All I'm saying is there's a big difference between Steph Curry saying, ride or die with Draymond, as opposed to, I think we still need him to win a title. As long as you guys feel that way too, we're on the same page. If you ever get to the other way, I'm willing to talk about it. But, I mean, I don't think he says to Joe Lacob, Draymond's got to be here at all costs. Otherwise, you got trouble with me. I think he's way more subtle than that and diplomatic, and is probably like, if you think we can't win it without him or with him anymore, then, do what you got to do.
What would they have even done with that $100 million or $24 million if they hadn't re-signed Draymond
Essentially
Green?
nothing. Kept Jordan Poole. Now, they would have probably kept Jordan Poole because they would have been at the same. Right. Assuming they wanted to.
Steiny, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You wouldn't let both of them go and have no replacement from the salary standpoint.
You wouldn't have traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul if Draymond was gone?
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that. But all I'm saying is I don't think they would have, they still would have been in the same, they got off Jordan Poole, and they had to get off Jordan Poole because they ended up paying Draymond Green $100, but they wouldn't have paid Draymond Green $100 and traded Jordan Poole because, maybe they would have because they couldn't stand on both. I shouldn't say that, but all I'm saying is the money part of it with Poole worked out. They got rid of Poole, which in a sense allowed them to re-sign Draymond.
They gained financial flexibility in the move, and they also got him off of the roster, which they needed to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it was
I agree with that. Yeah. I wonder, though, what about you? If you could go back and take the contract back, would you? Draymond?
I would.
You would?
Yeah. And
why? That surprised me.
Because it's time. You need to evolve. And that the good things that Draymond has done, what he means to Curry, that's run its course. You need Draymond to be Kuminga, what we wanted Kuminga to be, the next Sean Kemp, something that's dominant, that can the Looney combo with Dre and the spacing, those days are over. You maximize that to the fullest with 4 chips. The last one was in 2022, and Dre had to come off the bench at the end. So to me, it was time. You still got the spark plug that is the chef, and you thought you'd have Wiseman, and you thought Kuminga would have that leap year, and it didn't happen. But if you told me you could turn Kuminga into what I want for this team, you can start having something on the block, a low post presence to where everything is not just from the outside, I would have did that in a millisecond. But I'm going to pass it to you. The Warriors gave Draymond Green the DMV, the license to do what he wants to do, and that's beat to his own drum, and that's why I just stopped.
But who was working at window 12 when they called Draymond's number C-132 after he waited? Wrong answer. Steph Curry was working that DMV window.
All right.
The chef.
Yeah.
And Joe Lacob is the head of the DMV, but Steph was working window 12 when Draymond's number finally got called at Hagenberger after a 2-hour and 45-minute wait.
And I'm okay with that. I love it. I'm okay with that thing because that's what I'm telling Stoney.
You need to go to Hagenberger once in your life.
I've been there.
And I'm not just talking to you, Mark. I'm talking to everybody. That place, if I was ever going to make a movie, it would be called
treat it on a driver's
Hagenberger
test,
DMV.
yeah.
That place, Quest driver's test, my son, when he passed, he had multiple obstacles that you don't get in Corte Madera.
Wow.
You don't catch those down in the peninsula. The obstacles that he faced were unique to Hagenberger.
You need to be strategic when you pick a DMV for your driver's test. I've learned this. I didn't even know this when I turned 16.
I
go to whatever DMV you
Corte
want.
Madera.
Yeah, I go to where we do. Everybody's like, the further north you get, the easier the test gets. I'm like, well, let's go to Wairika then. What's going on up there?
Quest got dinged for a loose shopping cart. He made an evasive maneuver because of a shopping cart that, for some reason, on like 78th and International, happened to break free and careening across 4 lanes. And he's supposed to like pause and signal and check the blind spot. F out of here, DMV.
Yeah, Mary Page with a Walnut Creek.
Solid.
Yeah.
Now
We live in
defunct, by
Oakland.
the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Walnut Creek DMV RIP.
All the high school kids have it wired.
They know.
They really do.
know.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
You want to talk about usage of analytics.
Totally.
I mean, they
know
where
the names
best
of the
DMVs.
people. They're like,
Exactly.
if you go on a Tuesday, Bill's
I've done
there,
it.
you don't want him.
Dude, no doubt.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, they know everything.
Anyway, to your point about who issued the license, I do believe Steph was the final stamp. Joe doesn't do that with Draymond unless Steph signs off on it. And I do think that Steph is better with Draymond there. And so, to me, all this boils down to you want him on that wall. You need him on that wall. It's a few good men, and Draymond plays the role of Jack Nicholson and Colonel Jessup because you know what? Colonel Jessup, Draymond, we do need you on that wall.
So you're not tired
You're
of the
listening to
4-on-4?
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Goo.
You give me nothing for the 4-on-5 has ran its like that's kind of ran out of gas.
It's not
It's time
4-on-5.
to evolve. It is.
It's 3-on-5
No,
because
he
your
gets
boy
the ball
K-Wig
and
is
gets
on the
out
weak
front
side,
and
not
never
doing
is gonna
anything.
Take
You're
it to
gonna
the
say
rack.
Looney.
You know, and Chris Paul's doing that. You're dribbling off fast like you're going somewhere, and I know where you're going to end up. Right at the free throw line,
the
because you
elbow.
ain't taking it right in there like Draymond. Oh, I'm going to be faster than anybody. But guess what? Slow down, because you ain't going to do nothing without the rest of the gang, and that has run its course.
It almost
to
sounds
me.
like you don't think they're a championship team.
No, they can manipulate it like they've done.
Right.
But they need Wiggins. Don't know what's going on. They need Kaminga.
K-Wig
Don't
is
know
back.
what's going on.
Yeah.
Boy, it's bigger than K-Wig.
I mean, it's the number
He's
one
got
station
2
in town.
floors.
Yeah, and,
2 towers.
And I hate that I was first to that, and I also hate that thing was put to bed off of 2 great weeks, but it's back. And you know what, Goo? They won 4 titles playing 4-on-5. And with Looney, it's 3-on-5. And with Wiggins, it's 2-on-5. And with Clay shooting like he is, you know what? It's 1-on-5. And if it's 1-on-5, then it's a wrap, like Saran.
So it sounds to me like you don't think they're a championship team.
Oh, they sure are. You're damn
Oh,
right
they
they
are?
are. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a small sample size, Brock Purdy. Can Wiggins be better? I mean, yeah, we've seen it. Can
need to
Kuminga grow into being the player that we thought that he was?
How long we waiting?
Shirtless Kuminga in the summer, stroking triples.
Oh, preseason, he was Durant.
Yes. So am I ready to give up on Kuminga? Hell no. Can Wiggins like shake off the costal fracture that he has or whatever he has and be better? Of course. Can Clay actually play like he used to? I think a little bit. Maybe not pre-surgery Clay, but Clay could be better.
2022 Clay. It was good enough.
Chris Paul's up to 20% from 3.
As we're poised to enter 2024.
Willard, how'd you answer?
Well, I just think that look, you look at all. First of all, yes, this season has all kinds of stories that are still going to unfold. We've played 12 basketball games.
Man.
And we fall prey to this every single year with every single team, right? The 49ers were dead a week ago. Now they're the best team in the NFL, and we get to see what we're going to be on Monday. Watch if they were accidentally to lose to the Bucs or something.
No way.
Right? I'm taking the week off. So anyway, forget that idea of no, they can't, or even yes, they can. I have no idea. Like, is it within the realm of possibility that the Warriors play way better? Sure. Is it within the realm of possibility that they're a play-in tournament team? Absolutely. Those things are all on the table depending on the way this unfolds. But to sort of go back to the fundamental question, which I think is just fatigue. I don't think a lot of people who have their point of the Warriors are better off without Draymond, I don't think there's a lot of evidence to that.
And I'm not
I don't think you can make that point. I think you're just worn out. And I get it. He wears people out. Steve Kerr, and I quote, I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond. And that was 6 years ago.
I'll never forget
He was already sick of him. So this is just fatigue, and I totally get it, but I don't see any functional thing to do about it or any productive thing to do about it with the whole, get rid of Draymond thing.
Well, again,
he sounds like the Warriors.
I came in today after seeing a 5-game suspension, which I thought was too much, and hearing everybody saying, not everybody, but hearing Draymond's too important. And I'm just thinking, well, I didn't think they were a championship team last year, and they weren't. And I don't think they are this year, or had a very and I don't think they are. And yes, an accumulation of stuff with Draymond has now led me to believe, can they even get through it? But here's the thing. It's not just 5 games. See, because what happens here, Mark, is that he's going to miss the next 5 games. Maybe 2 or 3 are with Steph, without Steph. And so somebody's going to come on, and they're going to get over it somehow. And it'll be 0-5, 1-4. And then Draymond will come back. And then that'll change again. So it'll be through 20 games, 21 games, just uncertainty, a little instability. And then maybe it's going to happen again down the line. Like, a season has enough of those with injuries and stuff like that. And I just feel like, I think we know it's going to happen again. I think we know the league is going to probably hammer him worse and worse and worse. It's like, it's just going to add instability for a while. And it's too hard for us to overcome now because we don't have Durant and Steph's not as all that stuff. That's just kind of where I'm at.
No, and I think that's the safer play, and that's the safer opinion in terms of how this most likely will end. I look at last year.
It's an easy position because I'm detached. You're right.
No, you're detached and you're prone to the anti-positivity. And I'm not going to call you negative because that would be a negative statement. And I've known you, Steiny, for a long time, and
you know me, Andy.
Steiny, that's one of my all-time favorite moments in off-air TV history. I've told it before, and I'll tell it again, damn it. Not today, because we're on topic. But you are prone to sensible skepticism, I will call it. Not negativity, sensible skepticism. And you're skeptical, and you should be. And last year, not everything went right, and you still won a series, and you had a series that was, quote-unquote, winnable, and you didn't win it for a number of reasons. And so can this team be in that same spot where, maybe you're the 8th seed and you win the play-in and you get the 6 and you beat the 3 and then you go up against the 4 and maybe you win, maybe you don't. I do think that this team has the championship pedigree, the veterans, and if healthy, they could be a team that winning 16 games in the postseason is very difficult.
So skeptical is an interesting word, though, because...
Sensibly skeptical.
Sensible skepticism.
Yeah.
Great phrase.
Thank you.
Any sports team, any given year, skepticism about winning it all makes sense. I mean, there was a year that Durant was here that they didn't even win a title. The 49ers
but
right
no
now.
one was skeptical of them winning the title.
But if we asked 49er fans right now, are you skeptical that they can win a title? I think most fans would be like, no, I'm not skeptical at all. Well, the analytics say there's about a 13% chance that they even make the Super Bowl.
Right. Which is the third highest, right?
Like it's
that we
worse,
talked about.
It's worse than a backup catcher getting a base hit when he comes to the plate.
I love that.
And you're
Bob
incredibly skeptical when that backup catcher comes to the plate that he's going to drive in that runner from second. So, like, again, I'll circle back to what are we actually asking when we say, I feel this 5-game suspension. I hear a lot of people sound like, the title chances just took a hit. Really?
Nobody's.
What really just happened?
I don't think it's just 5 of 82 as a fraction.
Call it 10. Well, how does that really change the calculus?
I think it only changes it for those 5 games. Like, that's 582, just tangible.
But say what we talked about,
I think there's intangibles, though.
Let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco. In these 20 quarters that they're about to play, if it don't go OT, is somebody trying out for a bigger role? Is Lakeup and company going to see somebody like TJD or Kuminga say, here I go. This is what life looks at. I'm not being a hater.
Is that a bad thing?
No, but I do wonder.
Draymond came back in the playoffs last year and said, let me come off the bench, please.
So I do wonder what's really at stake. Obviously, you want to win the game for others in Draymond's position if they kind of, quote-unquote, ball out, or is that too small a sample size? 5 games.
And hopefully Steph's back sooner rather than later. Hopefully. Because that's the other thing. If he's not, then what the young guys do, I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything, but it means nothing because Steph changes everything. So they might help you without Steph, and I hope they do, but then they're going to have to help you again when the big boy comes back.
Am I the only one mad that he's out so early, the chef?
Man.
What did he play last year? 58?
I tried to find out how soon he missed his first game.
He played 58 games last year.
He's probably going to be back on Saturday.
58?
Yes,
I'm going Saturday, Willard. All right, I'm going to text you if
he'll
not.
He'll probably be back on Saturday.
All right, you going tonight with Evan?
Yeah, Evan's down. Yeah, Evan and I
go.
Plus
3.
We'll be able to see him on
Plus
TV.
3.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's not in the bleeds?
No bleeds. Stoney not going.
No.
Yeah.
Take the kid. Take the kid. On 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got a question for you. And I want to make sure that before I ask it, because this is one thing I hear all the time. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. A lot of people think that Draymond's got a lot of enablers out there. A lot of enablers. Some are with the Warriors and some are with that damn sports media. Enabling him. They'll make excuses for him no matter what. If I remove punching Jordan Poole, which none of us would advocate, that's just terrible human behavior. If I remove that, let's just talk about things that have happened on the basketball court with Draymond Green in games throughout his career. Are y'all really that offended? The things that he's done. Are you really, truly that offended, or pick a different word? Bothered?
Yeah, that's a better word.
Upset?
Yep.
Another employee at this station, I'll wait for him to text and say that I can throw his name out if he'll allow it, although I'm sure his opinion is very clear on this. We were texting about it last night, and he's just like, I'm not only done with Draymond, I've been done. I've been done with him since before the last contract. And that one's interesting because there's been another championship since then. And while he had that kind of bumpy Boston series, he was amazing in the end. He was amazing in the clincher in that series. So I guess let's explore that for a second, because I'm hearing a lot of callers, lot of opinions, lot of social media. That's it. And even Steiny right there, like, that's it. The tipping point has been reached. And it's because of this. It's because he went over to Rudy Gobert and pulled him off of Klay Thompson way too aggressively and way too long. And we wrap in the fact that it was someone he didn't like in the first place. Are you really that offended or bothered by what you've seen Draymond Green do on the basketball court through the years?
Well, everything that he's done has been on the court except for the Jordan Poole incident. Right. And if you want to count him slapping a Michigan State student, a football player that he was not punished for in his own time, that doesn't matter. That's off the court as well. So am I that bothered? I'm not that bothered. I mean, I'm as bothered as I have been. But does that mean I'm so bothered that I want Draymond Green off the team? No. But when you have Draymond Green on your team and you co-sign for being a Warrior fan, you have to accept this, which is stomp on Sabonis, get suspended, choke Gobert, miss 5 games, blow up unnecessarily at a ref, cost your team a game, punched LeBron in the balls, get suspended, lose the NBA Finals. All of these things are a part of being a fan of the Warriors because Draymond Green's a Warrior. So I'm not at the point where I'm so done with him that I want him gone. And it's because the team signed him. So the team signs him to a 4-year deal worth $100 million, and they look at all these things. I'm pretty sure Joe Lacob is aware of everything that Draymond has done. He seems to me to be a pretty aware owner. He's at, every game, and he watches every second of everything. So he knows what Draymond Green is. And he decided, you know what? Through all of it, championships, technicals, suspensions, flagrants, podcasts, everything that is Draymond Green, I'm going to give him $100 million. So because of that, do I want to? I have 2 choices. One, be so mad that I'm going to renounce my fanhood of the Warriors, or 2, swallow and say, this is what I signed up for as a Warrior fan, and that's where I am in the second camp.
I think that's fair. I see this a lot. I think this is a standard place that this conversation often goes. The good outweighs the bad with Draymond.
Right.
Okay, I agree. What if I argue this? What if I argue that the bad is really not that bad? Like, I guess that's kind of, is it odd that I'm sort of entertained by this? I'm not here to tell everybody it's okay, he's allowed to do this. I don't even know that needs to be said. This is sports. If somebody was acting this way on the street, he would be arrested. But he's not on the street. And in fact, he's never done anything like this on the street, if you will. You brought up the bar thing. But this is not someone who through the years just cruises around in the street, breaking the law that we know of, committing assault. That we don't see that. What we do see is on the basketball court, and therefore we've got to look at it through a different lens. So when people go, this is bad behavior, I'm sick and tired of it, like, I would argue all of that is actually coming from a different place. It's fatigue, because you've seen it over and over and over and over and over again. Same player, same jersey, 10+ years now. It's frustration due to the fact that the dynasty is coming to an end. I heard Steiny say something really interesting earlier with regard to players showing more frustration when they get late in their career.
Yeah.
Because it's actually just like I thought, Klay, big time. Last year with all the 4s at Phoenix, that was just his own age coming out. Just frustration. I think that is what's going on with a lot of us fans. Like, what is the net negative that these things have caused? What is so offensive? What is so bad about Draymond Green doing the same thing that he's always done? Why are you now suddenly not okay with it?
No, you've been not okay with it, but when
you have? No, everyone was okay with it when it was like a title every year, but it was still a title a year and a half ago.
when they lost to Cleveland, fans were not okay with it. We did show after show after show after Draymond Green got teabagged by LeBron James and punched him in the balls. We did show after show. We did week after week about how fans were not okay with it. Then they got Kevin Durant and they won 2 titles and fans became more okay with it. And when he blew up at Kevin Durant in year 2 and he got suspended, he didn't get suspended for punching Jordan Poole. He got suspended for yelling at Kevin Durant. He got a game for that, which I always will find to be absolutely fascinating in terms of what is suspendable and what is not. But it's always been a back and forth, a seesaw with Draymond Green. When they win, of course you're okay with it. You love it. And when they lose and Draymond Green is suspended or he stomps on an opponent or he chokes out an opponent, you're not okay with it. It's a seesaw. It's not as easy as you're always okay or you're not always okay.
Right, but I think that we get way too black and white with, for instance, you said you did show after show when
week after week.
Right, when the Cavaliers series happened, and it's like anybody could easily argue back, that's great. You think he blew the Cleveland series. They weren't in the Cleveland series without him. They don't even go to the finals. They probably don't even go to the conference finals without him.
Up 3-1, and he teabags LeBron.
No doubt. I'm not here to defend it. I'm simply telling you that what I see through the years is a player who rides the line. And it is not realistic for us to ask a player to ride the line, but always stay on the correct side of the line. He's going to fall over it sometime. I've heard people look at Draymond, the basketball player, and go, what really is his talent? Why did he fall to the second round? Well, I would argue the reason that he has become incredibly successful is because of this attitude that he carries, and he becomes an overachiever, and he does do the dirty work, and he's a thinker who understands the game better than most of his opponents. All of those positives that we give Draymond Green. And so I've always had the opinion that you can't have one without the other. And if you agree with that you can't have one without the other, then I think you have to bake into the pie that, like, he's going to fall off the ledge a few times a year. Yeah. That's all baked in.
Sure.
So don't be surprised or offended. I'm not talking about you.
Of course.
Don't be surprised or offended or upset when it happens.
Well, when it happens now, and it happens to this point where now you're out for 5 games, and so far he's missed 1 game. I know he played a minute 42, but you lost. You're 0-1. And if he doesn't get ejected, do you win that game? Don't know, but would you have a better chance to win a game with Draymond Green than without Draymond Green? If you don't think that that's a yes, then you don't value Draymond Green at all. So you lost 1 game already without Draymond Green. Now he's out for 5 more, including tonight, and Steph won't play. So your chance to win tonight is lessened by the fact that you don't have Draymond Green.
Sure.
And then you don't have Draymond Green for the next 4 games after that, which hurts your chance to win those games, and you're in the middle of a losing skid, and right now you are all of a sudden not everyone's darling pick at the start of the year. You go from 6-2 to 6-6, and you might be 7-11 by the time he comes back. And then he comes back, and now you have work to do. So it's not so much as easy as, you got to expect this with Draymond Green, and it's baked in. Of course it's baked in. Does it have to be baked in? I don't think it does.
I do.
That's something that only he can answer. Can he be an effective player without constantly yelling at the officials? I think that the answer would be yes if he had more self-control. You don't know. I don't know. Only he knows.
I think he thinks no.
Well, I don't know what he thinks. I'm not going to put myself into his mind. That's a dangerous thing to do.
He
put yourself into his mind?
No, he puts it out there all the time. Podcast, Instagram. He had a lengthy post the other day.
The only way I can be effective is by yelling at the refs?
No, he's always said that that's him. And he's going to continue to be him.
I get that.
Like that's his authentic self. That's that's the way he feels at the height of his powers. Right. And he's never going to stop. And that's how he got here. So why would he change now? Right. He said all of these things. I believe him. I believe, and it's not even about.
I believe that's a weakness in his game.
No,
and I believe that is what leads to a lot of what we're seeing now with the 5 games. I don't think he's only getting a 5-game suspension because he choked out Rudy and he's had flagrants in the past. I think a part of it is after he gets ejected, he runs around the court and he's waving the crowd up. And when he gets ejected in Memphis, was that 2 years ago? And he runs around and he's hyping up the crowd. All those things that are baked into Draymond Green, it's baked into who he is. All of that leads to his punishment being harsher than it would be.
Here's another thought. I can't tell you, if I had a nickel for every time everyone's told me that the NBA season doesn't start till Christmas, I mean, last year he was quoted as saying that he barely cared about games in March. Well, if you don't care about games in March, what on earth do you think about games in November? And so now I hear people making a very large deal about 5 November games, which I would argue most of the time what I hear from people is 5 November games. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, the week before Thanksgiving. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. But again, it's a big deal because something emotional in us comes up when we see Draymond do Draymond things. And that's fine. I'm not here to tell anybody how to feel when Draymond goes off. I find Draymond Green to be an entertaining basketball player.
Oh, for sure. He's an entertaining person.
Yes. And this is all part of it. So I hope everyone, and I know I'm sort of creating a little bit of a fine line here. It's not defending it. It's not excusing it. It's not anything it. It is just going, I'm not surprised by it, and I don't get bothered by it. I'm not knocked off track by the fact that Draymond Green got ejected and suspended. Seen it before, going to see it again. Doesn't kill the season. It's November. Let's hang out and see where this thing goes. So I just, even all of the acts themselves, like I put it this way. What I watched Dylan Brooks do to Gary Payton, to me, more offensive
way worse
act on the court than I've ever seen Draymond do. I think. Maybe that's homerism.
Wow.
I think it is. I think he took liberties with another person's career in a way I've never seen Draymond do.
No.
Kicking somebody in the you-know-whats is not taking somebody's career into their own hands.
True. That was a bad flagrant foul. But look at the collection of Draymond Green misdeeds and flagrants and ejections, and you will see some things that are closer to Dylan Brooks than you want to admit.
888-957-9570. I would love to hear from a bunch of you on this. Is it really that offensive, everything that's taken place? We're sponsored by Lucky California. Your phone call's next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Looking for the best turkey prices? At Lucky, Jenny-O whole frozen turkeys 12 to 24 pounds are just 47 cents a pound with $25 purchase.
Bay Area, it's Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. And we are part of the old media, the new media, and the current media.
Yeah.
All of them. Day-Day.
Hey, Day-Day. And I'm only saying this because I know you got some free time coming up, but come join us. I mean, we've got a studio here with...
That's actually a great call.
We got 4 mics. We got 4 cameras.
We do.
Draymond, we would love to have you.
Steiny would love to leave early if you want to come on the crossover.
Exactly.
And you could do that with me, you, and Goo.
No doubt.
Do you want to hear what he wrote on Instagram?
Wait, we have some Draymond postings?
That was a few days ago.
Is there a podcast? Wait, it's a few days ago?
Yeah. Was this before or this is before the suspension? But
this was after the double technical where he got ejected.
Okay.
Towards the end of that game.
The Cleveland game.
The Cleveland game.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is after that. This is prior to hugging Rudy Gobert. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Quote, I'm in year 12 and y'all still telling me to stop being Draymond. Don't get a tech. Blah, blah, blah. 12 years later, and y'all still trying to coach me on how to be me? I am better at being Draymond than anybody. Imagine if I told y'all how to do your job. Quick pause. You do kind of tell us how to do our job. New media. Anyway, I digress. You'd look at me crazy. I thought y'all should know. Oh, hang on. I lost it. I thought y'all should know how dumb you all look trying to tell me how to be me. If y'all had some advice for your own lives, the world would be a much better place, and you would be far better at your job than your mediocre outputs.
Woo!
Happy Sunday, good people. Right back at it like an addict.
Yeah.
That's his IG post after getting tossed against the Cavs.
So he got tossed against the Cavs.
Yep.
And then was the T-Wolves game the very next game they played? I mean, I'm checking my game log.
No, because they played the T-Wolves twice. And this was...
Oh, T-Wolves
This was
part
the
2.
second
Correct.
T-Wolves game. Right, so there was the other T-Wolves game in between them.
I'm fascinated by that comment based on the idea of self-improvement. And you are 48. You're almost 49. And I hate to admit that because...
you don't know my birthday.
I know it's coming up.
Sort of.
Yeah, closer than mine. And I'm 55, I think. I don't even remember anymore. I'm so old, it doesn't even matter. Exactly. When you get north of 50, as you'll see, you kind of have to start doing the math, which is a little unsettling on its own. Point being, I still am trying to get better at my craft, at my life, at every part of my being. I'm trying to get better. And what I hear from Draymond there is a certain sense of, F y'all, I'm Draymond Green. This is who I am. I don't sense, Mark, in his game, and I don't know him at all as a father, as a man, as a Christian, a son, a citizen. I know he does some philanthropy, and that's wonderful. But as a basketball player, wouldn't you want to try to evolve and improve? And I don't sense that he is interested in evolving and improving that part of his game.
So that I do not see it the same way, which is to say, I don't think that anything I just read there off of Instagram says I'm not interested in getting better. All he's saying is I know how to be me.
Right.
Now, that's our calculus that, hey, Draymond, you would be better if you stopped getting technical fouls. I don't think he agrees. Now, it may sound ridiculous. You're like, wait a minute. What, he wants technical fouls? No, he doesn't want technical fouls. I'll go back to the same thing I said 20 minutes ago. This is a person who has arrived at this point in his life and become a multi-millionaire and a future Hall of Fame basketball player by riding the edge. And he is, as one of our YouTubers just said, and I think this is a great phrase, he is very comfortable with us being uncomfortable. He is comfort with discomfort. And therefore, he does not think that getting technical fouls is a net negative.
Right.
He thinks that is part of doing business, the way he's done business, and the way he's done business has been wildly successful, both individually and as a team. So I think that and if I were him, I would feel the same way. Like if you got to the top,
I don't think you would.
I would.
I think you would look at
different.
yourself and you would think, how can I get better? How can I get even better than I've been?
I think he is. He's just defining that differently than the way we're defining it. We're defining that as start acting like a regular person more.
No.
Or just calm down or have awareness or whatever the things people say. He's saying, I'm trying to be a better basketball player. I'm trying to maybe be a better, who knows what, dad, husband, all the same things that we all feel.
None of that matters
but
for this conversation.
He does not equate being better with calm down and stop yelling. He doesn't equate that. Again, I don't know. That's my guess.
Sure.
In observing him as a person, I don't think he defines evolution and getting better the same way many of us try to define it for him.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to define it for him. I look at his body of work and I see where his actions, whether it's choking an opponent, and I defend him on what he did to Rudy Gobert. Was it excessive? Probably, but he was taking up for his teammate and he got 5 games for it. He didn't get 5 games for the action. He got 5 games for the reputation. And I look at last year, he led the league with 21 technical fouls. And the year before that, he had 17 and he had 15. And does that make you a better player? The fact that you berate officials and cost your team free throws and at times get ejected from games? If you feel like that is what you need to do to be the player that you have to be, well, then who am I to tell you that that's not true? I know that as a spectator and as a fan, when I watch him do what he does, I cringe, and it makes me not want to be a fan of his or a fan of the team.
Again, he's comfortable with uncomfortable.
Right.
I really believe. And I think it's a little black and white. I totally get the way you're saying that. If you feel like yelling at refs or pushing the envelope or whatnot, if you feel that makes you better, my guess, again, just my guess.
Right.
I don't think he would say it that way. He would more say, look, that's just a collateral part of the way I play.
Exactly.
I'm not
Which is an excuse in my opinion.
And that's fine.
It's a cop-out.
But I think that this is somebody who has turned himself into a future basketball Hall of Famer, yet he's not a great shooter. He's not excessively tall. We can go through all of the things. What is it that Draymond, just from the raw physical side of him, what is it that he does the same as the other greats of the game? So,
well, nothing.
Nothing,
he
right.
He is one of one.
So he would argue, I think, that all of this other stuff, what he does is he outthinks people, and he's got more raw emotion and motivation than his opponent. And so when you play that way, these are the things that are going to come with it. And so that's why I think that's what I don't think that means he's not trying to better himself.
Yeah.
He's just not bothered by those things.
Sure.
I'm kind of not either.
Well, that's fine. And it's not up to him to worry about whether or not you're bothered or I'm bothered or
he very much
any
does
of the
not
fans.
get bothered. Yeah.
He doesn't even care, I would imagine. He doesn't care if his coach is bothered or if his teammates are bothered or if his owner is bothered. Draymond is, and what you read from Instagram, the way I heard you read it was, I'm going to do me. I'm going to be as Draymond as I can be, which is great. And I admire that because we all want to be ourselves. We want to be authentic. You've always said you'll be authentic, and I am the same on the show, and I try to be authentic in my life. But there are areas of my life that I look at and I think, geez, that's not the best that I can be. How do I improve upon that? And I don't get the same sense of self-reflection. Maybe he looks at his own behavior, and I'm sure he's looked at the video of him choking Rudy Gobert, and he gets 5 games. And I wonder if he thinks about, you know what? Geez, what could I have done differently so as to not be suspended for 5 games, so as to not put my team in a bad spot for the next 5 games? I don't get that sense of self-reflection from Draymond in any way. Maybe privately he does. Publicly, he does not show any contrition.
Because I don't think he feels that.
I don't know.
And that would be inauthentic. I think he thinks that he would do it again.
Right.
And I think that he's getting a lot of backing from his teammates for doing exactly what he did.
Just knowing the nature of our team, and if anybody goes at one of our best players like that, I think that's going to be no matter the team we play. And Draymond will stick up for anybody on our team, and just because that was Clay doesn't mean anything. If it was anybody else, he would have done the same thing for us. And that's the great part about being Dre's teammate, that he'll stick up for you no matter what.
Brandon Pajemski on our show yesterday, and I think that all the Warriors very likely feel that way. Yep, did it, not sorry, going to do it again if the same thing comes up.
Yeah.
So, I'm always trying to think when we look at any situation, whether it's a player, a coach, heck, not even about sports. I mean, we're trying to sort of say how we would do it if we were in this situation. But he is so very clearly different. He's not us. And I actually kind of appreciate that about him. I think it's why he is as good as he is. He's not, and you'll know what I mean when I say this, he's not Draymond Green without this stuff. So what if I offered it to you this way? I don't know that it would go this way, but what if I said, all right, Draymond's going to come out and he's going to be a good boy. No more technical fouls and no more pushing and shoving with the opponent. We're not going to do that anymore. And then some of the other stuff on the basketball end, that started to fall too. You're not getting the same production because it all kind of comes from the same raw, animalistic, emotional place inside Draymond Green. That's how he got here. So, again, that's just a total hypothetical.
Right.
But
right.
What if less of that also meant less of this? Then how would you feel?
Then he is overrated. Then he's not really the basketball player that we would have thought him to be. If you can't be an effective two-way player, if you can't be a defensive player of the year, an all-defensive player, and an elite point guard, and a great offensive and defensive mind, and a team leader, and a screen setter, and a guy who can guard 1 through 4, if you can't be all those things without cheap shots and berating officials, then that's no. You can't wave that off. This is my opinion, because that's what you're.
No, it's
that's
fine.
what you're laying out.
Yeah, but
you're trying to parse the two different pieces of Draymond, and I'm saying that's a cop out.
And you're pulling apart the pieces of what the place that he goes to when he gets on the court. That's an emotional, mental place. That's what I'm talking about.
That's a place that he chooses to go
because it has been very successful for him. And come on, we've all known.
So he can't play unless he is berating officials and cheap shotting opponents?
Like Dibs. Have you ever talked to NFL players when they're like just about to go onto the field?
Many times, yes.
Of course you have.
Revved up.
And it's a
adrenalized
place.
For sure.
It is a different place. My favorite example of this is because when I worked at USC, Troy Polamalu was there. Go ahead.
Stop whopping him.
Stop whopping me. No, keep whopping me. I like it.
Stop whopping me.
Troy Polamalu was at USC. I've never seen a bigger dichotomy, a bigger difference between off-field human.
Hi, Mark. How you doing?
And on-field human.
I want to kill that guy.
Seriously. Troy off the field made Michael Jackson sound very manly, but on the field, holy hell, where did you go? And he rode the line and often got flagged for going over. So all I'm sharing with you is my opinion on this. You go to a place, and if that's where you have to go in order to be your most successful athletic self, but there's collateral damage that comes with it, I would argue you're going to make that choice every time. And I don't think it's as easy as you're making it sound to pull those two layers apart and have them be separate human beings. I can still be at my absolute athletic best, but I'm also going to emotionally and mentally behave in a more normal way. I don't know that people can do that.
Well,
not all of them.
Many do. And if
many are just wired that way.
Well, and many have chosen to evolve, and they've chosen to try to find other ways to channel their aggression, anger, frustration, physicality, etc. And Draymond Green has not shown that ability to evolve, in my opinion. He still gets a ton of technical fouls. He still fixates on the officials more than almost any other player in the association. And when it comes time to get involved in altercations, and again, I'm defending what Draymond Green did a couple of nights ago in terms of Rudy Gobert. He pulled a guy off his teammate, and yeah, he did it aggressively and in a prolonged fashion, and that's partly why he got 5 games, but nobody else on that team. Chris Paul didn't jump in to try to extricate Rudy Gobert from Klay Thompson. Andrew Wiggins was kind of strolling over. He didn't do anything. Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't be more different person.
Right. And so
I don't know what place Andrew goes to get ready for a game. I don't know if there's a place at all.
He goes
into space.
Goes to a quiet room. Yeah.
Exactly. He goes to meditate.
Yeah, he does yoga. That's Looney and Moody.
Moody, exactly.
They do yoga.
We do yoga.
Let's go. I'll tell you what place we'll go to. How about Berkeley? Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hi, Doug. What you doing?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah. Hey. I'm listening to you, and I was listening to Stein and Goo before, and a couple things. My take on it is that you guys have been having a more sophisticated conversation, but a very similar conversation to what went on with the Warriors brass when they re-signed Draymond, and probably for a few years before that. You nuanced it a lot more, but it's all of that stuff. It's all of that stuff. The one thing I kind of don't agree with, it's a little thing. Draymond doesn't care about, what anybody thinks, and he doesn't care even about what the coaches think. No, I think he does. And I think he tested that early on when he became a starter. And every time he went over the line, he was allowed to go over the line. I will go so far as to say that the Warriors brass made a Faustian deal. They all the stuff that you guys have been going back and forth about, they probably went back and forth about, and they decided, yeah, we're going to sell our souls to the devil because this guy's worth it. And from what I'm hearing, there's that line that we all see, and some of us come down on a little bit on this side, and some of us come down a little bit on that side. Draymond is Draymond. I come down on the side that he could do better on the court and be as good a player without, all the histrionics and the stuff. I think we would have won 2 championships, maybe 3, with somebody else besides Draymond.
Okay.
And that wouldn't have been
no, Doug, these are all, these are fair opinions. I don't agree. I don't think the Warriors are winning any of their championships without Draymond Green. The one thing that we all tend to ignore in NBA championships is defense. Dibs, you always bring this stat up. What's there's never ever, like, in what's it been, 40 years, whoever wins in the NBA title is always in the top what?
Yeah, top 5.
Top 5. And I don't need to ask any of you who the defensive leader is of this team for the last 10 years. You all know the answer to that. They're not winning without him, in my opinion. They're not winning bubkiss without him. So you can point to, I didn't like this game, and that might have cost us this, that, or the other here. I personally believe many of you are making this too serious. So in other words, when you say, as Doug just did, I think the Warriors sat down, talked about it, decided to do a deal with the devil. I don't think the Warriors think he's the devil. I don't think they think that this is a devilistic deal. I don't even know if that's a word. They don't think that. They just think, yeah, we get this really good basketball player, runs hot, gonna have to deal with some crap. Obviously last year, that really went totally out of bounds. I think the conversation went like this. Hey, guys, you think he'll do that again? No. We think he'll do the regular stuff. Okay, we can deal with that.
The regular stuff, yeah. Which, the regular stuff is choking Gobert, you get 5. You stomp Sabonis, you get a game.
Yeah.
How many more games do you think that he will either be ejected from or suspended from after these 5?
For the rest of the year?
Yeah. 3.5. If I put the over under 3.5 ejections or suspensions.
Well, that's just, it's like if he gets suspended, the over will hit. If he doesn't, the under will probably hit.
I mean, will he get ejected 4 more times?
I don't think so. I take the under, but if he does something, like if the ejection is just a couple of techs, I would win that bet on the under. If the ejection is because he choked someone, it's going to go way over. It'll be 10 games.
And that's the point.
It'll be 10 games.
The very fact that we have to debate, like Steph Curry, over-under ejections for the rest of his career, I'll put it at 1/2.
Under. I'll take the under.
Right. Yeah. Under at 1/2. Uh-huh. I mean, has he been ejected?
That's the way he's wired.
Maybe once. And I get that. But to your point and your devilistic deal, no, it's not a deal with the devil. But when you sign Draymond Green to a 4-year deal, that is 328 regular season games, and you're taking probably 80 of those and saying, well, we're going to take 80 off the board for technicals, ejections, suspensions, injury, and the rest. So will you still do the deal? And they said yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they would again.
Oh,
and
God.
I think I would too.
You know this. They have all come on this show and the other shows. They don't hesitate.
Right.
You want us to ask Steve again tomorrow? He's going to say the same thing. Do we want to win? Hey, Steve, you want to put up with Draymond? Do we want to win?
You should lead with that. Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
He already answered it. He did it last year. I would say we want Draymond because we like winning. That's why we like Draymond Green.
Steve, what'd you say to Draymond when you came out on the court and he had Gobert by the Adam's apple?
He said, Happy Thanksgiving. We'll see you after it's over.
Was it no, or was it go? Joke.
It was whoa. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Jonathan, Paul, Randy, everybody. We'll keep going on your phone calls. TK. About an hour, 20 minutes away. Willard and Dibbs.
He's the best in the business, and you can find Tim Roy's Call of the Game on our social media platform.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, your calls on Draymond. Quick aside, and I mean quick. You were just asking me. So Laura Oakman, who's a friend. I love Laura.
I do too.
You're like, why is she tweeting about like what the job of a sideline reporter is?
Yeah. I've been doing a lot of baby stuff lately, so I've been missing a couple things here and there.
It's because Carissa Thompson went on Barstool Sports and admitted that she used to make stories up when she was on the sideline.
That is crazy
to
think of.
It wasn't that she was like, Trent Williams broke his ankle. Back to you. Just kidding. It wasn't like that, but she'd be like, look, if the coach didn't want to talk, I felt comfortable being like, Kyle Shanahan would really like to press the run game a little bit more here in the second half. He's frustrated with the way the offensive line is blocking, and so he'd really like to see that be better. Back to you, Al, which didn't actually happen. So she embellished. She felt like she stayed in a safe space. I'm not excusing it. Right. I'm explaining what her side of the story is, and she has shared this before, but for whatever reason, this time it's gone viral.
Well, Barstool Sports is why.
And every single sideline reporter ever is out there like a little bit in the, moral high and mighty range of like, this is what an actual sideline reporter does, and this is how we gain our credibility. And,
right.
And that's fair, too. I've done the gig. You've done it more.
Yeah.
There are times where it matters. The problem for me is that we use it more than we need to. I'd love to have a sideline reporter when there's a story. Let's not go down to the sideline reporter when there's not a story. Coach is heading to the locker room, and it's halftime, and the score is 10-7. Hey, Coach, what's going on out there? Well, we need to run it better. We need to pass it better. We'd like to play better defense, and we'll see if we can bring some emotion in the second half. Back to you. What the hell did you just say to me? Waste my time. So that's all I think. I think it's important, but go down there when there is a story, not when there isn't.
Yeah, I get that, but there's also like, hey, let's go down to Dibs. He's got the UC Davis men's basketball coach. Dibs, what's going on? So I'm doing an interview, and it's in a driving rainstorm, and all of a sudden in my ear, they're like, yeah, we're going to have to stretch this out. We got a weather delay. So I'm like, stretch it out. So that game against Weber State back in 2019, I mean, that zone, am I right? Your boy is out there dying, and I'm asking questions, and I'm looking at him, and the rain is literally trampolining off his bald head, and I'm staring at him, and all I can do is look at the rain just pelting him, and it hits me. I'm not listening to a word he's saying. And so he clearly finishes his answer, and so it comes to me, and I'm like, back to you. That backup point guard you have, he's a good dribbler, isn't he?
You should have just asked about the rain pelting him on the head.
Oh my God!
My favorite sideline reporting moment. I was doing it for Cal Poly. We were playing at Montana State.
Stop whopping him.
At Montana State, and I mean it was like 4 degrees. 4. Not kidding. Cal Poly kicker lines up for he was a good kicker, 50-yarder at the buzzer. Nails it. And it's, not snowing, but like sleet-ish. And on the field in Montana, and the sports information director, I'm like on the sideline. I'm like, we got to talk to the kicker. And he's sitting there just going like, dude, quick, one question. I'm like, all right, take us through the kick and these elements.
Knowing you as I know you.
Exactly. That question took a minute and a half. And then, and all the kicker could get out. I mean, he's sitting there shivering. He just goes, it's so bleeping cold. But he didn't say bleeping.
Oh, God.
So that's all I got out of him. Hey, Randy, back to you. It's so bleeping cold down here.
Oh, my God.
That's it. So that was probably the best thing I ever got out of somebody on the sideline.
My highest profile, and back to the phones in just a second, Cal Washington. Jake Locker's quarterbacking the Huskies. I'm doing a Pac-10 game.
Yeah, look at you.
Dude, big-time assignment for your boy.
Whop him.
Like raining, hailing, lightweight snowing in Strawberry Canyon. I did a sideline hit from actually in the stairwell because it was raining so hard. It was pretty funny. I go to interview Jake Locker. They needed to win to get bowl eligible. Hey, let's get out of bed, didn't we? Yeah, Jake. And I turned to look at Jake, and he's got his nose is bleeding. but it's so cold that the snot and the blood have frozen.
Frozen red.
So I'm like, hey, Jake, how about that 4th down play to get you bowl eligible? And I put the mic over to him, and I'm looking, I'm going, oh, my God. And all I can do is I'm fixated.
You got a red booger.
Dude, it was red and white. It was like a Stanford
candy
booger.
cane.
And so he answers the question, and it's back to me, and it's more like, I'm like, I'm no good at this.
Oh, gosh.
I stink.
But at least we never made anything up.
Back to you, Barry.
Back to you. All right, back to Draymond.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. How about Jonathan in the city? Hey, Jonathan, what's up?
Hey guys, contrary to what most people's reaction was after seeing what Draymond did, man, his reaction, that was beautiful. That was priceless. That's the proper reaction to, what the situation called for. I mean, let's face it, man. A lot of people doesn't like it because of who he is, but that's part of the value of the Draymond Green. Aside from all the beautiful things that he does that contributes to winning, the part of the deal with Draymond Green is it's the team's muscle. Without him, the Splash Brothers are going to get bullied, and they're going to get punked on a nightly basis. Look, Klay Thompson owes him a nice timepiece because of that. Without Draymond Green, the target is on the Splash Brothers' back. And without him, what are they going to do if somebody else goes after them? There's no other Warriors that have, the Draymond Green effect, right? So, like you said, Gibbs, they need him on that wall. I want him on that wall.
Well, Jonathan, not only do I think both of us agree with you, you're kind of talking about being that emotional leader, setting the physical tone, if you will. Here's something I'd like to ask to all of the I'm done with Draymond people, and there are plenty of you, and that's fine. But legit question. What is your basketball solution? Like, I felt like you were trying to press Steiny on that in the crossover.
Yeah.
And he admittedly was like, oh, I don't have that answer. So for all of you, get rid of Draymond people. I'm done with Draymond people. I'm sick of it. I can't take it anymore. It's not worth it anymore, Draymond people. Anybody in that camp, what is your basketball solution? What is it you would like the Warriors to either do or have done that would make the Warriors a better basketball team right now? Because I would really argue if you can't answer that, your point is kind of disingenuous, because there's no way in hell any one of you actually want Draymond gone if you also know it will make the Warriors a worse team. You're just frustrated and sick of him, and I get it. Wow, do I get it?
Yeah.
But stop saying get rid of Draymond. You have no solution to that.
Well, even if you wanted to trade Draymond, which if we want to entertain that idea for just a moment, and he makes, I think, about 22.5, 23 this year, it does escalate, but the player that you would get back is not going to be any better than Draymond, and he certainly won't fit better than Draymond. And, you're talking about trading a 34-year-old guy who, if you are looking to trade him, it's obvious that you think that there's something wrong with him, quote unquote, or you think you can do better on the open market, and you don't have anybody on the roster to replace him. So your team absolutely gets worse. And how does Steph Curry feel about that? I think that Steph would be
good.
Not good at all. He's the number one advocate for Draymond.
I mean, every answer I hear when you go, okay, you'd replace Draymond with what? You get this like mythical definition back.
AJ Anunoby.
No, you don't. I'd love it if somebody gave me a name. Nobody gives a name.
Let's see.
They go, get an athletic big.
Right.
Get a big who can shoot. Get a younger this, that. It's like you're throwing out characteristics. You got to get a person. You can't just be like, all right, NBA, we've put the bat signal up. We would like an athletic big man who can shoot. And oh, by the way, if he would be demure, that would be wonderful.
Be great.
With like an athletic, demure big man who can shoot. Does anybody have one that they don't want anymore? You can have Draymond. He's a famous person. Like, how does that conversation even go? So that's all I'm asking. I totally get it if you're sick of this. He's an exhausting personality. He'd probably be the first one to tell you that. And you got to deal with a bunch of stuff you wish you didn't have to deal with. But there's no solution.
Right.
There's nothing you can do about it.
You signed him for 4 years, and when you signed him for 4, you looked at Steph having 3 years left and Clay to be determined, and you realized this is what we're going to do. We're going to ride and or die with the veteran core. They got 4 titles together. We're giving them 4 years or 3 with Steph, and we'll see what happens in that 4th year. We're going to give it a go. We're going to give these guys a chance, and that includes the downside, which we're in right now.
TK's an hour away. My goodness, a lot of people want to weigh in on this. So Randy and Paul and Diego and Tim and Robinson, everybody, just stay right where you are. Here we come. We are sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. It's Willard and Dibs.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regularly servicing vehicles. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That would be my guess. And we were just sitting here during the break talking about the Carissa Thompson thing that we mentioned a few minutes ago. Those of you just joining us, she goes on Barstool and admits that she has embellished, sort of made up reports as a sideline reporter in the past.
It's a fabrication sensation.
Cha-ching!
Felt good coming out.
No, it sounded good too.
Yeah, Grandy just gave me.
Yeah. Oh, he did.
Yeah, he's mad at me.
Yeah, that's that. But that's because
I didn't give you anything.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right. He didn't even acknowledge your existence.
Man,
I avoided eye contact.
I'm not saying one way or another any sort of action or whatever. I just know this. We've all lived in this world long enough to know that sometimes you'll say bleep and it just goes into the wind and bleep. You'll never hear about it again.
Yeah.
And then the next day you'll say bleep again and it goes and it suddenly spins and becomes viral on social media and you're in a bad spot when that happens. And Carissa Thompson, who is going to be on Amazon Prime in exactly 2 hours, getting ready for Bengals Ravens. Geez, some people might want to check that one out.
Yeah.
Bad spot. Bad spot.
Well, I talked to Zach Taylor. No, you didn't.
People do not like this right now. The whole I just made stuff up.
Yeah, it's a bad look. And I don't know what the benefit is to come out and admit it. And I mean, I do admire the fact that she is keeping it real, Mark. She kept it real. I admire that. She kept it a buck, as the kids would say, but I don't know what benefit this does. Maybe she just didn't think it was that big of a deal.
And she's like, I've said this before and I did. Literally, the comment is, I've said this before and I didn't get fired, so I'll say it again. And then off she goes and says it again, and this time it counts.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bud Selig. And the ultimate stray might be Aaron Andrews.
Wow. Right?
It's like, I'm just sitting here minding my business, and now all of a sudden it's Carissa Thompson and Aaron Andrews have been making up sideline reports.
Collateral damage.
And it is all over their internet. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. My prediction is you're going to get an addressing of this, or that's being discussed by high-level Amazon execs right now. What does Carissa say? Bezos is on line one. And in 1 hour and 39 minutes, we're going to figure out what Carissa's going to have to say.
If I know Bezos, he's going on Amazon right now to try to buy a sideline reporter to get one delivered by 5 o'clock. You know?
An excellent line.
Bezos has got Amazon Prime.
Does he have Prime? And therefore, it can be there by 5 o'clock. You got it, Bezos. And in fact, we have it in 17 different versions. Some of them cost $10, some of them $12.
Which I'll never understand.
Decide which one you want. Have you ever, just because our brain, it's kind of like red wine. You sit there and stare at red wine. It's like, it's a $20 bottle, it's a $30 bottle. $30 bottle must be better.
Must be.
So I'm going to spend the $30. And you're like, you would have had the same experience with the $20, dummy.
Yeah.
You go on Amazon, it's like the exact same item is $11. And then it's $14.
It's incredible.
And you're like, should I get the $14 one? Because it's probably better. It's like, Bob, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just coming from a different seller.
It's just unbelievable. I don't know, because my wife is the Amazon whisperer. We'll go to, hey, we need blah, blah, blah. Go on Amazon, and she will look and look. I'm like, just buy it. It's like, no, I think I can find it cheaper. And then, 17 minutes later, on the same website, she will find it for cheaper. And then, bloop. Next thing you know, there's a knock on your door, and it's there.
Yeah. And people are taking pictures of your door, and it's all kinds of creepy.
I don't get it. So, into 30 seconds on Amazon real quick, we have a Nespresso coffee machine where you have those little pods.
Delicious.
It's great.
I know those.
Buck a pod. It's what we do for our coffee.
Okay.
We will run out of coffee, and we will order coffee on Amazon, and our new sleeves will show up within 3 hours.
Coach,
within 3 hours.
You ever done the thing with Apple? Oh, you're not an iPhone guy.
No.
One time, I'm like, I discovered on the and I don't even know if it was Apple or if it's AT&T, which is my carrier.
Yeah.
You go on there and you're like, oh, I'm eligible for a new phone. Okay. Boop, bop, beep. Dude's there in an hour on the doorstep, like, here, transfer everything over. I'll help you do that. Let me hit this, carry the 3. Good night. Bye.
New phone.
Wow. Within an hour. Who the hell are you?
Right.
Where were you standing when I hit that button an hour ago? Where were you?
It's crazy. Seriously.
Were you down the street at the gas station just predicting this? Like, what is happening?
It's amazing.
It's so bizarre. But hey, very convenient.
Yeah.
It's very convenient.
So if they want to order a new sideline reporter or a new pregame host, Jeff can get one.
Amazon.
Beep, bop, boop. Done.
All right. 888-957-9570. We've been talking a lot about Draymond Green. And so there's a number of questions on the table. One of them being, for all of those of you out there who are so sick of Draymond, I'm done with Draymond. He's overstayed his welcome. It's not worth it anymore. What's your solution? And going back to where I originally sort of started this, what is so offensive? What is so offensive? Forget the Jordan Poole thing, because that's offensive. But on the court, all of the things that he's done, are you really, truly that bothered, that offended by these things? I mean, we sit here and make fun of regular season basketball in November. But now, apparently, from what I'm being told, these next 5 games, oh my God, they are the key to the entire next 4 years of Warrior results. How dare Draymond leave these 5 games? I don't know how the Warriors will recover. I don't know. I thought we had all agreed the NBA doesn't even start till Christmas Day.
I don't know about that. And I've never made fun of the regular season, especially after last year, where we all talk about the start to the year, which resulted in them having to fight all year long. And when you have an older team, a veteran team, you would love to have a cushion, and you had one at 6-2, and that cushion now at 6-6 is gone. And if Draymond's out for 5 and you go 1-4 in those games, now you're 7-11 when he comes back, and it's a little bit of an uphill climb in a very competitive Western Conference. So it's not like every game is all or nothing like it is in the NFL. I'm not going to pretend that's the case. But when you start to look at blocks of games, and you've already lost 4 in a row, and Draymond's going to be out for another 5, no Steph tonight, and you're looking at, a little bit of a tough slate here with 2 Oklahoma Cities and no Draymond. San Antonio, you should still be able to beat. Yeah. Sacramento is always difficult.
I don't even know
Phoenix
if
is going to be tough.
Are there any shoulds with this roster? There's no Steph and
guess
no
you're
Dre.
right.
I'm like, you could lose to anybody.
But that is maybe more to my point of, why this is a bigger deal than it would have been in a year where you had KD. Or if you were 27-9 and this happens, okay, fine, Draymond, take 5 games off. Doesn't matter, but I'm fighting for my life right now.
They're not going. They're not. But I feel like there's this resignation that they're just going to go 0-5 now. They're not going 0-5.
I would put them at 2-3 over the next 5.
What are we looking at here?
2 OKCs.
I know 2 OKCs.
That's a split.
Then there's a Houston, right?
That's a win. San Antonio and Phoenix. Those are your 5.
And Phoenix is there.
That's a loss.
That's the one road game out of the whole group?
Yeah.
So OKC, home to Houston, at Phoenix, and then home to San Antonio. They get 3 of those.
You should. Without Draymond?
I mean, Steph may be back Saturday. Yeah, I don't know, but he might.
According to the reports I've read and my sources,
okay,
he's going to probably be back for the Houston game.
Maybe, yeah. Even still, then. I think you can get one of the OKC ones without him. I think you can get the Houston one. I think you can get the San Antonio.
OKC scares me without Steph because they're 125 points walking off the bus.
Right, but remember what Ramona said to us about the matchup thing?
Momo.
Like, I know that it's 4-game losing streak, but she's like of these losses, there have been 5 of them in the last week and a half. 4 of them are against Cleveland and Minnesota, potentially the 2 tallest teams in the league. And is that an excuse? We'll find out. because the losses are all against those two teams and a road trip to Denver. Those aren't like embarrassing losses, especially the other night when the whole big three was out.
Yeah.
I don't think that this 4-game losing streak is the disaster that it's being made out to be, and I don't think the Warriors are automatically now going to make it a 9-game losing streak because Draymond misses the next 5. Let's go to Randy in the city. Hey, Randy, you're on with Willie and Dibby.
Hey, what's up, man?
Randy.
Hey, I wanted to say, first, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We got you.
Okay. Yeah. First, I wanted to say, quest for anything is, I think that's a jinx. So we've been quest for 6, quest for 5. We've been 5-0, and then since we had the quest, it's like we haven't won since. And then Warriors do everything the Niners do, so gold-blooded, we are that. But quest for 5 was bad.
Yeah, Randy, but, on this show, Quest is just Dibs' son.
Yeah.
So we don't worry about those mottos.
All right. But Draymond, man, I'm with Draymond. You feel me? I mean, Draymond's a heartbeat. You feel me? I mean, without Draymond, I think where will we be? You feel me? He's the heart. You feel me? But he's been this for 12 years. I mean, we dealt with him. I feel like we need some fire in our, you know what. But people are cold. You know, the height is not on our side. The youth is not on our side. The consistent youth is not on our side. And, like, you feel me? I feel like we need more haters. You feel me? Like, before we had who we had? We had Memphis. You feel me? Where they at now? You feel me? But, shoot, Shaq don't even want us. I mean, the games that Draymond got kicked out of, it was like, they're contenders. You know, a lot of them we're going to see later on.
Randy, I'm totally with you, and thank you, Randy. Like, this is the way that I would sort of say it, and you tell me if I'm able to get this across without sounding like I'm excusing all bad behavior. I'm not excusing it. I wish Draymond wouldn't get himself suspended. I wish he had let go of Rudy a little bit earlier or whatever. I still want him to go, go pick up for Clay. Go do your thing. Would I love to see him go at it with a little bit more of a level head? Sure, but he didn't. I've always accepted who Draymond is, so it's not to excuse anything, but it's to say maybe furthering the point that many have said, which is the good outweighs the bad. Take that a step further. I just don't think you can separate the two. I think that if you like what Draymond has done at any point in his Warriors career, and we'd all say yes to that. If you like that, and if you agree that there's value there, then you have to understand, in my opinion, that what has made him that player also leads to this, that he is someone who rides the line. He is someone who pushes the narrative and the envelope and somebody who does have to find sort of something that's deep down in his gut in order to succeed at his level, because he's not someone who can walk on the court like Giannis and be like, so here's the deal. I'm better at basketball than all of you, and so now I'm going to make $50 million a year. He's not that. He's a scrapper, and he's made a whole career out of outthinking people and using more effort. And so if that's who you are, I think you're going to get some of these things. And outside of punching Jordan Poole, I don't really find anything that's all that crazy. Like it's all that bad. It just doesn't offend me that way.
I guess. And, I think the one thing you said at the top of that is the most true part of all this, which is you can't separate the good from the bad because it's Draymond Green. And so that's where I've become much more resigned in terms of being a fan of this team and by proxy being a fan of his because I'm a fan of the team. You have to take the good with the bad, which means you can be critical when the bad costs him and costs you 5 games of having the smartest player on your team and a two-way threat and a great defender and all the rest of it. But you do get to a point where the good no longer outweighs the bad. And when you reach that point, then you have to make a decision. And I think that the organization has decided that whenever that point comes, they're going to have to deal with it unless they decide that they want to trade him at some juncture.
Do you think we're there?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. But I do think that day is coming because I agree with Steiny to the extent that his skills, as all 34-year-olds will do, especially physical players like that, his skills are diminishing. And his ability to be the player that he once was is eroding. Now, how fast is that happening? I don't think it's happening as fast as other people would think, but the more his skills erode, the one thing that has not diminished is his ability to get technical fouls, his ability to commit flagrants, get ejected, and get suspended. That part of his game has not eroded at all. So as that continues, as that balancing act continues to weigh more onto the negative, that's when we have a real discussion to have.
Jimbo on YouTube, who is one of our very faithful listeners, says Draymond, and this is in all caps, so I think Jimbo's really feeling it. Draymond has been enabled his entire life. Get over it. He can play basketball. I bring that up because I would like to very, very firmly disagree that Draymond Green has been enabled his entire life. I have a feeling you mean his entire career in the NBA. That would be a point I would be much more open to listen to. Draymond Green, if you know about his history at all, he very, very much has not been enabled his entire life. This is not someone that grew up with a life of privilege in Michigan. And I think that it's a little unfair to say something like that when the other two stars on the team literally grew up with their dads in the NBA. Okay, those two, and therefore, the reason this is relevant is those two players cannot play the role that Draymond plays on this team. They can't. They're not wired that way.
Right.
They don't have that streak in them. That's important. Like where Draymond came from
Saginaw
has a lot to do with who he is.
Of course.
And who he is has a lot to do with how he plays.
And he's never left that, and that's what's fueled him. And that's honestly, if you want to look at Draymond Green, the basketball player, that's his number one attribute, is the fact that he is willing to do what it takes to win basketball games. Yes, his IQ. Yes, his defensive acumen, his ability to dissect things offensively, the ball handler that he's become. He's an incredible passer, but his number one separation skill, to me, is his competitiveness and his desire to win. So it's very difficult to cleave that from the negative part of Draymond because those things are intertwined. His ultra competitiveness spills over into berating the officials and getting texts. His aggressiveness spills into him jumping to his teammates' defense and choking out an opponent. His competitiveness bleeds into him flail kicking Steven Adams and punching LeBron in the groin. So all of that, there's so much crossover between his positives and his negatives that you really can't separate the two. I just wonder about the evolution of Draymond as all of his positive skills become less and less and less, and his negative skills, they will not diminish.
Yeah, I'd be so much more bothered by this if he wasn't still playing good basketball. But he is. He is. And there's all kinds of different personalities. Does it push it? Sure. Do you wish you wouldn't get suspended? Of course. But again, I don't think you get the X's and O's stuff from Draymond if you don't also have this as well. So that's not excusing it. It's just like I've always thought this always comes down to whether you accept this dude for who he is or not. And if you don't, that's fine. You can say that. Although I would argue back, if you say that, you should have a basketball solution for the Warriors. And I think that's very hard to find right now. Before we take another call, a reminder, the kickoff show Sunday is coming. Niners and Bucks, Larry Krueger, Low Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and it is the best pregame show in the Bay Area by far. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. How about Paul in Oakland? Hey, Paul, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey guys, what's happening?
What's up?
Good narratives today. I like the way this thing is kind of spun. I'm kind of a believer that things in life, including basketball, and now we're talking about professional basketball. They're never really as good as you think they are unless you're going down Market Street or down Broadway with a parade. And they're really never as bad as you think they are unless you are currently a Memphis Grizzly, a Houston Rocket, or, maybe the dumpster fire of professional franchises, San Diego, the Los Angeles Clippers. It gets to, I think, the point that you made very, very eloquently, and that is Draymond's Draymond. And if you're gonna move him and get off of him, then the addition by subtraction better be at minimal equivalent, and if not better. And if it isn't minimally equivalent or better, then roll with the dude, know who he is, and you're not going to be a Grizzly, and you're not going to be a Rocket, and you're certainly not going to be a Clipper. Although, let me just say this real quick. I do have respect for the Clippers owner relative to he's doing everything he can to brand his team in L.A. and to get out of an arena that even when you put the floor in and it's red and you turn the lights on, you still see the purple there.
Yeah, Ballmer's cool. Ballmer's cool, but yeah, there's nothing. Paul, thanks. The Clippers could build a new arena and put a bubble around it, and they're still always going to be the Lakers' little brother there. But aside from that, like this is kind of what I'm getting at with Draymond. For all the I'm sick of him or it's not worth it anymore, folks. I don't get to that spot with a player until I'm actually offended by the behavior, and that usually comes off the playing surface. So, for instance, I can't think of a better example in this moment, but I don't even know exactly what happened, and there's plenty of conversation around it with Trevor Bauer. But 2 years ago, the Los Angeles Dodgers franchise and its entire fan base and the players were like, that's going to be a no from us, dog. You out. Like, we don't want you on this team anymore. If we're simply talking about annoyances, but you would all agree that the team would go down in the standings without him, then no matter how annoyed you are, we're not there yet. We're just not there yet. I'm certainly not, like, personally offended by the behavior enough to say I'd rather not have him on the team, even though there'll be a worse team without him. Like, that's I'm nowhere near that, and the Warriors are certainly nowhere near that.
Right, and what he has done in terms of offenses are not to the level of Trevor Bauer. I think Deshaun Watson's a very interesting one in terms of teams that didn't want to bring him in based on what he had allegedly done, according to 30 women, independent of what Deshaun Watson's account of the incidents were, and yet Cleveland signed him. And they gave him guaranteed money, thinking that he was going to help them win. Now he's out for the year with the shoulder injury. That was announced today. So it's going to be a second year now where Cleveland's not going to be able to really utilize him down the stretch. And that's just the way that goes. But that, to me, is interesting in terms of Draymond Green, because what he's done is not criminal. You mentioned it before. Outside of the Jordan Poole incident, it's all been on-court stuff. Flagrants and technicals and ejections and suspensions, but all the while, he's helped you win 4 titles.
Lots more calls to get to. Tim Kawakami in a half hour. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Oh, and this is completely unimportant, but I'd like to ask before the game starts tonight. I have a really important fantasy question.
All right.
And you and all the listeners can help me answer it.
I'll give out my lock of the night, too.
Will you?
People waiting for.
We all waiting for that.
No doubt. I'm hot.
He's going to change your name to Fade.
Take the Bengals.
Willard and Fade.
In order for... On most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What kind of question is that?
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
This is a great question, but a stupid question. It might be a stupid question. It may sound like a stupid question right out the gate, but I think it's developed into a question that I'm grappling with. So you tell me. I got 2 quarterbacks, and this is in the 95.7 The Game league.
Okay, who you facing this week?
4, Chris, I think.
Yeah,
I think
Ocon Peace.
I think so.
All right,
and we might both be 5-5, or maybe he's 6-4. But I mean, it's go time. We're scrapping to try to get a playoff spot.
I'm
here.
reluctant to help because I'm in a win and get help mode.
I
need you both to lose.
You're kind of out.
No. And it's funny because on the way in earlier, I knew you were going to say that, and I already thought to myself about the quitter mentality that you're going to try to inject.
Well,
I need to win out and get help. I'm not mathematically eliminated.
I'm
not? 2-8.
I thought you were.
No.
Well,
no.
We do have a little bit of an interesting deal in our league, which is that I'm 5-5, and I'm in like maybe 9th place. But also
you're 8th. You're ahead of the Kruger.
Okay, yeah, I'm 8th. But I'm a game out of 2nd. Like, Lucas is 10-0, and second place is 6-4.
Yeah. So Lucas has clinched a playoff spot.
Lucas is in. Everything else is totally up in the air. So I guess you're right. You're only 4 games out of 2nd place.
With 4 to go. And if you...
Which is wild.
And the teams in front of me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including yourself, I have more points than all 6 of you.
Yes, you.
So I do hold all tiebreakers. I need to win out and get some help. But I'd be happy to help you because a loss for Ocon Peace is a win for the Dibber.
That's true. And I'm mainly putting it out to the listeners as well. So you can all hit me up with what you think. I got an hour and 15 minutes to make this decision. But I got 2 quarterbacks. I can either go with Burrow tonight at Baltimore, or I can chill tonight, maybe just pull out a glass of Pinot and wait for Sunday and go with Jared Goff at home against the Bears. Now, Goff home, Burrow road. Burrow throws more. Burrow's matchup and defense a little harder. So put that in the stew, and what would you do?
Well, the other piece, too, is Burrow likely to be trailing. Baltimore, very good team.
Correct.
But then again, as we discussed earlier on this program, Baltimore runs a lot, which means they possess the ball a lot. So Burrow will have fewer possessions. My gut would be to go with Goff.
Detroit runs the ball a lot too.
Right.
All week long, I was going to go with Goff. And then this morning on the walk to the office, I was kind of like, am I being stupid here? Like, you drafted Burrow to be your guy. Go with Burrow. The projections say Burrow by a hair.
Yeah.
But the projections, whatever the hell that does for you. So anyway, anybody wants to fire me some advice on that.
Is T. Higgins still out?
I think so.
Okay. Then I should probably start Trenton Irwin again.
He's still WR3. I mean, but Jamar Chase and Tyler Boyd are still playing.
Right.
So Irwin it's not like he's going to clean house or something.
No, but he had a nice little week last week. What did he end up with? 13.4?
Yeah, touchdown. Touchdown. Burrow is at 4 straight games with at least 2 touchdown throws. So anyway, I'm getting a whole lot of Goff responses.
On the tube?
Yeah, the tube. Anyway, fire that with me, but let's get to more important stuff. Tim Kawakami is going to join us in about 20-plus minutes, and we're talking Draymond. Jason in Oakland, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Jason. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? First-time caller, but I love your show for
Thank you.
years.
Thanks so much.
I'm just here to talk about my take on all the Draymond hate and the people turning their back on it is that this is nothing new in the Bay Area. We've had the blueprint for this for years, and it's a very good example of where this blueprint is laid out is in Bay Area rap. We know, listening to decades of Bay Area hip-hop and rap, that the Bay is not just this wonderful, lovely place that everyone aspires to be. Rap dictates that it is filled with haters, snakes, weaklings, and suckers. And you're going to learn that in every Bay Area hip-hop song that's come out in the last 25, probably 30 years by now, right? That's just kind of where it's at, man. And so it's not a surprise, right? It's not a surprise. My only other point is that I totally agree. You can't separate this thing. It's part of the package. You like hot showers? It's like you're going to contribute a little bit to global warming. You're going to contribute to geopolitical
destabilization, sensation. Yes, exactly.
I'm kind of starting up because I got these new braces in. But
that's okay. That's okay. Grandy's been doing that for 3 weeks. I'm kidding, Mark. Yeah, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
And you forgot snitches, Jason, as a part of your rap titles.
By the way, so haters are only in the Bay Area. Everything he said, I was like, I don't disagree.
He kept it local.
That's pretty much every city in the world,
of course.
But sure, ours too. Yeah, that's my sort of walk away take with regard to all of this. I'm not telling anybody to not be annoyed by Draymond Green. Like that, but totally get it. Totally get it. And I bet everybody around him in his life has always a time or two been like, I think I'm kind of sick of it. I think I'm kind of done with it. You know what I mean? Draymond Green he's kind of like alcohol, okay? A time or two in our lives, we've all quit him. But then again, boy, you can really have a good time in moderation, but you're also going to get some negative side effects. You might get a headache in the morning. Your gut might get a little bit bigger if you have too much Draymond. Like that's what he is. How many of you are like never going to have a glass of wine or a beer again? You will.
You won't.
You will. Not all of you, but you will. And you will also cheer Draymond when he gets back in 5 games.
Yeah, you will.
You will.
You know, until you get that time when he overindulges in arguing with refs and it's like over-imbibing and he gets 2 texts and ejected in a game where you need him and then you lose the game and we'll all spend the next 11 hours on this station and rip him and talk about, that's it. I'm so done with Draymond. I'm so out on Draymond. Until
you get some sleep.
Right.
And then you wake up and you're like, oh, well, yeah.
Until he comes back
I forgive you.
You know, does, more things to help you win, takes a charge.
I mean, we talked about this off the top in the crossover. To me, and I have no interest in ending our conversation, but to me, this is a mic drop. If you agree that Draymond Green makes Steph Curry a better player, and I bet most of you do, if you agree with that, we're done here. We're done. And when I say here, we're done with it's time to move off of Draymond. He's overstayed his welcome. He's not worth it anymore. He's not worth the headache. If you agree that he makes Steph Curry a better player, I think all other arguments are losing arguments. And I think that's what the Warriors think. I think it's what Steph Curry thinks.
Right. And that ultimately is the trump card in any argument. And I do think that that's a big reason why he got re-signed is because Steph Curry, at some level, whether he was asked or whether or not it's a known thing, he wants Draymond Green here. Draymond knows how to play with Steph better than any other player, including Klay Thompson. So if you're Steph and you have a guy who is going to ride for you and set screens for you and do all the dirty work for you and find you when you're open better than any other player, you want him on your team.
Next up, let's talk to Eddie in San Mateo. What's up, Eddie? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Dibs? Long-time listener and long-time Warriors fan. I just want to give a little bit more of a nuanced take on this whole Draymond thing. I'm personally tired of his antics and the fact that he gets ejected from games. But we can also say that the suspension was a little bit too long in the league. It's kind of had it in for him, too, because of his past history. So it's kind of like a loaded gun or double-edged sword where you kind of take the good with the bad. But as a longtime Warrior fan, I can honestly say I'm tired of his antics, but I also see where, like you said, he helps the other players like Curry in doing the dirty work and the defense, too.
I mean, I think, Eddie, thanks. I think that anybody who says I'm tired of Draymond's antics, my only response is, I get it.
Yeah.
And
I'm tired of his antics too.
I totally get it, and I don't know that there's no cure for that.
It's a little bit like your child or your children, where, for example, last night my baby, almost 15 months old, had about an hour where she was whining,
crying,
not even crying, for no real reason. It's like, you know what? I'm about tired of your antics, and I said that to her. I said, "Mai, I'm tired of your antics."
She does not know what the word antics means.
Not
yet.
only
She
that,
doesn't know
but
that.
she heard me opine about how tired of her antics I was. She stopped for about 30 seconds and continued with her antics.
Correct.
And I realized I've signed her to a longer deal than 4 years and $100 million.
And no one knows how to be Mila more than Mila.
And she is not
So
concerned.
Take that, Daddy.
She got a flagrant one and put her in the pack and play.
She don't care.
Didn't really stop her.
You go do it again.
It's interesting, our YouTube feed, youtube.com/957 The Game, the poll of the day, and this kind of plays off the last caller. What do you think of Draymond Green being suspended for 5 games? Too many games, just right, or not enough games? 43%, too many games. 36%, just right. 21%, not enough games.
Not enough.
I'm fascinated by the breakdown because Warrior fans, I would figure that the majority of people would have said too many games. And it's 43% out of 100%. So it's not even a clear majority. 36% just right. And I think that speaks to the I'm so tired of Draymond's antics crowd.
I think that anybody who says too many games is simply taking this whole experience at face value, and unfortunately you can't.
That's where I thought it was too many games.
Right, but
Yes.
that's because when you look at the act, you go, well, that's too many games. Right, you're right. The NBA is not looking at the act.
Yeah.
They're looking at the history of acts, and that's where you get 5 games. So to me, it's not what I predicted. I thought it would only be a couple. So
Ramona Shelburne, same thing,
Yeah, I agree that it feels like too much, but I've also taken a step back and realized, even in their explanation, they're not just talking about what he did to Rudy Gobert. They're talking about all of the things he done. It's an accumulation sensation, and therefore it makes more sense.
Yeah.
How about let's go to Scott in Fremont. Hi, Scott. What are you doing? Oh, wait. Hey, Scott, before you talk, hang on one sec. Did you know, Scott, that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco? It's always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now you, Scott.
A pro's pro, Willard. Well done.
Sort of.
I am in the camp. I used to be the biggest Draymond apologist, and now I'm in the camp of I'm over it. And I'm over it because I think the juice is no longer worth the squeeze. And I think they would be better without him. I think he's turned into a net negative. And let me explain why. He's become like a fake tough guy. He's not even the same Draymond he was. Forget about how far he's fallen athletically. It's just he was so good against Sabonis and Gobert, and he punks all these guys. He's always played bigger. But when they needed him the most against the Lakers, he's over there like he refused to compete against LeBron. He rolled over for AD. The best game they've played in the last 2-3 years was the game he was suspended against the Kings. And they're much more dynamic without him on the floor on offense. Their net rating shows that. I would argue that on this team, they're better with Saric than they are with Draymond. And they get better whistles when he's not out there. I just think at some point, the whole narrative of you have to take the good with the bad, that worked 3-4 years ago when he was at his peak. The problem is his production and his value to the team has fallen, and the antics seem to have gotten higher up. And I could not disagree anymore that he makes Steph a better player. If you look at Steph's numbers and ratings, Steph is incredible with if it was you and me on the floor.
So, but Scott,
not the other way around.
Let's ask a question there. Then why do you think Steph feels the way he does? And why do you think Steve Kerr feels the way he does? And I ask that with genuine curiosity.
I would be willing to bet you that Kerr would like to turn the page on it. I think it's a Steph thing, and I think it's just because they've played together for so long that I have no doubt he has a genuine like love for Draymond and appreciation for what he's done. But, you know, they're not always right. I mean, we always go back. The players wanted Avery Bradley over a GP. I mean, just because he's been through the war with him, I knew they were going to re-sign him because Steph loves him, but they had a get-out-of-jail-free card. Now you're stuck for 4 more years with them. And this is not the NBA of, like, the 80s and 90s where you have to have an enforcer and do all this. Like, they've worked that out of the game. So you don't need that guy anymore. You need a guy – you know what would help Steph way more than anything Draymond does is having a player on the floor who was an actual threat, who other teams had to guard and couldn't just clog the paint.
Well,
that would go miles.
Yeah, Scott, I get it. I think you make a real interesting argument. I'd respond by saying that I do think too often our conversations about Draymond go to a place where we want to turn him into a more traditional basketball player. And you heard Scott just do it there at the end. You know what would matter is if you had an offensive threat on the floor. Man, I appreciate the Swiss Army knife nature of Draymond Green. And so when people say he's not a threat on the floor, I'm like, right, not to the NBA 2K game.
Right.
He's not a threat.
Well, not a threat to the basket
right,
in terms of putting the ball in it.
But to argue that he's not a threat, I think is crazy. I mean, he's literally been running an offense as the point of the offense, the centerpiece of getting them into the offense that's won 4 rings. And I know he's been surrounded by tremendous talent.
He's talking about threat to score.
I know, but
he's no threat to score, really.
Understood. But, like, quite frankly, he's never been asked to do that, even when he was at the height of his powers.
Yeah.
The reason that we're feeling this way now is that the Warriors have lost a lot of their other scorers, the people who did hold that role, or they've aged out.
And the scorers that they do have and they should have aren't scoring. Andrew Wiggins is a non-factor, and Clay has been highly ineffective, and you got rid of Jordan Poole, so you're left with Steph Curry and the aforementioned Dario Saric as your real threats, and AirPods Bepo off the bench.
And we're still in a spot where, and I am open-minded to listen to all of this, but we're still in a spot where if you want to move on from Draymond, I haven't heard one person tell me how.
Well, there's no way.
How can they? How could they have? To turn him into what?
Well, they could have in the offseason.
They could have, but understand, every time someone says get rid of Draymond, they'll go, I'd rather have I want you to understand what it would have been. If you get rid of Draymond in the offseason, you're saying I'd have rather had a empty chair.
Jordan Poole. You would have had Jordan Poole.
I disagree. That would have happened anyway. Jordan Poole could not exist on the Warriors for multiple reasons, Draymond being a large one, but not the only one.
Yeah, and we can play the revisionist history game because it's foolish. If they would have let Draymond go and they would have kept Jordan Poole, then you don't have Chris Paul and you don't have Draymond Green. So you got Jordan Poole, Steph and Clay, Looney and Wiggins, and a bunch of the young pups. And are you better than what this team is with Chris Paul and Draymond and not Jordan Poole? I would much rather have this team, as would they.
Agreed on that. And this team offers additional financial flexibility in
for the future, yes.
Jordan Poole's contract into Chris Paul's. That's part of the conversation as well. So,
and you can turn Draymond into something if you want, but you're not going to get anything close to the value that you would like to get. And everybody talks about Pascal Siakam, or you're going to get AJ Anunoby, or you're going to get any of these other athletic bigs that teams simply won't part with. So you're going to get rid of your 34-year-old problem, and you're going to get Bam Adebayo.
Of course,
Miami's just going to serve him up on a platter for Draymond and a player to be named later.
There's no answer here. That's why no one has given us one.
Right.
No one has given us one because there isn't one. I think, no matter the age and the antics, there's no way in hell you can argue that and is this what people are doing? Do some of you feel the Warriors are so better off without him that you'd rather just not have him there at all and replace him with no one? Do you think an empty chair is better than Draymond right now. Because that's where I feel like, in a realistic sense, that's what some of you are saying. And boy, do I disagree with that. But realistically, if you're saying I want him, if you're doing the Harrison Ford, get off my team. If you're doing that, then understand you're not getting anything back. Nothing. You cannot replace him with anything, realistically, right now in this market.
And that, to me, is a foolish discussion because they have made the decision to sign Draymond for 4 years. So we as Warrior fans, we get Draymond Green for 4 more years. Now, there might come a time where you can trade Draymond Green, but it's not now, and it's not this year at the deadline, and it's not this year in the offseason. You've got a lot of other things to address before you even get to the Draymond's got to go, we have to trade him portion of this project. They're going to allow this team, this core, to go through this year and see what they can do. And if they can't win a championship or they can't get close, you have a Chris Paul decision at the end of the year.
Yep.
You got a Klay Thompson decision. You've got Kuminga and Moody who will be entering the last year of their deal with their options picked up. And Draymond's got 3 more years. So if you want to retool, it'll be in June. It won't be in February.
Totally agree. Yeah, Tom and Sonoma here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. How you guys doing, man?
What's up?
Good.
Hey, man. As a Warrior fan, I'm getting disgusted, man. I love this team. I love the players, but I just can't stand losing the way we're losing because we're giving the game away because we're getting suspensions. You know, what I want to tell the Warriors, every one of you guys need to look in the mirror and ask the question, what can I do to make this team better? And when I go right to the top, Steph Curry, you are the greatest player ever, but I need leadership from you, man. I need you to set Draymond down and talk and say, look, we need you 110%. We can't afford you to be suspended, man. You're suspended. We're losing. We have to have you on the court, man. So I'm just frustrated as a Warrior fan. I love this team, but it's hard to be a fan right now, you know?
Yeah,
you know
Tom,
what I mean?
yeah, I feel you, but at the same time, here's one thing. There's a chasm here. Fans keep saying, this is what we need Steph to do, or this is what we need Steve Kerr to do, or this is what we need Mike Dunleavy, or Joe Lacob. This is what they need to do.
Yeah.
And
Talk to him, Mark. Sit him down.
And then
pull him aside.
And then I hear what they say that person should say to Draymond. And I go, full stop. That person doesn't agree with you.
Right.
Steph Curry does not agree with all of you who say you should lead Draymond to the calm promised land and chill out. He doesn't agree with you. And neither do the other Warrior players. They want their emotional heartbeat.
They need him.
They want him to have their back. They want the player that he's been. They accept him. They accept him through thick and thin. They don't think he needs to change. If they did, he wouldn't get $100 million.
Exactly. And I'm sure they're not thrilled when he gets 5-game suspensions or when he gets suspended in a playoff series or when he punches LeBron and he sits out Game 5 of the NBA Finals. But one thing I know that they do like, his playoff record. And if you look at the games he's played in the playoffs, he's 107-50 in the playoffs. He's missed 2 playoff games. They're 1-1 in those games. Famously, the NBA Finals game he missed, they lost. He's 107-50 in the playoffs. It's a pretty good record, Mark.
It's good. And
it's a lot of wins.
It feels to me like they say it ain't broke yet, so we're not going to fix it. It's all sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. Plenty more time for your calls. Stay where you are, 888-957-9570. And TK, Tim Kawakami, is going to join us coming up next. His thoughts on Draymond, his thoughts on the state of the 49ers, the Giants free agency. We can go wherever we want. Tim Kawakami joins us next, Willard and Dibs.
It's that time again, Dub Nation. You hear the call in this arena.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us today. Having a whole lot of fun. Lots of Draymond stuff. The A's relocation, not sensation, became, I guess, official. The vote went through, unanimous in Vegas. That big ball in Vegas, what do they call that thing?
The Sphere.
The Sphere. It's all lit up with the A's logo. I was like, no, I don't like that. I like the other things the Sphere's been doing. I didn't like that one.
The Sphere is really cool, but that's going to be the high point for the A's run in Vegas.
I agree.
The big question is, where do they go next?
After Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon. If you haven't already, make
I
sure
have an idea.
You subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out. You got conversations from Steiny and Goo with Ross Tucker, ours with Brandon Pajemski yesterday. Speaking of podcasts, big fan of the TK Pod. Big names, big info, big opinions, everything always coming out of the TK Pod, which is, of course, done by Tim Kawakami, The Athletic. But we would like to welcome the TK Pod to the Odyssey family. So welcome and congratulations on that, Tim. And I know it also means maybe a couple of new aspects for the podcast. So why don't you let us know a little bit about that?
Sure thing. Any secret handshakes, any kind of initiation I got to go through?
Oh, there'll be some hazing in the break room. Don't you worry about it, Tim.
I'm a little afraid of Dibbs, Mark. I think I might be able to handle what you're bringing to me, but Dibbs, who the hell? I've been in green rooms with Dibbs.
Oh yeah,
the guys look crazy sometimes.
Well,
but
this
I
is
look forward to it.
Yeah. If you're worried, it is with good reason, and more on that coming up. Go ahead.
When's the Odyssey golf tournament? I'm ready for that too. But anyway. You did set me up. I decided to joke about it anyway, but we're doing 3 separate shows, all on the TK Show feed. I'm really excited about it. It's going to be a TK Show, interviews, same stuff. It's got 49ers Plus Minus, which is a 49ers podcast. Myself and Matt Barros, we just launched it today. Your normal kind of just banter about the 49ers and from the locker room and what means something and what doesn't mean anything. Very much looking forward. I sit next to Barros at 49ers games. I might as well just put that on a podcast, right? In his first episode, he did his Trent Baalke imitation. I think he might have to keep this up every episode. We might have some Baalke in there. And I got a show about L.A. and the Bay Area. We're going to talk about both sides. I think there might be some Shohei Ohtani talk there with the LA Times columnist Dylan Hernandez. I can't quite call him a co-host yet. I think he's basically, but he will. Let's just put it this way: he will be on. I think he's going to be on every episode. He's going to be a special guest, and we'll banter about what's going on in L.A., the Lakers, USC football. You name it. I used to work in L.A. and Dylan used to work in the Bay Area. And we just got a lot of stuff to talk about. So I've really been looking forward to that one. So we got 3 shows. We're going to do 2 or 3 episodes every week. There's already 2 up this week. There will be another one up tomorrow, a TK show. Really looking forward to it. So guys, any kind of rites of initiation, just you let me know, email, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Perfect. Yes, we'll be asking for tickets, financial awards.
Yeah.
And
you go wait for that one.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. When's Draymond coming on the pod? TK?
I don't know, because he does have his own podcast, so he's become a little more difficult to book, but maybe Draymond and I talk about like the art of podcasting all the time. I'm just absolutely fascinated to just get him on. Like he likes, he's a really good podcaster. I thought there might have been a Draymond Green podcast in the last few days. He has not done that. I think that's probably maybe wise of him, but I think we'll be able to get Draymond on at some very new. But I have had him on.
Yeah.
And he's obviously a great talker. He obviously can say some things. He obviously can do some things. He's obviously always in the middle of stuff. This is the Draymond experience. Why not have that on the podcast?
And he does have some free time now with his 5-game suspension beginning tonight with the OKC game. What did you make of not only the suspension, but of the incident itself, Tim? Because to me, Gobert's got his hands around Clay, and then Draymond comes in and puts it up about 10 notches, which was part of the problem with him getting suspended. What did you make of the whole sequence the other night?
And I thought the Warriors were especially amped up for that game. Of course, the two guys who were most amped up get thrown out right away, but they wanted the energy level up. The Warriors have not been playing well, specifically that starting lineup. We know Draymond kind of takes upon himself. We know he can take it to some very, very high levels, maybe borderline, over the line levels. I think Clay's been very disappointed in his start. Frustration, whether Jay McDaniels did grab him first, I understand that, but the reaction was pretty fast. I also think, my judgment, I'm not reading Draymond's mind here, but most people in the NBA know he does not like Rudy Gobert. So the fact that, yes, Gobert grabbed Clay, but they spun, right? See, McDaniels and Clay kind of spun right in the middle of it, so Clay ends up right in front of Gobert. He grabbed Clay. That is not what you should do. Understandable. He should have been thrown out. I will say that. I think he should have been thrown out. But they were viewing him as a peacekeeper. I know the Warriors disagree with that. And Draymond went right after him. And then Draymond grabbed him and said, he didn't just grab him in a chokehold. He held that for a long time with teammates and his coach telling him not to let go. And I think the NBA was just tired of it. And I don't think it's like anything that's, the sky is falling. It's a crumbling. Oh, Draymond's tearing apart the Warriors. They've dealt with this so at least once a year, right? At least once a year, sometimes once a playoffs, and they just roll it. This is their guy. I've talked to people in the Warriors organization recently, and they're like, yeah, Rudy was just at fault. Like they're making that point. The NBA does not, and if you know the NBA, there was no way they were going to agree with that. But this is the Draymond experience. You don't want him to be a reduced and quiet and, meek player. He's never going to be that. They don't want it. As I always point out, a guy named Steph Curry likes it like this. Doesn't like it over the line. Didn't like it when he punched Jordan Poole. Doesn't like it when he's missing games. But he likes that energy. And he's integral into everything they've done. There's going to be a time when it's not worth it, right? We all know that. There's a time for everybody when they're not worth it. Even if you're the nicest guy in the world, there will be a time when Draymond stuff isn't worth it, but he's still worth it now. He's still a really good player. He's still essential to what they do. And I keep saying it, and it's very true. He's who number 30 wants on the team. And that is sort of important.
Agreed completely.
Sort of, yeah.
But TK, like when you say there will come a time when it kind of flips and it's not worth it anymore, maybe there's a Clay conversation there too with his contract coming up. I wonder where your thoughts are in terms of where that's all going to go. How hell-bent are the Warriors on those guys all finishing their career here?
Clay's going to be a free agent. So some of this is in Clay's hands. I think Clay wants to be back with the Warriors. I think the Warriors would like Clay to be back and finish his career here, like they're, hopefully for them that Steph does, and I think it's pretty clear Draymond's going to. Just starting a 4-year deal, but the number is going to be important. I don't know that there's a max contract out there for him. I don't know that there's anything close to a max contract. I know national reporters keep saying that there might be, maybe. I don't think so. I think he's really valuable to the Warriors. I think he's going to play better than he has. I think he's determined. We saw him last year, not very long ago, lead the league in three-point makes. That player's still there. He's certainly due to two-leg injuries. He's a slower player. He can't defend the guards. He admits that. He's a different player. But that shooting should still be there. It just hasn't been there so far this year. I think that'll be back. And I think I've kind of said it. I think I asked Joe Lacob about it. I think, Draymond took certainly less than a max deal to stay. He wasn't going to get it anywhere else. Starting at $25 million a year. I think that's what Wiggins signed for. I think that's a good number for Clay. 3 years, $75 million. If they want to go further, they can go further. I don't think they will. If that's the wrong number for Clay, maybe he leaves. I think it's a very fair number at this point, not knowing what he's going to do for the rest of the season, presuming he will play better than he has, which I do presume. I just think it's a natural thing. Obviously, you have to go through it. Could be this, and I could risk that, and maybe he's not worth this. Just makes sense to me that you sign him at the same number as Draymond and for the same amount of years as Draymond, and tie it to the Steph Curry. It just makes so much sense that that's where he's worth the most. That's where he has been. There's value in being with one team your whole career. There's the fact that they could have these three dynastic players start and end their careers together, and they want to be together. I just think it just makes too much sense. I just think you're going to have to go through this to see what the number's actually going to be. But man, I just think it's just so natural to start at $25 million a year and just tie him with Wiggins and Draymond at that number, which we know they both kind of came in under their theoretical marketplace to do it.
Yeah, I agree with the theoretical part of it, and I think that Clay's number on what he might get continues to kind of slide based on how he's played. I want to ask you which you find more puzzling, Tim, the Andrew Wiggins disappearing act or the Jonathan Kuminga regression?
Yeah, I mean, Kuminga, like we've seen this. He's gone up and he's gone down, and sometimes the shot's there and sometimes it's not. I think he's going to be okay. And I don't know if I would call it regression. I would call it like lack of progression. Is that, a little fine enough, deep definition to you? I don't think he's been terrible. I think he's been okay. And sometimes he's had moments when he's been pretty good. I think the Wiggins thing is the most, I don't know if it's mysterious. He just seems as he's lost a shot. He's lost his feel for the basketball. Defense is still okay. They still need him. He's shown more life rebounding. Certainly was energetic the other night. His shot still wasn't there. But once Draymond and Clay go out, you saw there was if Wiggins can be described as passionate, which he was in 2022 playoffs. We know that. That kind of was back the other night, and I expect that to be there. We'll see on the shot. The shot thing, like he doesn't even come close to free throws these days. That's been bizarre. Like a guy who, 34% three-point career, right? He's that's his career. He's a pretty good three-point, not a great three-point shooter, but he's going to make the open ones, and that's just he's shooting 15% from three. He's been a 70% free throw shooter in his career. He is at 50% right now, and clearly I don't think he wants to be on the line. To me, that's a mystery. That should not continue for much longer. I can't believe it's lasted 12 games. It's a long run. We can say it's early in the season, but it's getting late pretty early, right? The Yogi Berra line. This is getting into a pretty big chunk of the season. At some point, you figure Andrew Wiggins, you look at the basketball card, you look at the numbers, the shots will go down. It has not happened, and that, to me, really, he's a scorer. That's what he's been known for. Before he got to the Warriors, that's pretty much all he was known for, and it's not there. That has been a little bit weird, I think, to watch.
Tim Kawakami joining us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. TK, I feel like last year, the Bob Myers contract situation didn't really become a thing until the second half of the year, and I'm starting to get just a little bit of the same vibe, not just off Clay, but obviously Steve Kerr. What's going on there, and how is this going to end?
I think everybody on the Warriors remains pretty confident this is going to work out. Bob was different because I think Bob was definitely ready to go, was telling his associates. I didn't think he was going to leave. I thought he might sign a short-term deal just to be with Steph a little while longer, but it just turns out he was burned out. He had, being the general manager of a team that goes to the finals almost every year, that's tough. I get it. And dealing with Draymond and dealing with all the stuff. Steve has given no indication of that. And in fact, says he loves coaching. He wants to keep doing it. He wants to keep coaching Steph. He feels like this is what his life thing is. It's to be with this team here, at least as for as long as Steph is on this team. And why wouldn't you think that? I've heard it's more just getting to a number. It's almost similar to this Clay thing, except for, I don't know that Steve really wants to coach anywhere else. I think Clay would, if the number isn't right, would certainly look at playing elsewhere. I don't think Steve is that. He wants to go coach Orlando, right? That's how you want to, after coaching the Warriors all these years, you want to go coach Washington and go reunited with Jordan Poole?
Oh, yeah.
That becomes more of a question mark to me. I think this is a number thing. The coaching market just exploded recently with the Monty Williams deal, closely followed by the Greg Popovich deal. Maybe if they were talking at a certain level before, you just added $5 million a year to it. So, you can just see where, okay, it's going to take some time. I've been told that Joe Lacob just never comes up with the biggest number until he has to. He didn't come up with a huge number for Bob Myers until the end. And he did come up with I've been told, a huge number for Bob. Bob was just not thinking numbers. If he was thinking money at all, he would have signed that deal. And he said so. It was not about money. I think it's going to take Joe, or maybe it's on the table now. I don't know. But I have heard a month ago, it's just, it's kind of VC, startups. You don't throw them your best number until you absolutely have to. I would have thought it would be on the table by now. Maybe the marketplace changed so much that they have to kind of rejigger that, recalculate. But nobody I know, including people around Steve Kerr, believe that this is going to lead anywhere except for a Steve Kerr extension. But it's right to ask the question.
Yeah.
Like, again, I didn't think Myers was going to go just because I thought, is he going to be the first major guy to leave Steph Curry? I wrote that. Like, I don't know if you can be that. Bob just was not in that headspace. He was like, I just got to go. And I get it. It was above and beyond anything but my head is fried right now from all this time dealing with this team, which is, five straight trips to the finals, and then another one after 2 years after that. And then, all the things that they had to go through, Wiseman draft, all these things. I don't think Steve is anything like that. Steve wants to keep coaching. He loves coaching. He loves this team. He does love this team. And they've kind of gone through some things, and now they they feel like they're come to the end of it with a roster sense that they like this roster. So I would imagine, again, without knowing when it's going to happen and realizing that there still could be, delays or mitigation of this, I think this is going to come to Steve Kerr signing an extension.
And how could he walk away from coaching one of the greats? And I'm not talking about Steph Curry. I'm talking about Brendan Podjemski, Tim. I mean, seriously, as good as this guy is now. No, on a more serious note, is this what we saw from Brendan Podjemski the other night? That's obviously an outlier in terms of what he's done so far, but can he be a real rotational scoring piece for a good team?
I don't know about scoring, unless it's 15 here or there, then a 6, and then a 20, and then a 4, and an 8. I don't know that he's just going to be a go-to guy. I do not think so. I don't think he's going to outscore Clay. But I do think he's somebody who's option. He's a guy, okay, let's get him in there, and it's going to, kind of rev things up. The ball's going to move, and when it ends up with him, he can go make one of those runners, or if he's open from 3, he's going to have a shot, good shot to make it. And he's going to be a willing shooter. They got a lot of guys who are unwilling shooters right now, and I just see this guy as he's aggressive. He wants the ball in his hands. He's going to go grab rebounds. He's going to make a pass. Doesn't make him an all-star. Doesn't make him even a guy that maybe he's the 7th man now, 8th man, whatever he is. But that activity is what they need. And so I was talking to somebody who's not on the Warriors, but an NBA guy the other day. So they're small and they're slow. And that's not a good combination. And they got great players. They've done a lot of things, but you kind of need more activity. You kind of need more kind of challenging players, tough players. And, the way I put it is I don't think this guy's going to do this every game, but in one game, he did better than anybody not named Steph Curry in the entire team in the first 12 games. That means something, right? That does mean something. Doesn't mean it's going to happen every night. Might not even be close to that every night. But that he can do this at age 20 really early in his NBA career, that he's been a plus player almost every stint, and that means something to me. I track this stuff. They put him in, things work out for them. And they're the team that is lacking playmakers, that is lacking someone who, two-way guy who, shoot from 3, get to the rim and play some defense, move the ball. I think he's got to get minutes. And it may not, again, he may never do 26, 7, and 5. But can he do 20 every 4th game? Well, that's more than anybody else on the team's done.
No joke.
Question.
Yep.
And for as long as Wiggins and Clay are struggling, as Kerr has said, they need playmaking. They absolutely need playmaking. He wants to see him next to Steph. He wants to see what that might look like. I think we're going to see, he's not going to start, but he's going to be somebody that you're going to see playing with Steph. And as I always write, those are pretty important minutes, right? Steph minutes are very important minutes in the Warriors universe. And I think Podjemski's earned some of them. And I think we're going to see it starting tonight.
Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, the TK Pod, now part of the Odyssey family, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, real quick, Tim, are the Niners back? And if so, what the hell happened during those 3 games?
You hate to just buy their line that it was just a bunch of little things, right? Having Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel out for most of 3 games is not a little thing, but it isn't a structural problem. There's just 2 great players who were out. and defensive just kind of not feeling right in rhythm. Steve Wilkes not completely being inside the defense. It kind of felt like somebody was a little outside the 49ers style. That changing. Just some little things added up to a lot. At least they did Sunday. And, I didn't think they were all screwed up even when they lost 3 games. Obviously, you got to win games. If they had lost in Jacksonville, who the hell knows what we would be saying right now? Who knows what they'd be thinking about themselves right now? But that game, the way they did it, I think Purdy's good. I mean, I thought that even through, his little slump. I just think he's a really good quarterback. I think Christian McCaffrey's incredible. I think Debo changes their offense. I think Trent Williams. I mean, all these things that we know and have been talking about, it came true. They had to come true, and they did. I think they're really good. I still thought that even when they were losing those games, it didn't feel great for the entire franchise while it was happening. But I think they're really good. I don't know that they're the best team in the league, which we kind of thought when they were 5-0, but I think they're really good. And I think they're dangerous for anybody, whatever seed they end up with. The 3 losses jeopardizes, the 1 seed, maybe even jeopardizes the 2 seed, depending on what Detroit does. But I don't think any of those teams are going to want to play them. And I think if they remain relatively healthy, which you never know, I think they're really good. And I think they got a ton of talent. And that 3-game losing streak was just this bizarre compilation of some, middling issues that they kind of got through. And we'll see if they can, listen, if there's major injuries again, they're going to struggle again. But if they remain relatively healthy, I think they're really good. And I think Purdy is like the real deal. I mean, I've been convinced of that for a while now. And I just think that the 3-game losing streak wasn't so much a mark against him. All kinds of quarterbacks have those games. Great quarterbacks have those games. John Elway had those games. Dan Marino had those games. Joe Montana had those games. I'm not saying he's one of those guys. I'm just saying I wasn't writing him off after those games and after Sunday's game when he probably threw the best pass of his career, the pump fake, deep throw to Kittle. I'm ready to say he's one of the top 12 quarterbacks in the league.
There he is, the new guy, Tim Kawakami.
Oh, yeah.
We're not going to demand it, but if you want to bring us coffee, we also won't say no.
Yeah, you just wait for that. You just schedule that.
Yeah.
I will.
See what you
Yeah.
Just know that the welcome greeting is a little bit like Draymond and Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, you go. The ceremonial throat lock.
Right.
That.
Ceremonial dragging.
We call it a hug around here, Tim. We keep it rough here on the FM dial.
Sibley does that to me even when I'm not working with him.
I love Tim.
That's what Draymond was saying to Rudy. Nobody knows that. He was like, get me an iced vanilla latte. That's what he was saying. Nobody could read his lips but me.
There you go. All right, guys.
All right,
I'm already just thrilled to be in the Odyssey family.
I love it. Welcome,
thrilled
TK.
to have you. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Tim.
Oh, yeah.
Got it, guys.
All right, there he goes. TK, right here on Willard and Dibs. And,
I'm gonna come up and give him a little Draymond snuggle on Sunday at the Niners Bucks game. He'll see me coming. Bring it in, my fellow Odyssey brother.
Just don't rub his head. Don't run your hand through his hair.
I do have hair envy. He's got hair.
He's got hair. Yeah. Right. He does. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Look, there's more of you who want to weigh in on Draymond on the Warriors. We are absolutely coming to you next. But I do want to add into the fray. I just saw something from Kyle Shanahan. Did he take a shot at Jimmy Garoppolo? Gonna have to translate this for me.
Okay.
I'll read it to you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I'm going to read one to you. I'll play the other one for you.
Okay.
Because we don't have the actual audio of one of these quotes, but
From whom are we receiving this?
Kyle Shanahan.
Okay.
And Draymond calls, stay right there. We're coming back. Kyle Shanahan this afternoon, quote, he was asked about Brock Purdy and aggressiveness and risk-taking.
And stuff.
And Kyle indicated that he liked it and stuff. He liked it.
Yeah.
Because, quote, I want a guy who gives us a chance to win the game, not a guy who is just hoping everyone else wins it for them.
Yeah. I like it. Although that does run a little counter to his initial reaction of the pass, the first touchdown pass, which was, Brock being aggressive and trying to make plays for himself and for his team. And Kyle was mad about that throw.
Well, he said it took him a while to get over it.
And now I guess he's over it.
Well, I think his point is like you're sort of spotlighting one play.
Yeah.
He's spotlighting a general approach. And in other words, I'm going to accept somebody who pushes it a little bit and maybe makes a mistake rather than somebody who's just going to lay back and always play it conservative or, hand it off all the time or someone
can dunk, captain check down.
Remember in the preseason when Trey Lance was still on the team and he talked about, look, I want him to let it rip. Like I want him to, it's okay if you make a mistake. I want him to take a little bit of a chance. He was asked also yesterday, did Brock agree with his assessment on that risky throw in the first quarter?
No, he agrees with me by the time he gets to the sideline. Yeah, no, Brock sees football pretty well. No one's going to be perfect. It's really easy when you're watching from afar. You got to react and play football in the pocket or outside the pocket. But he knows when he makes a bad decision, and it's always fun to talk to about it, fun to coach.
Listen, I'm not trying to be Johnny Hot Take over here, but I don't think that this quote that I just read to you is all about Jimmy Garoppolo. But in a grander sense, I do think it was I don't think he's directing it like that guy Jimmy. I don't think he was like that. But in a grander sense, as we talk about the quarterback position of the San Francisco 49ers and what Kyle is looking for, and remembering that he did on his own accord decide to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo despite
a couple times.
Yeah, despite repeated appearances deep into the playoffs. I think that quote matters. And I do think that while it's not pointed directly at Jimmy, it is pointed at a quarterback like Jimmy. Again, I want a guy who gives us a chance to win the game, not a guy who's just hoping everyone else wins it for them. If you're going to say that, you must be having some personal experience with a player like that. And I bet Jimmy Garoppolo fits that description pretty well in his mind.
I'm sure. And a lot of quarterbacks around the league would fit that description. And you look at the years that Jimmy Garoppolo had, and they're not too dissimilar from what Brock Purdy's done in terms of success and numbers. I'm just looking at last year quarterback rating, and Jimmy Garoppolo was third in the league in quarterback rating behind Tua and Patrick Mahomes. And Brock Purdy, I don't know if he would have qualified.
Now you said last year.
Last year.
How many games was that, though?
11.
For Jimmy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he played 10 of those games were starts. Brock Purdy had a QB rating of 107.3, and Jimmy Garoppolo was 103 flat.
Okay.
So Brock Purdy, not a qualifier, according to, number of games played. Brock played 5 starts, 9 total games, but Jimmy Garoppolo was efficient, and he was a quarterback who won, but was he a quarterback who would go out there and take the chances that Brock Purdy has taken? And I'll refer back to the Tim Kawakami interview, Odyssey's own Tim Kawakami, as we like to say.
Yep.
And he was talking about the throw that Brock Purdy made to George Kittle, where he stood in the pocket, he pumped to Ayuk, the pocket collapsed, he had no real time to step in and throw, yet he threw. He threw down the field. He threw to Kittle, who had half a shoulder. He threw it right where Kittle needed it to be thrown. Touchdown 49ers. Is that the kind of throw that Jimmy Garoppolo would have made, would have even felt comfortable trying? And that's the kind of throw where I think that's what Kyle's talking about, where Brock Purdy has the confidence to make a throw like that. And Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't always had that level of confidence to make that type of throw.
Well, I also think somewhere in here is a chicken or the egg conversation. And what I mean by that is I think because Brock has more of Kyle's trust than Jimmy ever did, you're sort of allowed to go out there and make those decisions. So if you're playing Green Bay in the NFC title game and the call that comes in from the sideline is we're going to hand the ball off every time except for 8 all game long. Well, you're sort of forced into that idea of you're just sitting here kind of hoping other people win it for you. You're not even being allowed to throw. Brock is being allowed to go out there and take some chances. And I'll tell you what I love about that throw. I'm not going to disagree with Kyle and Brock when they both say that was not a worthwhile risk to take. Here's what I love about the throw. I love the throw because it comes as the first drive after a 3-game losing streak. And it's not a throw you make if you're worried about your job.
Yeah.
You don't do that. And so
that's a good point.
While a lot of people are like, how many games until you want to look at Sam?
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins will be healthy next year.
4 more losses is the correct answer.
All that stuff's going on, and Brock's like, I'm out here slinging it. And maybe I made a stupid decision, but believe me, as somebody who played high school basketball, always looking over his shoulder to see who's coming to the scorer's table every time I was out there, you're not going to fire if you think, boy, if this doesn't go right, I'm about to get pulled. So that was a great sign for me that Brock is just, he's free and easy, man. He's letting it go, and if there's a mistake, great. Then go out on the next drive and do better.
Yeah, and he's not playing with that, the notion that fans want him to feel of, you're one mistake away. You're one more bad pick away, Brock, from us talking about Sam Darnold and us also talking about how they never should have gotten rid of Trey Lance. And I told you before that was going to be a thing. And after 3 straight losses, that whole you never should have topic did start to percolate a little bit. And now it's quieted back down because the Niners looked dominant and they ended the losing skid and Brock looked good again. And so that you shouldn't have gotten rid of Trey Lance faction has quieted back down.
That one's doubly funny, though. Everybody understands that, right? That's a double funny. It's a double funny because, A, Brock Purdy is playing great and largely is just a huge net positive at the quarterback position. But if you were then to take, his bad throws or bad moments and say never should have gotten rid of Trey Lance, it's like, based on what would that do for you?
Yeah.
You want the 3rd string quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys on your team? That's, you know what I mean? That's crazy talk.
Yeah.
That's crazy talk to think that he should be a relevant point made by anybody going forward. Now, if he becomes a star someday, I will wholeheartedly be shocked if he does. But if he does, then we can have that conversation down the road.
What if he becomes a starter? I mean, forget him being a star. I would be shocked if he became a starter someday.
I would say that the odds are stacked against him.
Right.
Because once you become a backup in the league, and make no mistake, even though Trey Lance has only started 4 games in his career, make no mistake, this is year 3, and you were the number 3 pick in the draft. If 2 teams are not activating you into the football game, they've decided that you're a backup quarterback. Once you get that brand in the league, boy, is it hard to shake it. Think about the guys who've been the fringe guys. You were a starter, and then you went to play as a backup, and you played well, so someone might give you another shot. It's kind of the Andy Dalton, Nick Foles kind of a
trajectory,
spot. Baker Mayfield, I guess, to a degree, Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Once you're there, boy, it's hard for people to be like, no, you can accidentally spill into it. You have to sort of have somebody get hurt in front of you.
Geno Smith's a good example of a guy who's thrived.
Geno's a good one, but you have to, even him, in the preseason, he had to go win the job.
Right.
So you have to have a weird circumstance open up in front of you and then play really well when it happens.
Right.
And that's hard to do.
And even at that doesn't guarantee that you get to keep the job. And I know Geno Smith's contract is such that Seattle can move off of him at the end of this year, I think, if they want to, draft. And they probably will draft a quarterback, just a quarterback of the future. But very difficult to do exactly what you're describing. So for Trey Lance, let's say this season ends the way it does. He's QB3, and he is able to get into another situation next year as QB2. Even if there's an injury there, he's got to take over the job and go out and play well in order to have a chance to stick. It just doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, I'm looking at Geno Smith's contract. There's a potential out in 2024. It would end up being a dead cap 17.4. 20 ends up being a $27 million contract for the 1 year. And who knows? They may take it. It's interesting.
I think he's played well enough though to stick.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
6-3.
They're a playoff team.
They're 6-3, but I would argue that Geno's numbers right now, are they starting QB numbers? I mean, he's got more touchdowns than picks. Not a lot.
No.
Not a lot more. Completion percentage is 65.3.
I think he's not Mr. Right, but he's Mr. Right now. He's good enough to keep the job, but he's not good enough to keep them from drafting a quarterback who could possibly replace him in the near future.
I'm trying to just think about like where he was last year versus where he is this year.
He's an MVP candidate last year.
I mean, everything is way down.
Yeah.
Everything's way down. Completion from 69.8 to 65.3. His touchdown to interception ratio last year, he finished with 30-11. Now he's
3-1.
Now he's at 11-7.
Yeah, 1.5 to 1.
You know what I mean? Interception percentage way up. Touchdown percentage is way down.
Yep.
He has not been as affected, and they drafted a good young wide receiver. Like, he's got maybe the most underrated receiving core in the NFL.
Yeah, with Lockett and Metcalf.
And Smith and Jigba. Like, yeah, I don't know.
And yet they're 6-3. And I know we're not doing Seattle radio here, but that I think underscores the point of
we're only a few days away from doing it.
Yeah, and I think we can get into
a week
that
from tonight.
And they might be 7-3. I think they have the Rams, right?
They do have the Rams. I'm going to call an upset in that game, but yes, they can be 7-3
at LA.
I think the Rams are going to beat
that one's
at
LA.
Yeah,
Stafford is working to get back and play in that game.
He's going to play. Yeah, I think he's going to play.
So that'd be a mild upset, but an upset nonetheless.
Yeah.
Seattle's probably favored by what, 2?
I don't know. I will look it up while I tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The line on tonight has gone to 4, by the way. Ravens a 4-point favorite. I think I've settled with going with Burrow over Goff against everyone's better judgment.
I don't like it.
Twitter. I put up a Twitter poll too, and almost 2-1. 2/3 of the audience said go with Goff, which is why I think I'm going with Burrow. No, Do you think I'm doing the wrong thing?
I think so.
Why? Tell me why, real quick.
I think that Burrow's going to have no time to throw all night long.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah.
I like it. And I like the Lionel Richie reference at the end of that with the all night long. That was good.
All night long.
Look at Grandy. That's a 4.
Very good.
That song came out 29 years before he was born.
Lucas is 10-0. Did you want to weigh in? And are any of you being honest with me, or do you just want me to lose?
I mean, Jared Goff's at home. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Against a really bad defense.
I know, but they let him run the ball. Never run the ball.
Lucas is 10-0.
You would have thought that last week against the Chargers too, which they did run the ball very well.
Yeah, and he did like
he
Burrow.
Was great.
Burrow in the loss scored the exact same fantasy points that Goff did in the win, and that was in a high flying score fest for Goff, and he still only scored 24, which has been Burrow's floor for the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, but David Montgomery racked off a 100-yard run.
I know. I'm just saying. Seahawks are a 1-point favorite in that game in LA.
Okay, I had it at 2, so there you go.
1-point favorite, pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, I got 12 more minutes to think about it.
I think it's Goff.
If I switch now, though, and I'm wrong, then I'm a idiot.
It'd be fun to have. If you stay with Burrow, it's your guy throwing to my guy because I am starting Trenton Irwin.
Throwing to your guy. He's throwing to Jamar Chase. I got him in another league.
Trenton Irwin. I'm in a big spot.
Trenton Irwin.
I'm going up against the Kruger Ants. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm rooting for you.
Okay, good.
Out of bed. Let's go, Trent.
Yeah.
Come on, Trent. Let's do this.
Against the Kruger Ants. I'm in a must-win situation.
I like your chances.
Yeah.
You're as good of a team as he is.
I got a great team.
Yeah.
I had some bad beats.
You have a great team.
I've lost.
You have a solid enough team. You can't be.
Randy, whatever. You got lucky against me.
You can't be 1-9.
2-8. You watch your mouth.
You can't be 2-8 and have a great team. That's impossible.
The way the cookie has crumbled this year for your boy.
You have some unfortunate luck. There's no question. You're not a great team.
Great squad. Backs against the wall.
Great.
Got more points than you do.
You do not have a great team. You got a few more points than me.
32 of them. 32
That's
big
not
ones.
a lot over 10 weeks.
I
That's
know.
3 points a week.
I could have used them.
888-957-9570. We've been talking a lot about Day. Today, obviously, with the 5-game suspension. Want to hear what all of you have to say about it. How about Keenan in San Diego? I knew a guy named Keenan in San Diego. He's a wide receiver for the Chargers. This isn't Keenan Allen, is it?
No, I wish I had his bank account.
Yeah, no joke.
Just the Warriors fan. Yeah, no, I wanted to say that I'm actually relieved that it wasn't more, because I for sure thought that they were going to make, well, I guess how many examples can you make out of Draymond? Thought it was going to be like 10 the way that it was outraged. So I'm relieved that it's 5 games, but I'm kind of mad at the Warriors because I feel like we don't have a backup plan. When Draymond's out, when Steph is out, it's like who does what? It's like the offense is so unpredictable. Looney holds the ball at the top of the key and will not shoot it, although he has one of the most consistent jump shots on the team. And I feel like we're super unpredictable, old and slow. And I don't see a path for us to be a contender this year. I really don't. I don't know what's going on, and I just feel like we're just kind of just holding on, you know. But, you know, on Draymond, I'm relieved that it wasn't more, but I just feel like we're unpredictable, right? Or too predictable, I'm sorry.
You know what, though, Keenan? Okay, that's an interesting thought, the backup plan. And thank you, Keenan. That's kind of what I'm getting at when, once again, it's a alternative to Draymond that doesn't have a face. It's just this blurry thing that we put on a screen. You should have done something else. What? What could the Warriors have done?
Not a thing.
I don't know what they could have done that would have made people feel good right now today about the Draymond Green situation.
There's nothing you could have done in terms of finding a player to replace him. And forget replacing what Draymond brings to the team, because Draymond is one of one. What he does is not replicatable by any other player in the association. He's incredibly unique. The way he defends 1 through 5, the way he is your point guard as a forward, the way he passes, the way he doesn't score, the emotional energy and all the rest of it. You're not going to replace him with a player like him. So you let him walk in free agency, and I don't think you have the ability to replace his contract based on where you are as it relates to the luxury tax threshold. So he leaves, and maybe you then decide to keep Jordan Poole, or maybe you don't. You trade him for Chris Paul anyway. Your team's not any better. So the future of this whole situation is equally murky, in my opinion, because I don't think there's another team out there that's going to get you a player in a trade that's going to be as valuable as Draymond is to your team.
Yeah, I just think that the Warriors ended up in a spot. And by the way, that's what usually happens after a bunch of winning. We've comped the Spurs, and one thing that I'd love to say there is the Spurs get all the credit in the world for extending dynasties. I get it. They really deserve all the credit in the world. But boy, do we love to ignore the circumstances of that. We really love to ignore the circumstances of them getting the number 1 pick and getting Tim Duncan and then finding Kawhi Leonard where they did further down in the draft. If you want to get mad at the Warriors for drafting Wiseman and Kuminga with lottery picks, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'm not even going to say that that's unfair. But the idea that the Warriors, from my standpoint, watching them over the last 2 to 3 years and thinking that there was a path for them to sort of reboot and extend this thing on the fly, it didn't exist. It didn't exist. And we tried to talk about it, the 2 timelines. Well, the 2 timelines, it's not that they didn't exist. It's that Jordan Poole was not as productive of a basketball player as we all hoped that he would be. And some of these other young players have not developed the way the Warriors would hope that they would develop.
Well, they had a chance to reboot it and maybe not stay at the peak of championship level, but they could have been more sustainable with 2 timelines, but they blew it. James Wiseman was a bad pick. And you look at the league right now, he's currently 334th in the association out of, let me get the exact number correct here, 467. He's 334 in minutes played. He's on a terrible team, and he's played 52 minutes, Mark, for the Detroit Pistons.
Yep.
5 games, 52 minutes, and he's scored a total of 27 points. And that's what you've gotten from your number 3 overall pick. And Jonathan Kuminga, not a bust and not a blown pick, but here we are in year 3, and his impact has been inconsistent. And that's probably the kindest way
putting it real nice.
I can put it.
Yep.
He has flashed at times, and at times he's been unplayable, and he's only 21. So I'm not giving up on Jonathan Kuminga, but those 2 picks, both lottery picks, high lottery picks, if you would have gotten good, young, impactful players, all of a sudden 2 timelines feels a little bit different. Even if you take Jordan Poole and you send him out for Chris Paul, if you still had a 7'1" big who was actually really good and worthy of that pick, and Jonathan Kuminga was showing progress, you add in Moses Moody, and you add in the 2 rookies this year, you would have a legitimate 2 timelines, but you don't.
Right. I look at these players and some of them who were supposed to sort of step in and do some of the things as Draymond aged, they haven't done it. And they have been given the opportunity to do it. So that's one piece of this for sure. The other thing we've talked a whole lot about is I would love to continue to have this conversation. Remove what happened with him and Jordan Poole last year at the beginning of the year. That was obviously awful. But outside of this, whenever I hear people do he needs to be an adult, he needs to calm down, they've got to reel him in, Draymond's got to know better, he's got to have all this awareness. Are you truly that bothered? Are you truly that offended by the on-court things that you've seen Draymond do? And if we can all agree, and I feel like through the years most people have, that the Draymond Green experience is simply that. It's one experience. It's not 2 experiences. It's not, well, there's the Draymond who's a really good basketball player, and then there's this crazy person who shows up sometimes when he gets mad. It's all one person. That sort of attitude has a lot to do with why he's become a really good basketball player. It's been very successful through the years. All of the people who work with him, not named Jordan Poole, seem to think it's very valuable to them. There's got to be a reason why they all think that. So I get that you're annoyed. I get that you're worn out. He's an exhausting personality. But are you really that blown away by the things that he's done? Are they really that bad to be having this conversation about the Warriors need to move on from this guy?
Yeah, for some people, they are really that bad. And it's not just the ones that result in him getting suspended or the ones that result in him getting ejected. It's just the constant complaining. And when you watch the NBA, and I know I watch it a little bit differently because I actually do watch the officials sometimes just to pick up some positional tricks of the trade and other things that'll help me as a ref. But when you're watching the game as an average fan, you don't want to even notice the refs. And yes, refs make bad calls, but Draymond Green makes the officiating a larger part of the experience because he is constantly arguing. He's arguing calls that are made, calls that aren't made, calls that he's involved in, calls he's not involved in. And so from an entertainment standpoint, as a basketball fan, that wears me out. And he's not alone. And it's at times tough to watch the association because of players like Luka Doncic, who is equally egregious in that way. And you could name another 20 or 30 or 50 other players who are constantly complaining about calls made and calls not made. So that is a part of the Draymond Green experience that bothers me. And it doesn't have a lot to do with winning and losing. and it doesn't have anything to do with punching teammates or getting ejected. Well, it has something to do with getting ejected because he gets a lot of technicals and he gets ejected a lot.
You know what's interesting? You used the word entertainment, and then I know that obviously you've got a side job as a referee. I think even you'd agree. You identify with officials more than anyone I've ever met who watches sports in the history of my life.
No doubt. No doubt.
So you don't like it when he picks on officials.
Yeah, I don't like it when any player, to me, that's not a part of why I tune into the NBA. I tune into NBA games because they are the most gifted, incredible athletes on the planet.
I would not argue that I tune in to watch officials get yelled at, but if I just step back and look at the whole picture, I find Draymond Green to be incredibly entertaining.
In that fashion.
Just
that
the whole thing.
Well, let's focus on just that part of it.
Okay, do you find him to be an entertaining basketball player to watch?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
but
me too.
That part of it, I don't. And that, to me, is a big part of the Draymond Green experience. Steph Curry will complain about calls not made or calls made. It's usually an Iguodala, palms up. It's usually a quick back and forth.
That's everybody, right? Almost.
You move on. Yeah, and you move on. It's not an every trip down the floor and a constant haranguing, and we'll go to the foul line, and now we got a camera shot of Draymond Green and the referee, and it goes on and on and on and on. And that, to me, is not entertaining.
Okay.
It's just, what I like about the NBA, that is not it.
Oh, I wouldn't argue that that's what I like about the NBA, but that is, gosh, I don't even know what the comp is there. Like that's one knife in the drawer, and there's a whole thing of silverware there for Draymond Green, and it's all part of the same picture. And I think the data would tell you that Draymond is incredibly entertaining. He's incredibly engaging, and that's what we're doing here, especially when it's combined with his success in the box score, in the standings, in the playoffs, all of that. Draymond's act, if you will, as we love to call it, would really wear thin for me if it was not combined with winning. But it is, and so I sort of just made the decision a long time ago, and we've had this conversation before. Do you accept him or not? I do. I don't get bothered by this stuff, and I'm not defending it. Not saying I would do it. Not saying it's great for the team. It's just part of him.
Right.
It's part of him that I don't think can be eliminated, and he's certainly not willing to eliminate it.
That's true, but what happens when it no longer is a part of winning? And we may have already reached that portion of the program. Last year, he and they did not win. They made the playoffs. They won a series. They were very entertaining. Draymond Green is a lot of fun to watch when he's playing basketball. When he starts to harangue and harass and berate officials, I don't love it. When he gets technical fouls that result in the other team getting free throws, I dislike it. When he gets ejected because he can't control his temper, when he gets suspended because he chokes an opponent, not my favorite. Now, I thought that the Gobert thing was wildly overblown. I can see why the league suspended him. I think it was too harsh, but again, it's part of what you get with Draymond Green. But what happens when we get to that point when it no longer is a part of them winning? And I think we're starting to see that from some fans. Some fans more fans are turning on Draymond Green than ever before.
You like doing the show with me?
I really do.
Do I talk too much?
You do.
Okay.
But,
so my long-windedness is Draymond's technicals.
Disagree.
Why?
Disagree, because your long-windedness is a part of what makes us successful, and it is not nearly as infuriating. It's not really that infuriating as Draymond Green getting ejected and suspended.
Well, you've been watching him for 10. You and I have only been working together for 2.
It's been to 2. It's been a long 2. It feels like 5. And I think that...
Right? Like, that's what I'm getting at.
I know what you're saying in terms of a comp.
And I here's what I think gets unfair. Oh, the technicals are not part of their winning. The attitude that leads to the technicals is a part of them winning. It's not A to B. I'm not saying he needs to get technicals to win. I'm saying the Warriors need him to be that emotional leader, the instigator, the heartbeat, whatever you want to call him, all those cliches. He has to be that for them to win. And what comes with that is somebody who annoys the hell out of everybody, gets in everybody's face, and handles all of that stuff for the team. Gosh, if you're a hockey fan, they literally pay someone to do this. And in fact, you don't get the talent. You don't get someone who is the defensive leader and knows where everyone's supposed to be and passes the puck really well. You just get a toothless jerk that goes out on the ice and messes with everybody. They pay someone to do that in hockey. The Warriors get it, and it's wrapped up into somebody who also sets up all of his teammates with passes, rebounds, and defensive leadership. What a package. Amazing.
Well, for you to say that he has to be that way in order to win, I think it's a cop-out and it's an excuse. And yes, he's been that way and they have won. Could he have behaved differently and still been aggressive and still been a competitor and still been the same kind of player? I don't know. Only he can answer that. We do know that he's been a certain way and they've won 4 championships, and therefore the way he behaves has been not only enabled and accepted, but it's been championed. His jersey will hang in the rafters at Chase Center, and he will be a forever Warrior. And so, and what you're talking about with his contract, when they signed him to a 4-year deal, they knew full well the player that he's been and the player that he will continue to be. And additionally, they looked at what his skill set's going to be like in year 4, and he's going to be as cantankerous and as aggressive in year 4 than he is right now, but he's not going to be as good of a ball player, and they still signed up to give him $28 million in year 4.
I do think this is a very fair question for everybody who's upset with anything Draymond related ever. How come nobody with the Warriors is? I just wonder how everyone would answer that. And I know maybe you say, well, Jordan Poole, okay, again.
Well, no, to your point, though,
eliminate that.
They shipped him out. They didn't suspend Draymond, and they shipped out Jordan Poole.
Right.
So how upset were they with Draymond Green?
Like, I'm a big believer in sort of gathering thoughts about someone I don't know based on what the people around them think. In other words, if you've got really good friends and they bring, hey, you got to meet this guy. You'll love this guy. Won't you be like, well, yeah, these people, they know that guy. They know me. I bet they see something. They got some. Why do all of the important people with the Warriors love him if all of you don't? Why is that? And you can't just say, well, winning. It's got to be more than that. It has to be.
Of course.
They're giving him $100 million again.
Right. It's exactly what you saw from the Minnesota game where Clay is in a tough spot in a fracas with an opponent, and Draymond Green flies through the air with the greatest of ease to put the guy in a chokehold who was a part of said fracas. That's why they love him, because Draymond Green would go into an alley for you. He would fight for you. You played the sound from Brandon Podjemski earlier. He's been on the team for half a minute, and he's already saying, yeah, this is why we love him. He would do this for any of us.
And you heard what TK repeatedly said to us. Just keep it in mind, and you can make this a part of any of your opinions or not, and then we'll go to the phones. But repeatedly, for a decade, Steph Curry has told everybody who will listen, and that's everybody, you got to have this guy by my side. That's Steph Curry's position. So for me, that's kind of a walk-off. It's not that I'm not here to hear everybody else's point. You're all allowed to have your opinion. But earlier we were talking about if you agree that Draymond makes Steph better, that's a walk-off. And if Steph thinks that Draymond makes Steph better, that's a double walk-off.
Well, that's all that matters.
That's the end of this.
Yeah, that's the beginning and the end of it. And that's why he gets a 4-year deal to stick around, because when Draymond decides that he's going to turn down his player option, and the team has to think about whether or not they want to keep Draymond Green, that conversation lasts about 5 seconds. Steph Curry knocks on Joe's door, or Bob Myers when he was still there, or Mike Dunleavy, and he says, "You guys aren't letting 23 get away, are you?" And no, I mean, what do you want, Steph? "I'm going to need 23 to be here. Hi, this is 30. Hi, this is Steph Curry.
Hi.
I'm going to need 23 to be rolling with me. Sorry, guys, I got to go give humanitarian aid to Uganda. I'll be back."
Here's what Tim Kawakami said about this exact subject to us last hour.
I don't think it's like anything that's, the sky is falling. It's a crumbling. Oh, Draymond's tearing apart the Warriors. They've dealt with this so like at least once a year, right? At least once a year. Sometimes once a playoffs. And they just roll that this is their guy. I've talked to people in the Warriors organization recently, and they're like, yeah, Rudy was just at fault. Like they're making that point. The NBA does not. And if you know the NBA, there was no way they were going to agree with that. This is the Draymond experience. You don't want him to be a reduced and quiet and, meek player. He's never going to be that. They don't want it. As I always point out, a guy named Steph Curry likes it like this. Doesn't like it over the line. Didn't like it when he punched Jordan Poole. Doesn't like it when he's missing games. But he likes that energy. And he's integral into everything they've done. There's going to be a time when it's not worth it. Right? We all know that. There's a time for everybody when they're not worth it. Even if you're the nicest guy in the world, there will be a time when Draymond stuff isn't worth it, but he's still worth it now. He's still a really good player. He's still essential to what they do. And I keep saying it, and it's very true. He's who number 30 wants on the team. And that is sort of important.
Yeah, it is sort of important. Developing situation that I'm sure you'll hear more about on Warriors Live, but Steve Kerr, moments ago pregame, stating that the 5-game suspension for Draymond Green was, quote, deserved. He took it too far. That's an interesting response from a group that I know did not like the fact that Rudy Gobert was called a peacemaker.
Yeah.
But no problem, apparently, with what the NBA did specific to Draymond.
Yeah, I'm reading the quotes here as tweeted from a friend of the program, Anthony Slater.
Slates.
Thank you. Got to have that every time. Took it too far. 5 games deserved. We move forward, and we'll have Steve on the show tomorrow.
Yep.
And I look forward to asking him just his thoughts on that and, the took it too far nature of it, because Steve was right there, and you and I have a difference of opinion over what Steve was saying to Draymond. You thought he was saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought he was saying, go, 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 choke, choke, choke. We'll have to ask Steve for clarity tomorrow.
I think it might have been no, no, no.
Yeah.
It was just like every second was another game.
Right.
Let go, go, go.
Not 5, not 6. I also would be curious as to Steve's thoughts on whether or not Gobert should have gotten any punishment, because he mentioned in the post game that Gobert had his hands on Clay, and yet he was able to get off scot-free.
Another interesting development starting tonight in place of Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay.
Jonathan Kuminga will be starting tonight. Yeah, so, hey, let's go to the phones. Diego and Marin. Hey, Diego, you're on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, you've been asking for a name to replace Draymond with, and to me the only option is the guy that got traded from Washington to Boston, which was Porzingis.
Look, he was a name, Diego, but let me ask you, if you're going to throw out a name, how is it the Warriors were going to go about getting him?
Well, you asked a hypothetical earlier about if we could change anything in the past, and I thought you could change going back in time and eliminating the punch, and that would allow Poole and Green to go to Washington with Kuminga and getting Paul and Porzingis back.
Yeah, Diego, thanks. I know that these conversations end up in hypotheticals a lot, but in that particular case, I actually wasn't asking for a hypothetical. If you want Draymond gone, somebody give me a tangible, realistic way that you either could or could have gotten out of it. How? Who's the player? What is it you want to do? Because, quite frankly, realistically right now, the only thing you could replace him with is an empty chair. That, like, from a financial standpoint, from his marketplace, what other teams are looking for, the fact that it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing you could do. And I'd argue not a whole lot that you could have done this previous offseason either, other than just when he opts out, just call and be like, we were kidding. No offer. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Yeah. You could do that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that would be a terrible idea.
Yeah, pretty much. And
Draymond, go bye-bye.
yeah, so 2, I tried. I needed it. The cadence wasn't quite there.
You set it up.
Yeah, thank you. I do think that now you got him for 4 years, and I guess you probably could have done a sign-in trade last year, but Draymond probably could say, well, I'm not going to report to X team, and then that trade would dissolve underneath it. Basically, you had no choice. You needed a player. You needed this player. Steph Curry wants this player, so you signed him to keep him, and that's just the way it goes. And the fact that Steve Kerr said what he just said in the pregame about, I thought it was deserved and we move forward, that tells you all you need to know about where Steve Kerr and the front office is regarding Draymond. You have Draymond. You expect that these things are going to happen.
Yep.
And when they do, the days of going overboard to try to defend the actions, or we're going to rally to the league and we're going to get this reduced and this was wrong and this was unfair. Matter of fact, 5 games. Yeah, that's we felt like that was right. He went too far. We move forward. Next question.
Yeah, get some turkey in your belly, and we'll see him in a week and a half.
See you at Sacramento.
I'm not trying to sweep it under the rug, but as I've said a couple times today, for the whole crowd that's like, NBA doesn't even start till Christmas. Well, it's Thursday night in November. What's the big deal? And now all of a sudden, we've lost him for 5 games. What are we going to do? It's going to be fine. Okay? At the end of all of this, the Warriors will have 65 more games to go. And Draymond is allowed to play in all of them, should he,
in theory,
choose to accept his role. Anthony and Hayward. Hello, Anthony. What are you doing?
Just driving home to Tracy from Hayward.
Oh boy!
I tuned into you guys all the time, but real quick, I just got to give a shout out to all my diehard A's fans. Anybody outside of the Bay Area just really has no clue how hard it is to be an A's fan. But I'll be there thick and thin, Vegas or not. I'll be there. I'm still a fan. Draymond, I think Dibs hit it earlier. We all tolerated it because we were winning, but now that we're not winning, it's just a problem. But at the end of the day, the fans, like Willard was saying, should be mad at the team. Like, the team allows this to happen. Why? I think Draymond or something, he's got something that for the owners that he got a blackmail or something because they just got him off a leash. But real quick, also, I just want to get your thoughts on Ohtani winning MVP. I think he deserved it. And all these haters saying, about postseason, like, what, do fans not get that the MVP has nothing to do with the postseason? And he had the best stats, so I just don't get it. And Bonds won 3 MVPs without his team making the playoffs. Nobody batted an eye.
I'll say this, Anthony.
Great takes.
Well, when you say that MVP has nothing to do with the playoffs, it's technically not true. It doesn't. It's not a requirement. But
I thought the vote was cast long before.
Well, the problem with the MVP conversation through the years is it's not been defined. And so you have some people who do vote based on the success of the team, and others don't. Anthony says, but he has the best stats. It's not that simple. That's sort of a most outstanding player thing. If you're going to use the letter V, that means valuable. Valuable, by definition, has to lead to something. Why is it valuable? If you only win 60 games, the value was toward what? But that's just my interpretation.
Right.
I got no issue with Shohei Ohtani winning the MVP.
Unanimous.
Yeah, unanimous.
And Acuna Jr. also unanimous.
Well, Acuna was obvious because they were also the best team. But I tend to lean, I'll put it this way. Where your team finishes is a great tiebreaker. If you got 2 candidates and you feel both of them were about as effective and the numbers are all kind of in the same neighborhood, and one team finished in first and the other one finished in fourth, then yeah, I'm going to take that into account. It doesn't eliminate you.
Right.
Although I have been a proponent of that in the past. Like, to me, yes, you should be a winning team if you're going to have the MVP. Shohei was the most outstanding player, though.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, and you could argue that the value that he brought to their team was greater than any other player, not only because he hit and he pitched for most of the year, but how bad would they be if they didn't have him, even though they weren't a playoff team? I get that. I want to remark on his comment about it being so hard to be an A's fan, and the vote announced this morning, 30-0, all MLB owners saying, go ahead, go to Vegas, John Fisher. I have my own ideas about where they could go, but we won't get into that here. I think that being an A's fan is probably the toughest fanship in all of pro sports in America. I can't think of another team
certainly is today,
that makes it, I mean, all year.
Yeah.
And the past 3 to 5 to 7 to 10 years, it's been more difficult being an A's fan than any other team in any other sport in America.
Feels that way. I mean, I can't speak on it because I'm not one. I'm a Giants fan.
Right.
And my experience through the years is that A's fans don't want to hear Giants fans' opinion about what's going on, and in fact, also don't want their sympathy. So I'll sort of just kindly step aside.
I get that.
On the conversation, other than to say that I think that this sucks. I think it sucks for the Giants fans, to be honest with you. Not in nearly as emotional of a way.
Yeah.
But I think relocations, and look, I get it. The A's and Giants and Dodgers and everybody all moved here in a relocation. Relocations are a little bit different, though, in 2023. And I think largely they're just an awful, greedy, just ill-driven thing. And that is absolutely the case here. I've never met John Fisher or Dave Kaval, but both of them seem like incredibly slanted, disingenuous individuals. And so I think that this is bad for ball. I think it's bad for the A's. I think it's bad for the Giants. I think it's bad for everybody who's a sports fan here in the Bay Area. So it stinks, and I feel for you, even though my experience is that the A's fans don't want to hear me say that.
Yeah. And, I appreciate you recusing yourself for the most part because, A's fans they're hurting. They're hurting bad. And it's not that this is unexpected, and it's not that, this isn't something that they've been preparing themselves for a long time. It's just the total run-up to this moment today where it basically becomes official, and now the A's are going to play one more year at the Coliseum, and I wonder what A's fans will do in terms of reacting, because I'm sure there are some fans who will relish having one more chance to go out and see their team before they leave town.
And he said he's going to follow the team to Vegas. What will you do? Would you step foot in that building next year?
No. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, and it's been a number of years. I used to live 3 miles from the stadium, and my kids and our friend group, when they were younger, they all were A's fans.
Yep.
So I went to probably 8 to 10 A's games a year, and it became a fun thing that we would do as families, sit down the right field line and have a great time. Affordable, fun, accessible, and all the rest of it. And then slowly, over the years, when John Fisher got his hands on the product, it became a no-go for me.
Yeah, brutal. Absolutely brutal. A lot of people still want to weigh in. Let's keep going. RG and San Leandro. Hey, RG, what's going on?
What's up? Hey, I just wanted to say, Willard, thank you for your perspective. I know earlier we had Steiny and Goo, and those guys are usually emotionally charged with their way of describing the situation. But I think you helped me cope with the fact that, I'm a diehard Warrior fan, and I think the front office and along with everyone has embraced Draymond and his demeanor. So I guess even though I was kind of on the other side of the fence, you helped me kind of understand that situation. So therefore, I appreciate that.
Well, RG, you're welcome. No, I'm kidding. I listen. Thank you for sort of that vulnerable sort of way of talking about it. We appreciate the call, but I lean this way, and I think sometimes this bothers people a little bit. I don't think that organizations are always right. I don't think that organizations, just because they're there, that means let's support them. Hell, listen to what we just said about the A's. Organizations are not always right. But can we go on the premise that people who are inside the building do know some things that we don't? Is that allowed? I feel like that's a reasonable thing to think.
For the most part.
We're allowed to have our perspective. Sure, they're driven and motivated by things different than we are. They're motivated by money, whatnot. Maybe we're motivated more by fandom. But it is interesting to me, and it's the same thing I used to say about Lance or Wiseman or whatever. Same thing here, but this is off the court. Like, everybody with the Warriors supports the guy. Why?
Because they win with him.
There you
go. If they had never won a championship, if they were, all still here 13 years into his career and he had not won a championship, he would not have gotten a 4-year, $100 million deal.
But they also have to think that he can still help them win. It's not a resume thing.
Or they feel like having the three of these guys still together has a certain amount of economic value to it. And I do think that that's a big piece to it.
From ownership, but why would Steph be motivated by that?
Steph, I think, thinks that they can still win, of course.
Yeah. So,
I would hope that they all think that they can win.
Warriors Live on the way, 20 minutes away, brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. GPD is on the line. David, Rafi, stay there. We're coming to you on Willard and Dibs.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile Black Friday sale is on now. Don't miss out on a free line of unlimited for 2 years when you switch to Xfinity Internet.
Draymond go bye-bye.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what Mark Andrews is doing right now?
Oh, he's limping.
Big limping. Exactly.
That's a 4. That's a 4.
It looks like, I'm no Twitter doc, but that looked like a high ankle sprain for my money. And,
so high.
Yeah, so they do say ankle injury questionable for his return. Mark Andrews, Ravens tight end. Ravens lead 7-3.
Breaking news, he's officially out.
Okay, now he's out.
On crutches, can't put weight on.
Yeah, you watched him walk up the stairs, and I'm like, dude, that looked like a high ankle sprain. I'm no doctor. So then I went to Doc Chow at Pro Football Doc, and they're like, Mark Andrews has suffered a high ankle sprain. They're not diagnosing necessarily either. They're not examining him, but that's what they saw on video, and that's what I think it is. And so that's usually a multi-week injury. The Ravens star tight end might be missing some more time. He's already missed some time this year.
Wonder if he's back in time to face the Niners. Is that Christmas?
That is Christmas night. You're right.
Yeah, so that's just
4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah.
It's usually a 4 to 6. It can be a 4 to 6 if it's a serious
5
one.
weeks. It's 5 weeks and a few days until Christmas.
Yeah,
Get your shopping done early.
He's been listed as questionable. Questionable for that game for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. It's that high ankle.
All right, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our podcast page, okay? Willard and Dibs, free Odyssey app, wherever you find your podcast. While you're there, you can check out, for example, Steiny and Goo's conversation with Ross Tucker from earlier today. Tim Kawakami was on with us today. Brandon Pajemski was on with us yesterday. Steve Kerr will be on with us tomorrow. All of that on the Willard and Dibs page. Free Odyssey app, wherever you find your podcast. Let's go to Rafi in San Jose. Hey, Rafi, what are you doing?
What's going on, guys? Doing all right?
Perfect, man. Perfect.
Awesome. Here's a little known fact for you. Dibley and I worked together doing San Jose Stealth games together. I was the music guy there, and Dibs was running around there like a celebrity.
Yeah, those were the salad days. Nothing like being an on-field host and asking people to make some noise when you're working in an arena that holds 18,000 and there's about 300 people in the building.
Well, they needed to make some noise.
350.
Yeah,
350.
My fault. You were awesome, by the way, as an accompaniment, and I kind of miss those days of the San Jose Stealth. Paul Rabel in his rookie year.
Very good knowledge there, Dan. Very, very good.
Yeah, shown up like 9 times for that gig. I had my own TV show, too, on NBC, not NBC Sports, NBC, Channel 3.
So what happened?
They moved to Washington and started winning titles.
What else, Rafi? What else you got?
Rafi.
They couldn't pay Dibley enough to move to Washington. That's all it was. That was it.
Didn't offer to fly me in.
Couldn't pay Dibley enough is a sentence I've heard a bunch of times in my life.
Hey, I was calling just I got to take sides here. I am very much on the Draymond Green. I'm fine with what he did. I have zero problem with it. I think he plays with that edge. The guys all know he plays with that edge, and it's just the way it is. And you win with him and you lose with him, but it's expected that something's going to happen. But you know what? He's always got your back. If you're going to go to war, that's the guy you want with you, not looking the other way. He's going to war with you.
Well,
and he'll defend you to the end.
Yeah, Rafi, thanks. I guess the evidence of what you're saying, and maybe this resonates with people or not, but if the Warriors franchise was sitting here listening to Rafi, they're all nodding their heads. They agree. And I don't know to what level that matters to everybody. It matters to me, though, which is to say that, we've all got these opinions on Draymond is good, Draymond is bad. Is it more good than bad? Is it transferring to more bad than good? Is this a net positive? The Warriors all think it's a positive. I'm not saying the Warriors love that he gets suspended. I'm saying that the Warriors believe that the Draymond Green experience is alive and well and important. And they have said it with relative energy every time. I remember when we spoke to Steve Kerr about this last year, and he was almost flippant and sarcastic. It was like, do you want to win?
Right.
You want to win, you want Draymond on your team. Like, they all firmly believe that. There's got to be a reason for it.
It's because they've won with him, and they haven't won without him. And I know that none of them have won without each other. Draymond Green provides something that is irreplaceable when he's at his best. Unfortunately, he's not always at his best, and he won't be tonight. He won't even be in the arena tonight. Suspended, he can't even sit on the bench. So Draymond's watching it the way we're watching it, and that's on television. So for the next 5 games, Draymond won't be at his best. He'll be in streets, watching it from home, or maybe watching it from the Coliseum with Bob Myers like he did in the NBA Finals famously.
Can you be in the back room? Can you not be in the arena or not on the bench?
I'd have to check the rules. I don't know all the rules as it pertains to suspensions.
I bet I could find a nice spot right there down in Joe Lacob's box.
Yeah, but well, I mean, why would you? Honestly,
I don't know. You talk your team up at halftime, give them some pointers.
Yeah, because that's what Steve wants.
Hey, Kuminga, listen, you need to rebound the ball.
Exactly.
Hey, Wiggins,
wake up. Snap out.
Wake up.
Wiggins, you in there?
Wiggins.
Yeah.
GPD. What's up, GPD? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Joe? How you guys feeling today?
So good. Thursday's the best day of the week. You know that, GPD.
Oh, my God. I'm coming home from work. Got a big project in Oakland. I just checked the P.O. box at the post office. I was driving from freaking Oakland, listening to you lovely brothers, man. Hey, and I just I'm away in on Draymond, but before I say that, I've been waiting. Been waiting for the Niners to win because I got a little something for y'all. Because I was at the last game when they lost at the Bengals game, and then I bought you guys something for my 2 favorite fellas. And I talked to Matt, and I told him, when can I bring a gift by for the boys? He said, just text me and come on by.
Anytime. Yeah, I thought, now listen, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I thought you told us that if they beat the Jags, you were going to come this week.
I do. You know what? They shut down the bridge.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, it's not a good week.
They shut down the bridge line.
No, fair point. For any of you who have been in the city this week, you don't want to come into the city unless you have to be in the city.
I can't believe you
ain't coming in.
You beat me home yesterday. I couldn't believe it.
Dude, I found, and I'm not telling anybody, I found the one road that did not have like gates and police and just sirens and lights and everything going everywhere. Yeah, it's crazy up in here, GPD.
You do. Text me where that road is, but I'm going to come to you guys next week. I got something for you. A little something, appreciation for keeping us well informed, okay?
Well,
good looking out, GP. Thank you, brother.
Not necessary, but very, very kind.
Appreciate it.
Of course. But listen, I just want to say something, man. Does Draymond got does he got a little bit of dirt on Joe Lacob or something? Because, man,
pictures.
Dude, you're doing way too much, homeboy. And you're not really helping us, homie. Please. Draymond, chill the F out, brother. I love you, Draymond. I know you're a good dude. But, Draymond, you got to chill out. Your team needs you. And they're not going to get production out of you if you keep on doing that. Come on.
You know what he has, GPD? He's got pictures of Joe Lacob with 4 rings on Joe's fingers.
Yep.
That's what he's got.
Yep.
Thank you for calling, GPD. Appreciate you, brother.
We look forward to seeing
those are the pictures he's got. And Joe has the same pictures of Draymond.
I guess
pictures with rings on their fingers.
It's just interesting to me that in 2023, again, I get it. I've had this same emotion myself many times. But here we are in 2023. When was he a rookie? When was he drafted? Or when did he become, right? When did David Lee get hurt? And Draymond gets injected into this whole thing. How many years ago was this?
About 9-10 years ago.
Okay. And here we are in 2023, still asking for him to calm down.
Right.
He's not going to calm down.
No.
Ever. And every time we ask, that's his response. Not going to happen. Not going to ever, ever, ever happen. So you can stop asking. For me, you've got to reason with Do we accept him as is or not? And if you don't, you're mad at the team, not the player, because the team has backed him at every turn, empowered him every single year. If you're mad at them, not him.
And if you're going to be mad at them, then be so mad that you tell them we'll see you in 3 years and 70 games.
Right.
Because he's here for 4 more years, and he might be here after that. So
Might be.
if you're that infuriated by them co-signing on the Draymond Green